In the 20th year of the Chenghe era, in the grand city of Qianan, Daming, the spring return pavilion stands. The gentle spring breeze wafts through the windows, caressing the layers of curtains within, dispersing the curling smoke from the incense burner. The sound of silk and bamboo fills the air as several young scions of noble families lounge on the soft couches, exchanging cups and laughter. Observing the courtesans as they dance gracefully, their white sleeves fluttering, while soft jade rests beside them, reveling in the rare and vibrant spirit of spring. As the elite of the Daming dynasty, they are inherently entitled to indulge in all the exquisite pleasures this world has to offer. Logically, this room ought to present a scene of unrestrained opulence. Yet, just moments ago, the sudden intrusion of a girl in red shattered the serene atmosphere that had prevailed here. Qingyao, allow me to explain. Within the chamber, the ambience grew tense. The young gentleman who had been bantering just 2 minutes prior now sat in terror, gazing at the pair of young individuals confronting each other across the broad table. First, there was the young man, clad in a moon-white robe adorned with cloud patterns, his hair elegantly tied up, handsome and distinguished. However, at this moment, he could no longer afford to maintain the demeanor he had cultivated since childhood. His eyes filled with panic as he raised his hands, fixating on the breathtaking young woman before him, who had already drawn her sword, taking 2 hesitant steps back. Then there was the girl named Qingyao, her thoughts a mystery, her slender brows arched high, her phoenix-like eyes wide with fury, gripping her treasured sword tightly. She took 2 decisive steps forward, her wrist trembling slightly as she brandished her glistening white sword, unleashing a frigid wave of sword energy from its blade. The lethal energy grazed the boy's cheek, slicing directly towards the lantern hanging beside him. With a sharp crack, the lantern was cleaved in 2, its fragments cascading to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the lantern, the boy felt a chill creeping up his neck, instinctively retreating a few steps, his expression a blend of despair and helplessness. How could I come out to enjoy a melody and end up being caught by her? He, Li Zi, the illustrious second prince of the great Ning dynasty, the legitimate second son of the empress, found himself at the mercy of a girl wielding a sword inches from his nose. It was an utter humiliation, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The fierce-looking girl before him, her eyes seemingly ablaze, was Zhao Qingyao, his childhood companion, with whom he had grown up in close camaraderie. Her father commanded an army of 300,000 cavalry. Her grandfather held the esteemed position of Grand Tutor, and her mentor was the legendary Yan Exant, who had once saved the Empress 2 decades prior. At just 18 years old, she had already achieved the rank of an 8th-tier master. Thus, this young man, Li Ziyue, found himself in a position where he dared not move. Li Zi, you truly possess an audacious spirit. Zhao Qingyao stepped forward once more, her stunning visage seemingly cloaked in frost, her tone chillingly cold. At the banquet, Li Ziyue's companions, a group of timid souls, sat nervously to the side, not daring to move an inch. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, soothing the cold sweat that trickled down his forehead. At that moment, Li Ziyue's mind raced as he sought a means to extricate himself from this perilous predicament. Why must I be so unfortunate? He mused bitterly, gazing at the gleaming sword poised threateningly at his throat. All of this began a mere quarter of an hour ago. Spring in the capital is often characterized by a gentle drizzle, and outside the imperial city, the ancient willow trees had just begun to bud, their tender green leaves adorning the towering palace walls. The sky cleared slightly, with dark clouds receding, as the street vendors of the old city murmured about the unpredictable weather while making their way to the streets, eager to set up their stalls again, hoping to earn whatever they could. Go! A chestnut steed galloped past, splattering mud onto the still damp road. This street, adjacent to the meandering Jade River, was lined with numerous shops. Although the rain had just subsided, the thoroughfare was already bustling with pedestrians. The willow trees along the roadside bore fresh green foliage, glistening slightly from the recent drizzle. Upon noticing the sparse crowd, the chestnut horse gradually slowed its pace, its hooves rhythmically tapping upon this relatively prosperous avenue. Travelers from distant lands, upon spotting this magnificent steed, couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration, their faces alight with envy. In the capital, One cannot breed such wild steeds only in the northern territories. Beyond the Great Wall, in the military stables perpetually prepared for war, can such horses be tamed. The people of the rivers and lakes raise their gazes, only to behold a striking figure atop a magnificent steedo woman clad in resplendent red. What a captivating young lady! Her brows resembled distant mountains, exuding both grace and vigor. Her elongated phoenix eyes, slightly upturned, complemented a proud and defiant nose, while her rosy lips were pursed, seemingly harboring some unspoken indignation. Her raven hair was elegantly styled in a high bun, secured by a gilded hairpin adorned with a brilliant crimson gem, radiating an aura of opulence unmistakably beyond the ordinary. Her commanding and spirited demeanor left an indelible impression upon all who beheld her. A bearded man from the rivers and lakes fixated his gaze on the young woman's graceful figure. "Ah, a mere glance is sufficient. That hairpin alone could cost us our lives," he remarked. "Not to mention, you must have noticed that the lady just galloped through the capital streets with such speed, unbothered by the authorities. I wonder which esteemed family she hails from." His companion, standing beside him, scoffed. The Daning dynasty maintained stringent control within the capital, with the Jinwu guards patrolling vigilantly, while the law enforcement officials kept a watchful eye. Such audacity as riding through the city would have seen even the most privileged scions swiftly summoned to the authorities for a reprimand. "The young lady is just a young lady. Do I look like I could lose my head just for a glance?" grumbled a man with a bushy beard, reluctantly turning his head away, cursing the unfairness of fate under his breath. "Old Li, what do you suppose that girl is in such a hurry for?" "Who knows? Given the direction she's headed, isn't that toward the Chang'e Lu? She surely can't be going to brothel for amusement. Ha ha ha." The two roguish men chuckled as they gradually walked away. The woman sat gracefully atop her steed, her crimson attire swaying gently, untouched by dust. At last, the chestnut horse halted before a grand edifice adorned with intricate carvings. This lofty building, composed of azure bricks and dark tiles, exuded elegance without sacrificing opulence. Delicate red lanterns hung at the entrance, gently swaying in the breeze, while the upper eaves arched gracefully, the rooftop displaying a harmonious arrangement. On the second-floor balustrade, several graceful maidens stood, laughing and beckoning passers-by with their flowing sleeves. The vermilion doors stood wide open, and the matron, accompanied by several young women, greeted the patrons seeking merriment with cheerful smiles. Above the entrance, a finely crafted plaque bore the elegant inscription Chang'e Lu. Standing at the threshold of Chang'e Lu, one could faintly hear the alluring melodies of the maidens within. Having just passed the age of maturity, she begins to adorn her hair and learns the arts of song and dance. At the banquet, the noble sons vie for her attention. A mere smile exchange can be worth a fortune, yet one often fears the fleeting beauty may be easily lost as time slips away in vain. The melody was both gentle and melodious, and the songstress, with her remarkable skill, conveyed the poignant experiences of the woman in the lyrics, evoking deep empathy, particularly given her own background as a courtesan. Is this not the new composition by His Highness? I have heard it referred to as the Enchantment of Immortals, yet another newly coined title, truly a testament to the prodigious talent of that individual. Two scholarly young men in blue robes paused by the roadside, likely on their way to the capital for the upcoming imperial examination. The first scholar, shaking his head, sighed and continued, "It is a pity that His Highness' brilliance is squandered in this realm of frivolity, if only." Silence. "Are you seeking death?" Before he could finish his thought, his companion interrupted him sternly. Frowning, his companion scanned the surroundings and pulled the first scholar close, whispering, "The capital is not like Jiangnan. If your words were to reach the wrong ears, we would find ourselves in grave trouble. Such matters should remain between us. We cannot afford to speak of them openly on the streets. It could cost us our heads." Realizing his indiscretion, the scholar glanced anxiously around. His eyes fell upon a stunning woman astride a magnificent steed, her gaze piercingly directed at him, prompting him to hurriedly tug at his companion and depart. The woman in red averted her gaze, briefly inspecting the opulent carriages parked beside Chang'e Lu. With a slight smile playing on her lips, she dismounted and approached the entrance. Standing at the entrance of Chang'e Tower, The old madam had just noticed the young lady on horseback leaning against the roadside. As she contemplated, she saw the girl furrow her brow and stride purposefully towards her. Ah, it seems the visitor does not come with good intentions. The madam scrutinized the young lady's exquisite features and glanced at the sword hanging from her waist, pondering her identity. Even in the illustrious capital of Daning, where myriad nations pay homage, a woman of such striking beauty and charisma is indeed a rarity. The madam frowned in thought, her mind drifting to the young nobles currently enjoying music at the top of the tower. Could there be a connection? Sure enough, the young lady approached her with a few brisk steps and declared, "I am here to find someone." Her voice was as clear as a lark's song, resonating with an enchanting charm. The madam was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the girl's forthrightness. If she truly sought one of those noble patrons atop the tower, her status must be extraordinarily elevated. How could she dare to ride into a brothel in such a manner to seek someone? Upon closer inspection, the girl, clad in a flowing red gown, with a long sword at her side, resembled a chivalrous heroine of the martial world. Yet, with her discerning eye, the madam could perceive an ineffable nobility about her. It was evident that such poise could not be cultivated without years of lavish living. She shook her head, regaining her composure. After all, having spent so many years in this profession, she had witnessed numerous officials and young lords being retrieved from the establishment by their families. Those who engage in this profession must always tread carefully, skillfully flattering others to avoid attracting trouble. The madam waved her hand, signaling the young women beside her to disperse and each seek out patrons. Then, with a conciliatory smile, she addressed the woman in red. "Our establishment is thriving, bustling with numerous guests. Might I inquire which gentleman you wish to meet, so that I may send word below?" The woman in red wrinkled her elegantly shaped nose and replied coolly, "Take me to find Lizia." Chapter 2. The second prince in the brothel, the matron, Zhang, opened her mouth, yet the words she had prepared were caught in her throat. It was not that she was unaware of who Li Ziwa was. On the contrary, her acute awareness rendered her momentarily at a loss for words. "What is it?" The woman in red regarded the stammering matron with a slight arch of her brow. "And nothing. It merely seems that we do not have a gentleman by the surname Li in our establishment. Perhaps you might consider searching elsewhere?" The matron lied through her teeth, her eyes wide open. The woman paid no heed to the matron's feeble attempts at deception, taking a calm step forward. Before the matron could fully comprehend the situation, the woman in red had glided past her like a series of ethereal illusions, arriving at the entrance in the blink of an eye. "Goodness, what is this nonsense?" The matron, with no other recourse, could only follow with a grimace. As the young lady was about to cross the threshold, she suddenly seemed to recall something. She turned her head towards the several carriages stationed at the door and shot a fierce glare at them. A coachman clad in black flinched, instinctively retracting his head. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he settled into his seat, choosing not to act further, while silently wishing for his own safety. With a cold huff, the young woman stepped inside, appearing remarkably familiar with the surroundings. Ignoring the matron who continued to plead behind her, she traversed the bustling hall, rounded a couple of corners, and finally ascended a long staircase. "My lady, you truly seem to have ventured into the wrong place. Shall I send someone to inquire at other establishments to see if we can ascertain where Master Li may be indulging himself?" The matron followed the coldly elegant young woman up the staircase, her incessant chatter filling the air. She could neither touch nor obstruct her. She could only rely on her words to plead for the noble patron upstairs. Watching the young woman ascend with such familiarity to the uppermost floor, the matron finally let out a despondent sigh. It was evident that this was a well-prepared endeavor. Fortunately, the noble patron and his companions preferred to engage the company of courtesans for entertainment rather than indulge in anything more perilous, otherwise risking her very life. She would have done everything in her power to prevent this young woman from reaching him. There were hardly a few young ladies in the capital bold enough to call the noble patron by name, especially one so youthful and assertive. Could it possibly be her? A shiver ran down the matron's spine as she realized she might have inadvertently invited calamity upon herself today. The two swiftly arrived at the top floor, where a large screen shielded the matron's view from the young woman in red. The Chungue Lu, adjacent to the tranquil Yu River, boasted an exquisite and serene environment. Lavish yet unpretentious, much adored by guests. The upper chamber of Chungue Lu was a spacious retreat, where the spring breeze wafted through the windows, caressing the drapes. As the sound of silk and bamboo filled the air, showcasing courtesans dancing gracefully, their white sleeves fluttering. This was a room specifically designed for the city's elite. Without sufficient status, no amount of wealth could grant one access to this level. Upon their ascent, they were greeted by the raucous laughter of young men raising their cups and the delicate giggles of women. At the sound of such indulgent revelry, the young woman in red's countenance instantly hardened, and she prepared to circumvent the screen and enter. The brothel keeper hesitated, contemplating whether to voice a gentle reminder. However, a conversation emerged from within, halting the young woman in her tracks. "Second brother, you are unaware, but my father has just arranged a marriage for me with the daughter of Vice Minister Wu of the Ministry of Rights. It has left me quite distressed. You have seen the old Wu before. His complexion is as dark as coal, and his eyes are mere slits, thin and small. How could his daughter possibly be attractive? Moreover, I have yet to even meet the young lady from the Wu family. They say she is well educated and possesses a gentle demeanor, yet uncertainty still lingers in my heart. Does it not?" The voice, smooth and self-assured, was familiar to the woman in red. It belonged to Li Luo, the heir of Prince Kong. The current emperor has two brothers, Prince Qi and Prince Kong, with Li Luo being the eldest son of Prince Kong. She had indeed encountered the Wu young lady at a poetry gathering. She was quite fair and did not inherit the vice minister's dark complexion and small eyes. Her character was as gentle as flowing water. "You young lad, the Wu family is a prestigious lineage in our great Ning. Vice Minister Wu holds a noble position in the Ministry of Rights, steeped in a legacy of scholarly tradition. You ought to be aware of your own worth. Lacking both literary and martial prowess, how do you expect to win the hand of Miss Wu? You might as well revel in your dreams in the privacy of your own quarters." The speaker was a youth in a moon-white robe, seated beside Li Luo, the one referred to as second brother. "I am not yet wed, and my heart feels heavy with the thought of marriage. At my age, my father is already seeking a bride for me. If I truly marry next year, how shall I navigate the days ahead?" Li Luo's once handsome face had turned into a visage of despair, eliciting hearty laughter from the few gentlemen present. The young man clad in white, seated at the center, reached out to pat Li Luo on the head and jested, "You should consider marrying soon, my dear fellow. It would be wise to find someone to keep you in check, lest you spend your days gallivanting about." Li Luo, immediately feeling defiant, retorted, "Second brother, you ought to reflect on yourself. It was your adventurous spirit that influenced me. All my skills in revelry were learned from you. If anyone needs supervision, it is undoubtedly you. I cannot fathom how it is that, despite being older than I, you have lived away from the palace for nearly a year. And yet neither the Empress Dowager nor His Majesty has made any arrangements. I am eagerly awaiting to celebrate your union with that esteemed lady." With a playful squint and a raised wine cup, Li Luo gestured to those around him before downing his drink in one go. The courtesans attending to them, with their laughter and delightful banter, filled their cups anew. "As for that particular sister of mine, I am filled with nothing but ire. After all, I have returned to the capital after such a long absence, and she has only bestowed upon me a mere 2 days of pleasant demeanor. She is, after all, my own sister. During my half-month stay in the capital, she has taken to finding fault with me at every turn, often scolding me and delivering a sharp tap to my head for the slightest disagreement. It has reached a point where I can scarcely endure remaining in the residence. Brother Yu, I implore you, take her away swiftly, marry her off to your royal estate, and ease my troubled heart. I truly cannot bear it any longer." To the left of the young man clad in white sat a gentleman adorned in splendid robes, known as Zhao Li, the heir to the Duke of Dingbei. It seemed that the mention of his sister had cast a shadow upon his countenance. He grasped his wine cup and, after conversing with the young man in white, gloomily downed the contents in one go, subsequently leaning into the embrace of the maiden beside him, relishing the gentle caress of her soft hands. Among the gathering were several others who, upon Zhao Li concluding his remarks, erupted into hearty laughter, teasingly exclaiming, "Ha, indeed. Your Highness, you and Miss Zhao have been childhood companions, growing up together. How is it that after all these years, there has been not a whisper of news? Everyone in the capital knows of your bond. The elder generation is eager to matchmake for their offspring, yet they dare not overlook Miss Qing Yao from the Zhao family, lest they offend His Majesty in pursuit of a daughter-in-law." "Ha, precisely, Brother Ziyue, with Zhao's father stationed at the borders of Dingbei, and with such a treasured daughter closely tied to you. If you fail to take Miss Qing Yao as your bride, The world's incessant chatter may very well drown you. Even if it does not, should your heart falter, I fear Miss Qingyao's sword might spell your doom. As soon as these words were uttered, the speaker was swiftly silenced by a hand clamped firmly over his mouth. The youthful companions present were all esteemed nobles of the Daning dynasty, and after their playful banter, they turned their eager gazes toward the young man in white, anticipating his response. The young nobleman referred to as the second prince, Li Ziyue, clad in white, is the very individual the girl in red seeks. Indeed, he embodies the elegance befitting a royal lineage, his handsome features and carefree demeanor captivating those around him. Li Ziyue, clutching a wine goblet, appeared somewhat inebriated as he rose unsteadily, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Qingyao, you shall undoubtedly be my bride. Bravo! Our second brother is truly magnificent. He lives up to his noble title." The enthusiastic crowd erupted in cheers, but Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively, raising his goblet instead. However, not just yet, he proclaimed, draining the contents of his cup with a flourish. "The condition for our union is simple. I must first surpass her in skill, lest I find myself at her mercy once she becomes my wife. When I am finally able to best her, I shall personally seek the Empress Dowager's approval and have my elder brother propose to the Zhao family on my behalf. At that time, Zhao Qingyao shall have no choice but to marry me, whether she desires it or not. And what if, dear brother, you are forever unable to surpass her?" interjected Li Luo with a playful grin. Li Ziyue turned to face the gathering, gesturing grandly. "Then I shall remain a bachelor for life." Indeed, it must be none other than Sister Qingyao. The assembly erupted into laughter and applause, the fervor growing until, gradually, their cheers began to fade into silence. They all widened their eyes, as if witnessing something extraordinary, fixated on the space just behind Li Ziyue. "Why are you all staring at me? Do you not believe it?" Li Ziyue shook his head, having consumed too much alcohol, attempting to regain some clarity. He glanced at the crowd, only to find them still in a state of shock. Zhao Li gaped, his eyes filled with astonishment, stammering, "Sister, sister?" Li Ziyue furrowed his brow. "Zhao Li, are you drunk? Why are you making such a fuss?" Yet Zhao Li trembled in fear, his lips quivering, retorting, "You should worry about your own safety first." The heir of the Kong royal family, Li Luo, looked on in disbelief as Zhao Qingyao, exuding an aura of menace, leisurely emerged from behind the screen and stood ominously behind Li Ziyue. He could not help but cover his head with his hands, burying it between his knees. It was over. The others exchanged glances, lowering their heads, their eyes fixed on their cups, too afraid to look up. In that moment, they all recalled the terror they had felt growing up under the dominion of this formidable woman, who was truly intoxicated. Her voice, melodious and clear, now resonated with a chilling coldness, akin to frost upon iron steeds and frozen rivers. Suddenly, Li Ziyue heard that familiar voice, sending a shiver through him as he slowly turned around like a marionette. Chapter 3. I love you for 10,000 years. It is often said that a cup of wine in the spring breeze of peach and plum blossoms, and the 10 years of candlelight amidst the night rain of the rivers and lakes, encapsulates the essence of life. Long ago, Li Ziyue did not comprehend the meaning of this verse. He merely felt that Huang Tingjian truly deserved his title as a great literary figure, capable of crafting such profound and timeless lines. On an afternoon many years later, he stood at the front of the war-torn Dingbei Pass, commanding tens of thousands of the Tianfu cavalry, gazing at the delicate figure draped in a blood-soaked battle robe, precariously perched atop the crumbling city wall. In that moment, memories flickered back to him, reminiscent of a spring several years prior, when the gentle breeze caressed his face and the peach blossoms bloomed vibrantly outside the window. It was a time of serene beauty, 1,000 miles away in the capital, where everything seemed so harmonious and idyllic. The woman in the crimson attire had also appeared before him in an equally jarring manner on that day. Li Ziyue suddenly recalled how, on that very day, he had made the weightiest promise of his life to the woman who had entwined herself with him for over 2 decades, amidst the grandeur of the spring breeze. Turning at the sound, he beheld a familiar, exquisitely refined visage now cloaked in a thick layer of frost, her beautiful phoenix eyes devoid of emotion, slender fingers gripping the sword at her waist. As he recognized the newcomer, Li Ziyue blinked in disbelief, ensuring that this was not an illusion conjured by intoxication, and took a deep breath of the cold air. Suddenly, he comprehended why those around him appeared as if they had been struck by frost. It was disastrous. In that instant, Only 3 words echoed in his mind. Qingyao, what brings you here? He involuntarily stepped back, trembling as he inquired. Had she heard everything they had just said? The madam, trembling herself, gestured for the young women in the private room to hastily vacate this place of turmoil, before following them out of the floor. Through the conversation overheard behind the screen, the old matron finally confirmed the identity of the young woman in red. Her suspicions were correct. This lady was none other than the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor of the current dynasty, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingbei. Li Ziyue, how can one possess such audacity? As she spoke, Zhao Qingyao drew her long sword from her waist, her gaze fixed intently upon the man she had known for over a decade. You think that if you cannot best me today, you can avoid marriage forever? Boasting over drinks? What do you take me for, to be so brazen? Sneaking off to a brothel behind my back? And you brought my brother along? Had I not come, would I have heard your impassioned declarations? Li Ziyue stared, bewildered, into the increasingly furious eyes of his childhood companion. Qingyao, let me explain, he stammered, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Clang! A bright flash of sword light erupted as Zhao Qingyao unsheathed her blade. What the hell? Li Ziyue's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the lantern above them sliced cleanly in two by her sword. He had not anticipated that Zhao Qingyao would take such drastic action. Li Ziyue, how can you be so bold? Zhao Qingyao said coldly. Cowering nearby, Zhao Li sensed the gravity of the situation and summoned his courage to call out, Sister. Silence. You have learned nothing good. And you dare to accompany him to a brothel? I'll deal with you later. Zhao Li fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Ziyue's companions huddled in their seats, trembling with fear. Li Ziyue regained his composure, taking a deep breath, fully aware that he could not rely on them. Observing the furious demeanor of Zhao Qingyao, he realized that avoiding some hardship was impossible. This predicament could not be resolved without his own ingenuity. As he contemplated this, his gaze began to dart around the room, searching for an opportunity to extricate himself. Noticing that the window on the eastern side was ajar, he pondered briefly and devised a plan. No matter what, he could not afford to be beaten in front of these insufferable brats. That would be an immense humiliation. Wait, I have something to say. Li Ziyue retreated a couple of steps, speaking in a flustered tone. Zhao Li sat quietly on the couch, watching as his sister, unmoved, pointed her sword at his future brother-in-law, slowly advancing towards him. He could already envision Li Ziyue's miserable fate and felt a pang of sympathy, his eyes widening in apprehension, fearful of missing any detail of Li Ziyue's impending punishment. However, the subsequent actions of Li Ziyue left the young lord of the Marquis' residence, who had long endured his sister's torment, utterly bewildered. The man in white robes exhaled slowly. Instead of retreating, he boldly stepped toward Zhao Qingyao. At the same time, his hand gently reached for the sword tip that was aimed at him. Zhao Qingyao's gaze remained icy, her eyes fixed on the 2 fingers that cautiously grasped the sword's blade, making no move. She was curious to see what trick this fellow intended to pull. Li Ziyue took a deep breath, his fingers beneath the wide sleeves gently clasping the sword, slowly lifting it to rest against his own neck. Then, with a look of helplessness, he closed his eyes. Zhao Qingyao arched her delicate brows, her phoenix-like eyes fixated on the despicable creature before her, uncertain of what folly he might commit next. She coldly inquired, What are you doing? Li Ziyue let out a long sigh and replied slowly, I understand that you are quite upset. Can we discuss this later when we return? Absolutely not, Zhao Qingyao retorted icily. Then you may as well kill me, Li Ziyue said, flicking his fingers against the blade of his sword, indicating that it was poised against his neck. My lady, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Zhao Qingyao took a deep breath. Her hand clenched tightly around the hilt of her sword. Surely, she couldn't truly bring herself to sever his life. She recalled a tale she had once read, about a pair of lovers who, much like themselves, found themselves entwined in misunderstandings, with the heroine's sword poised at the hero's throat, as if resigned to fate. Li Ziyue shook his head with an air of feigned helplessness. However, their entangled love and hatred far surpassed our own. Would you care for me to recount their tale? No need. Zhao Qingyao denied him the opportunity to perform. Li Ziyue opened his eyes wide, his gaze ablaze as he uttered 3 words. I beg you. Zhao Qingyao was rendered speechless. Ages ago, there existed a pair of lovers. The male protagonist was a carefree scoundrel who, through a twist of fate, crossed paths with the heroine. Together, they traversed numerous trials, and the heroine, a firm believer in destiny, was convinced that because he could unsheath her treasured sword, he was her one true hero, her destined partner, until her final moment of life. However, the male protagonist held a different perspective. He consistently believed that he did not harbor any feelings for the female lead, even feeling a sense of annoyance at her relentless pursuit. It was only on that fateful day, when she encountered an insurmountable danger, that he hesitated for a long time before ultimately sacrificing his own life to gain the strength necessary to save her. In the fleeting moment before his life ebbed away, he uttered a poignant declaration. At this juncture, Li Ziyue gazed deeply into Zhao Qingyao's eyes. Zhao Qingyao's expression remained icy, even somewhat indifferent. The narrative was compelling. Yet having witnessed Li Ziyue's theatrical demeanor throughout her life, she had developed a certain resilience against it. The two were positioned closely, separated only by a sword, and Li Ziyue could distinctly sense the disarray in her breathing. Once, a sincere affection lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Only upon its loss did regret wash over me. Li Ziyue feigned a dramatic advance, his neck now brushing against the blade, and with a solemn sigh, he declared, "There is no greater agony in this earthly realm." Zhao Qingyao tightened her grip, slightly retracting the sword. The moonlight blade in her hand was a treasure of the mortal world, capable of slicing through iron as if it were clay. One careless move, and she might inadvertently sever his neck. Yet Li Ziyue gazed at her with unwavering sincerity, articulating each word. "If heaven grants me another chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. I love you." Zhao Qingyao's breath hitched. The onlookers at the gathering widened their eyes in astonishment. Li Ziyue maintained an unwavering gaze, his eyes brimming with affection. "If one were to impose a temporal limit on this love, I would wish it to be 1,000 years." Zhao Qingyao abruptly lifted her head, her exquisite face awash with disbelief. An indescribable sensation, a profound embarrassment, surged through her body, enveloping her wholly. What on earth was he saying? This scoundrel, was there something amiss in his mind? The onlookers, taken aback, gaped in astonishment, unable to utter a word. Was this even appropriate? Chapter 4. 18 years since ancient times, the people of Daming have expressed their emotions in a reserved and subtle manner, especially in this era where ethical principles reign supreme. Such unconventional words left everyone present momentarily speechless. Zhao Qingyao's lips quivered, her eyes fixed on the man before her, her chest heaving violently, the shame and anger bubbling from within rendering her momentarily lost. She had anticipated a grand declaration from Li Ziyue, yet she never imagined it would be of such magnitude. The guests remained wide-eyed, not daring to blink, fixated on this tense tableau, even forgetting to breathe. Zhao Qingyao stood there, dazed, her flushed lips trembling slightly, still in disbelief at her own ears. After more than a decade of acquaintance, she had heard her fair share of his outrageous ramblings. Yet today's shameless proclamation was unprecedented. This man continually pushed the boundaries of his humanity. Observing Zhao Qingyao, who remained stunned and unable to regain her composure, Li Ziyue exhaled slowly. Now was the moment. In an instant, the energy within him surged, coursing through his meridians. With fingers poised delicately along the blade's edge, he extended his reach, pivoting on his toes as he leaned forward, swiftly seizing the hilt of the sword. In a sudden burst of strength, he twisted the grip, disarming Zhao Qingyao before she could fully comprehend the situation. Almost instantaneously, Li Ziyue pivoted again, channeling his qi to lightly touch the ground, transforming himself into an elusive white serpent, racing towards the open window to the east without a backward glance. In the blink of an eye, the esteemed second prince of Daning had slipped through the window. His movements flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times within the confines of his mind. Zhao Qingyao, emerging from her state of utter disbelief and despair, hurriedly grasped the sword sheath and dashed to the window's edge. She watched the fleeting white shadow, agilely bounding across the rooftops of the bustling street like a rabbit. Her teeth clenched in frustration. In her miscalculation, he had indeed succeeded. With determination, she raised the sword sheath high, aiming for the anticipated landing point of the elusive figure, and hurled it with all her might, her thoughts echoing. "You scoundrel, do you dare to flee?" The crimson sleeve billowed as the sheath soared like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it reached Li Ziyue's rear. Just as the second prince reveled in his narrow escape, he felt a fierce energy surging toward him from behind. Reacting swiftly, he turned, knees slightly bent to steady his stance, and positioned the seized sword across his chest. The impact resonated with a resounding crash as the sheath collided with the blade. As the white figure was struck down by the sword sheath from the rooftop nearby. Raising a cloud of dust, Zhao Qingyao let out a soft grunt, shaking her high ponytail, still somewhat simmering with residual anger as she exhaled deeply. Suddenly recalling something, she pivoted sharply, casting a fierce glare at the several individuals who had been cowering on the soft couch, having observed the entire spectacle. After a moment of silence, Li Luo finally lifted his head from his lap, cleared his throat awkwardly, and said, Qingyao, I just remembered something at home, so I'll be taking my leave. Zhao Qingyao remained silent. Li Luo rose, offered a slight bow, and hastily made his exit. It was utterly mortifying. Seeing this, the others mimicked him, hurriedly bowing towards the figure in red before hastily vacating the room. Sister Qingyao, I have matters at home, so I bid you farewell. Miss Zhao, I just recalled that my father is gravely ill. I must return to care for him. Miss Zhao, until we meet again. Sister, I must take my leave too. Zhao Li, lurking behind the others, chimed in, attempting to slip away stealthily towards the stairs. Come back here, Zhao Qingyao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she looked at her incompetent brother. The few who had been hastily departing froze in their tracks, realizing the admonition was not directed at them, and quickened their pace, leaving the premises without a backward glance. With a dejected expression, Zhao Li trudged over to his sister. While other noble youths indulge in pleasure and lack ambition, what about you? You are the legitimate son of the Duke of Dingbei, the grandson of the current Grand Tutor. How is it that you cannot learn alongside them? Zhao Qingyao ground her teeth in frustration, while Zhao Li lowered his head in silence, furtively smirking. After all, it was a rare opportunity to visit the capital from the north. What harm was there in indulging a little? Yet, you still chose to lecture me. May you be cherished for eternity. At this thought, Zhao Li could not help but laugh, observing his brother's expression morph from indifference to defiance. And finally, to barely suppressed amusement, Zhao Qingyao surmised the mischief brewing in his mind. Anger surged within her, causing her chest to heave, and her right hand instinctively reached for her waist, only to remember that her cherished sword, Yuehua, had been pilfered by that rascal. She glanced around, finding nothing suitable in the elegant chamber, and bit her lip in frustration, declaring, "Let us return home. I shall deal with you then." Meanwhile, Li Ziyue clumsily rose from the ground, brushing the dust off his pristine robe. Ouch, that truly hurt. Although he had managed to block the previous strike, the sheer force had sent him hurtling through the air, plummeting from the rooftop. The fall had not been gentle. As the dust settled, Li Ziyue bent down to retrieve the scabbard of Yuehua, sheathing the sword with a measured exhale. Truly, Zhao Qingyao is remarkable. In the realm of martial arts, masters are categorized into 10 ranks, with 1 marking the beginning and 10 the pinnacle. Zhao Qingyao commenced her training at the tender age of 5, achieving enlightenment by 6, thus officially entering the ranks of warriors. Within 5 years, she shattered 3 realms. It took her another 5 years to ascend from the 3rd to the 6th rank. Now, at the age of 18, Zhao Qingyao has already stepped into the 8th rank. In the realm of cultivation, all paths ultimately converge, and one can gauge strength through these 10 grades. The 9th tier, above the 8th, is further divided into 3 stages: observing the clouds, ascending the sun, and breaking dawn. Beyond the 9th tier lies an existence that is profoundly enigmatic, representing the pinnacle of mastery in the world. In summary, individuals like Zhao Qingyao, an 18-year-old adept of the 8th tier, are rare gems, unparalleled prodigies in this vast realm. Conversely, the situation of Li Ziyue is somewhat intricate. After returning to his residence for a brief respite, darkness swiftly enveloped the sky. The early spring nights in the capital are still somewhat chilly. Li Ziyue, the second prince of Daning, sat atop the roof of his mansion, gazing up at the twinkling stars, letting out a soft sigh. He always found solace in the solitude of the palace roof, relishing the gentle evening breeze and savoring a jug of wine. The wind picked up suddenly, causing his garments to flutter. In the northern sky, a star seemed to flicker momentarily, yet it remained steadfast, suspended as it had been for millions of years, still radiant. 18 years have passed. The grandeur of the royal residence is immense, yet only a few lanterns emit their soft glow. In the highest hall, a young man clad in white reclined, clutching a wine gourd in his hand. Li Ziyue sighed deeply. He cherished the moments spent gazing at the starry sky at night, for he believed that his homeland resided within one of those shimmering stars, an abode he could never return to. 18 years ago, He was a youthful language teacher in another world, with his students preparing for their impending college entrance examinations, and as their homeroom teacher, he needed to oversee them diligently. On that fateful day, he dragged his weary body through the evening study session, checking the dormitories of his students, and it was already 11 o'clock. The county town was quaint, and the school where he worked was situated on the outskirts of the city, requiring him to drive along the ring road for his daily commute. As was his custom, he arrived at the parking lot, settled into his car, and lit a cigarette to alleviate his fatigue before starting the engine. The night was fraught with heavy trucks on the ring road, but he remained vigilant as a driver. However, that night, as the left turn signal illuminated green, and just as he activated his turn signal to maneuver, an out-of-control truck barreled towards him, catapulting his vehicle into the air, executing a complete 360-degree rotation. The blinding glare of the high beams and the jarring sound of the horn became his final memories of that world. Chapter 5. This helpless world reflecting on this. Li Ziyue managed a bitter smile, taking another sip of the special liquor from the Northwest. Who could have anticipated that he would be granted a second life? Reborn as a prince? In his previous life, after earning his master's degree from a provincial normal university, he returned to his hometown in a small county and became a proud educator, nurturing the minds of the young at the tender age of 20-something. Securing a job that would likely define his entire existence. He harbored no grand ambitions. His parents had begun arranging blind dates for him. Yet he had never encountered a suitable match, and thus, the matter lingered unresolved. At 25, Li Ziyue often contemplated that a life of simplicity could be quite fulfilling. If he met the right woman, he would marry. If not, it was no great concern, as he could always wait a little longer. After all, it is in his hometown, where relatives and friends reside, the pace of life is leisurely, and the cost of living is modest. He possesses a respectable and meaningful job, with ample holidays. Everything truly seems quite favorable, Li Ziyue often reassured himself. However, that sudden and tragic accident irrevocably altered everything, reducing him to the innocence of a child born beneath the azure tiles and vermilion eaves, blissfully ignorant of the world around him. Under the moonlight, Li Ziyue sat atop the lofty palace, gazing out over the bustling capital. Since the day he awoke in Shushan 13 years ago, he had persevered until now, a feat not easily accomplished. The desire to continue living was even more challenging. This world was populated by formidable individuals, with a myriad of sects and countless extraordinary techniques. The apex of power was held by those with the terrifying capability to move mountains and sever rivers. Although he was the son of the Emperor of Daming and a princely lord, in the face of true strength, all things would be reduced to mere dust. Alas, how difficult it was. Li Ziyue shook the heavy wine gourd in his hand, its weight sufficient for him to indulge for a while longer. After experiencing that fateful accident in his original world, he had drifted in an endless abyss of darkness, unaware of time or the passage of years, devoid of consciousness. It was not until one day, when a beam of light pierced through the interminable gloom, that he regained awareness and perceived the world as it was. Yet, he found himself trapped within the body of a newly born infant, watching his own life unfold through the first-person perspective of this child, also named Li Ziyue. As he babbled and took his first tentative steps, in this process, he felt remarkably alert, observing the world as a mere spectator. It was akin to watching a film, yet he was rendered voiceless and immobile, confined within this diminutive shell, despairingly bearing witness to every action and movement. Even the fundamental right to slumber was stripped from him. When his original self succumbed to sleep, all he could perceive was an expanse of darkness. Just as Li Ziyue's spirit teetered on the brink of madness after enduring 4 years of captivity, the original self inexplicably fell into a deep slumber, remaining unconscious for an entire year. Consequently, Li Ziyue lost his awareness as well. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself the master of this child's body, while the soul of his original self had vanished. Amidst the shadows of the moon, as the wind rustled the leaves, a graceful figure clad in red had inexplicably appeared by his side. "What brings you here?" Li Ziyue raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished. Given her temperament, he had anticipated she would be sulking for at least a couple of days. Zhao Qingyao's delicate nose twitched slightly as she let out a soft huff. "Naturally. I have come to reclaim my sword." "Oh," Li Ziyue replied, obediently unfastening Yuehua from his waist and placing it between them. He had initially planned to wait a couple of days until her anger subsided before returning it. "What? Are you no longer upset?" Li Ziyue raised the wine gourd in his hand, taking a swig while smiling brightly. Zhao Qingyao shot him a fierce glare with her phoenix eyes and said seriously, "Be honest, I have something to ask you. What matter could possibly rival the significance of our current solitary encounter beneath the moonlit blossoms in the dead of night?" Li Ziyue, with his characteristic playful demeanor, continued to provoke Zhao Qingyao with his words. Zhao Qingyao feigned drawing her sword, prompting Li Ziyue to hastily gesture for mercy. After a brief scuffle, Zhao Qingyao seized the wine gourd from his hands and took a hearty swig. Instantly, 2 rosy clouds appeared on her fair cheeks. Li Ziyue glanced at the mouth of his gourd, pressed his lips together, and seemingly casually inquired, "When will Zhao Li return to Dingbei Pass?" Zhao Li, the heir of the Dingbei Marquis, had resided in Dingzhou under the tutelage of Lord Zhao. With the forthcoming celebration of the Grand Tutor's 70th birthday, his return to the capital was to honor his grandfather. Despite being separated by vast distances, Li Ziyue and Zhao Li had maintained a good rapport since childhood. However, the mention of Zhao Li ignited a spark of irritation in Zhao Qingyao, who coldly remarked, "It will still be some time. The capital is so bustling. And with a brother like you indulging him in the warmth of companionship, who would wish to hurry back to the remote and impoverished north?" Li Ziyue, unperturbed, chuckled and replied, "As a brother, it is my duty to extend hospitality to my younger sibling who has traveled from afar." He then continued, "Hasn't Uncle Zhao been absent from the capital for 2 years? I thought he would seize the opportunity of the Grand Tutor's birthday to return." Zhao Qingyao sighed softly. Father indeed intended to come back, but it seems some issues have arisen at the border, and he is unable to break free. What has transpired? Unbeknownst to him, his father did not explicitly state it in the letter. Li Ziyue's brows knitted tighter. The Duke of Dingbei's residence was established 20 years ago, following an unparalleled war. The emperor personally led his troops to Dingbei Pass, commanding 1,000,000 soldiers for a year to repel the northern barbarian army, before returning to the capital. Subsequently, Zhao Ji, the then commander-in-chief, achieved remarkable feats and was conferred the title of Grand Commander of Dingzhou and Duke of Dingbei. He selected 20,000 elite soldiers from the imperial army and various provincial troops, in addition to 100,000 border troops, collectively known as the Dingbei Army, stationed at Dingbei Pass. With 300,000 iron cavalry, they stood vigilant against foreign threats, ever watchful for northern invasions. Duke Zhao has governed Dingzhou for 2 decades, akin to a steadfast anchor for the Great Ning, maintaining stability at the borders. The 2 dynasties have coexisted peacefully. Despite occasional skirmishes, major conflicts have been rare. One can only hope that this time it is merely a false alarm. The moon shone brightly, its glow as clear as frost. The childhood friends, now grown, sat atop the grand roof of the luxurious palace, gazing at the dimly lit capital, sipping fine wine from a gourd and indulging in light-hearted conversation. They were indeed scions of nobility, with national affairs intimately intertwined with their lives. The seemingly distant matters of state were influenced by the actions of their elders, leaving one to ponder the unpredictable future and the paths their lives may take. Chapter 6. There is a temple next door. The moon continued to radiate its silvery light. Zhao Qingyao's capacity for wine was evidently modest. After consuming half a gourd, his head began to spin. The sound of the watchman's gong echoed through the streets, and before he knew it, it was the witching hour. Zhao Qingyao swayed gently as she rose to her feet, her flowing long gown and wide sleeves illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her ethereal, almost otherworldly. Li Ziyue gazed up, momentarily entranced, lost in a daze. Zhao Qingyao furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "What are you staring at?" Just as Li Ziyue began to respond, a resounding clamor erupted from the street to the west of the estate, followed by a persistent tumult, as if a dispute were unfolding. The noise was startlingly clear, occurring not far from the royal residence. Li Ziyue rose and positioned himself beneath the eaves, directing his gaze toward the source of the commotion. "Is something amiss, Your Highness?" A gentle breeze stirred. In an instant, 6 shadowy figures appeared atop the roof, clad in dark garments and wielding long blades. Their robes fluttered subtly in the night wind. One stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, and stated, "The commotion seems to be near the great Xianghua Temple. Please remain in the estate for the moment. We shall investigate." Li Ziyue nodded slightly. Though his curiosity was piqued, he deemed it unwise to expose himself to potential danger. He intended to lead Zhao Qingyao down from the rooftop of the palace, but upon turning, he found the young woman in crimson attire eagerly gazing toward the source of the disturbance. Slightly intoxicated, Zhao Qingyao sensed Li Ziyue's scrutiny and waved her hand, urging, "Come on, let us see." Without awaiting his consent, she deftly leaped from the roof's edge, gliding gracefully toward the west. "Ah," Li Ziyue sighed, shaking his head in exasperation at the foolish girl. With no choice but to signal the cloaked guards of the royal residence, he employed his agility to follow suit. The scion of wealth does not idly linger in the halls. One must ensure their own safety while observing the spectacle. The Grand Xianggui Temple is adjacent to the royal residence, situated within the same district and along the same street. Zhao Qingyao moved at a leisurely pace, soon joined by Li Ziyue, who quickly caught up to her. Under the cloak of night, they traversed the rooftops, pursued by the black-clad guards. Before long, they arrived at the magnificent Grand Xianggui Temple. The sound of a heated dispute echoed, seemingly emanating from the plaza in front of the Great Buddha Hall. With a rich history dating back over 300 years since its founding in the previous dynasty, the temple has lost some of its tranquility due to its location within the capital. After several renovations, it now exudes an even greater splendor. At this late hour, the temple lay shrouded in darkness, save for the lights illuminating the plaza of the Great Buddha Hall. Upon locating the source of the commotion, Li Ziyue and his companions leapt down from the wall and strolled into the temple. It was already the witching hour. What trouble could possibly arise in the Xianggui Temple? Zhao Qingyao, with one hand resting on her waist, still inebriated, expressed her confusion. Li Ziyue shrugged and sighed lightly, stating, "Who knows? Now that we are here, it would be unsettling to retire for the night without understanding our neighbor's affairs." With that, he dusted off the non-existent specks of dirt from his robe, adjusted his long hair tied at the back, and ensured his pendant was in place before striding confidently ahead of the group. Zhao Qingyao shook her head in resignation. Trailing half a step behind Li Ziyue, the black-clad guards, with solemn expressions, naturally formed a V-shaped formation, moving slowly toward the plaza, guided by their prince. His Highness is a connoisseur of sophistication. In his own words, this is what he refers to as style. Although they may not grasp the meaning of this term, it must be said that there is indeed an inexplicable aura that accompanies such a demeanor, seemingly transforming one's very essence. Zhao Qingyao, however, remained oblivious to the intricacies of this phenomenon. She lagged half a step behind, mindful of the necessity to maintain his dignity in formal settings. Furthermore, staying closer to him would ensure his safety. After a short while, they traversed two imposing archways and entered the expansive square before the hall. Li Ziyue furrowed his brow as he beheld two factions locked in confrontation. To label them as factions would be somewhat misleading. At the entrance of the grand hall stood a throng of young monks clad in blue, wielding staffs, led by 5 monks draped in robes, their countenances radiating compassion. Behind these robed monks, surrounded by the blue-clad youths, was a tall and robust monk, his face a shade of iron gray, betraying a hint of anxiety in his gaze. Opposing this assembly of monks were 8 individuals clad in official attire, who, judging by their uniforms, appeared to be officers from the Ministry of Justice. Abbot Huining, I have made my stance abundantly clear. Your esteemed disciple, Jiming, is highly suspected of being an undercover operative for the remnants of the previous regime, the Taijua sect. In the capital, he is required to accompany us to the Ministry of Justice's 13th office for interrogation. Should it turn out that your disciple is wronged, I shall personally visit to offer my apologies on the morrow. Stepping forward, the bearded man at the forefront of the officers spoke. Li Ziyue did not recognize this bearded figure, but judging by his words, he appeared to be a certain official from the 13th office of the Ministry of Justice. The 13 Yamen of the Ministry of Justice was a unique organization established during the reign of Emperor Taizu, responsible for overseeing the affairs of the martial world, including investigation, apprehension, and interrogation, under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. In recent years, with the establishment of the Cailu Division by the contemporary emperor, the role of the 13 Yamen has diminished significantly. Although it still holds the title of governing the martial world, its power has waned considerably. The Cailu Division, being a special organization directly overseen by the emperor, possesses greater authority and superior strength than the 13 Yamen. With the emperor's backing, the Cailu Division has experienced rapid growth in recent years, with members spread throughout the realm, making it an omnipresent force. It is the emperor's most trusted eyes and ears, as well as his sharpest blade. The situation is dire for the 13 Yamen, a powerful enforcement agency that has yet to find a competent leader. leading to an unclear developmental direction and a consequent reduction in its operational space. Thus, upon discovering that the monk Jiming from the Great Xianghua Temple had been secretly transmitting messages to the Taijua sect, an organization formed by remnants of the previous dynasty, Zhang Su, the head of the 13 Yamen, rushed to the Great Xianghua Temple overnight, determined to seize this opportunity to assert the existence of their agency. "Amitabha, kind sir," Jiming replied, having followed the monk since his youth to study Buddhism with diligence and sincerity. Though assigned by the monk to handle external affairs of the temple, he would never have any connections with the Taijua sect. It must be a misunderstanding on your part. Abbot Huaining, with a weathered face and slightly squinted eyes, appeared somewhat weary as he spoke slowly and methodically, exuding a unique credibility. Yet Zhang Su remained unconvinced by the old monk's counsel. He placed his faith solely in the conclusions drawn from the interrogations conducted on the prisoners at the 13 Yamen's prison. Beneath this lay an even deeper suspicion. Jiming the monk was responsible for the external affairs of Xianghua Temple and had maintained a long-standing connection with the Taijua sect. How could Huaining, the abbot of Xianghua Temple, remain oblivious to this? Chapter 7. The officials and the monks. Zhang Su gradually furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the towering monk standing behind Huaining. He spoke, "Abbot Huaining, it is my Ministry of Justice that shall determine whether Jiming is indeed an agent of the Taijua sect. For now, I implore you to surrender him to us, and by tomorrow, we shall ascertain his true identity. Should the allegations prove true, I would consider it my duty to eliminate a potential threat to your esteemed temple, thus averting any future calamity that his actions might bring upon Xianghua Temple. Conversely, if the claims are unfounded, we shall return Jiming to you unharmed, ensuring that you face no inconvenience." Huaining slowly shook his head, letting out a sigh. A venerable monk clad in a cassock, standing beside him, stepped forward and performed a respectful gesture, saying, "Esteemed benefactors, please take your leave. The matter concerning Jiming shall be investigated by Xianghua Temple, and we shall provide you with an explanation. As for his transfer to the Ministry of Justice, I believe it to be inappropriate. Should word of this spread, and it be known that a monk from Xianghua Temple was subjected to scrutiny by the ministry, the common folk would surely raise an outcry, which would tarnish the esteemed reputation of our temple." Zhang Su's furrowed brow deepened. He regretted not having brought a larger contingent of men. The nature of this operation had been sudden, leaving him inadequately prepared. The act of seizing cannot be done forcefully. Should a true conflict arise, the consequences could be dire. Not to mention that the seemingly frail Abbot Huaining is, in fact, a master of the Buddhist tradition at the 9th rank of the Guanyun realm. What can be done? Are we truly to return to the Yamen and deliberate at length? Zhang Su clenched his teeth in silence, fearing that if he were to return, the Xianghua Temple would immediately conceal the wise Ming. In such a vast capital, searching for another would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If one of the 4 divine catchers from the Yamen were to remain in the capital at this moment, their actions would not be so hesitant. The officials of the Ministry of Justice bore expressions of fury, having expended immeasurable effort to unearth the spies of the Taijua sect in the capital, only to find themselves at a standstill at this critical juncture. The monks of Xianghua Temple appeared relaxed, their gazes towards the ministry officials tinged with mockery, for the temple, established since the previous dynasty, boasts a long and venerable lineage that cannot be easily trampled upon by a few insignificant officials of the ministry. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, the sound of footsteps shattered the stasis. Both the people of the ministry and those of Xianghua Temple looked up, eager to discern who had intruded upon the square at such a moment. Zhang Su turned towards the source of the footsteps, and his previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with light. There stood a tall figure clad in a flowing white robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, cinched at the waist with a belt of white jade adorned with a qilin motif, and a delicately crafted jade pendant hung from it. With long, dark hair casually tied back, elongated eyes that slightly slanted upwards, he was indeed a strikingly handsome young gentleman. The maiden behind him was truly striking. Clad in a vivid crimson ensemble, her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented by a moonlit long sword at her waist, radiating a mesmerizing glow even in the night. She epitomized a spirited woman, yet for reasons unknown, her enchanting phoenix eyes bore a somewhat dazed expression, as if she were slightly disoriented. Following the two were 6 men in black attire, each wielding a blade, their demeanor sharp and imposing, moving in a peculiar formation that lent an air of unspoken authority. Zhang Su recognized the identity of the handsome man at the forefront. He had seen this prince accompanying the emperor at a grand ceremony, exuding an effortless elegance intertwined with nobility, truly distinctive. Contemplating this, Zhang Su stepped forward without waiting for the prince to approach, bowing respectfully as he declared, "I am Zhang Su from the 13th branch of the Ministry of Justice, Your Highness." "Your Highness?" The sudden appearance of the prince in the square astonished the Ministry of Justice agents and the monks alike, their eyes widening in disbelief at the unexpected visit by a royal. The officials of the ministry hastily followed suit in their bow, while the monks chanted a brief prayer. Li Ziyue was somewhat taken aback, surprised that this ministry official recognized him. Without further thought, he cast a glance over the ministry personnel, nodded at the man named Zhang Su, and proceeded directly toward the group of monks. Approaching Master Huaining, he clasped his fists casually in greeting and said, "Master Huaining, it has been a long time." The venerable Master Huaining slightly widened his squinting eyes, a hint of bitter amusement gracing the corners of his parched lips. He offered a respectful gesture to Li Ziyue, uttering, "Amitabha, I have the honor of meeting you, benefactor. This night, our small temple has encountered some disturbances that have disrupted your rest. I hope for your understanding." Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively, responding with a smile, "Not at all. In fact, I had little inclination to sleep tonight, and thought to come over and see what the matter was. Neighbors should assist one another." Upon hearing this, the blue-robed monks of Daxiangguo Temple revealed expressions of delight. It was through the conversation between the abbot and this young lord that they realized he was indeed the master of the opulent royal residence adjacent to the temple, the fabled second prince. Given his words, it seemed he was on their side, and with a prince's backing, they felt emboldened against the unscrupulous agents of the Ministry of Justice. However, only Abbot Huaining and the two elderly monks clad in robes furrowed their brows slightly, casting a discreet glance at the tall monk Jiming behind them, sensing that the situation was becoming complicated. Regardless of how wayward this prince might be, he remained a member of the imperial family, and given the implications of this matter tied to remnants of the former dynasty, how could he act with such nonchalance? Indeed, when Li Ziyue heard the name Taijue sect, he understood that he must thoroughly investigate the matter. He also noted the rugged features of the monk Jiming, who remained silent, then turned his attention to the long-bearded man named Zhang Su, saying, "Please, enlighten us on the situation. What brings you here to disrupt the master's tranquility? Please elucidate the matter to me in full detail. Should I find your explanation unsatisfactory, I shall report you to His Majesty tomorrow for your abuse of power and indiscriminate actions. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing these words, the agents of the Ministry of Justice wore expressions of despair, recognizing that His Highness was evidently intent on assisting these bald-headed individuals. What, then, shall become of this case? However, Zhang Su, a seasoned official well-versed in the intricacies of court politics, discerned a subtly different implication within the statement. He cast a glance at the ever-smiling second prince and then at the young lady in red who had been closely following him. The lady, sensing his gaze, blinked twice. Zhang Su began to grasp the underlying message, although he could not quite interpret what the seemingly intoxicated maiden was hinting at. He understood the essence of the second prince's words. While others fixated on the threat of being reported for abuse of power, he recognized that the crux of the matter lay in the request to explain everything clearly and thoroughly. If the prince found the explanation reasonable, what then? The implication was unmistakable. He was being encouraged to speak boldly. Chapter 8, the third in the world. With this realization, Zhang Su felt a surge of confidence. Clearing his throat, he surveyed the room and began, "Your Highness, this matter is, in fact, exceedingly simple, and I beg you to allow me to elucidate it step by step. I have been honored by the Emperor's grace to serve as the head of the 13 Yamen of the Ministry of Justice, where I have been responsible for investigating the remnants of the previous dynasty's organization, the Great Enlightenment Sect. After months of diligent inquiry, we have finally uncovered evidence of the sect's activities approximately 20 miles outside the capital at Nanwu Post. Thus, the official dispatched his subordinates to stake out near Nanwu Post Station. For 6 consecutive days, there were no significant discoveries, but yesterday afternoon, they finally spotted a man wearing a felt hat, whose face was concealed with utmost care, entering the post station. The subordinates deemed this individual highly suspicious and stealthily followed him into a small courtyard of the station. To their astonishment, they witnessed him clandestinely meeting with the postmaster of Nanwu, handing over an envelope. Through their exchange, the The subordinates realized that these two were, in fact, the spies from the Taiju sect that they had been seeking in the capital. At this juncture, a young monk clad in blue could not restrain himself from interjecting. What connection does the masked man have with my esteemed brother Jiming? How can you be certain that he is indeed my brother Jiming? The corners of Abbot Huaning's mouth twitched involuntarily. This foolish child. Li Ziyue also glanced at the speaking young monk, pondering how this jester had inadvertently switched sides. Well asked, he thought. Zhang Su, upon hearing the question, could not help but clap his hands, breaking into a smile, and continued. Our office is able to ascertain that Jiming is the masked spy from the Taiju sect due to irrefutable evidence. After the masked man departed from the post station and returned to the capital, he cautiously infiltrated a tavern, with our subordinates trailing closely behind. They refrained from apprehending him, wishing to confirm his identity and connections. It was only after the curfew that the masked individual stealthily emerged from the tavern, relying on his exceptional martial skills to evade the patrolling guards, and made his way into Xianghua Temple. Our spies followed the trail to the Xianghua Temple, where they were taken aback to witness the masked figure revealing himself to be none other than the esteemed monk Jiming of this very temple. The young monks within the temple were thrown into a state of disbelief, unable to fathom that their usually dignified master Jiming was indeed the insurgent. Jiming himself was somewhat astonished, realizing that all his actions had unwittingly fallen under the scrutiny of the authorities. For a considerable time, he had been covertly relaying intelligence to the Taiju sect, leveraging his status as a monk of the prestigious Xianghua Temple and his 7th grade strength, managing to remain undetected until this very day. Yet, he had ultimately been discovered by the officials. He cast a glance at the gaunt figure standing before him. At this juncture, only his master, the abbot of the Xianghua Temple, could potentially safeguard him. Li Ziyue observed the expression of monk Jiming closely. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Ziyue detected a fleeting glimpse of panic and astonishment. Regarding the Nanwu postmaster you mentioned, have your men apprehended him yet? Li Ziyue inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhang Su. Zhang Su promptly clasped his hands in respect and replied, Your Highness, before the city gates were shut, I had already dispatched personnel to bring all officials of the Nanwu post back to the magistracy. They are merely minor clerks of no consequence. And before I even resorted to any tactics, they had already confessed. One and all, they are members of the Taiju sect's outer circle, with the entire Nanwu post serving as their stronghold on the outskirts of the capital. According to the postmaster, he was unaware of the identities of those he met. His sole responsibility was to gather intelligence and relay it, occupying a transitional role within the entire network. Indeed, the postmaster's position made him quite suitable for this task. Indeed. Li Ziyue nodded slightly, then seemingly casually inquired, Have you opened the letter from the masked man addressed to the station master? The letter? Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback. When the officials dispatched personnel to Nanyu Station to apprehend suspects, they had not seized that particular envelope. They must have arrived too late, as it had likely already been transmitted. He parted his lips, ready to speak, but suddenly sensed something amiss. The reason for his prolonged presence here was precisely the absence of concrete evidence. That letter itself constituted an exceptionally compelling piece of evidence. What he lacked was a means to detain Jiming, while rendering the great Xianghua Temple speechless, especially with the second prince present, which directly eliminated the possibility of armed resistance from the temple. As long as they could bring the monk Jiming into custody, under their myriad methods of interrogation, they had no doubt he would ultimately reveal the truth. Although the letter itself might not convey much, its plausible contents could easily be fabricated to suit their narrative. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Su cast a penetrating glance at the prince who had brought up this matter. The latter stood with hands clasped behind his back, seemingly admiring the moonlit sky. Your Highness, I have perused that letter, and its content details the esteemed dignitaries who have been offering prayers at the great Xianghua Temple over the past 2 months, meticulously recorded in full. Zhang Su fixed his gaze intently on Jiming and Huaning, maintaining a composed demeanor as he spoke. Of course, the contents were entirely concocted, but what of it? As anticipated, upon hearing this, Jiming's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, You are speaking utter nonsense. In the letter he personally penned, it was clearly articulated the agreed-upon time and manner for the transfer of funds to the organization. Yet somehow, it transformed into mere hearsay among the congregation when relayed by him. What purpose could the temple have for such information? Hui Ning's eyelids flickered twice. He was cognizant of the letter's true contents. for it was he who had authored it. The temple, established during the previous dynasty, was renamed Xianghua Temple in honor of the event when the literary emperor of that era ascended the throne through the Duke of Xiang. The previous Zhou dynasty held Buddhism in high esteem, and each abbot of the temple was an imperial appointee, maintaining a profoundly intimate relationship with the royal family, which allowed Xianghua Temple to flourish for over 2 centuries. However, 38 years ago, the Zhou dynasty was overthrown by the current Ning dynasty, causing Xianghua Temple to lose its exalted status and relegating it to a mere ordinary temple within the capital. Although its popularity remained robust, its standing was no longer comparable to the past. Despite the fall of the Zhou, a 5th prince managed to escape during the siege of the capital, remaining unheard of for 2 decades, eluding even the diligent search efforts of the law enforcement officials. Yet, a decade ago, a man proclaiming himself as Dong Ping emerged, asserting the legitimacy of the Zhou dynasty. Within just 2 years, he rapidly established the now-renowned underworld organization, Taizhu Jiao. Since his emergence, the court has expended immense resources, continually dispatching skilled individuals to capture him, all to no avail. The reason is singular. Dong Ping is remarkably powerful, exceedingly so. A year ago, during the Wudian Pavilion's martial arts evaluation, this leader of Taizhu Jiao ranked 3rd in the realm, a testament to his prowess across the 3 dynasties of the south and north. The character Ping, with its upward slanting short stroke and elegantly extended long stroke, is poised with precision at its center. As the teachings of the Taizhua sect took root, it was only when Dong Ping stood atop the pinnacle of the world that people came to understand the profound significance of his name. His ping symbolizes not merely tranquility, but also the resonance of a bell that tolls when injustice prevails, the vast expanse of serene waters, and ultimately, the quest to bring peace to the realm. Chapter 9, Your Highness. Go to your death. It was on a fateful night a decade ago that Dong Ping appeared within the hallowed halls of the Xianghua Temple, seeking the venerable abbot Huaining. Upon gazing into the familiar features, Huaining instantly recognized him as the long-lost 5th prince of the great Zhou dynasty, the sole surviving heir of the royal lineage. That night, Huaining found himself restless, haunted by memories of a stormy evening 38 years prior, when a dear friend had taken his own life amidst the rain-soaked streets of the imperial city, an exiled monarch long scorned. When dawn broke, Huaining acquiesced to Dong Ping's plea, clandestinely aiding the Taizhua sect's expansion and establishing the Grand Xianghua Temple as a stronghold within the capital. Over the years, he had disseminated countless messages and discreetly funneled substantial wealth to the sect, motivated perhaps by a desire to safeguard the son of an old companion. Though the years have passed, and his ascetic practices remained steadfast, the purity of his Buddhist heart had been irrevocably shattered on that fateful rain-drenched night. His spiritual progress had stagnated, leaving him still at the initial stage of the 9th rank. Perhaps he was destined to meet his end alongside that cherished friend amidst the stormy downpour. Casting a weary glance at the inquisitive 2nd prince who gazed upon him, Abbot Huaining let out a deep sigh. As the situation has evolved to this extent, any further words from him would be futile. With his highness present, both sentiment and reason dictate that he must yield. Under the harsh interrogation methods employed by the Ministry of Justice, he would undoubtedly succumb and divulge the secrets of the Xianghua Temple. At that point, it seems that the temple may well cease to exist. Master Huaining surveyed his surroundings, observing the indignant young monks who felt wronged on behalf of their temple. The clandestine support for the Taizhua sect was known to only a handful within the temple. The other monks remained completely oblivious. Should the matter come to light, it was uncertain how the court would handle those Na'vi monks who were entirely unaware of the unfolding events. After a moment of contemplation, the already gaunt face of Huaining bore an even deeper expression of anguish as he glanced at the young prince, preparing to speak. At that moment, however, the disciplined monk Huaifan stepped forward, interjecting with a Buddhist chant and taking 2 steps closer. Your Highness, might you permit a humble monk to share a thought? Li Ziua shifted his gaze from Huaining to Huaifan. He did not recognize this monk from Xianghua Temple, but given the monk's solemn demeanor and the traditional robe he wore, it was evident that he held a significant status within the temple. Thus, he nodded and replied, Then please, speak your mind. I shall see if there are any hidden truths to uncover. Master Huaining hesitated, for he knew that Huaifan was also aware of the clandestine dealings with the Taizhua sect. Although they were not of the same sect, Huaifan had entered Xianghua Temple for quiet contemplation decades ago, earning a degree of trust. Yet, He wondered what Huifan might propose to extricate the temple from its current plight. The monk Huiyuan, undeterred by Li Ziyue's gaze, spoke boldly. Your Highness, the claims made by that individual, Jiming, are merely his own assertions. He arrives to apprehend someone without a warrant, and he possesses no evidence whatsoever. It is all mere rhetoric that he believes gives him the right to take someone away, which is quite inappropriate. Noticing Li Ziyue's silence and lack of response, Monk Huiyuan stepped a little closer, seemingly anxious, and continued, Your Highness, our state monastery has always been benevolent, encouraging others towards goodness and dedicating ourselves to the pursuit of Buddhism. Our century-long reputation must not be tarnished by these baseless accusations. Abbot Huaining could not help but sigh. If Huiwen's words were to convey nothing more, then Jiming's fate was indeed precarious. The reason was quite simple. He was not a monk oblivious to worldly matters, solely seeking the teachings of the Buddha. He was all too aware that when his neighbor was conferred the title of king, the emperor bestowed upon him the title of King of Shu. The headquarters of the Taijua sect was located in that very region. The pervasive influence of the Taijua sect throughout Shu was alarmingly profound. Even the officials responsible for law enforcement found their work exceedingly challenging. The 13 government offices in Shu were but a fade. Thus, if you dare to create turmoil in my territory, wielding the influence of your renowned position as the leader of the Taijua sect, what of me? Who truly holds the title of King of Shu, you or I? Setting aside matters of succession for now, let us also temporarily disregard the issue of feudal domains. Focusing solely on your tyranny within the bounds of my nominal territory, I cannot allow you to continue unchecked. Thus, the second prince and the master of the supreme enlightenment, the former fifth prince of the previous dynasty, find themselves in an irreconcilable conflict. It is likely that this prince would seize any opportunity to undermine the supreme enlightenment sect. Indeed, Li Ziyue remained unmoved by the words of Monk Huiyuan. He merely furrowed his brow, feigning difficulty and stating, You do present a valid point. Yet the Ministry of Justice's 13 offices do not require an arrest warrant to conduct their investigations. This is a rule established by the late emperor, and I am powerless to alter it. In my opinion, that Jiming should accompany the Ministry of Justice for a thorough examination. The truth will emerge during the trial, and it will also clear the name of your state monastery. Helplessly, Monk Huiyuan sighed and replied, Your Highness, I do possess a method that could effectively resolve this matter. With that, Monk Huiyuan approached Li Ziyue, seemingly intent on whispering something to him. At this moment, the distance between the two had diminished considerably, causing Zhao Qingyao to instinctively place her delicate hand on Yuehua, while the guards of the Wang residence anxiously gripped their sword hilts. To them, the remnants of the former dynasty and the master of the supreme enlightenment paled in significance compared to a single hair on Li Ziyue's head. Li Ziyue waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm. In truth, he was growing increasingly impatient. Had it not been for the state monastery's desperate actions, he would have already commanded the immediate arrest of Monk Jiming. Even if the state monastery were to comply and surrender the individual, he intended to summon the Golden Guards to encircle the temple, ensuring that no one could escape. He harbored doubts that Jiming was the sole spy of the Supreme Enlightenment sect within the state monastery. Observing the furtive approach of the monk Huiyuan, it was evident that he harbored ill intentions. One could not help but wonder what this individual was truly scheming. As anticipated, Huiyuan, amidst the watchful eyes of the black-clad guards, approached Li Ziyue with a smile, stating, Your Highness, the solution to this matter is, in fact, rather straightforward. The crowd in the plaza perked up, eager to hear the sage's proposal for resolving the stalemate that had persisted for nearly an hour. The towering monk Jiming gazed on with anticipation, not wishing to be cast aside as a sacrificial pawn to the Ministry of Justice, subjected to tortures most harrowing. Abbot Huaining wore a look of perplexity. Huiyuan, usually taciturn, was unusually animated at this juncture. Zhang Su and the officials of the Ministry of Justice furrowed their brows. On the verge of apprehending the spies of the Taijua sect, they hoped no further complications would arise. A silence enveloped the plaza, save for the resonant words of monk Huiyuan echoing in the ears of the gathering. Your Highness, prepare to meet your demise. As his words fell, Zhao Qingyao beheld the robust figure of Huiyuan, surrounded by a radiant aura, as though encased in an impenetrable shell. His previously serene countenance transformed into one of ferocity, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor, resembling an avenging deity. His hand, which had rested at his waist, was now raised to his chest, fingers curled into claws. as he lunged forward with the swiftness of a tiger, aiming directly for Li Ziyue's heart. His movement was akin to that of a dragon or an elephant, mighty and unparalleled. Zhao Qingyao was taken aback, her intoxication evaporating in an instant. Though she had remained vigilant against this encroaching monk, she had not anticipated that he would dare to strike. Is he courting death? Why would he attempt to assassinate the second prince? Yet, at this moment, she could not afford to ponder further. With a swift motion, she drew her sword from its sheath, its silvery gleam piercing toward Huiwen's wrist. The black-clad guards beside her swiftly unsheathed their broadswords, striking at the suddenly aggressive monk from the state preceptor temple. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades, leaving the onlooking monks, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, in shock. Abbot Huaining, however, perceived the situation clearly, and it was precisely due to his clarity that he found it hard to believe his own eyes. The usually composed and serious Huiwen, the one responsible for maintaining the temple's discipline, was attempting to kill Li Ziyue? Did he not comprehend the grave consequences of his actions? Regardless of the outcome, the assassination of a prince would result in the decapitation of nearly 100 monks from the state preceptor temple. How would this act address the issues confronting the temple? Would the court cease to apprehend Jiming or refrain from investigating the matters of the Taiju sect? Indeed, should the prince be slain, the identity of the Taiju sect's infiltrators would become trivial, for death would be the inevitable conclusion. Abbot Huaining remained motionless, standing in stunned silence, as if he could foresee the ensuing developments. The young lady's swordsmanship was remarkably swift. Her technique resembled the moon and clouds, radiant and ethereal, likely a legacy from the esteemed Yunxin of the cloud-viewing temple. Alas, the distance between Huiwen and the second prince was far too close, leaving no opportunity for rescue. The second prince would soon find his heart's meridian shattered by Huiwen's strike, followed by Huiwen being pierced in the wrist by the lady's sword, only to be subsequently hacked to death by the royal guards. Such seemed to be the trajectory of events that lay ahead. The abbot Huaining could no longer bear to witness the unfolding events. He was filled with regret for allowing Huimin to intervene, leading to such a dire outcome. Zhang Su from the Ministry of Justice sprang into action the moment the monk Huimin struck, brandishing his sword to sever the monk's neck. However, the distance was insurmountable, and as he soared through the air, he watched helplessly as the monk's claw was poised to strike at the heart of the prince. Zhang Su was overcome with desperation, nearly shedding tears. What was meant to be a simple case investigation had escalated to a matter of life and death for a royal. Should the second prince fall victim to assassination here, Zhang Su's own life would surely be forfeit. The current emperor was far from benevolent. He fervently wished for time to freeze at this moment, longing for his speed to increase just enough to cleave the monk's head and save the prince. Alas, his martial prowess was insufficient, as was the swiftness of the sword wielded by the maiden in red, and the blades of the black-clad guards were equally too slow. The prince staggered backward, raising his right fist as if to retaliate. But it was too late. Zhang Su mournfully observed the monk Huimin's hand firmly pressing against the second prince's chest. In that instant, it seemed Zhang Su noticed the prince's lips move, uttering what appeared to be a cryptic name, Tao Tai. At last, the lad had deemed it necessary to summon him forth. Amidst the astonished, panicked, enraged, and sorrowful gazes of the crowd, Li Ziyue found himself enveloped by an eerie crimson radiance, his right fist cloaked in the spectral silhouette of a fearsome beast. In that very instant, it seemed as though all present could hear a roar that penetrated deep into their souls, as if a primordial titan had truly materialized within the ancient temple, proclaiming itself the sovereign of this realm. The terrifying phantasm of the beast coiled around Li Ziyue, its gaping maw wide open, bristles standing on end, as it surged forth with malevolence toward the furious figure before it. With a thunderous crash, the ground shattered. A mist of blood erupted forth. The bluestone slabs of the temple fractured and splintered, sending debris flying, the colossal impact resonating in the ears of those gathered. Abbot Huaining's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding battle, the scene he had anticipated failing to materialize. A figure, half kneeling, was propelled backward nearly 10 meters, its feet sinking into the stone, carving deep furrows into the ground. Another figure remained rooted in place, now reduced to a mere torso, its head dissipated into the surrounding blood mist. In the next moment, the delayed onslaught of blades descended upon the standing silhouette, cleaving it into several segments. A foul odor reminiscent of Buddhist incense lingered, for this bald soul was indeed unpalatable. A raspy voice echoed in Li Ziyue's ear, and as the pendant at his chest glimmered, he once again fell into silence. Li Ziyue, a voice filled with urgency echoed as the woman in red hastily approached the figure half kneeling on the ground, unable to sheath her sword. She swiftly supported him. Cough, cough. I am fine. Li Ziyue, assisted slowly by Zhao Qingyao, rose to his feet. One hand rested on the shoulder of his childhood companion, while the other wiped away the blood that had trickled from the corner of his mouth. The previous chapter had yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The Buddha's dragon elephant palm truly delivered a painful blow. Li Ziyue took deep, labored breaths. The strike from Monk Huiwen had been exceedingly forceful, targeting his vital points. Although he appeared outwardly unscathed, the internal meridians must have sustained some degree of injury. However, it was manageable and within his threshold of tolerance. At that moment, the black-clad guards rushed to their prince's side, forming a protective circle around him, their cold eyes fixated on the bewildered monks from Xianghua Temple. Zhang Su, having deployed his lightness skill, swiftly arrived beside Li Ziyue, while officials from the Ministry of Justice hurriedly joined, establishing an additional defensive line outside the black-clad guards. Observing the dual layers of defense and the poised Zhao Qingyao, who gripped her sword tightly, as if facing a formidable enemy, Li Ziyue could not help but cough twice, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, internally lamenting. Being a prince is truly a challenging endeavor. What did I just witness? Abbot Huining blinked twice, replaying the scene he had just witnessed in his mind. That frail figure in white had, with a single punch, obliterated Huiwen's head? Zhang Su was somewhat incredulous. In that critical moment, he genuinely believed his life was about to vanish alongside the second prince. Yet, who could have anticipated that the prince, often rumored to be enraptured by frivolous pleasures, would exhibit such ferocity? Qingyao, release the golden order, he urged. Li Ziyue raised his right hand, which had not been supported by Zhao Qingyao, and gently patted her hand, intending to alleviate her tense demeanor. However, upon glancing down, he realized he had just used this hand to wipe away blood, now tainted with Zhao Qingyao's bright red stains. At that moment, Zhao Qingyao, undeterred by the mess, heard Li Ziyue's words and retrieved a cylindrical black tube from her waist, which was affixed with a slender cord at its end. She carefully entrusted Li Ziyue to a nearby guard for support and raised the black tube high with one hand, aiming it towards the heavens while pulling the cord with the other. Chapter 11. The Golden Guard. With a swift whoosh, a golden firework erupted from the night sky, splendid and shrouded in an enigmatic allure, startling countless denizens of the capital who had yet to succumb to slumber. This was the Golden Order. Zhang Su gazed up at the dazzling firework, still lingering in the sky, and murmured to himself. As the head of the 13 Yamen, he was well aware of the existence of the Golden Order. As its name suggests, the Golden Order is a device bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor to royal relatives and nobility for use in extraordinary circumstances. Its purpose is to urgently summon the patrolling Golden Guards in the capital to ensure one's safety, to be employed only in times of dire need. Upon the issuance of this decree, not only would the Imperial Guards hasten to respond, but also the concealed officials would urgently proceed to safeguard the bearer of the Golden Order. The emergence of this edict is largely attributed to the scarcity of the royal bloodline, as His Majesty has but 4 sons and 1 daughter, while the esteemed Prince Kong in the capital possesses merely a son and a daughter, resulting in a dwindling lineage. In a realm where individual power is exceedingly formidable, the Emperor deemed it necessary to bestow a golden order upon each of them for their protection in times of peril. Zhao Qingyao, as the illustrious eldest daughter of the esteemed Duke of North, was also granted such an honor by His Majesty, a privilege of immense significance. After all, prior to this, only a select few with royal blood had been afforded such a distinction. It is rumored that in earlier years, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had intended to bestow the title of princess upon Miss Zhao, a matter that stirred considerable commotion, yet for reasons unknown, it was abruptly abandoned. Zhang Su discreetly cast a glance at Zhao Qingyao as she assisted Li Ziyue after the Golden Order was issued, unable to suppress a sniffle. Nevertheless, he resolved to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. The Golden Order gradually faded from the sky, leaving an eerie silence enveloping the square. The young monks of the Xianghua Temple were filled with trepidation. They were unaware of the significance of the fireworks above, yet they had witnessed Master Huiwen's assassination of the second prince with their own eyes. As for the repercussions of openly assaulting a royal, they were ascetics, not fools. And they understood that they had seemingly plunged into an unfathomable abyss, facing inevitable doom. Abbot Huaning's countenance was ashen. He had come to realize that the fate of Xiongwu Temple was destined to meet its end this very night. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the resounding sound of heavy footsteps. The Abbot Huaning gazed in astonishment as nearly 100 soldiers clad in dark golden armor, with curved sabers at their waists and longbows slung across their backs, surged into the square from the front hall. They exuded an intense aura of solemnity, scanning the crowd with piercing gazes. The Jinwu Guard, the most formidable unit of the imperial army, had followed the emperor's command since his ascension, engaging in campaigns across the south and north. Whether in solitary combat or collective skirmishes, they had remained undefeated, an indomitable force. This unit was the only one in the capital that could be compared to the Zhao family's Northern Expeditionary Army. Typically, the Jinwu Guard was stationed at the Jinwu Gate within the capital, tasked with the day and night patrols as well as the defense of the imperial palace. If the Office of Law Enforcement was likened to the emperor's sharpest sword, then the Jinwu Guard was his spear for conquering the world. In the square, a commanding soldier stepped forward, gripping his sword. He stood at an impressive height, fully armored, with a phoenix-winged helmet, a long sword at his waist, and a broad blade on his back. His imposing presence and sharp gaze scrutinized the vast square. A group of trembling monks, shattered blue bricks, and headless corpses lay scattered about. Soon, his gaze fell upon a striking young man, supported by a young woman in red amidst layers of protection. The young lady was from the Zhao family, and the second prince? As the emperor's personal guard, the Jinwu Guard frequently encountered these royal figures, escorting them for their safety during public appearances. Yet, the second prince before him bore a strikingly diminished resemblance to his former resplendent self. Her hair, tied up in a disheveled bun, framed a pale face with traces of blood lingering at the corners of her mouth. The pristine white robe she wore was tarnished with dust, and a large gash at her chest revealed the soft armor beneath. Was it made of golden threads? The leading guard made no further observations. Upon confirming that both individuals were out of immediate danger, he raised his right hand in a gesture and proceeded towards Li Ziyu, who was surrounded by a protective throng. The officials from the Ministry of Justice breathed a collective sigh of relief upon the arrival of the Jinwu Guard, their previously taut nerves finally easing. With nearly 100 Jinwu Guards present, even a master at the 9th rank of the Ascendant Realm would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict any further harm upon Li Ziyu. Upon noticing a young general approaching, Zhang Su quickly signaled for his subordinates to clear a path, allowing the general to reach the second prince. "I am General Wu Wei, saluting His Highness," he declared, striding confidently before Li Ziyu and bowing respectfully. Li Ziyu waved his hand dismissively, his gaze lingering on the imposing young general. He tightened his arm around Zhao Qingyao instinctively, suppressing a cough before speaking. "General Wu, there is no need for excessive formalities. I have heard of your exploits, the youngest Langjiang of the Jinwu Guard, renowned for your military achievements. My father holds you in high esteem, considering you a key figure in safeguarding and expanding our great Ning." Wu Wei was taken aback. The notorious prince before him recognized him. He quickly responded, "Everything I have done is merely my duty, Your Highness. I do not deserve such attention from His Majesty. I am truly humbled." Li Ziyu smiled faintly, this being his first encounter with the illustrious young general who had risen to prominence in recent years, truly embodying the visage of a fierce warrior. His smile, seemingly innocuous, inadvertently tugged at his injured lung meridian, provoking a fit of coughs that drew fresh blood from his lips. Zhao Qingyao quickly produced a handkerchief from his bosom to wipe the corners of Li Ziyu's mouth, then clasped his hand, channeling his own cultivated Taoist energy to soothe the distressed lung meridian. Wu Wei observed this scene with a furrowed brow and raised his right hand to signal. Although he was unaware of the unfolding events, he sensed that they were undoubtedly linked to the group of monks. Thus, it was prudent to first contain them. At his command, the Imperial Guards dispatched a dozen men to scale the walls, unfastening their longbows and adopting a state of alert. The remaining guards swiftly reformed their ranks, drawing swords from their sheaths and encircling the bewildered monks from Xiongwu Temple. Li Ziyu's agitated lung meridian finally calmed, and after a brief respite, he addressed the furrowed brows of Wu Wei and Zhang Su with a faint voice. "General Wu, today's affairs are rather intricate and cannot be elucidated in just a few words. I suspect there are numerous spies from the Taijua sect within Xianghua Temple. Perhaps even that this entire monastery serves as their stronghold. This matter requires thorough investigation. The injury I sustained was inflicted by a monk who attacked me unexpectedly. He bears significant suspicion, yet alas, he has perished and cannot be interrogated. The imperial guards are responsible for the vigilance within the capital. Thus, I urge you to assist the Ministry of Justice's 13 yamen in detaining all these monks and confining them to the imperial prison, with the specifics to be determined by His Majesty tomorrow. Zhang Su, conduct a thorough interrogation. Once I have recovered, I will require a complete account of the events that transpired. Chapter 12. Do not return home tonight. The subordinate acknowledged the command. Wu Wei and Zhang Su clasped their fists in respect and departed to carry out their orders. The young Jingwu Guard commander, Wu Wei, was still not fully acquainted with the events unfolding here, yet he had gleaned the general essence from Li Ziyue's words, which guided him on his course of action. Meanwhile, Zhang Su elaborated on the intricacies of the night's events to Wu Wei, ensuring he would be able to report effectively to their superiors once the situation was resolved. Li Ziyue observed the two as they methodically issued commands. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he weakly patted Zhao Qingyao's arm, signaling that he was not in grave danger and that there was no need to continue channeling energy into him. Zhao Qingyao cast a concerned glance at the pallid Li Ziyue and inquired, "When will you return to rest?" "No rush. Let us first see this matter through," he replied. As he spoke, a commotion erupted among the monks at the State Minister Temple. The younger monks, still bewildered by the situation, were swiftly apprehended by the Jingwu guards, who began escorting them out of the temple. The senior monks, including Master Huaining, who were fully aware of the circumstances, offered no resistance. They recognized the glint of the guards' curved blades and understood that any defiance would be futile. They could choose to flee, employing their agile skills for a slim chance of escape, yet the greater likelihood remained that they would be pierced by the arrows of the sentinels stationed on the walls. If Master Huaining, a formidable presence at the 9th rank of the cloud-gazing realm, were to risk everything to escape, the Jingwu guards might indeed struggle to hinder his flight. However, the question lingered. Where could he possibly flee to? As the signal of smoke and fire illuminated the sky, the guards of the city promptly heightened their vigilance, effectively eliminating any possibility of his escape. The ever-watchful officers hidden in the shadows swiftly sprang into action. How long could he possibly conceal himself? Moreover, he had no intention of fleeing. The Xianghua Temple was his home, a sanctuary for an orphan who had resided there since the dawn of his memories. He had devoted himself to recitation, vegetarianism, and spiritual practice, transitioning from a novice monk to the abbot, from a child to an elder. The thought of departing from Xianghua Temple to wander aimlessly in the world was utterly unacceptable to him. Just before stepping beyond the temple's great doors, Huaining cast a final glance back at the majestic hall of great strength, acutely aware that he might never have the opportunity to return. As he observed the Jinwu guards escorting the monks of Xianghua Temple into the distance, Li Ziyue gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. The once boisterous square fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Li Ziyue and his entourage. Zhang Su had hastily offered a bow to Li Ziyue before departing with the 13 spies. They were tasked with transporting the Jinwu guards to the prison of the 13 offices. "Let us take our leave as well," Li Ziyue remarked with a smile at the loyal guards surrounding him, self-mockingly lamenting, "Alas, I came to witness the spectacle and gained no advantage, only a host of injuries. Well, at least I have a reason to rest at home now." Zhao Qingyao bit her lip, suddenly recalling that it was her intoxication that had compelled her to come here. As this realization struck her, she felt the weight of Li Ziyue leaning heavily against her. Turning to him, she discovered that he had half collapsed onto her. "This one do. Your injuries are too severe. You cannot walk. Quickly, support me." Li Ziyue blinked his eyes, gazing at Zhao Qingyao, who met his gaze. Zhao Qingyao sighed, originally supporting him with one hand, then wrapped her arm around him from behind, resting it beneath his other armpit. From behind, it appeared as though Zhao Qingyao was embracing Li Ziyue. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ziyue extended the arm that leaned against Zhao Qingyao to her waist, subtly holding her delicate figure. Zhao Qingyao tensed up abruptly, her enchanting phoenix eyes glaring fiercely at Li Ziyue. However, Li Ziyue feigned ignorance, nonchalantly leaning against her as they approached the temple entrance. "This rascal." Zhao Qingyao gritted her teeth in frustration. After all, she felt guilty. Had she not insisted on joining the fray, Li Ziyue would not have sustained such severe injuries. Under the moonlight, the two, accompanied by their guards, limped past the great Buddha hall and through the towering archway to arrive at the temple's entrance. To their surprise, they found several dozen disciplined Jinwu guards standing at the base of the steps, quietly awaiting their arrival. As Li Ziyue's group emerged, one of the Jinwu guards stepped forward from the line and announced, "Your Highness, General Wu instructed us to await your arrival and ensure the safe return of you and Miss Zhao to your residence." Li Ziyue was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that Wu Wei would be so considerate. Even though the danger had evidently been averted, he had still sent someone to protect him. Given such arrangements, Li Ziyue gladly accepted. After all, he was the legitimate offspring of the dragon, the second prince of Daming and the unestablished prince of Shu. It was hardly surprising to be escorted by the Imperial Guard. "Thank you for your efforts," Li Ziyue nodded in acknowledgement. In the stillness of the night, a peculiar scene unfolded on the streets of the capital. A pair of individuals, seemingly supporting each other, meandered through the silent thoroughfare, followed closely by several guards clad in black. Further behind them, 30 soldiers adorned in golden armor, wielding curved sabers, marched in unison. Although the Duke's residence and the Prime Minister's temple were adjacent, both sprawled extensively across the landscape. Traversing the distance from the temple's gate to that of the Duke's required a considerable journey, far less convenient than soaring above the rooftops. After a moment of silence, Li Ziyue hesitantly spoke. "Are you returning home tonight? It is quite late. Perhaps you should rest at my residence instead." Despite their long-standing acquaintance, Zhao Qingyao was occasionally taken aback by his unparalleled audacity. "Did you not mention that my father has not returned to the capital for quite some time? If I were to stay at your home tonight, it would not be long before you see my father, the renowned general, standing before you with his mighty spear." The mere thought of Zhao Hao's title as the foremost warrior sent a shiver down Li Ziyue's spine. Nevertheless, he defiantly retorted, "What of it? I cannot bear the thought of a young lady like you wandering home alone at such an hour. It is entirely reasonable for you to stay at my house. Even if Zhao uncle were to stand before me, I would maintain my stance." With a sigh, Zhao Qingyao lamented, "Are you foolish? Are you unaware of how many people reside in your household? If the servants cannot keep their tongues in check, do you truly wish for the entire capital to gossip about me? Chew it over. After all, it's only a matter of time," murmured Li Ziyue softly. Zhao Qingyao raised her elegant brows, her grip on his arm suddenly loosening. Li Ziyue found himself unexpectedly losing support and nearly stumbled to the ground, but fortunately, Zhao Qingyao steadied him once more. "What did you just say?" "Nothing," Li Ziyue replied, falling silent and refraining from provoking the sensitive nerves of the girl beside him. A heavy silence enveloped them again. Despite their childhood bond, they had not shared such intimate gestures since their youth, leaving both feeling somewhat awkward. Chapter 13. The 9 Ranks and 3 Realms. As they walked further, it was Zhao Qingyao who finally broke the oppressive atmosphere. "Have you, perhaps, broken through to the 9th rank? The 9th rank is the final step on the path to transcendence for martial artists, divided into 3 realms: Cloud Observation, Sun Ascension, and Dawn Breaking. Upon entering the 9th rank, one first attains the Cloud Observation realm, where martial artists at the pinnacle of the mountains gaze far and wide, contemplating the myriad clouds and seeking their own path. Achieving this state signifies that one has genuinely embarked on a personal journey of cultivation, placing them among the elite in the martial world. Yet, most 9th rank martial artists remain stagnant at this level. Talents, innate qualities, diligence, and injuries. All these factors influence a martial artist's progress, significantly impacting their ability to successfully observe the clouds and commence the ascent to the sun. Following the Sun Ascension realm comes the Dawn Breaking realm, which can be considered as having one foot in the realm of celestial beings. However, taking that final step is a challenge that many masters find insurmountable throughout their lives. In summary, upon reaching the 9th rank, each subsequent advancement becomes increasingly arduous, akin to scaling the heavens. Regardless of the heights he may attain within the 9th tier, no one can deny the formidable power inherent in a practitioner of the cloud-watching realm. Before Zhao Qingyao's eyes flashed the moment when the monk Huiwen suddenly launched an assault on Li Ziyue. At the instant of his strike, the monk radiated a brilliant golden light, akin to the descent of a Buddha, suggesting that he had cultivated the body of an arhat. The technique he employed, known as the Dragon Elephant Palm, is reputed to be the most formidable and potent hand technique within the Buddhist tradition. It is said that when mastered to perfection, one could cleave mountains with bare hands. Both the method of cultivating the arhat body and the Dragon Elephant Palm are among the most profound martial arts in the world. Although the monk Huiwen had yet to reach the pinnacle of mastery in either, his power was undeniably impressive. In that moment of sudden aggression, Zhao Qingyao distinctly felt the unmatched ferocity of his might. This was undoubtedly the strength of the ninth tier. Within this ordinary temple in the capital, a master of the ninth tier of the cloud-watching realm had emerged. Zhao Qingyao cast her gaze downward at the tattered cloth of Li Ziyue's chest, which revealed the intact golden silk armor beneath. Its surface shone with a subdued golden hue, seemingly eternal and unchanging. To withstand a full-force strike from a monk of the ninth tier and still possess the strength to shatter the Arhut body with a single blow could only suggest that Li Ziyue had also ascended to the ninth tier. No other explanation seemed plausible to her. Meeting Zhao Qingyao's intense gaze, Li Ziyue fell into a brief silence before mustering a nod. It was evident that he could not conceal the truth from her. He had just fortuitously broken through, and it had not been long. His foundation in the ninth tier was still tenuous. Otherwise, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Zhao Qingyao's gaze became vacant. Although she had harbored suspicions, hearing him acknowledge it was still a source of profound astonishment. An 18-year-old, ninth-rank prince, known in the capital merely as a dashing figure who indulged in poetry and merriment, Zhao Qingyao's expression shifted to one of intricate complexity as she sighed. In truth, this afternoon at Chungui Tower, when you seized the moonlight blade from my grasp, I sensed something amiss. Despite your brazen remarks, I should not have been so disoriented. I could have reacted. Your speed in taking the sword was astonishing, surpassing what one would expect from an 8th rank. By the time I attempted to make a move, the sword was already in your hand. I see, Li Ziyue replied, smacking his lips dismissively. He refrained from elaborating, as Zhao Qingyao, shaken by her own punch, had become somewhat disoriented. At that moment, I was even struck down from the rooftop by the scabbard you tossed. Does that not seem rather theatrical? That part did indeed appear quite authentic. Though I must admit I was uncertain whether you had advanced at all. It was only after tonight's incident that I became certain you have undoubtedly reached 9th rank, Zhao Qingyao asserted with bitterness. As the conversation drifted to this point, memories of the events earlier that day at Chungui Tower resurfaced, along with the words spoken by that insufferable individual beside her. Qingyao, you are to be my bride without fail. When I am capable of besting you, I shall personally seek the Empress Dowager's permission and have my elder brother propose to the Zhao family on my behalf. At that juncture, Zhao Qingyao shall have no choice but to marry me, whether she desires it or not. I shall love you for eternity. At present, she holds the rank of 8th. While he has already begun to observe the clouds, lost in such thoughts, Zhao Qingyao suddenly awakened, contemplating why she was giving heed to the words of that scoundrel. Was she truly so eager to wed him? Her delicate face swiftly transformed in hue, shifting from red to green to pale. Fortunately, it was late at night, and no one noticed the fluctuations of the young maiden's complexion. Li Ziyue, too, remained oblivious, for he had finally arrived at his royal residence. Long before, guards had returned to the palace to prepare the servants for the reception of their injured master. Your Highness. Your Highness. Upon catching sight of the opulent gates of his estate, Li Ziyue was met with an unusual wailing that grew louder as it approached. A figure, similarly clad in black, strode towards him with purpose. The newcomer was of average height, yet appeared somewhat robust. A closer examination revealed a face shrouded in darkness. Not just his visage, but the entirety of his attire was several shades deeper than that of an ordinary person. Presently, concern etched across his features. He hurried to Li Ziyue's side and anxiously inquired, Your Highness, how fare you? Are your injuries severe? The residence has already summoned the imperial physician. He should arrive shortly. I cannot fathom how, in this one instance, I did not accompany you outside, and yet such a calamity has befallen. It is entirely my fault for tending to the horses, resulting in your Highness sustaining such grievous wounds. I shall take 20 strokes as punishment to etch this lesson into my memory. Li Ziyue merely regarded the display before him with a stoic expression, remaining silent. The exaggeration of the newcomer's south demeanor froze in place, leaving him to ponder in disbelief. Zhao Qingyao, unable to contain herself, allowed a trace of a smile to grace her face. She recognized this individual as Li Ziyue's stableman, although she was uncertain of his actual name. She knew that Li Ziyue consistently referred to him as Haizi, the very person she had glared at earlier beneath Chungui Lu. Furthermore, Haizi served as the chief of Li Ziyue's guards, directly responsible for his safety. It appeared that this fellow was acutely aware of his grave dereliction of duty and was now engulfed in trepidation. After observing him for a moment, Li Ziyue spoke. "Oh, you shall take your punishment now. Here, let the Jinwu guard administer the 20 strokes, and I shall personally oversee the execution." The dark-faced man immediately fell into despair, pleading, "Please, Your Highness, there are so many witnesses present. Allow me to ensure your comfort first. There are numerous matters at the estate that remain unresolved. If I receive the punishment now, I may not be able to rise from the ground. Just a moment, once everything is settled. I promise to accept those 20 strokes without fail. Will that suffice?" Li Ziyue cast him a sidelong glance, uttering no further words, and continued on his way to the royal residence. Haizi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had temporarily evaded the worst. Soon after, a smile returned to his face as he retrieved a heavy black cloth bag from his bosom, approaching the Jinwu guards who followed his master. "Here, take this. I am grateful for your assistance this evening in safeguarding His Highness. It is thanks to you all that we remain secure. This is a token of our appreciation from the royal estate. Please accept it." Chapter 14. The infuriated Qing Yao. Haizi approached the leader of the group, cheerfully extending the bag towards him. The leader among the soldiers was taken aback and quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, "It is unnecessary, truly unnecessary. It is merely my duty, and there is no trouble at all." What a jest! Even if he were given the audacity of 1,000 men, he would not dare to accept the prince's money. Alas, what is there to refuse? I have heard that tonight is fraught with peril. Had you not arrived, I shudder to think what might have transpired. If anything were to befall our lord, it would indeed spell trouble. This amount is not substantial. It is merely an invitation for you, my brothers, to share a drink and listen to some music, an expression of gratitude from our royal household. The man from the Imperial Guard repeatedly declined, yet he could not withstand the eloquence of Haizi, who forcefully tucked the black bag into his embrace. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyao was assisting Li Ziyue as they reached the entrance of the palace. "Your Highness, are you unhurt?" he inquired. "Please take your time, Your Highness. The imperial physician will arrive shortly. Xiao Wu has hurried to summon him. You know how impatient he can be. He would even go so far as to bind the physician to bring him here." "What on earth happened, Your Highness? Who has inflicted such severe injuries upon you?" Just as they reached the door, a throng of maidservants and attendants rushed forward, chattering in a cacophony. Upon receiving the news, they had come straight to the main entrance, anxiously awaiting their lord and fretting over his injuries. Li Ziyue felt a pulsation at his temples. Their noise was overwhelming. The guards and servants were more composed, each regarding him with concerned eyes, yet they spoke little. The maidservants, without conscious thought, surrounded Li Ziyue, seizing him from Zhao Qingyao, their clamorous voices reflecting their anxiety over any potential mishap befalling him, exuding an air of possessiveness. Observing this throng of delicate young women encircling Li Ziyue, Zhao Qingyao could not help but raise her brows in exasperation. Li Ziyue, plagued by discomfort, waved his hand dismissively and, with a furrowed brow, declared sternly, "I am injured and wish to rest. Do you comprehend?" Only then did the maidservants cease their incessant inquiries. The backgrounds of these young ladies were rather intricate. Some were loyal attendants from the late empress's court, their lineage impeccable, allowing Zhao Qingyao to trust them with Li Ziyue's care. Others had been selected by the Empress Dowager, agile and adept, most of whom were seasoned members of the palace staff, possessing decorum and understanding of protocol. Although referred to as seasoned, they were merely in their early 20s, having entered the palace at a tender age. Each maidservant hailed from a background of palace service, and it could be said that they excelled in beauty, etiquette, propriety, and capability. His nurturing mother, the noble consort Yan, feared that the number of caretakers was insufficient, insisting on sending more attentive maidservants to his residence, which he outright rejected. What folly! As a diligent 18-year-old devoted to his studies, what need did he have for so many maidservants? Initially, these young ladies adhered to strict decorum upon their arrival at the residence, applying the palace's cautious and restrained conduct, fearful of making mistakes or uttering the wrong words. Li Ziyue, however, found the oppressive atmosphere intolerable. The servants walked with their heads bowed, rendering the household utterly lifeless. As time gradually passed, the maidservants began to perceive that His Highness possessed a gentle disposition and did not impose numerous rules, with no matron overseeing them in the residence. The young ladies grew bolder, each regaining the vivacity befitting their age. Thus, the scene that now troubled Li Ziyue came to be. At this moment, Haizi had resolved matters with the Jinwu guard and approached. Observing His Highness surrounded by a throng of young ladies and glancing at Zhao Qingyao, who stood to the side with a somewhat displeased expression, he silently lamented the situation and hurried forward. Your Highness, it is getting late. Would you prefer that Miss Zhao rest here at the estate, or shall I escort her back? Upon hearing this, the maidservants suddenly awakened to the reality, casting their gazes toward the Zhao family young lady, who stood awkwardly to the side. They had been so preoccupied with His Highness's injuries that they had inadvertently relegated the potential future mistress, Miss Zhao, to the periphery. Realizing this, they promptly fell silent, each stepping back to stand behind Li Ziyue, with heads lowered and hands clasped demurely before them, presenting an image of utmost obedience. Only one maid, with a countenance of purity, remained steadfastly by Li Ziyue's side, supporting him. She had originally been a maid in the Longchun Palace of the Empress, later accompanying Li Ziyue to the moonlit palace of concubine Yan, and now she was at the Wangfu, having devoted years to meticulously caring for Li Ziyue's daily needs. This young lady was named Shower, and Zhao Qingyao recognized her. Naturally, I shall return to the residence of the Grand Tutor, Li Ziyue replied. Very well, Miss Zhao. Please hold on for a moment. I shall prepare a carriage to take you home, Blackie hastily remarked. Zhao Qingyao, however, let out a cold scoff, replying, There is no need. I can return on foot faster than by carriage. Then, allow me to send someone with you. It is quite late. And it would not be safe for you to return alone, he insisted. At that moment, Wu Chang, who had just received a pouch of gold leaves from Blackie and was still standing among the imperial guards, stepped forward and said, No need for concern. We shall escort Miss Zhao home. It is our duty to ensure her safe return. Very well, let us proceed, Zhao Qingyao replied with a slight nod, not even sparing a glance at Li Ziyue. Without waiting for Blackie to interject again, she turned and walked out onto the street, with Wu Chang and the imperial guards promptly following her. Blackie's face darkened with frustration, his eyes nearly bulging in exasperation. Brother, would you kindly return that pouch of gold leaves? I no longer wish to part with it. Is this how you conduct your duties? Do you genuinely believe you have acted justly, avoiding further trouble for us, and feel quite pleased with yourself? Could you not see that I was merely placating my future mistress on behalf of my lord? Why did you feel the need to interject? It's all in the line of duty, yet you possess no discernment whatsoever. Is it any wonder you remain merely a Wu Chang after all this time? The direct disciple of the esteemed Yun Xin, an 18-year-old 8th-rank genius. Does she truly require your escort? Blackie's already dark complexion flushed with anger, resembling a heated iron. Li Ziyue sighed and turned to glance at the demure maidservants behind him. They all seemed to realize that they had erred, falling silent and standing obediently in place. Normally, their playful antics would pose no issue, yet they understood that a master remains a master, and a servant forever a servant. A mistake could easily jeopardize their very existence at the whim of their lord. Li Ziyue found himself increasingly troubled, having noticed Zhao Qingyao's ire. It was precisely this realization that left him perplexed. With so many maidservants in his household, she was certainly aware of this. She was not typically a person of petty grievances. Why then was she so incensed today over a mere group of maidservants? As someone destined to become a princess, one would expect her perspective to be broader. Was it truly worth such distress? Chapter 15. Weakness. No matter how deeply Li Ziyue pondered, he could not fathom that just moments ago, Zhao Qingyao had been contemplating the marriage proposal he had drunkenly mentioned, and now he was enveloped in the affections of flirtatious maidens. How could the young lady not feel angered? After all, Zhao Qingyao was merely a girl, at an age prone to whimsical thoughts. How infuriating it was that he, in his drunken bravado, dared to make light promises regarding marriage, treating it as insignificant. Perhaps it would be better to end him with a swift sword strike today. In the Grand Tutor's estate, a charming 3-story building stood in poetic elegance, adorned with vermilion lacquer and intricate carvings, its eaves and brackets gracefully arching. Beside it, a peach tree stretched its branches, with budding blossoms reaching towards the windows of the 3rd floor. This was the residence of Zhao Qingyao, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingbei, within the capital. Of course, it was not her only dwelling. When the Duke of Dingbei, Zhao Shan, was granted his title, His Majesty bestowed upon him a grand estate, which boasted a courtyard even larger than this one. The hour has passed midnight, and Zhao Qingyao, having completed her evening rituals, reclines on the soft couch, her mind awash with the events of the day. Having known Li Ziyue since childhood, their acquaintance spans over a decade. In the blink of an eye, He has transformed from a mischievous lad into a graceful young gentleman of noble bearing. At times, she believes she comprehends him deeply, sensing his thoughts with a mere furrow of his brow. Yet, there are moments when she feels as though she has never truly known him, as if they have always existed in separate realms. Unbeknownst to her, a profound imprint of him has taken root within the depths of her heart. The myriad tales woven throughout their childhood have blurred the lines of her memories, making it difficult to discern whether the figure that lingers in her heart is the innocent boy who once rode a bamboo horse, the spirited youth training under the blazing sun, or the eloquent prince donned in garments as white as snow. The radiant moon and the shimmering stars reflect the image of the young man etched within her soul. There are few men worthy of Zhao Qingyao's affections in this world, and Li Ziyue is certainly one of them. Similarly, there are scarce souls who resonate with her heart's desires, and he stands alone in that regard. Fortunately, the prince's injuries are not overly severe, though his chest bears the brunt of the impact, affecting his lungs. It is perplexing that his muscles appear to be torn and his meridians somewhat disrupted. It remains unclear whether the prince employed an exceedingly powerful technique that resulted in his injuries. In the royal residence, an elderly physician with graying hair sits at the bedside, retracting his fingers from Li Ziyue's wrist, inquiring with concern. Li Ziyue, reclining weakly against the bed, pulls back his arm in silence for a moment before giving a slight nod. Dr. Zheng, having gained a deeper understanding of the situation, reflected on his extensive years of practice, during which he had treated countless martial artists afflicted by injuries, many of which stemmed from the formidable martial arts that exacted a toll on their bodies. Thus, he resolved to prescribe several remedies aimed at nurturing the tendons and meridians. With timely medication and a period of rest, recovery was assured. At this juncture, the maid Xiaoyue approached, gently lifting the quilt that had been carelessly piled upon Li Ziyue's abdomen and arranging it to cover his chest. I apologize for the trouble, Dr. Zheng. Please provide me with the prescriptions, and I shall send someone daily to fetch the medicines from the apothecary, she remarked, offering a slight bow in gratitude. Dr. Zheng nodded, swiftly inscribing a list of medicinal names on paper before handing it to Xiaoyue. Ensure that His Highness takes ample time to recuperate. I shall take my leave now. I will escort you, Dr. Zheng, Black Z interjected, observing as the esteemed physician began to pack his medical kit. Being a direct disciple of the venerable master's son, Dr. Zheng's exceptional skills and esteemed position warranted such respect from Black Z. Xiaoyue meticulously folded the prescription and tucked it into her bosom, then turned to secure the doors and windows. This was Li Ziyue's chamber within the royal residence, more accurately described as a grand hall, adorned with numerous doors and windows. During this early spring season, the windows were typically left open during the day for ventilation and natural light. However, with the onset of evening, a chill lingered in the air. Given that the prince was already injured, exposure to the cold could lead to further discomfort and prolonged suffering. What a careless mistake today. Allowing a monk to inflict such harm, she pondered with concern. After Xiaoyue securely closed the window, she approached Li Ziyue's bedside. With one hand supporting his back, she gently placed the pillow that had been propping him up, allowing him to recline comfortably. What could possibly lead a monk to such a state? Were it not for that bald rascal's treacherous ambush, he would never have succeeded in harming a single hair on my body. Xiaoyue pouted slightly, arranging Li Ziyue's nighttime essentials before settling down on the edge of the bed, her captivating eyes fixed on him as she continued. How could that monk dare to lay a hand on His Highness? Is he unaware that attempting to assassinate a prince is tantamount to treason? Such an act could spell doom for the entire Xiongwa temple. Li Ziyue cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyue perched on the edge of the bed, shaking his head as he replied, "This is precisely the source of my bewilderment. His reckless actions, seemingly devoid of consequence, suggest a complete disregard for the temple he has inhabited for decades. Even if he were to kill me, it would not resolve their clandestine dealings with the Taijiao sect in the slightest. His assault on me resembles a desperate man wielding a kitchen knife in a frenzy, lacking any semblance of logic." Xiaoyue wrinkled her nose and gently pressed her finger against the furrowed brow of Li Ziyue, saying, "If it baffles you, then cease your pondering. After all, they have been apprehended and thrown into the dungeons. Let those spies engage in the cerebral work." Li Ziyue nodded in agreement, reluctant to delve further into the matter, especially given the scant clues available. Aimlessly speculating would yield no clarity. He had already briefed Zhang Su and now awaited the results of the interrogation with patience. Contemplating this, Li Ziyue discreetly extended his hand and gently patted Xiaoyue, saying, "It is getting late. Let us extinguish the candles and retire for the night. The great hall was remarkably spacious, separated by a screen depicting 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, which divided the inner chambers from the sleeping quarters. Suddenly taken aback by Li Ziyue's unexpected gesture, Shower's face flushed crimson, and she promptly leaped down from the edge of the bed. With a bashful glance at her prince, she silently reproached him before hastily extinguishing the lamps behind the screen and tiptoeing back to the bedside. Only a few flickering lights remained, casting faint shadows throughout the room. As Shower resumed her seat on the bed's edge, the air was filled solely with the sound of their breaths. After removing her shoes and socks, she gradually shed her outer garments, carefully folding them in the dark before finally lifting the covers and burrowing beneath the blankets. "You should sleep, Your Highness," she murmured. The unique fragrance of the young girl wafted into Li Ziyue's senses, and as her warm breath mingled with the air, he could not resist wrapping his arm around Shower's shoulders. She tensed momentarily before gradually relaxing, resting her head against his shoulder. Li Ziyue, with his eyes wide open, gazed at the bed's curtain and suddenly recalled a winter from many years ago. At that time, his late mother had taken him and his elder brother to the Qi Yun Mountain Palace outside the capital for the winter. That winter was intensely cold, unreasonably so, with heavy snow blanketing the entire northern region of Daning. The biting chill rendered the world desolate and lifeless. Chapter 16. Two memories. The Daning court exerted every effort to provide relief, with officials in various provinces devising numerous strategies. The Ministry of Revenue drained its coffers, and the old prime minister was left in despair, his hair turning white from worry. Ultimately, they managed to endure the sudden calamity of winter. However, despite their efforts, the heavy snowfall still overwhelmed rooftops and submerged crops, resulting in countless citizens perishing in this natural disaster. It was during that year, as the Empress's palanquin departed the city en route to Qiyun Mountain, that the mischievous second prince happened to lift the curtain of the carriage, inadvertently directing the Empress's gaze to a small girl lying motionless in the snow by the roadside. The unfortunate child was indeed a wretched soul. Perhaps she could be taken to the palace, where, although not an ideal place, she would at least be spared from freezing to death or starving. "Oh, this girl appears rather clean. If she were to gain a bit of weight, she might blossom into a lovely maiden," mused the future Empress one day of Daning, contemplating the girl who had been laboriously carried back to the palanquin by her own son. "She seems to be of a similar age to the second prince. With proper nurturing, she could serve as a maid when he grows up." Li Ziyue reminisced, a smile tugging at his lips as he held Shower a bit closer. The young Shower, enveloped in Li Ziyue's embrace, felt a twinge of anxiety. She shyly lifted her face, speaking cautiously. "You have injuries. Please do not exert yourself too much." "All right." Li Ziyue, observing Shower's careful posture as she supported herself, fearful of putting weight on his wounds, could not help but chuckle softly. He extended his hand, gently caressing the silky black hair of Shower, and spoke softly. "What are you thinking about? I'm just here to hold you. Now, drift off to sleep." Understanding his intention, Shower finally relaxed, slowly retracting her arms and lying back beside Li Ziyue. He tenderly stroked her small head, inhaling the familiar fragrance that enveloped the young girl. His heart, which had been unsettled due to two unexpected events earlier that day, gradually found tranquility. This little girl, Shower, seemed to worry incessantly about him, as if he were about to devour her, despite the fact that he had done nothing to her. At 18 years of age, she possessed a beauty that could rival the most exquisite flowers, particularly her pair of eyes, pure and serene like the legendary Kunlun pool, tranquil yet enchanting. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous man, he still adhered to certain boundaries. He had patiently awaited Shower's coming of age before allowing her to share his bed, as she had previously slept on a small cot beside the screen. Even now, sharing warmth merely entailed holding her while they slept, and nothing more. At that moment, Shower resembled a newborn kitten, curled up in his embrace, her softly fluttering eyelashes betraying the turbulence that lay beneath her calm facade. Li Ziyue opened his eyes wide, striving to suppress his own desires. As memories of his past flooded back to him, he recalled the events that transpired upon his arrival in this world. When he first gained control over this body, he was already 5 years old, awakening on a mountain known as Shushan. Reflecting on it, he had never witnessed such grandeur in reality. Jagged peaks loomed like long swords, piercing the heavens. Amidst the ethereal clouds that drift between heaven and earth, they entwine around the mountain's waist. The waterfall cascades like a slender ribbon of silk, plummeting 3,000 feet from the mountainside, its destination in the mortal realm a mystery. The cry of the crane resonates like an immortal melody, spiraling through the landscape, accompanied by the distant sound of a flute. Not far away, palatial structures rise upon the peaks, shrouded in mist, cloaked in an enigmatic haze. Attended by close eunuchs and officials, he was led to meet an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, with hair and beard as white as snow. It was only later that he learned this venerable figure was the leader of Mount Shu, the one who had awakened him. Throughout that year, the emperor, in his quest to cure his comatose son, sought out renowned physicians from across the land and gathered countless rare medicinal herbs, all to no avail. Eventually, the emperor heard whispers of a miraculous herb that grew atop the summit of Tianshu Peak in Mount Shu, known as the soul-calling grass. According to legend, this herb could nourish the ethereal essence of souls, fortifying their spirit and even bestowing the power of resurrection. Initially skeptical, the emperor dismissed the notion. Despite the prowess of the world's greatest masters and the myriad of schools with their arcane practices, none had ever claimed to cultivate the soul. The concept of the soul was merely a fable to the people of this world, and the so-called Yin spirit could only be sensed by those of the highest caliber. Regardless of the emperor's belief, under the insistence of the empress and the empress dowager, he was compelled to issue an order for someone to retrieve the herb for experimentation. However, Mount Shu declared that this herb was a treasured possession of their sect, growing only once every century and exceedingly rare, and thus their request could not be fulfilled. Mount Shu had always remained isolated from the world, devoted to the path of cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. Through the cycles of day and night, and the rise and fall of dynasties, Mount Shu had endured, unchanged through the millennia. The emperor ultimately corresponded personally with the master of Shushan. But the cost required for Shushan to agree to present the soul-calling herb to aid Li Ziyue's awakening remains unknown. Upon witnessing Shushan's earnestness, a glimmer of hope arose within the emperor, prompting him to dispatch the law officer Su Ji to escort Li Ziyue to Shushan. A miracle indeed unfolded. After Li Ziyue ingested the soul-calling herb, the master of Shushan himself performed the ritual, harnessing its medicinal power to truly awaken Li Ziyue, who had been in a coma for an entire year. Alas, the being that awakened was but an impostor from another realm. Upon regaining consciousness and standing before the venerable elder, the white-haired master of Shushan merely regarded him with a serene gaze. Li Ziyue vividly recalls the complex and indescribable look in the elder's eyes at that moment, as if it were a fathomless deep, suddenly disturbed by ripples. It seemed as though the elder had glimpsed something profound, perhaps even understood a truth. In the end, the old sage turned and departed, leaving behind an ancient pendant. Without superfluous words or gestures, he entrusted the pendant to Li Ziyue, advising him that the jade possesses the ability to nurture the soul and should be worn frequently. Li Ziyue could not decipher the elder's gaze, nor did he comprehend what had been perceived. At that time, he was consumed by other concerns. Upon returning to the capital from Shushan, Li Ziyue was haunted by a singular fear. If he had indeed awakened, then what of the true owner of this body? Had they dissipated entirely, or did they linger within, silently observing all that transpired? If the original soul were to awaken once more, would it seize dominion over this body, plunging him back into the abyss of confinement? He was utterly convinced that in this world, souls indeed exist. Otherwise, what could explain his own presence? Thus, he scoured the vast array of scriptures within the imperial palace's library, yearning to discover a method to cultivate his soul, to empower his spirit. Yet, his efforts bore no fruit. He remained uncertain whether that child's soul still lingered, whether it might suddenly resurface and reclaim this body. But he dared not take that gamble. What he desired was for his own soul to firmly establish itself within this vessel after the child's return, to ensure it could not be usurped by the original owner. Chapter 17. Abyssal depths. He was engulfed in fear, tormented by anguish, and caught in a struggle. Deep down, he understood the fallacy of his thoughts. He was merely a wandering soul from another realm, while the boy named Li Ziyue was the true master of this body. Yet, he desperately wished to avoid the shackles of that interminable abyss. He even questioned whether he could continue to exist once that child awoke again. Initially, he refrained from pursuing the orthodox path of cultivation. Though that well-trodden road appeared inviting, he feared that advancing to a higher realm would involve the essence of the soul. And with such elevation, The original soul within would also grow in strength. He was a scholar, yet he could not adopt the scholar's path of nurturing righteousness. For he was acutely aware that he was a thief, a usurper of another's body. And a thief cannot cultivate the noble spirit of righteousness. He continued to grapple with his turmoil. He had never felt such a profound nostalgia for his homeland, for his work, for his humble abode, and for the tranquil, untroubled existence he once led. He yearned to escape the confines of the royal palace, disinterested in the roles of prince or nobleman. Each day, he found himself performing before an audience, before his mother, before his father, and before his astute elder brother, who seemed more like a time traveler than a royal. He harbored a deep-seated fear that one day his true identity would be unveiled, leading to his capture, subjected to their sorrowful gazes as they pointed fingers at him, denouncing him as an impostor and demanding he vacate the life of the genuine Li Ziyue. He was utterly exhausted, longing for home. Eventually, Li Ziyue capitulated. If he were to be a thief, then so be it. He contemplated the prospect of perishing in the accident, yet fate had other plans, thrusting him inexplicably into this new world, into this unfamiliar body. He had not intended to usurp this existence. You fell into a coma, and I awakened in your stead. What choice did I have? It was on that fateful day, amidst Li Ziyue's deepest despair, that a pendant, said to nourish the soul, began to emit its first flicker of light, albeit an eerie crimson glow. Young man, cultivating the soul is no simple endeavor. I possess a method for soul cultivation that leads directly to the realm of the transcendent. What say you? Shall we strike a bargain? The raspy voice echoed in Li Ziyue's mind like a devil's whisper. In the East Palace, the sky had darkened, yet the study remained aglow with light. Everyone serving in the East Palace is well aware that its master detests solitude, thriving instead in the vibrancy of lively company. The onset of night, with its accompanying stillness, is something the master cannot abide. Thus, over the years, they have diligently prepared candlesticks and lanterns before dusk, illuminating the East Palace as brightly as day. These lights remain aglow unless the master intends to retire for the night. The current emperor is cognizant of this practice, yet remains indifferent. When a courtier once admonished the East Palace's master for extravagance, the sovereign merely posed a question that rendered the minister speechless. Can you recount any other instances of the prince's alleged lavishness, aside from his penchant for lighting? The courtier fell silent, bowing in defeat. At this very moment, the light-loving prince sits cross-legged at a table, holding chopsticks, occasionally savoring a dish newly devised by the imperial kitchen. With a grand court assembly scheduled for tomorrow, he has just finalized the memorial regarding water conservancy to be presented. He intends to enjoy a bite to eat before resting. Tonight's supper is indeed delectable, reportedly inspired by the second prince's suggestions to the imperial chefs. Meanwhile, Yang Chao, the chief eunuch of the East Palace, stands by, recounting amusing events from the afternoon. The second prince's tumble from the rooftop near Chengui building was quite severe. It was partly due to a moment of carelessness, and partly because one must admit that Miss Zhao's martial prowess surpasses that of the second prince by a considerable margin. Although His Highness the second prince was somewhat hasty in his response, he indeed executed the most suitable defensive maneuver. Yet he was effortlessly bested by the sheath of the sword thrown by Miss Zhao, exemplifying the principle of overpowering through sheer force. Upon hearing this, the crown prince lifted the wine cup from the table, took a slight sip, and shook his head in resignation. This refined and gentle heir to the throne of Daming placed a hand to his forehead, sighing as he remarked, Ziyue's actions remain as absurd as ever. It is one thing for Zhao Li to indulge in frivolities upon returning to the capital, but to be caught red-handed by Qing Yao is truly a matter of great disgrace should it come to light. Eunuch Yang Chao stood by the crown prince's side, and upon hearing this, he chuckled. It should not cause concern. From the moment the second prince leapt from the window of the building to being struck down by the sword sheath, it all transpired within mere breaths. Aside from the officials of the law lurking in the shadows and those from our eastern palace, few would have taken note of this incident. The crown prince, Li Ziyuan, sighed once more, gently shaking his head, his cascading hair draping over his shoulders, further enhancing his gentlemanly demeanor akin to jade. Where did he go afterwards? Upon returning to the palace, the second prince, having departed from Chengui Lu, proceeded directly to the moonlit palace of Consort Yin. At that time, the hall was populated with numerous palace maids and young eunuchs. According to their accounts, upon encountering the third prince, the second prince wasted no words and delivered a couple of kicks, then dusted off his robe before leaving the palace to return to his own residence. It is known that at noon today, the third prince exited the palace to dine at the second prince's estate and returned to the palace in the afternoon. It is speculated that earlier, the second prince, along with the crown prince of Kong and the heir of Dingbei Marquis, had visited Chungue Lu without the company of the third prince. The third prince, perhaps feeling a touch of melancholy, sought refuge at the residence of the Grand Tutor, where he divulged the whereabouts of the second prince to Miss Zhao. In turn, Miss Zhao proceeded to the Spring Return Pavilion to apprehend the second prince, which set these events into motion. The third prince, being quite young, had frequently lodged complaints against the second prince, who likely deduced that it was the third prince who had betrayed his location. Upon entering the palace, he headed straight for the Moonlit Palace, intent on venting his frustrations on the third prince. The crown prince was immediately struck with an overwhelming sense of exasperation. He pieced together the situation. The third prince had dined at Li Ziyue's home at noon, only to find himself excluded when Li Ziyue and his companions ventured to a brothel. Infuriated, the third prince had rushed to Zhao Qingyao to lodge a complaint. The second prince, having suffered a setback, was unwilling to let it go and returned to the palace to give the third prince a sound thrashing. What a predicament this was! The crown prince, Li Ziyuan, found himself at a loss for words, utterly baffled by the antics of his two younger brothers. Unlike him and Li Ziyue, the third prince was born of the Yangue Fei, having only recently reached the age of maturity. It was perplexing that he was already contemplating visits to a brothel. All of this mischief was instigated by Li Ziyue. These two troublesome youths had been causing chaos since childhood, showing no signs of growing up. Sigh. The crown prince's expression darkened with a deeper sense of helplessness. Li Ziyuan and Li Ziyue, names bestowed upon the emperor's two legitimate sons with the intention of evoking the imagery of deep waters and towering mountains. The depth of a river is unfathomable, just as the grandeur of mountains is immeasurable. The elder crown prince, Li Ziyuan, now possessed the knowledge, demeanor, capability, and character that aptly matched the essence of deep waters. At the tender age of 25, he had already positioned himself beside the dragon throne in the imperial study, attentively listening to the emperor and the ministers deliberating state affairs. His political acumen had matured remarkably, often offering sound and reliable advice during the minor court assemblies. These suggestions, once refined through discussions among the court officials, would crystallize into pragmatic and actionable decisions. Chapter 18. The Towering Cliff. As he continued to grow in maturity, his presence at the East Palace became increasingly prominent, supported by a plethora of talented officials. The current emperor, possessing both wisdom and martial prowess, cast a discerning gaze upon the crown prince, harboring not even the slightest hint of doubt. The recent promotion of a humble scholar, whom the crown prince had supported in his youth to the position of assistant minister of personnel, alongside the elevation of Qian Li, a close associate of the East Palace, to deputy minister of revenue, further solidified the court's perception of Li Ziyuan's ever-stable position in the East Palace. Over the years, the ministers of Daming had grown accustomed to the young crown prince, who had long resided in the East Palace, and they naturally believed that entrusting the flourishing realm to him in the future would inspire immense confidence. In stark contrast, the path taken by the emperor's second son, Li Ziyue, seemed to have veered into uncertainty. Following the untimely demise of the empress a decade ago, the still youthful Li Ziyue was entrusted to the care of Consort Yin, having shared a sisterly bond with the empress during her lifetime. Consort Yin embraced Li Ziyue as her own upon bringing him to the Moonlit Palace. However, Li Ziyue proved to be excessively unruly. During his childhood, while attending lessons from the Grand Tutor in the palace, he frequently incited the venerable tutor's ire, inciting fury and exasperation. Alongside his noble peers, he spent his days in mischief, skipping classes, causing disturbances, and engaging in all manner of mischief, embodying the grand demeanor of a youthful leader among his peers. In light of this, the beloved consort Yin often visited the residence of the Grand Tutor, bringing with her precious medicinal herbs to atone for her son's misdeeds. The educational concerns regarding Li Ziyue weighed heavily on her, for she was not his biological mother and thus lacked the authority to discipline him effectively. Ultimately, such matters would reach the ears of the emperor. One day, after a long and taxing day of governance, the weary emperor sought a moment of respite with a cup of tea, only to be interrupted by news that his second son had nearly caused the Grand Tutor to faint from anger, igniting a fire of fury within him. As the figure clad in resplendent yellow approached, chaos erupted throughout the palace. Naturally, Li Ziyue was destined to receive a sound thrashing, and Consort Yan, fearing that the boy might be harmed, did her utmost to intervene. Meanwhile, the third son, Li Ziyu, watched from the sidelines, chuckling at the scene, while Princess Jinshu, also a daughter of Consort Yan, seized the opportunity to stealthily summon the crown prince Li Ziyuan from the Eastern Palace to help placate the enraged emperor. After enduring a fortnight confined to bed following his punishment, Li Ziyue mended his ways, never again daring to disrupt the lessons of the Grand Tutor. Strangely enough, following that chastisement, the second prince, having earnestly dedicated himself to his studies, exhibited an extraordinary aptitude and enthusiasm for poetry and literature, as if a floodgate had been opened. The Grand Tutor, a luminary of the literary world, did not consider it unworthy for a prince to pursue the arts. He was more than willing to provide detailed answers whenever Li Ziyue inquired about literary knowledge. Consequently, the once unruly second prince developed a commendable literary prowess. As the years progressed, Li Ziyue learned to indulge in the company of a group of extravagant young men, reveling amidst the alluring flowers of the brothels and succumbing to the tender embrace of their charm. He once extravagantly squandered a fortune in a single night, merely to elicit a smile from a beauty, becoming the romantic dream of countless courtesans. Alongside his notorious reputation, tales of the verses he penned in drunken stupors have echoed throughout Daming, transformed into melodies by esteemed poets, resonating through the bustling streets of the North and South alike. Many literary figures are intrigued by the prodigious talent of this young prince hailing from a noble lineage, who, despite his youth, has crafted poignant and melancholic lyrical compositions that seem beyond his years. Consider his piece Yueling Ling, The Cold Cicada's Cry, particularly the line, "Where shall I awaken from my drunken slumber tonight? By the willow bank, beneath the waning moon." One might ponder, where do you awaken from your intoxication? Surely not within the opulent confines of your grand palace that occupies nearly half a street? Additionally, in Xiaoyanyu, the ancient road of Chang'an, one can sense a certain estrangement, a somberness that starkly contrasts with the previous year. Last year, if memory serves, you composed this piece at the tender age of 16. It is precisely due to this prince's extraordinary literary prowess that debates surrounding him have persisted in the literary circles. Aside from the eclectic style of his verses, which seems somewhat incongruous with his life experiences, the most contentious point remains: this prince appears disinclined to compose poetry. To date, only a handful of his works have circulated, leaving the literary world baffled. Some assert that lyrics are mere trifles, secondary to poetry, suggesting that Li Ziyue is merely adept at filling in lyrics, his literary talent, but modest. Some have remarked that the second prince possesses a talent for crafting words that are both exquisite and refined, suggesting that composing poetry would come effortlessly to him. It is not that he refrains from doing so, but rather that the opportune moment has yet to arrive. In summary, regardless of the literary circle's appraisal of Li Ziyue, the consensus among the populace regarding this prince remains uniform. This second son of the Daming dynasty exhibits no inclination towards factionalism, nepotism, or the pursuit of power. He appears entirely disinterested in the throne, save for his fondness for mingling with a few noble scions. Thus, his reputation as a charming prince has spread far and wide. Furthermore, it is said that the second prince has been cultivating himself since childhood, yet after so many years, he has yet to demonstrate any significant accomplishment. Judging by the frequent chastisements he endures at the hands of the young lady from the Zhao family, his spiritual attainment seems rather limited. In the realm of debauchery, he excels remarkably. However, in the duties befitting a prince, he falls decidedly short. For the seamless succession of this empire, princes must receive a commendable education and excel in various domains. Yet apart from his proficiency in poetry and song, Li Ziyue has little else to commend himself. Reflecting on the absurdities he has engaged in throughout his life leaves the crown prince in a state of exasperation. He lifted his wine cup, only to set it down in resignation, slowly picking at the dishes before him. As the years pass, the crown prince finds himself increasingly perplexed by his brother's many bewildering behaviors. Sipping from his goblet of fine wine, he furrowed his brow at the thought of his erratic sibling. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study. Yang Chao abruptly turned his head, glancing warily towards the source of the sound. The crown prince remained composed as he raised his wine cup once more, taking a delicate sip. If it were indeed an enemy capable of infiltrating the palace at this hour and silently eliminating the Eastern Palace guards, any resistance he and Yang Chao could muster would be futile. Moreover, if such a masterful assassin had breached the palace, Why direct their efforts towards the crown prince rather than the emperor? This left only a second possibility. The sound of footsteps approached the study door, knocking in a distinctive rhythm. It was a member of the household. Yang Chao exhaled in relief, noticing the crown prince's calm nod. The chief eunuch moved to the door and pushed it open. A man, resembling a guard, hurriedly approached the crown prince, urgency lacing his voice. At the hour of the rat tonight, the second prince was attacked. The usually steady hand of the crown prince trembled, causing the wine cup to slip from his grasp and shatter on the floor with a sharp crack. Chapter 19. Sun Huzhong. Old man, wake up quickly. The Grand Court Assembly is today. Get up and tidy yourself. Have a bit of breakfast. Sun Huzhong slowly opened his eyes. In the early spring hours, the sky had yet to brighten, and the room was shrouded in darkness. His wife brought in a candlestick to provide some light. With great effort, Sun Huzhong propped himself up, managing to sit on the edge of the bed. Age had taken its toll. His vitality no longer matched the vigor of his youth, and he could no longer spring into action as he once did. As he began to regain consciousness, his wife called out to the outside, "Come, light all the lamps in the house, and bring the master's court attire to assist him in dressing." "Yes, madam." A few maidservants entered the room, carrying lamps, instantly illuminating the space. The early spring dawn, while beautiful, proved somewhat harsh for one who had reached the age of understanding fate. The servants brought in steaming basins of water to attend to Sun Huzhong's morning ablutions. A fireplace crackled warmly, enveloping the elder gentleman in its comforting embrace. "Master, a few officials have arrived, familiar faces, seeking an audience with you," announced oldly from the gatehouse. Sun Huzhong nodded. "Let them in." The Ministry of Justice was burdened with affairs, often beset by unforeseen circumstances at night. Knowing that there was a morning court session, their arrival at this hour indicated pressing matters that he must be apprised of before the court convened. Sun Huzhong stood, extending his arms for the maidservants to drape him in his ceremonial robes, a scarlet silk mantle adorned with a vividly embroidered phoenix on his chest. "Your Excellency." A man clad in the official garb of the Ministry of Justice entered the room, bowing respectfully. "Pray, speak your mind. What is it?" The official glanced at the maidservant standing within the chamber, took a couple of steps forward, and leaned in to whisper to Sun Huzhong. As the official recounted the developments, Sun Huzhong's brow furrowed, and his expression gradually darkened. "I understand. Continue the investigation. Proceed with the interrogations." "I refuse to believe that the 13 yamen of the Ministry of Justice cannot ascertain the true identity of a monk who has resided in the capital for over 20 years. "Understood," the official replied and departed. As time slipped by, Sun Huzhong finished his preparations and boarded the carriage heading towards the palace gates. The second prince has been attacked. A monk from the state minister's temple, rebels from the Taijua sect. Sun Huzhong sat within the gentle confines of the carriage, meticulously contemplating the intricacies of the situation and the potential reactions of the emperor. Alas, what a tumultuous season it has become. The carriage gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Qianmen. Sun Huzhong lifted the curtain and observed a number of young officials clad in blue robes, braving the biting wind as they awaited his arrival. He lowered the curtain once more, remaining quietly ensconced within the carriage, the quilt draped over him providing ample warmth for his aging body. After assessing that the time was appropriate, he finally lifted the quilt and, with the aid of the coachman, descended from the carriage. As the cold wind swept in, Sun Huzhong rubbed his hands together and tucked his arms into the wide sleeves of his robe. Casting a glance to the side, he noticed other seasoned officials, similarly garbed in red robes, had also timed their descent and were making their way towards the palace gates. The sky gradually brightened, with the eastern horizon beginning to blush with the light of dawn. At the majestic entrance of Qianmen stood the very core of the Ning dynasty's administrative apparatus. These men were the ones sustaining the vast empire beneath their feet. "Good morning, Master Sun," one official greeted him. "It is indeed a frigid day. I have some fine tea sourced from Jiangnan. I shall have it delivered to your office after court. Perfect for warming oneself during leisure." As Sun Huzhong walked, officials approached him to exchange pleasantries. As a high-ranking official of the second grade and a member of the cabinet, he was a figure of admiration for many ambitious young men. Smiling graciously and nodding in acknowledgement, he gradually made his way to the forefront of the civil officials' line. There, he spotted a figure standing with hands clasped behind his back at the very front of the line, the current chief minister of the cabinet. Zhang Jingduan adjusted his official robe, smiling as he stepped forward to pay his respects. "Greetings to the esteemed Prime Minister." Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Zhang turned around, gazing at the Minister of Justice. Sun Huzhong, who oversaw the nation's legal affairs, and nodded with a smile. Ah, it is you, Minister Sunday. I have heard that you were unwell due to a chill recently and took some time to rest. Seeing you now, you appear to be in excellent spirits. So I presume you have fully recovered. Zhang shook his head, sighing. Once a person reaches a certain age, their body inevitably declines day by day, leaving behind some lingering ailments. Yet you, Minister Sun, seem to be in fine health. I have often heard that since your youth, your vitality has been unparalleled, tirelessly working through the night at the court until every case is resolved. I observe that your vigor remains undiminished. Sun Huzhong chuckled wryly, clasping his hands together. Your words are indeed flattering. One cannot deny the passage of time. Today, my wife roused me from slumber, applying a warm towel to my face repeatedly just to invigorate me. I could hardly open my eyes. To be honest, I am uncertain how much longer my body will endure. Prime Minister Zhang raised his head, tucking his arms into his sleeves and resting them against his chest, chuckling. Isn't it a universal truth that we all age? Just the other day, I dreamt of returning to my youth, a student at an academy. During that tumultuous era, when the great Zhou was on the brink of collapse and Emperor Taizu was raising troops in the south, I pondered the worth of a scholar amidst chaos. Though one may possess a fervent spirit and consider oneself to be endowed with profound wisdom, in these tumultuous times, where can we carve out a space for our existence? As we find ourselves in our current state, adorned in splendid garments of purple and gold, elevated to the heights of power, we are unwittingly approaching the twilight of our years. Yet, it is a comfort to realize that we have, at last, fulfilled the aspirations of our youth. In this flourishing era, it is only just that I claim a share of the credit. What I seek now is merely a peaceful conclusion, a legacy to be remembered both in life and beyond. Sun Hu, with a smile, stroked his beard and remarked, Ah, a legacy to be remembered in life and death. Indeed, Minister Zhang speaks the truth. The eunuchs stationed at the palace gates, witnessing the exchange between the two venerable gentlemen, refrained from interrupting, standing silently by and observing. Were it young officials in their place, they would surely have received a stern reprimand to uphold the royal dignity. However, with these two esteemed figures, such audacity was beyond their means. Suddenly, the sound of drums resonated from the watchtower of the Qian Gate, prompting all civil and military officials to fall silent and form two distinct lines. At the forefront of the civil officials stood none other than Zhang, the chief minister, with Sun Hu positioned prominently among several grand scholars. A gentle morning breeze swept through, and the palace gates fell into a hushed stillness as the officials stood quietly, gazing upon the Qian Gate, a monument that has stood for 3 centuries. Time has not diminished the grandeur and opulence of this imperial city. Rather, it has imbued the palace, which has withstood 2 dynasties, with an even greater sense of weight and majesty. As the bells of the corner tower chimed, the palace gates slowly creaked open. The time for court has finally arrived. Chapter 20. The morning assembly. The officials of the court traversed the Qianmen, crossing the imperial bridge over the Longzhou Canal, arriving at a vast square extending over 600 meters. At the far end of the square stood the very heart of the imperial city, the Taiyuan Hall. This principal hall was reserved for significant ceremonies and festivals, seldom utilized for daily assemblies. Elevated upon a 15-meter high platform of white jade, the officials had to ascend the ramps flanking the hall to pass through the Taiyuan Hall, proceeding to the second palace of the 3 great halls, the Xianzheng Hall. The distance between the 2 grand halls was considerable, with the imperial path stretching endlessly, seemingly requiring vastness and grandeur to reflect the majesty and supremacy of the palace's sovereign. Although Sun Huzhong felt a tinge of fatigue, he was accustomed to it. Having served in the Ministry of Justice during his youth, he had often accompanied investigations despite being a civil servant, thereby honing his physical prowess. However, as his career ascended, the burdens of paperwork and countless social engagements gradually wore him down. With age, the vitality of his youth had completely waned. This 5-day-a-week morning assembly walk had become his sole means of physical exercise in recent years. Breathing slightly heavier, Sun Huzhong jested within himself. In truth, being in his 50s was not particularly old, yet one must find an excuse for one's declining physique. As he ascended the long white jade steps, he noticed the imperial guards standing vigil with their swords at the sides of the Xianzheng Hall, peering through the hall's entrance. The imposing dragon throne gradually came into view. The officials entered in an orderly fashion, civil and military dignitaries standing at the expansive sides of the hall, awaiting the arrival of the sovereign, The revered 9-5. Your Majesty has arrived. A sharp, thin voice resonated within the Xianzheng Hall. Sun Qiaozhong recognized this voice. One he had heard for decades, it belonged to the emperor's personal eunuch, Li Lianin. We pay our respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Within the hall, the court officials knelt in unison beneath the dragon throne. All ministers, rise. Sun Huzhong stood from the floor, lifting his gaze towards the imperial seat, which had previously been vacant but now bore the presence of a figure clad in brilliant yellow, leaning against the throne. With his arm resting on the armrest and his fist propped against his forehead, the emperor surveyed his ministers from his elevated position. As the morning sun gradually ascended, rays of light streamed through the crevices of the grand hall's dome, illuminating the dragon throne. For a fleeting moment, Sun Huzhong felt a strange disorientation. It was as though, in 10, 100, or even 1,000 years, the emperor would still occupy that seat, reclining as he did now, his gaze penetrating through the hall and the palace, steadfastly observing his eternal realm. Beneath the throne stood a young man adorned in a crimson court robe embellished with golden dragons, smiling quietly as he stood in attendance. This was the crown prince of Daming, Li Ziyuan. If there are matters to present, please proceed. If not, you may leave the court. The sharp voice of Chief Eunuch Li Lianin rang out once more, marking the commencement of the morning audience. As Sun Huzhong observed the exchange between an official from the Ministry of Works and the newly appointed left minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Qian Lixing, their faces flushed with fervor, he remained in the ranks of the court ministers. Flooding has historically been a paramount concern for the populace. The widening of riverways and the construction of levees, which do not come without a financial burden, raise the question, can one truly bear to witness the citizens of Daming swept away by torrents, or the fertile fields drowned? Am I to stand idly by as the people are carried off? Are you oblivious to the fact that water management projects are an insatiable pit of expenses? Over the years, the Ministry of Revenue has allocated substantial sums to your water management department, meticulously documented in the ledgers. How dare you question my authority? What of the levees built by your department, or the channels dug? You incessantly demand funds. Yet you ought to first accomplish tangible deeds for the populace before approaching me for financial support. The officials of the Ministry of Works found themselves rendered speechless by the remarks of Qian Lixing, the Deputy Minister of Revenue. He was acutely aware that the funds drawn from the national treasury for the construction of levees had been siphoned off at every level, from the capital to the provinces, states, and counties. How many officials genuinely concern themselves with the welfare of the people? How much of the money dispatched from the capital truly reaches those earnest individuals who wish to effect change, amidst the avarice of corrupt officials? As spring has already commenced, if the levees remain unfortified, the onset of summer storms will inevitably usher in another calamity. Yet, he feels a sense of injustice. He harbors no greed, genuinely caring for the welfare of the populace, while enduring scorn, unable to express to His Majesty that the funds have been misappropriated by subordinates. To suggest such a thing would be tantamount to courting disaster. After much contemplation, the official of the Ministry of Works resolutely stepped forward, bowing before the emperor. He humbly implored, the construction of the levees is imminent, and the issue of flooding cannot be delayed any longer. I beseech your Majesty for your benevolence. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, gently pinching the space between his brows, for the court meeting had prolonged, and he felt somewhat fatigued. As per the customary practice of previous years, allocate the necessary silver for the Water Conservancy Bureau, he instructed. This time, I shall dispatch a team of inspectors to oversee the transfer of the funds. You shall accompany them and ensure the well-being of my Jiangnan. Having spoken, and without awaiting the officials from the Ministry of Works to express their gratitude or the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Qian, to receive the decree, the emperor descended from the throne and waved his hand, stating, that will suffice. He then exited through the rear of the hall. The Grand Eunuch, Li Lianin, promptly waved his ceremonial whisk and announced loudly, dismissed. He hurriedly followed the emperor out of the grand hall, proclaiming, long live His Majesty. Once the ministers rose from the floor, the crown prince clasped his hands in respect towards several officials at the front, saying, I entreat you, esteemed lords, to proceed to the imperial study. His Majesty has matters to discuss with you. Zhang Shoufu nodded in acknowledgement. As it was customary for the emperor to summon the cabinet ministers to the imperial study after each court session, either to deliberate on unresolved matters from the court or to discuss pending memorials. Among the cabinet ministers was Sun Huzhong, the Minister of Justice. Upon their arrival at the imperial study, The emperor had already donned a crimson robe, seated comfortably on a soft couch, perusing the memorials laid before him. "Oh, you have arrived. Please take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." In the imperial study, the benches had been arranged, and the elderly ministers, unable to stand throughout the court session, were now seated for their audience. Among them, Sun Huzhong was considered relatively youthful. The weather remained somewhat chilly as the crown prince, accompanied by several eunuchs, served warm tea to the esteemed officials. Sun Huzhong accepted a cup, taking a sip. The steaming tea flowed into his stomach, providing a comforting warmth. The emperor set aside the memorial he had been perusing and, addressing the assembled ministers and the standing crown prince, stated plainly, "With the spring examination approaching, the position of chief examiner has yet to be determined. What recommendations do you have?" The ministers hesitated. The role of chief examiner for the spring examination was not one to be taken lightly. The imperial examination, held once every 4 years, drew countless scholars aspiring to fulfill their dreams, traversing the narrow bridge of opportunity to participate in the capital's assessments. Each candidate arriving here was a gem among the multitude. While one might possess exceptional talent, the capital during the spring examination was resplendent with brilliance. Upon the release of the results, they could transform their fortunes, perhaps entering the Hanlin Academy as reserve talents for the state, or joining the 6 ministries to become the cornerstone of governance, or even being assigned to localities, becoming the paternal figures of their counties. Ultimately, regardless of their future paths, all would honor the chief examiner of that day with the title of master and might even proudly regard themselves as students of the chief examiner. Thus, the selection of the chief examiner for the imperial examination became especially significant. The emperor observed the several cunning old foxes exchanging glances, yet none dared to speak, which seemed to ignite a flicker of ire within him. "What is this? Not a single one of you has the courage to utter a word? Cannot a suitable candidate for the examination officer be found within the vast ranks of my great Ning dynasty?" Sun Hu and Minister Liu of the Ministry of Rites exchanged a glance and shook their heads. It was not that candidates were lacking. With so many high-ranking officials in the 6 ministries, surely one could fulfill the role of the spring examination officer. In previous years, your imperial will have been absolute. But who could fathom what peculiarities you might conjure this year, seeking our opinions in this matter? Reluctantly, Chancellor Zhang and Minister Liu could only nominate 2 individuals they deemed somewhat acceptable. Upon hearing this, the emperor shook his head, saying, "This will not do. Zhao Luo is merely a junior official, too youthful and inexperienced. Perhaps he may serve in the next spring examination. Meng Kuo lacks sufficient knowledge and reputation to command respect." The other ministers, upon hearing this, fell silent, devoid of further suggestions. At that moment, however, the crown prince stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Father, I have a candidate to recommend. Might you wish to hear it?" "Oh." The emperor lifted his gaze towards the crown prince. His eldest son was typically composed, and the emperor was intrigued to hear whom he would propose. "Pray tell me." The crown prince then bowed to the assembled ministers before speaking. As the saying goes, one should not avoid appointing the virtuous due to familial ties. The individual I recommend is none other than my second brother. At these words, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. In that moment, the sovereign of Great Ning even found himself questioning the reliability of his own hearing. "Repeat that for me. Whom do you propose?" "It is the second prince, the king of Shu, Li Ziyue." "Your Highness, are you aware that the emperor speaks without jest? From a young age, I have been under the tutelage of the Grand Preceptor and am indeed cognizant of this fact. But do you understand that this is the imperial study?" "I am aware, Your Highness." The emperor, suppressing the tumult within his breast, endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "Then why do you mention that individual? If you seek to jest, go to the spirit hall and amuse the Empress Dowager instead." Sun Huzhong, with his head bowed, trembled slightly, struggling to quell the urge to laugh. At that moment, however, Chancellor Zhang set down his teacup and spoke slowly. "In truth, it would be quite fitting for the second prince to serve as the chief examiner for the spring imperial examination." The emperor, once again, questioned the reliability of his ears. His own second son, to serve as the chief examiner for the spring imperial examination? How preposterous! "Your Majesty, the second prince holds the esteemed title of a first-rank prince, and his status is indeed sufficient. Over the years, the second prince has produced numerous remarkable works, each a timeless masterpiece, resonating throughout the realms, and his talent is certainly adequate. If Your Majesty is inclined, appointing the second prince as the chief examiner would be a commendable choice." Chancellor Zhang sat upright, methodically articulating his reasoning. The emperor could no longer contain himself, gesturing forcefully. Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. How old is he? A mere child, still reeking of milk. Aside from a few insipid verses, what talent does he possess? This matter shall not be broached again. Historically, there has never been a prince serving as an examiner. Should I allow him to assume such a position, it would render me a great fool. I shall obey your command. Zhang Shoufu clasped his hands together. Initially believing that the interaction between the crown prince and the emperor was merely a theatrical performance aimed at appointing the second prince as the chief examiner for the upcoming spring examination. This, of course, was out of the question. However, to his astonishment, a mere tentative inquiry on his part elicited such a vehement reaction from the emperor. If this was not a charade, then what role was the crown prince playing? Was he probing whether the emperor harbored intentions of granting the second prince a political voice? Zhang Shoufu shook his head, realizing that such matters were inescapable in every dynasty. Fortunately, the emperor was still in the prime of life. By the time the emperor departed from this world, Zhang would likely have long since returned to the earth, thus avoiding the entanglements of court intrigues. For now, his sole focus should be to diligently fulfill his duties as the prime minister, striving to maintain order and stability during his lifetime, and perhaps achieve a few commendable deeds for the populace, ensuring that his legacy would be favorably recorded in history. The meeting in the imperial study concluded swiftly, with the Minister of Rites ultimately recommending an individual whom the emperor deemed suitable. This individual was Wu Fuji, the esteemed son of the prominent Jiangling Wu family, one of the 5 distinguished clans. Notably, he was also to be the future father-in-law of Li Luo, the son of the Prince of Kong. The emperor's approval of Wu as the chief examiner for the spring examination was influenced by this connection. Apart from the Xiao family, this marked the first of the 5 clans to align with the imperial family. These venerable families possessed deep-rooted foundations that endure through dynastic changes, flourishing for centuries with expansive branches, whether in literary or martial pursuits, each maintaining its own legacy. The Jiangling Wu family stands as one of the most illustrious among these 5 esteemed clans. The aristocracy must ensure the continuous prosperity of their lineage by presenting talented individuals to the imperial court, thus acquiring the prestige and authority conferred upon them by the sovereign. Conversely, the emperor requires the talents cultivated by these eminent families to govern the realm and fortify his reign. This encapsulates the fundamental relationship between the noble families and the emperor in this world. The court is not devoid of ministers hailing from esteemed 5 surname families. Yet the highest ranking among them is Wu Yu of the Wu clan. Since the inception of the imperial examination system in this dynasty, the emperor has deliberately sought to suppress officials of noble lineage, remaining vigilant against the resurgence of a scenario where the aristocracy shares dominion with the royal family, as it did in the previous dynasty. The Wu family has maintained a cautious demeanor over the years, with Wu Yu adhering strictly to the principles of servitude. Moreover, he possesses genuine abilities and knowledge, leaving the emperor with no grounds for reproach, which ultimately led to his elevation to the position of Deputy Minister of Rites. Recently, news of a proposed union between the Kong Wang's family and a daughter of the Wu clan reached him, prompting a mixture of amusement and exasperation. After some contemplation, he acquiesced to the arrangement. Since the Wu family is so compliant, what harm is there in granting them the title of mentor to the scholars of the realm? In his perspective, the so-called aristocracy is merely a toy he can manipulate at will. His ambitions have never been confined to a single family or surname. His gaze is perpetually fixed upon the entire realm. As for the Xiao family, one of the 5 noble clans, it serves as the maternal family of his empress. Having long been intertwined with the Li family, the emperor set down his teacup, regained his focus, and regarded the ministers who were bowing to take their leave. Nodding as he said, "You may depart. Leave Sun Huzhong behind." Upon hearing this, Sun Huzhong promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, with a measured demeanor, he settled himself down, pondering that what was inevitable had finally arrived. Lord Sun's tea must have grown cold by now. Your Highness, please refill Lord Sun's cup with hot tea. Chapter 22. The minister and commander of the Anti-Ning Restoration. Upon these words, Sun Huzhong, startled, immediately rose to his feet and fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I deserve death." The emperor furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of impatience. "I have yet to say anything. What is the meaning of this? Quickly rise. When Zhao Ji arrives, we shall thoroughly discuss the matters concerning you too." Minister obeys. Sun Huzhong gradually lifted himself from the ground, this time not daring to resume his seat. At that moment, the Crown Prince approached with a teapot, smiling as he filled a cup with steaming tea. Presenting it to Sun Huzhong. Your Highness, you are too kind. Lord Sun expressed his gratitude, holding the teacup in his hands. Sun Huzhong recognized the Crown Prince's attempt to soothe him, yet his anxious heart remained restless. Soon after, a eunuch hurried into the hall, addressing the Emperor. Your Majesty, Commander Zhao Ji has arrived. The Emperor paused in his perusal of the documents, looking up to say, let him enter. Sun Huzhong observed a handsome middle-aged man clad in a black robe, with a red long sword hanging at his waist. Stepping through the door and advancing to kneel before the Emperor. I am Zhao Ji, paying my respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty be in good health. I am not at ease. The Emperor snapped the memorial shut with a resounding thud, casting it harshly beside Zhao Ji. Sun Huzhong hastily knelt beside Zhao Ji. Beneath the sovereign's feet, within the heart of the capital, a temple harboring traitors had been discovered. How could the Minister of Justice and the commander of the Law Enforcement Division have allowed such a scandal to unfold? This very morning, upon awakening, I was informed that my son had been the target of an assassination attempt right at the temple near our home. The results of an all-night interrogation by the 13 offices of the Ministry of Justice have emerged, revealing that within the vast expanse of the state minister's temple, aside from the newly arrived, oblivious young monks, the abbot and the resident monks are all conspirators of the Taijua sect. I am left utterly perplexed as to how you permitted them to remain hidden beneath my very nose for nearly 2 decades. I truly cannot fathom what immense benefits the Taijua sect has bestowed upon you, compelling you to disregard both my life and that of my son, concealing their presence for 20 years. Have you perhaps joined the Taijua sect yourselves, desiring to assist Dongping in his treachery against our dynasty? You shall face death. As the Emperor's teeth clenched with fury, cold sweat beaded upon Sun Huzhong and Zhao Ji's foreheads. They bowed deeply, pressing their foreheads to the ground, not daring to utter a word in their defense. The Emperor let out a cold huff. Death? Indeed. You deserve death for allowing a den of traitors to dwell in the capital for 2 decades. Should I reward you for such negligence? I grant you 3 days. Within this period, root out all those affiliated with the Taijua sect among these monks. Thoroughly investigate both within and beyond the capital. For I shall tolerate no further disturbances from the Taijua sect in my realm. Moreover, concerning the monk who laid hands on the second prince, his identity raises questions. I suspect he is not merely a rebel of the Taiju sect. Investigate this matter for me. I shall grant you 3 days. If you fail to accomplish these tasks within that time, you shall never have the privilege to present yourselves before me again. Begone. The ministers responded. We have received the decree. Sun Hu and Zhao Ji bowed deeply once more before hastily departing the imperial study. The Crown Prince approached the spot where the two had just knelt, picked up the memorial that had been cast to the floor by the Emperor, and carefully folded it before placing it back on the imperial desk. The Emperor, seated upon his couch, let out a deep sigh and inquired, Li Lianin, how is the second prince faring? The chief eunuch, having appeared within the hall unbeknownst to anyone, replied with a wry smile, according to the Jinwu guards. The second prince has sustained some internal injuries, but they should not be life-threatening. The imperial physicians have also reported that they visited the prince's residence last night. He has injured his meridians and will require a period of recuperation. The Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, picked up the memorial, and began to peruse it. Speaking as he did so, Crown Prince, you shall go to the Moonlit Palace and inform Consort Yin about this matter. Let the third prince and Jin Shu visit that young man's residence to ascertain whether he still lives. Your son understands. The Crown Prince bowed deeply to acknowledge the decree and subsequently exited the imperial study. The Moonlit Palace was not situated in an obscure location. As the sole noble consort among the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, her chambers were naturally located in a particularly advantageous area of the inner palace. Clad in bright red court attire, the Crown Prince traversed the inner palace, where palace maids and eunuchs all knelt in reverence. In the distance, he beheld the towering osmanthus tree of the Moonlit Palace, its branches extending freely, already showing signs of budding. As he approached the entrance of the Moonlit Palace, the Crown Prince hesitated before entering, taking a deep breath. If possible, he truly wished to avoid this place. As the heir to the throne, he felt an inexplicable twinge of trepidation towards this royal chamber. Having steeled himself mentally, he addressed the young palace maid kneeling before him. Please convey to Lady Yin that I, the Crown Prince, wish to seek an audience. Yes, Your Highness, the maid replied. Her cheeks flushed as she stole a glance at the handsome crown prince, her voice sweet and delicate. She then turned and hurried into the palace. The crown prince did not wait long. Shortly thereafter, the maid reappeared, her voice gentle. "Your Highness, the lady is within the hall and has asked me to escort you inside." With a smile and a nod, the crown prince followed the maid towards Lady Yan's quarters. He was no stranger to the moonlit palace. During his childhood, when his mother was still alive and in good health, he often visited this place, which was a favored retreat for both him and Lady Yan. Every blade of grass and tree branch was familiar to him. Inside the opulent hall, the graceful and beautiful Lady Yan sat poised at the table, her visage untouched by the passage of time, still as flawless as in her youth. 2 decades had passed, and the once spoiled young girl had blossomed into an imperial concubine. Following the queen's death, and with the Empress Dowager now advanced in years, she had taken upon herself the myriad responsibilities of the inner court. One could still discern traces of her youthful innocence in the gentle arch of her brows and the softness of her gaze. Upon entering the hall, the crown prince bowed respectfully to Lady Yan. Ziyuan pays his respects to Lady Yan. With a graceful gesture, Lady Yan replied, "No need for formalities, Your Highness. Please, take a seat." "Thank you, my lady." The crown prince straightened himself, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite concubine Yan. "What brings you here, Your Honor?" After the customary formalities were exchanged, concubine Yan slightly relaxed her demeanor, reaching for a delicacy placed on the table and popping it into her mouth. "Now referring to the crown prince as Your Honor, it is Father Emperor who summoned me. Auntie, where are third brother and Jingshu? Are they not in the palace?" The crown prince readily adopted the new address. The palace maids standing by in the hall remained composed upon hearing the crown prince refer to concubine Yan as auntie, clearly accustomed to the familiar address since the crown prince's youth when the empress instructed him to call her thus, a practice that persisted for decades. Nonetheless, in formal settings, the crown prince would still respectfully refer to her as concubine Yan. As for Li Ziyue, he had grown up in the moonlit palace and casually referred to concubine Yan as mother. In Chapter 23, The Moonlit Palace Family, it was noted that third brother had been reprimanded by second brother the day before and was now sulking in the study. After Jingshu came to pay her respects in the morning, she returned to her own quarters, prompting me to send someone to summon her. Upon hearing that the emperor had sent for the crown prince, concubine Yan felt a twinge of curiosity, speculating that something significant had transpired, and without delay, she dispatched a maid to call for her daughter. Princess Jingshu was 2 years older than Li Ziyue, and since the current emperor had no sisters, his eldest daughter, Jingshu, had become the grand princess of Daming, residing in her own independent quarters. "I shall fetch third brother," concubine Yan declared, rising from her seat and moving to the door. Calling out into the courtyard, "Li Ziyue, hurry out here, your elder brother has arrived." Before long, a youth clad in white emerged from the side hall, swaying as he entered the main chamber. Zelu had met his elder brother before. The young man approached the crown prince, sincerely offered a bow, and then plopped down beside him. "What's the matter, third brother? Are you still upset with second brother?" The crown prince observed Li Zelu, who was still pouting, and couldn't help but chuckle. Yan Fei let out a cold huff, indignantly remarking, "How can he still have the audacity to be angry? The place second brother and the others went to is certainly not one for this lad. At such a tender age. Thinking of visiting brothels, what will it be like in a couple of years? And to think he has the nerve to complain to Qing Yao. This child is about to tarnish my reputation." Second brother too, insisting on discussing such matters in front of the children. "He teaches them nothing virtuous, only leading them astray. Among our brood, you are the only one who brings me pride. The rest are a constant source of trouble, offering me no respite at all." The crown prince wore a smile, quietly listening to Yan Fei's complaints, reminiscent of a typical housewife. Li Zelu let out a huff, shifting away to avoid looking at his mother, inwardly grumbling. The crown prince was raised by the empress. While the three of us are products of your upbringing, how can it possibly compare? As for me, I've never caused you any trouble. A languid voice drifted in from outside, and a stunning woman draped in a luxurious fox fur from the northern Tianshan stepped into the grand hall, smiling brightly. This lady perfectly inherited the beauty of both the emperor and Yan Fei, with eyes like the crescent moon, exuding exquisite charm. She gracefully entered the hall and bowed deeply to both Yan Fei and the crown prince. Jingshu had encountered her mother and the crown prince. The crown prince, smiling, rose to assist Jingshu as she performed a courteous bow, saying, "It has been quite some time since I last visited the moonlit palace. Sister, Why are you so formal? Have we grown distant? Having been helped to her feet by the crown prince, Jin Shu gracefully poured tea for her mother and the crown prince, then elegantly approached Yin Fei, extending her hands to massage her mother's shoulders. It is not that I am being overly formal, dear brother. It is only fitting that I observe the proper etiquette upon your esteemed arrival. Otherwise, there are those who would claim we are inept in our duties, providing them no respite. Yin Fei arched an eyebrow, rising to grasp Jin Shu's ear, admonishing, "You little rascal, your audacity seems to grow bolder by the day, daring to jest with your mother? If I do not discipline you today, I fear you may think yourself entitled to sit upon your father's dragon throne tomorrow." As she spoke, one hand continued to pinch Jin Shu's ear, while the other searched the table for an appropriate implement. "What's wrong with sitting on the dragon throne? Father has held me in his arms there before." Jin Shu dared to retort. Yin Fei tightened her grip on Jin Shu's ear. The crown prince, Li Ziyuan, sighed deeply, accustomed as he was to the whimsical banter of his family. As a scholar, a refined gentleman, and the heir to the throne, he felt genuinely at a loss regarding his family's antics. Historical texts often depicted fierce palace intrigues among the women and fierce power struggles among princes, yet in his experience, the dynamic seemed rather different. "Aunt, Zhe Yuan has come to inform you of a matter." Noticing the escalating playfulness between Lady Yin and Jin Shu, Li Zhe Yuan hastily interjected, fearful that further mischief might ensue. "Ah, indeed, your elder brother bears a task entrusted by your father, and it is all your fault that I nearly forgot the important business at hand. Zhe Yuan, please, what is it?" Lady Yin, breathless, returned to her seat and lifted her teacup to soothe her throat. Jin Shu, radiant as ever, stood behind her mother, gently massaging her shoulders. "Last night, the second prince was attacked," the crown prince stated solemnly. "What? How could this happen?" "My child." Observing the three hurriedly rise in alarm, Li Zhe Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Aunt, do not panic. The second prince is unharmed." Noticing Lady Yan's lingering uncertainty, Li Zhe Yuan continued to reassure her. "Last night, the assailant struck first, but was promptly slain by the second prince. He sustained no serious injuries, merely some damage to his meridians. Father instructed me to convey this to you, and also asked that the third prince and Jin Shu visit the Wangfu to check on him." "Oh, that startled me," Lady Yin replied, settling back into her seat and placing a hand against her fluctuating chest. "Elder brother, what exactly happened with that fellow yesterday? Please, tell us in detail." The third prince, Li Zhe Lu, set aside his grievances with Li Zhe Yu and inquired with keen curiosity. The crown prince nodded and recounted the events based on the intelligence received last night in the East Palace, detailing everything meticulously. Thankfully, the young man possesses some martial skills, which allowed him to preserve his life. Upon listening to the crown prince's account, Consort Yin displayed a countenance of trepidation. The crown prince, smiling, shook his head. "The one slain by the second brother yesterday was a 9th-tier martial monk." 9th tier. The three individuals from the Moonlit Palace stood transfixed. Only a 9th tier could deliver a fatal blow to a 9th tier. The third brother, Li Zilu, murmured. Princess Jin Shu was the first to regain her composure. She summoned her personal maid with a wave of her hand, instructing, "Fetch some nourishing elixirs for the lungs and calming potions from the Imperial Medical Institute, and ensure they are of the finest quality, procuring them in my name." "Yes, Your Highness." "And also, locate Physician Zheng, who attended to Ziyue yesterday. Reward him generously so that he may visit the royal residence daily for meticulous treatment. The 9th-tier martial monk strikes are formidable. We must ensure that Ziyue does not bear any lasting afflictions from this incident." "I understand, Your Highness. I shall attend to it at once." The young maid swiftly departed. The crown prince nodded subtly, acknowledging Jin Shu's meticulousness, which indeed reflected the demeanor of a grand princess. Stepping out from behind Consort Yin, Jin Shu performed a graceful courtesy to the crown prince. "I am profoundly grateful to you, dear brother, for conveying this matter." Li Ziyuan paused momentarily before waving his hand dismissively. "Sister, you are being overly courteous. We are family. The second brother is my own sibling, so there is no cause for inconvenience." Indeed, indeed. You little one, why do you speak such formalities? Your manners are excessive," Consort Yin interjected. In the presence of her children at home, she assumed the role of a nagging mother, shedding the formidable aura of the grand consort of Daning. Having concluded his matters, Li Ziyuan found no reason to linger any longer. He rose and bowed, saying, "I originally intended to visit together with my younger brother Jin Shu, but the affairs of the Eastern Palace are indeed numerous. leaving me unable to spare the time. Thus, I must trouble my dear siblings. Upon seeing this, Li Zilu promptly stood up and returned the gesture alongside his sister. Princess Jinshu smiled and remarked, as the crown prince, your heart is devoted to state affairs. Such trivial matters can be managed by us. Dear brother, you need not worry and may attend to your duties. Li Ziyuan nodded with a smile, offered another bow to Yan Fei, and turned to depart. Upon exiting the palace, he paused at the entrance. Glancing back at the osmanthus tree he had witnessed the palace attendants plant in his childhood, he chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. A family? A solitary existence indeed. Chapter 24. Like blossoms and beautiful companions, like flowing years at the Shu Wangfu, Li Ziyue, clad in simple attire, comfortably leaned against the headboard, cradling an ancient tome in his hands. This book, discovered in the palace's scripture repository, appeared to be remnants from a previous dynasty, containing numerous anecdotes of its literati. It proved to be quite entertaining as a leisurely read. Shower sat beside him, engrossed in the script of Peony Pavilion, which Li Ziyue had penned days prior. With tearful eyes, she wept profusely while stuffing grapes into her mouth. Li Ziyue felt somewhat helpless. Just moments ago, Shower had been feeding him. Yet now she was so captivated that she had completely forgotten him. As sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the chamber brilliantly, Li Ziyue estimated it was nearing noon and decided to step outside for some fresh air. Shower, assist me in rising, he called. Oh. Shower took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, closed the script, and then extended her hand to assist Li Ziyue in rising. Dressed only in a pristine white inner garment, Li Ziyue made his way directly to the courtyard. The sun of early spring radiated warmth, and the flower branches were poised to bloom. Clad in merely a thin garment, he felt no chill. The servants and maidens busied themselves around him. Yet Li Ziyue remained oblivious to the nature of their ceaseless toil. Xiao Er emerged from the hall, draping a large cloak over him, pouting as she remarked, "It is only February. The weather has not yet warmed, and given your injuries, you ought to take better care of yourself." As Li Ziyue gazed at the drifting white clouds above, his spirits lifted unexpectedly. He stretched widely, pulling Xiao Er into his embrace and playfully pinching her cheek. "Your Highness possesses unparalleled martial prowess. When has he ever feared the cold?" Xiao Er leaned against Li Ziyue, her face flushing slightly due to shyness. Fortunately, they were alone in the courtyard. Had anyone seen them, she might have wished to vanish into the ground. Despite their close bond since childhood, they had never exhibited such intimacy in public. "Do you think that the Peony Pavilion I wrote would garner acclaim if it were to be circulated?" Li Ziyue inquired, pulling Xiao Er down to sit beside him on the steps in front of the house, his arm draped around her shoulders. Xiao Er nodded vigorously, affirming, "I have always believed in your Highness's literary talent. Once this play is performed, it will undoubtedly resonate across the rivers and mountains." Hiki. Li Ziyue smiled with an air of nonchalance, reflecting on the fact that if Tang Xinzu's magnum opus could not flourish in this world, it was undoubtedly the world that harbored faults. He gently embraced Shower as they basked in the sun within the small courtyard, draped in a grand cloak. Oblivious to the chill in the air, at that moment, with soft jade in his arms, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, prompting him to hum softly. Such beautiful companionship, like the flowing years. Just then, two figures emerged at the courtyard gate, one clad in a blue robe with a face full of playful mockery, and the other enveloped in a snow-white fox fur, her brows raised high. It was the latter who had just uttered those words. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shower quickly extricated herself from Li Ziyue's embrace and knelt down, saying, "This servant greets Her Highness the Princess and His Highness the Third Prince. May the Princess have boundless blessings, and may the Third Prince enjoy peace." Princess Jinshu let out a cold snort and replied, "Shower, rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. You are obedient, unlike certain individuals. Today, I heard news of a certain someone's pup being assassinated and gravely injured. Out of kindness, I brought medicinal pills to visit him. Yet who would have thought that the wretched creature would be indulging in poetry with a beauty instead? Dear sister, what brings you here?" Li Ziyue exclaimed in surprise, completely ignoring Jinshu's jibe as he limped towards her. His frail appearance and labored gait evoked sympathy in onlookers. Li Ziyue grimaced, disapproving of his brother's exaggerated display of suffering. "Enough of that. Just stay where you are." Jinshu waved his hand dismissively and stepped closer to Li Ziyue, a look of disdain on his face as he supported his arm. Li Ziyue glanced at the third brother, who stood there with a medicine box, beckoning him over. "Come here, Let me see what medicine you brought for your brother. Shower and several maidservants brought over stools and placed them in the courtyard, where the three siblings sat down to converse. I heard you killed a cloud-watching monk with a single punch yesterday, the third brother inquired. Li Ziyue grinned, responding, "It was merely luck, just luck. You truly have ascended to the 9th rank." Princess Jin Shu covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Li Ziyue, brimming with pride, replied, "With my talent, isn't it remarkable to reach the 9th rank? But you are only 18. Li Ziyue Lu, who also practiced martial arts, found it hard to comprehend how Li Ziyue had advanced so swiftly. Qing Yao, also 18, was on the verge of reaching the 9th rank as well. Li Ziyue nonchalantly picked at his nose. Sister Qing Yao is a genius. Lu exclaimed, "What of a genius? A genius must still marry into my family." Li Ziyue shamelessly retorted. Lu felt somewhat bewildered by his second brother's words and took a moment to gather his thoughts before slamming his hand on the table. Sister Qing Yao is Sister Qing Yao. And you are you. I am asking why you have advanced so quickly. Li Ziyue shook his finger and continued, "Third brother, you are being somewhat impolite. You should address her as Sister Qing Yao." Lu could no longer tolerate it and stood up, walking toward the courtyard exit. "Having come all this way, won't you stay for a meal before leaving?" Li Ziyue called out to the retreating figure of the third brother. After a moment's contemplation, the third brother mused that the cook from the second brother's household always presented new culinary wonders, somehow surpassing even the delicacies of the imperial kitchen. He decided to linger for a meal before departing. That seemed agreeable enough. With renewed resolve, he straightened his posture and returned. Jin Shu watched her younger brother's lack of ambition and sighed, covering her forehead. Li Ziyue chuckled, remarking, "I see you've timed your arrival just for the meal. Do not presume I lack ambition as well." It was the crown prince who, after court, rushed to the moonlit palace to inform us of your assassination attempt. I awaited the palace maid to fetch the elixir from the Imperial Medical Institute before making my way to your residence. How much time has elapsed in this back and forth? At that moment, Li Ziyue comprehended the source of their knowledge regarding his injury. What did he convey to you? He inquired. Simply recounted the events surrounding your injury and mentioned that His Majesty has issued orders to Minister Sun and Lord Zhao to ascertain the identity of the assailant within 3 days and to eradicate any remnants of the Taijua sect throughout the capital. Princess Jin Shu replied meticulously. So it follows that the identities of the monks from Xianghua Temple have been established as remnants of the Taijua sect? It appears only the leading monks there are implicated as spies, while the lesser monks remain oblivious, she reflected. Striving to recall the Crown Prince's words from earlier that day, Li Ziyue sighed and asked, "Did he mention how the Emperor intends to deal with those lesser monks?" Princess Jin Shu pondered briefly before shaking her head. No, he did not elaborate. Li Ziyue refrained from further inquiry. Although he was a party to the matter, he lacked both the authority and the capacity to intervene. Just then, a maid approached to announce that lunch was ready, prompting the three to proceed into the hall. "It has been quite some time since the three of us dined together," Li Ziyue remarked with a smile as he picked up his chopsticks. In the inner chamber, the table was already set for the midday meal. After taking their seats, Jishu Princess placed a piece of tofu into her mouth, nodding in satisfaction. The taste remains as delightful as ever. While the third brother can conveniently drop by for a meal, I cannot. Venturing out of the palace is quite troublesome. You should also return to the palace more often. The Empress Dowager has been quite idle and would appreciate your company, she advised after swallowing the tofu. Li Ziyue nodded in agreement. I understand. Once I recover sufficiently, I shall certainly pay a visit to report my well-being. The depths of the Copper Sparrow Palace, though grand, ultimately serve as a slightly larger prison. He continued, recalling, the Grand Tutor's birthday is in 3 days. Will you be able to attend the celebration? Li Ziyue pondered momentarily, suddenly reminded of the occasion. The Grand Tutor was their shared mentor, and in their youth, they had all studied under this esteemed scholar. In recent years, however, the Grand Tutor had devoted himself to scholarship at home, ceasing to impart lessons to the younger princes. If not for the third brother's mention, Li Ziyue might have completely overlooked this important event. It matters not. The injury is not severe, and I shall attend as required. Upon mentioning the Grand Tutor, Princess Jin Shu suddenly jabbed Li Ziyue with her elbow, grinning as she said, I heard that when you were attacked yesterday, Qing Yao was also present. What were the two of you doing awake in the middle of the night? At this, Li Ziyu looked eagerly towards his elder brother. As children often take an interest in such matters, Li Ziyue did not expect Jin Shu to bring up this topic so abruptly and replied helplessly. It was merely her sword that ended up in my possession. She came to retrieve it. And then, she came to claim her sword. Only to coincidentally stumble into the incident at Daxiangwo Temple? Surely, nothing else transpired? Jishu teased with a mischievous grin. What are you imagining now? We simply shared some drinks on the rooftop and chatted for a bit. What else could possibly happen? Li Ziyue huffed. Jinshu shook her head, closed her eyes as if lost in a beautiful reverie, her hands clasped together as she murmured, a perfect harmony of flowers and the full moon. Countless lanterns illuminating the night, talented scholars and lovely maidens. How delightful. The third brother set down his chopsticks and erupted into laughter. Li Ziyue curled his lips, retorting. So what? We are childhood friends, perfectly matched, a pair destined for each other. The third brother ceased his laughter and resumed eating. Princess Jinshu sighed deeply, her gaze tinged with melancholy. I truly envy the two of you. What is this? Still pondering over your little sacrificial wine at Chuanxiu Academy? Li Ziyue discerned a different tone in Jinshu's words, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked. The third brother snorted softly and replied indifferently, indeed. It's an incessant daydream, and that guqin she gifted me still rests on my bedside. Surely not, sister. You have only met him a few times. Is it necessary to be so consumed by thoughts of him? While you dwell on him, he might very well be at the academy, surrounded by admirers. Lost in a reverie of affection, exclaimed Li Ziyue dramatically. Upon hearing this, Princess Jinshu immediately bristled, retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? He is a scholar, a gentleman. Do you think everyone is like you, flitting from flower to flower, fickle and unfaithful? I truly cannot fathom how Qing Yao could possibly take a liking to someone like you. Li Ziyue, in a fit of indignation, slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up, declaring loudly, What do you mean? What's wrong with being a scholar? I am a scholar too. Why is he deemed a gentleman while I am branded as a roguish playboy? I am your brother. Is it not permissible to speak of him without you rebuking me? Humph. Regardless, he is not that kind of person. You are not allowed to speak ill of him. Jinshu sniffed, raising her chin defiantly. Very well. If he is of such noble character, then I shall be the one mired in the muck. Once I have recovered, I shall journey to the Eastern Sea, abduct him, and bring him back to the capital to marry you. How does that sound? Li Ziyue glared menacingly at Jinshu. However, upon hearing this, Jinshu, who had been so resolute, suddenly bowed her head and sighed deeply. Li Ziyue continued his taunts. What is this? Now that the moment has arrived, you dare not speak? Alas, he is a person who aspires to establish a new lineage in the realm of literature, destined to become a sage who will be revered for generations. How could he possibly forsake his lifelong ambitions to settle down in the capital as a mere prince consort? Moreover, it is a long-standing decree of the great Ning dynasty that the edicts of the court do not extend to the Spring and Autumn Academy, a rule established by our esteemed grandfather. Even if the Empress Dowager were to issue an order, should they choose not to comply, there is nothing you can do about it. Sister, save yourself the trouble. Our great Ning is blessed with a plethora of young talents, and surely one shall capture your attention. Li Zilu, calmly enjoying his meal, remarked with composure. The Spring and Autumn Academy was founded over 3 centuries ago, before the establishment of the great Zhou dynasty, amidst the chaos of warring states. A group of scholars sought a peaceful sanctuary for their studies and erected several thatched cottages by the Eastern Sea. Their intention was to remain aloof from the turmoil of the states, desiring only a stable space to delve into academia. Little did they know that these humble cottages would evolve into a gathering place for the most revered sages, thus laying the foundation for the Spring and Autumn Academy. In the ensuing centuries, countless progenitors of various schools flourished here, transforming it into the singular sanctuary of literature across the realm. Upon ascending the throne, the great Ning's founding emperor proclaimed that the edicts of the court would not intrude upon the Spring and Autumn Academy, earning admiration from scholars throughout the land for his grand vision and magnanimity. In a brief moment, the great Ning became a bastion of exceptional talents, which led to the prosperous era of Zhao Ping that we witness today. Listening to Li Zilu, Jinshu suddenly felt a surge of indignation and stubbornly asserted, What of the sages? Do they not take wives? I shall wait for him. There will come a day when he completes his studies, and I trust he will seek me out. If he refuses to become the prince consort, then I shall follow him, wherever he may go, to the ends of the earth, and none shall impede me. Li Ziyue returned to his seat, secretly smirking, pondering to himself that it was easy to claim no one could stop her, yet he wondered what would happen when the Empress Dowager arranged a marriage for her. He was also not inclined to continue provoking Jinshu, for his sister had always treated him well. Unrequited love is something everyone has experienced. Since you hold such thoughts for him, do you have any understanding of his feelings towards you? You cannot simply wait idly and foolishly. Li Ziyue posed a profound question. Upon hearing this inquiry, Jin Shu, who had previously appeared resolute, suddenly displayed a hint of confusion in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she lowered her head and softly replied, I do not know either. It was just that year when we accompanied our father to the East Sea. As we were about to depart, he gifted me a gu chain. He mentioned that the instrument is also called Jin Shu and is his most cherished possession. Since it bears the same name as my title, it signifies a connection. Today, he entrusted me with this gu chain, hoping that I would treasure it dearly. Last year, when the emperor toured the East Sea, the crown prince governed the state, and Li Ziyue, along with the third prince and the grand princess, attended to the emperor. The humble thatched cottage of Ur had transformed through generations into an imposing academy, a grand repository of countless schools of thought, myriad philosophies, and an abundance of knowledge, where innumerable scholars converged to form the illustrious Chuanxiu Academy. Chapter 26. The Seven Deadly Sins. The emperor intended for them to experience the ambience of the academy, thus allowing the three siblings to stay there for a month. It was during this month that Princess Jin Shu became acquainted with a disciple of the Grand Master of Chuanxiu Academy, a scholar clad in a blue robe, Li Ji. Li Ziyue found himself at a loss for words to describe this scholar. Upon their first encounter, he felt as if the young man had comprehended the very essence of the universe, with every gesture and word exhibiting profound significance, perfectly aligned with the principles of heaven. He was indeed a true scholar, a fact that Li Ziyue could not deny. During that month, Li Ziyue engaged in discussions with the scholars passionate about poetry at the academy, evaluating the literary figures of both ancient and contemporary times. Meanwhile, his younger brother Li Zelv benefited greatly from the teachings of a master in military strategy. As for Princess Jishu, she was accompanied by Li Ji, affectionately referred to as the little Gigi by the academy students. Raised in the confines of the palace with strict decorum, the esteemed princess finally rediscovered her true self within the unrestrained environment of the academy. Throughout that month, she and her companion enjoyed the soothing sounds of the waves on the shore, admired the rain from the pavilion, and savored tea amidst the mountains. In Jinshu's eyes, clad in a scholarly robe and playing the guqin, he embodied the most exquisite scenery in the world. As for Jinshu's entanglement with him, Li Ziyue felt he had no place to interfere. Matters of the heart were beyond his reach. All he could do was seek an opportunity to visit the eastern shores again to confront that ambitious scholar with a pointed inquiry. Are you truly going to marry my sister or not? Indeed, Li Ziyue harbored a sense of frustration. After all, his sister had spent an entire month in the company of that scholar, sharing meals and drinks. And the whispers of gossip were inevitable. It was evident to all that a girl who cared little for her reputation chose to spend time with him. However, apart from gifting her a broken guqin upon parting, he had yet to send even a single letter, which greatly vexed Li Ziyue. After lunch, Li Zelv and Jishu departed, leaving Li Ziyue alone once more. The sun in the courtyard was bright, casting a warm glow upon him. He had Shower bring over a recliner, where he comfortably reclined, swaying gently in the sunlight. Haizi conversed with the horses kept in the stable, while the guards of the Wangfu practiced martial arts in the empty courtyard nearby. After delivering the recliner, Shower departed to the apothecary for some medicine. The maids of the estate frolicked in the backyard, their laughter ringing like silver bells, adding a touch of cheer to his serene countenance. As the recliner rocked back and forth, Li Ziyue, clad in simple garments and draped in a black cloak, silently commenced his inner cultivation. The paths of cultivation in the world are manifold, like Zhao Qingyao who pursues the profound Taoist way, or the disciplined monk Huiwen who treads the Buddhist path of martial prowess, or the scholars who nurture the righteous spirit of the heavens. Regardless of the pathway one chooses, they ultimately traverse this celestial road of 10 ranks. The myriad techniques of cultivation abound, and the journey is intricate. The Imperial Library houses a vast ocean of scriptures, and the martial arts of the world are contained within. Yet, he chose none. Li Ziyue turned over in the recliner, allowing the sunlight to bathe him more evenly. And before he knew it, he drifted into a deep slumber. In truth, Li Ziyue's fate had long been sealed. For over a decade ago, he had forged a pact with the entities contained within that pendant. Pride, greed, gluttony, lust, sloth, wrath, and envy, the 7 deadly sins. The entities within the pendant were the remnants of ancient beasts representing these sins: pride, the Tao, greed, the Pishio, gluttony, the Taotai, lust, the Qingqiu, sloth, the Suani, wrath, the Qiongqi, envy, the Yaji. Why they resided within the pendant, Li Ziyue could not fathom. Nor could he comprehend why the old Taoist from Mount Shu entrusted this pendant to him. According to an ancient text preserved in the Imperial Sutra Repository, in a primordial epoch, the ferocious beasts once reigned supreme over this land. Each of these formidable creatures possessed extraordinary powers, marking a true mythological age. Li Ziyue was oblivious to the precise nature of these 7 beasts during their era. However, it was reasonable to surmise that their existence was nothing short of remarkable. After all, their survival from the distant past to the present was no trivial feat. The human race ascended to the annals of history only after the near extinction of these primordial beasts. Yet the ancient texts offer no clues as to the reasons behind their demise or the calamities they faced. He found himself reminiscing about that fateful night a decade ago when he first conversed with them. Young one, cultivating the soul is no simple task. I possess a method for soul cultivation that leads directly to the realm of the celestial beings. What do you say? Shall we strike a bargain? What must I offer? What could you possibly provide? We are but remnants of our former selves, mere wisps of lost souls, posing no threat to you. Rather, it is we who will rely upon you in the days to come. You still have not revealed what I need to give. I can impart to you the ancient methods of cultivation, including the very soul cultivation techniques you seek. In exchange, you must daily nourish this pendant with the soul power you cultivate. This will not inflict significant harm upon your own spirit. Your condition is dire? Indeed. We are in a lamentable state. Without proper sustenance, we old souls cannot endure for much longer. Had it not been for the soul awakening herb, which has remarkably augmented your spiritual power, our communication would have been utterly impossible. Do I still need to pay another price? You are far too feeble now. As for the remaining transactions, we shall defer them until you have matured. Despite Li Ziyue's continuous caution, he ultimately realized he had been deceived. The cost he was to bear was far beyond merely nurturing the pendant with his soul power daily. As dusk descended, Li Ziyue stirred from his slumber on the lounge chair. The moon had ascended, and the dim sky was left with only a sliver of the setting sun in the west. With a grand stretch, he cast aside the blanket that Xiaoye had unknowingly draped over him. Upon awakening, an insatiable hunger engulfed him, urging him to feast heartily. Gluttony. Li Ziyue gritted his teeth. He had yet to comprehend that nurturing the pendant with his soul power had inexplicably entwined his spirit with the pendant itself. The 7 ferocious beasts were not perpetually awake. They remained enfeebled, spending most of their time in slumber. Ever since that night when Li Ziyue agreed to the transaction with them, one different beast would awaken each week. Whenever a beast stirred, the desires it embodied, representing the 7 deadly sins, would magnify infinitely within Li Ziyue's heart. Consequently, his actions appeared absurd in the eyes of others. This week, the beast that awakened from the ring was the glutton, embodying excess. Chapter 27. The assistance of my brother-in-law, I am famished. Li Ziyue called out loudly in the courtyard. Xiao Er hurried over, reassuring him, Your Highness, the meal will be ready shortly. There's no need to fret. Make it plentiful. I could devour an entire cow, Li Ziyue thought, feeling an insatiable hunger gnawing at him, his stomach growling insistently. He closed his eyes, concentrating on his internal cultivation, attempting to fend off the gnawing sensation of hunger. Just as dinner was nearing completion, Zhao Li arrived. Li Ziyue found himself perplexed at their habit of arriving precisely at mealtime. After all, the food prepared by the Grand Tutor's kitchen was not unpalatable. What brings you here? He inquired. My sister mentioned you were injured, so I thought I would come and check on you, Zhao Li replied, casually grabbing a stool and settling beside Li Ziyue. Grandfather insists that since you're injured, you should rest at home and refrain from wandering about. Li Ziyue chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. What does the old man mean by that? Is he afraid I might miss his 70th birthday celebration and specifically sent you to remind me? I'm not quite sure. You know how he is. Just take his words and interpret them in reverse, Zhao Li retorted with a mischievous grin. Li Ziyue sighed, saying, Tell the old man not to worry. Even if I have to crawl, I shall go and pay my respects on his birthday. As long as he is not afraid of a white-haired man sending off a black-haired one. Zhao Li chuckled. All right, I promise to convey that. Afterward, he slyly inched his stool closer to Li Ziyue, raising his eyebrows conspiratorially. So, have you truly attained the 9th rank? Li Ziyue remained silent, lost in thought. He could easily fabricate a lie to evade the situation. perhaps claiming that he had employed a secret technique to temporarily drain his vitality for an instant of power that night. However, upon reflection, such techniques that enable an 8th-tier martial artist to momentarily expend their strength to vanquish a 9th-tier observer of the clouds do exist, yet they invariably demand an exorbitant price. The most favorable outcome for the practitioner is often the complete severance of their meridians, rendering their abilities utterly nullified. These techniques are typically utilized by others in desperate situations. Who else could employ such a method and, after a mere night's rest, regain full mobility like himself? Unless he had also ascended to the 9th tier. There truly was no other explanation for the formidable punch he delivered last night. He could only brace himself and accept the predicament. "Your Highness, the meal is ready." Shower entered the courtyard, offering a slight bow to Zhao Li before addressing Li Ziyue. Li Ziyue, whose hunger had left him feeling faint, had just risen from the recliner when he stumbled slightly, almost collapsing forward, but fortunately, Zhao Li's quick reflexes saved him. Li Ziyue smiled apologetically at Zhao Li, then turned to Shower and instructed, "Very well, take the dishes into the room once they are prepared, and also prepare some drinks. I wish to share a few cups with Zhao Li." "You are injured and cannot drink," Shower pouted in protest. "It matters not. We still have medicinal wine at home." "We shall drink that today," Li Ziyue replied, gesturing dismissively as he turned away. Reluctantly, Shower descended to fulfill the task. Zhao Li assisted Li Ziyue into the room, where they settled at the table opposite one another. "Your injury is quite severe. Will you be able to manage by the day after tomorrow?" Zhao Li inquired, furrowing his brow in concern. The day after tomorrow marks the venerable elder's birthday, and he harbors some concern for Li Ziyue's health. Should Li Ziyue's injuries prove to be severe, he will certainly discuss the matter with his grandfather upon his return. Li Ziyue chuckled lightly and replied, "Indeed, the martial monk's punches carry quite a weight. However, this injury is of little consequence. After resting for a couple of days at the estate, I should be able to walk unaided without issue." Upon hearing this, Zhao Li could only nod in agreement. Shower soon brought forth the wine and dishes, and then, carrying the candle holder, she illuminated the room, one lamp at a time. As night fell, the hall became bright and inviting. "Thank you for your efforts, Miss Shower," Zhao Li said with a smile, nodding at her. Shower paused for a moment, then offered a slight bow to Zhao Li, saying, "Your Highness is too kind. It is my duty as a servant." She then gracefully exited the room. Li Ziyue lifted the wine jug, first filling Zhao Li's cup before pouring his own to the brim. "Come, let us toast." Their cups clinked softly as both drank heartily. Li Ziyue smacked his lips, remarking that the medicinal wine had a peculiar flavor. It was somewhat palatable, and he decided to make do with it. He then picked up his chopsticks and began to devour the food on the table with fervor. Observing Li Ziyue's cheeks stuffed full as he continued to shove more food into his mouth, Zhao Li set down his own chopsticks and advised, "Slow down. There is no need to rush. I won't compete with you." Li Ziyue struggled to swallow his mouthful, took a sip of water, and sighed contentedly. He then turned to Zhao Li and inquired, "How was your sister's mood today?" Zhao Li raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the matter? Did you argue again last night?" "What do you mean by again? Our relationship is usually quite harmonious. Who could have predicted her peculiar behavior these past few days? It's utterly abnormal. Don't dwell on that too much. Quickly tell me if your sister has exhibited any notable changes today." Zhao Li furrowed his brow, chewing on peanuts while reflecting on his sister's every action at home. She rose later than usual today. After all, given what happened yesterday, it's only natural she returned home quite late and consequently woke up late. If you two had a disagreement last night, then it would be entirely reasonable for her to wear a sour expression today. Regardless, she has maintained a long face all day, even failing to offer a smile to grandfather. Even when she informed us of your assassination attempt at the dining table, her demeanor was still icy. After speaking, Zhao Li lifted his glass, clinking it with Li Ziyue's, and asked, "What exactly transpired yesterday? Do share. I shall help you analyze it." Li Ziyue brought the cup to his lips, tilting it back to drink its contents in one go. Then he let out a long sigh. "Alas, I truly do not know what went awry. Everything seemed fine yesterday. After leaving Xianghua Temple, she was the one who supported me back, and we exchanged playful banter along the way. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Wang residence, she began to act strangely. You know my household is filled with maidservants, all selected by my grandmother from the palace for their competence and understanding. There is no avoiding it. I can hardly defy her wishes." Qingyao was well aware of the situation. However, when the maidservants of my household suddenly surrounded her, her expression changed dramatically, and she turned to leave. refusing any assistance from my servants. I truly could not comprehend why she would be so upset over a few maidens. Li Ziyue finished his words in one breath, then, in a fit of irritation, poured himself another glass of wine and downed it. Zhao Li, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation before responding, "Brother, if I may offer my analysis, a woman's anger is invariably rooted in a reason. Although my sister may have a rather volatile temperament, she is fundamentally a person of reason, and you must concede to this point." Chapter 28. The Moon and Unspoken Thoughts. Li Ziyue took a bite of his dish, then nodded in agreement. "Precisely. We must retrace our steps, since you believe that the mere presence of these maidservants would not provoke my sister's ire. We ought to consider where her true grievances lie." Zhao Li also sipped from his glass, and under the influence of the alcohol, he began to fervently exercise his intellect in the capacity of a strategist. "If we are to start from the beginning, did we not partake in drinks at Chungue Lu yesterday afternoon, only to be caught by my sister? Indeed. And later that evening, when she sought your sword, you coincidentally encountered the incident at Xiangwu Temple, where you were attacked. My sister even supported you back to the residence. During that period, you conversed with her, and there was no indication of her being upset?" "Correct. Then upon returning home, when she saw that group of maidservants surrounding you, her expression suddenly changed, did it not?" "Exactly. Then the question arises, what transpired during the two time points, on your journey back and when you were surrounded by the maidservants?" "We exchanged words and shared some light-hearted banter." "What was said?" "I invited her to stay at the manor, mentioning that it was inevitable, sooner or later. She inquired whether I had been promoted to the 9th rank, to which I confessed." Bang! Upon hearing this, Zhao Li abruptly slammed the table, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed loudly, "Isn't this the resolution of the case?" "Huh?" Li Ziyue still felt somewhat bewildered. How did this lead to a resolution? Zhao Li leaned slightly forward, articulating each word with precision. "Do you recall what you said when my sister caught us at Chungue Lu yesterday afternoon?" Li Ziyue furrowed his brow in contemplation. Having indulged a bit too much that day, he struggled to remember his words. "I love you for 10,000 years. He ventured tentatively. Zhao Li shook his head in exasperation. "Kill me?" Li Ziyue inquired again. Zhao Li continued to shake his head. "Then what on earth did I say?" Li Ziyue was perplexed, unable to fathom what he could have uttered to provoke such ire from Qing Yao. "Marriage." Zhao Li dropped those two words. Suddenly, Li Ziyue experienced a moment of clarity, recalling what he had boasted about in front of his brothers. The table endured another violent impact. Bang! "Zhao Li, you truly are a genius." The tension in Li Ziyue's brow dissipated as he finally grasped the context behind Zhao Qingyao's anger. Yesterday afternoon, after finishing his time at Chungue Lu, he intended to seek the Empress Dowager's decree for courtship once he had bested Zhao Qingyao. That very night, he inadvertently ended the life of a 9th rank cloud-watching monk, leading her to mistakenly believe he had ascended to the 9th rank, surpassing her by a realm. He had completely forgotten this incident, while the young lady had clearly etched it into her memory. On the way back, supported by Zhao Qingyao, he persistently teased her about eventually residing in the estate, only to find himself enveloped in the embrace of his own maidservants upon arrival. What a predicament! How could Zhao Qingyao not be irked? Li Ziyue, vexed, pressed his palm firmly against his brow, lamenting the futility of his illustrious reputation built over many years in the brothels as he struggled to comprehend the thoughts of a mere girl, which were evidently clearer than those of a northern barbarian. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Li, who had unwittingly been cast in the role of the northern barbarian, thoughtfully poured him a glass of wine and remarked, "I suspect this matter has become a knot in my sister's heart, especially after you, inebriated. Let slip words she happened to overhear. How you decide to handle this is crucial. You two are destined to meet no later than the day after tomorrow. If you fail to appease her, future troubles will surely abound." Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue let out a deep sigh once more. Zhao Li's words rang true. He understood Zhao Qingyao's temperament better than anyone. If he did not properly soothe her, he might not receive a kind word from her for the next 6 months. But how should he go about it? Was he truly to seek the Empress Dowager's decree for courtship? His own affairs were yet unresolved, and at just 18 years of age, he had no desire to marry so soon. What a headache! Li Ziyue once again raised his glass. Women, indeed, are the most troublesome beings in the world, especially when it comes to the woman one cherishes most. Zhao Li observed the troubled expression on Li Ziyue's face and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Brother Yu, I have high hopes for you too. Although we did not grow up together, we have known each other for nearly 14 years since childhood. To be frank, if you were to marry my sister, I would wholeheartedly support it. However, should it be someone else, I, Zhao Li, would vehemently oppose it. You must give this serious consideration. Seeing Zhao Li's earnest demeanor, Li Ziyue nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will never give up on Qingyao. That's all I needed to hear. Come, let's have a toast. Li Ziyue lifted his glass, clinking it with Zhao Li's, and they both downed their drinks in unison. Ah, you do care after all, sister. I know you well. Zhao Li thought to herself as she gazed into Li Ziyue's resolute eyes. The moon hung gracefully in the sky, casting its radiant glow upon every soul that looked up to it. Throughout history, whenever individuals harboring secret thoughts gazed at the moon, it remained a constant presence, generously displaying its beauty and embracing the sorrows of all. With its luminous light, seemingly imperishable, it soothes the hearts of every person. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. On this day, the second prince of Daming and the heir of the Duke of Dingbei drank together in the royal residence, their cups and plates in disarray, both intoxicated and sleeping soundly in their revelry. Time silently slipped away for another 2 days. During this period, the atmosphere in the capital was exceedingly peculiar. The authorities of the law enforcement agency and the Ministry of Justice seemed to have gone mad, conducting a citywide manhunt that left the various factions within the city feeling alarmed and vulnerable. Undoubtedly, the law enforcement officials possess the most extensive information in the realm. As the Emperor's eyes, they have countless channels through which they can acquire the knowledge they seek. The capital, being the epicenter of this law enforcement system, presents little challenge if they are determined to unearth a group of individuals with special identities. Over the past 2 days, a tavern has been shut down and enclosed its doors, and 3 small courtyards mysteriously caught fire, vanishing completely from this historically rich capital. The court's actions did not go unnoticed by many astute observers, serving as a warning to all forces lurking within the city. The benevolent methods of the Emperor of Daming made them aware of how laughable their perceived invincibility was when the law enforcement officials, who usually operated in the shadows, revealed their true nature, how utterly fragile their disguises were. In summary, some believed that the grandiose actions did not significantly disrupt the daily operations of the city. The sun continued to rise as usual, and the longtime residents of the capital went about their lives in peace. However, in the ominous dungeons of the law enforcement agency, dozens of restless souls were added to the count of those who could not find peace. Chapter 29. Wang Yin today marks the 70th birthday of the esteemed Grand Tutor of the current dynasty. This venerable figure has dedicated his life to rigorous scholarship, mastering both ancient and modern knowledge. Since the founding of the Daning dynasty by Emperor Taizu, he has loyally served as an advisor, making significant contributions to the establishment of the realm. Additionally, he has taken on the important role of educating the current young ruler, a scion of the Li family. After the founding of the nation, Emperor Taizu generously rewarded his ministers. However, this elder statesman chose to withdraw from court affairs, preferring instead to return to his homeland and pursue academic endeavors in peace. Acknowledging his merits, Emperor Taizu appointed him as the Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince and as a Grand Scholar of the Wenjiao Hall, entrusting him with the education of the imperial progeny. Thus, without exception, all of the Li family's offspring are his pupils. In the evening, at the second floor of the Snow Pine Pavilion, 2 merchants, seemingly from distant lands, sat by the window, observing the lively festivities at the Grand Tutor's residence while sipping wine and engaging in casual conversation. The Snow Pine Pavilion is renowned throughout the capital, boasting an excellent location and a menu that delights the senses. It is rumored that His Highness the Second Prince once hosted guests here, savoring the signature dish of snow lotus and extolling its virtues. He even penned a poem on the spot, expressing his admiration with lines that captured the essence of the dish, which led to a surge of patrons flocking to the establishment, drawn by the prince's poetic praise. Originally named Qianxiang Restaurant, it was subsequently renamed Snow Pine Pavilion. The 2 merchants exchanged glances and sampled the snow lotus on their plates, nodding in agreement as they acknowledged the establishment's well-deserved reputation. The Grand Tutor is 70 this year. Surely, a grand celebration is in order. After a lifetime of hard work, he finally deserves to enjoy the fruits of his labor. A somewhat portly merchant, clad in a luxurious fur coat, observed the throngs of guests entering and exiting the residence of the Grand Tutor. He smacked his lips and remarked. The individual seated opposite him nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, this venerable elder has played a pivotal role in establishing the magnificent legacy of the founding emperor and has nurtured the current sovereign. Now, he imparts his wisdom to the 3rd generation of the imperial family, Has he not labored tirelessly throughout his life? This gentleman is, without a doubt, a true veteran of 2 dynasties. The rotund merchant chuckled softly, adding, "Moreover, the old gentleman has fathered a remarkable son, leading an army of 300,000 elite cavalry. He defends the nation's borders against foes, stationed in the frigid frontier. He is a bona fide marquis of military merit, commanding such a formidable force. Holding sway over 2 provinces, what difference is there between this and the feudal grants of territory? This is indeed the emperor's favor. Lord Zhao, having grown up alongside His Majesty, boasts an illustrious record of achievements. If the emperor does not trust him, whom could he trust?" The 2 men raised their glasses, sharing a sip, then shook their heads in contemplation. The merchant's companion sighed, reflecting on the fact that despite their proximity to the Grand Tutor's residence, the distance between them was insurmountable, a chasm that could never bridge, no matter their efforts. After a moment's thought, he leaned forward, smiling as he whispered, "Have you heard? It seems the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor has some connection with the second prince." The portly merchant paused, shaking his head in confusion. After pondering his friend's insinuation, he began to understand. "I have not heard of this. Are you suggesting that those 2 share a more intimate relationship?" The merchant extended 2 fingers, gently tapping them together in contemplation. "You are seldom present in the capital, yet this matter is hardly a secret. Many in the city are aware of the close relationship between the second prince and Miss Zhao. The 2 have grown up together since childhood, and the common folk often spot them strolling through the streets," a person whispered. "Is that true?" The rotund merchant widened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief. "What is there to be surprised about? Has there ever been a dynasty devoid of such affairs? Our sovereign and the Duke of Dingbei were childhood friends. The second prince is of a similar age to Miss Zhao, and I surmise this matter is nearing fruition. To put it plainly, what distinguishes the noble houses from us commoners? When it comes to marriage, one must indeed seek a suitable match. But that is the Zhao family. She is the daughter of the Duke of Dingbei, a lineage nearly sovereign in its own right. Should the second prince wed into the Zhao family, he would become the son-in-law of Duke Zhao, who commands an army of 300,000 cavalry." The corpulent merchant pondered the young crown prince residing in the Eastern Palace, a shiver coursing through him. The person across from him pointed with chopsticks at the merchant, shaking his head with a smile. "As for the affairs of the royal family, who can truly comprehend them? It suffices for us to know and enjoy the spectacle. Those nobles from afar are ever so distant from us." In response, the merchant could only muster a resigned smile. He turned his gaze towards the window. The sky was gradually darkening. At the end of the street, where the sunset lingered, a black Nama carriage approached slowly. The carriage bore no ostentatious embellishments, its side adorned only with an ink wash painting depicting hills and mountains. The carriage, ensconced in the protection of several horse-mounted guards clad in black, proceeded slowly towards the residence of the Grand Tutor. Along the way, pedestrians and merchants alike made way, for the emblem of the mountain emblazoned upon the opulent carriage signified the identity of its owner. A robust man, cloaked in darkness, occupied the position of the carriage driver, who suddenly lifted his head to gaze in the direction of a stout merchant. The merchant, recognizing both the carriage and the mountain emblem, understood that it belonged to the second prince. Casting a glance at the individual opposite him, the rotund merchant remarked, "Continue your meal. I shall return shortly." He then hastily descended the stairs, making his way towards the approaching carriage, leaving his friend in a state of confusion, uncertain of his intentions. "Stop! What is your purpose?" The black-clad guards, mounted on their steeds, became instantly wary upon seeing the portly figure rushing towards them, drawing their long blades in response. Their prince had recently been attacked, and his wounds were yet to heal. Thus, they could not afford to be careless. The stout merchant, momentarily taken aback by the drawn blades, retreated a couple of steps. Nevertheless, accustomed to the ways of the world, he steeled his resolve and boldly called out to the carriage driver, "My lord, it is I. It is I." The driver had already noticed the merchant, having sensed his gaze when he was peering at the carriage from the tavern. Observing the merchant's hurried approach and urgent call, the driver waved his hand, signaling the guards to lower their vigilance. The corpulent merchant weaved his way through the horses of the guards, approaching the carriage with a forced smile. "My lord, I am the proprietor of the Da Peng Trading Company. We met yesterday. I wonder if you still recall our encounter?" Hazy nodded slightly. "If I did not remember you, I would not have permitted you to approach. Speak. What is your business?" The carriage continued its steady pace, and despite its slow speed, the merchant was left panting from the exertion. "The items you instructed me to procure are already arranged and en route out of the city," he managed to say, hastening his steps to keep pace with the carriage. Hazy cast a glance at the merchant and replied coolly, I am aware. Your subordinate has already reported to me. Furthermore, the merchant stammered, anxiety evident in his voice, I believe this matter is of great significance. Might it be possible for me to meet with that esteemed individual? I wish to discuss the particulars of this arrangement. Chapter 30. Making preparations, I fear that my subordinates may not execute their tasks with precision. Any misstep could jeopardize your important affairs, and I cannot bear such a burden. He continued, his voice trembling as he expressed his desire to handle the matter personally. It is essential that nothing goes awry. Therefore, I seek to understand your directives. The merchant's nervousness rendered his speech disjointed. This was the most perilous gamble he had ever undertaken. He was wagering on the information gleaned from the banquet, hoping that the esteemed individual genuinely valued the task he had orchestrated. Hazy furrowed his brow and replied curtly, your sole responsibility is to ensure the safe delivery of the items. You may depart thereafter. The remaining matters require no concern from you, as there is nothing further to arrange. No, esteemed sir, the arrangement and order of those goods are of utmost significance. They must not be treated lightly. My subordinates are well versed in this matter and should execute it with greater finesse than your own. After all, it is essential that this task aligns with the noble's intentions. I genuinely wish to fulfill this duty well for you, the stout merchant exclaimed, his forehead glistening with sweat. The expression on Hazy's countenance had turned utterly frigid. The merchant's obstinate nature was indeed troublesome. Just as he was about to scold this tenacious man, a youthful voice emerged from within the carriage. Let him come aboard. Hazy's words caught in his throat, and with a cold snort, he halted the carriage, instructing a guard to take over the reins before swiftly entering the carriage himself. Upon hearing the noble's command, the stout merchant exhaled in relief. His gamble had paid off. Clenching his fists, he stepped forward, following Hazy into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, with a soft blanket covering the floor. A handsome young nobleman, clad in a black cloak, lounged lazily against the cushioned seat, exuding an air of relaxation. The dark-faced man sat stoically nearby, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his presence effectively intimidating the stout merchant. Any sign of unrest from him would result in swift retribution. Upon sighting the young nobleman, the stout merchant immediately knelt upon the floor and declared loudly, I am Wang Yin of the Dapeng Trading Company, honored to meet His Highness the Second Prince. Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively. Rise. What is the point of kneeling? I overheard your words outside the carriage, and I must admit, there is some truth in them. Matters of expertise should indeed be entrusted to the experts. Do share your thoughts. If your insights prove commendable, then this evening's affair shall be entrusted to you. In the courtyard of the Grand Tutor's residence, Zhao Li, adorned in a resplendent brocade robe, stood at the entrance welcoming the incessant stream of guests. The occasion of the Grand Tutor's 70th birthday was a momentous event in the court, a significant milestone. In years past, the venerable elder had served under the great ancestor emperor, surrounded by countless colleagues. Now, as many of those founding statesmen aged or departed, he had become one of the last remnants of that illustrious generation. Yet, the old gentleman remained untainted by worldly vanity, with nothing but clear sleeves, leaving the scheming politicians eager to curry favor, with no means to present their gifts. Finally, they had seized an opportunity to bestow their cherished treasures upon this esteemed elder, expressing their admiration. They sought not for him to elevate their status, but merely to remember their names, to recall them in moments of leisure, which could serve as a lifelong resource. After all, those who could sit in casual company with this venerable elder were undoubtedly prominent figures of great significance in the realm of Daning. At this moment, Zhao Li stood in astonishment, gazing at the list of gifts in his hand. Despite believing himself to be of noble lineage, accustomed to wealth and treasure since childhood, he was nearly rendered speechless by the length of the gift list. This was indeed a revelation. Zhao Li scratched his head, pondering the situation. Several ministers from the cabinet had also presented their birthday tributes. However, the items they prepared were not particularly extravagant, mostly consisting of cherished heirlooms from their homes. What astounded Zhao Li the most were the officials of neither high nor low rank, who presented gifts that included many items he had never heard of before. The chief minister, Lord Zhang, arrived, and the doorman called out loudly, his voice trembling slightly. Zhao Li hastily set aside the list of gifts and hurried to the entrance to receive him. For this esteemed gentleman could not be treated with anything less than utmost respect. A carriage gradually came to a halt before the door, and a figure with slightly graying whiskers and a somewhat gaunt frame lifted the curtain of the carriage. Zhao Li stepped forward, personally assisting the gentleman as he disembarked. Young Zhao Li, at your service, esteemed Chief Minister, Zhao Li said with deep reverence. There was no room for disrespect. For the sustenance and expenses of the 30,000 iron cavalry stationed in the province were entirely under this gentleman's purview. Lord Zhang smiled as he appraised Zhao Li from head to toe, nodding as he remarked, Young master, you possess remarkable talent at such a tender age. Your demeanor and bearing truly reflect the legacy of the Zhao family. You are destined to be a pillar of our great Ning in the future. Zhao Li bowed once more, replying, Your grace is overly kind. I am but a young novice, yet to achieve anything of note. And I have much to learn from my elders. He continued, Should I encounter any difficulties in the future, I hope you will generously offer your guidance. Lord Zhang chuckled gently, patting Zhao Li on the shoulder, and said, Indeed, your family has defended the borders for decades. I may be aging, yet the future prosperity of my descendants on this land rests upon your shoulders. I shall not disappoint you, esteemed sir, Zhao Li replied, straightening up and extending his right hand, gesturing for Lord Zhang to proceed into the courtyard. Esteemed sir, my venerable father is within the hall, eagerly urging me to greet you at the entrance and ascertain your arrival. I am deeply grateful for your concern on the occasion of his 70th birthday. How could I possibly not be present? Aware of his aversion to trivialities, I have brought him a piece of calligraphy, a work by the esteemed scholar Qian Li from the previous dynasty. However, I humbly beseech him to forgive my tardiness. As Zhang Jingduan spoke, he and Zhao Li made their way into the hall. Traversing the lengthy corridor, the atmosphere was lively with guests arriving to celebrate the birthday, mingling in groups and exchanging polite greetings. Upon the arrival of the Grand Minister, many stepped forward to pay their respects. Zhang Jingduan acknowledged them with nods as Zhao Li guided him into the main hall. Inside, the banquet was already prepared, and the ambience was vibrant. The venerable Grand Tutor sat at the center, chuckling as he stroked his white beard, graciously receiving the well wishes of the attendees. Among the guests were cabinet scholars, ministers from the 6 ministries, and colleagues from the military, with 4 secretaries from the Ministry of War in attendance. The elderly Minister of Rights, due to his advanced age, had sent a congratulatory gift through a messenger rather than attending in person. Minister Sun from the Ministry of Justice was occupied with official duties and regrettably could not spare the time to join. After a considerable time apart, it was heartening to see the Grand Tutor in such fine spirits, a true blessing for our great Ning. As Zhang, the Grand Minister, entered, he laughed heartily and greeted the Grand Tutor. Chapter 31. The birthday banquet. The Grand Tutor rose to his feet, and upon seeing Zhang Jingduan bowing in reverence, he approached him with a beaming smile and grasped the hand of the esteemed Grand Minister. In our great Ning, we are blessed with an abundance of talent. As an old educator fortunate enough to live a few extra years, how can I claim to be a boon to the nation? Indeed, you must take good care of your health, for you are a true blessing to our great Ning. The elderly tutor warmly grasped Zhang Jingduan's hand and led him to the main table, allowing him to sit beside himself. Reflecting on the passage of time, he mused. This year, upon calculation, I find I am 53. In my youth, I never perceived time's swift passage as I do now, as one ages. The days seem to vanish in the blink of an eye. Before long, I shall have to retire, while I still possess a bit of strength. I ought to contribute further to the court, ensuring a peaceful return to my homeland. Zhang Jingduan, seated in contemplation, responded with a hint of nostalgia. Among the familiar faces at the main table, Minister of Revenue Zheng Qi, upon hearing this, chuckled. Ah, Chancellor Zhang, you certainly possess an optimistic outlook. His Majesty is in the prime of his reign, with an unwavering resolve to conquer the North. You wish to retire? His Majesty would never permit it. He is counting on you to manage affairs for several more years. Zhang Jingduan offered a wry smile, fully aware of Zheng Qi's sentiments. In recent years, the strength of the great Ning has surged, the treasury brimming with resources, and the emperor's long-dormant martial spirit has begun to stir once more. He observed the increasing allocation of financial resources towards military expenditures, understanding that the emperor harbored intentions to revive military endeavors, seeking retribution for the grievances inflicted by the northern tribes over a decade ago. News from Lord Zhao indicated that preparations were already underway in the north, with subtle maneuvers suggesting a preemptive strike. Minister of War Lu Luan remarked. The elderly tutor nodded with a sense of gravity. Originally, Zhao Shan had intended to return to the capital this year, but the ongoing disturbances beyond the borders were too pressing to ignore. Thus, he had to send his grandson back to celebrate his birthday. As he pondered, the old tutor waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not dwell on this. After all, I am aging and can no longer manage such matters. It is up to you young people to navigate your own affairs." Zhang Jing sighed softly within himself. While the old man had a broad perspective, should war break out, this frail body of mine would surely face its own trials. Today, on the occasion of the elder's birthday, let us refrain from discussing state affairs, for we have worried enough in our daily lives. Today is a day of joy, and it is only fitting that we indulge in the elder's fine wine. Indeed, came the agreement. At this moment, the banquet had yet to commence, and the guests congregated in the hall, exchanging cheerful banter. The old tutor surveyed the room, but could not find the figure he sought, his brow gradually furrowing. Time was slipping away, and most guests had already arrived. The kitchen was nearly finished with the preparations, awaiting only the host's command to serve the meal. What could be delaying that young man? Soon, however, the old tutor's furrowed brow relaxed as he spotted a familiar, mischievous grin approaching. The owner of that face was a striking young man who was laughing heartily. Striding into the hall while playfully draping his arm around Zhao Li's neck and leaning against his chest, he appeared to navigate the space with such familiarity, as if he were more at home here than in his own residence. The doorman, carrying the exquisite painting gifted by Li Ziyue, hurriedly followed behind them, calling out, "His Highness the Second Prince has arrived." Only then did Li Ziyue release Xiaoli, who was still in disbelief at his full recovery, adjusted his slightly disheveled cloak from their earlier frolic, and strode confidently towards the main hall. "We pay our respects to your highness." The officials inside the hall rose in unison after the doorman's announcement, bowing deeply to Li Ziyue. Generally speaking, it is customary for members of the royal family not to personally attend the birthday celebrations of court ministers. Gifts are sent in their stead to express royal favor, especially for venerable elders of high moral standing. As for the princes, attending a minister's birthday would be a blatant act of factionalism. However, the Grand Tutor held a unique position, being closely connected to the royal family. Thus, to honor this esteemed elder, the emperor sent his own son to convey congratulations. The emperor could not attend, nor could the crown prince. Naturally, it was Li Ziyue, the one with the closest ties to the Grand Tutor, who came. "Please rise. Esteemed officials, there is no need for excessive formalities." Li Ziyue gestured with a hand. Once the guests were standing, he approached the main table. "On behalf of the Grand Tutor, I wish the venerable elder a longevity as constant as the moon, as enduring as the mountains, and as flourishing as the pines. With blessings of health and prosperity." Li Ziyue delivered his wishes with solemnity. The Grand Tutor smiled warmly at the young man, bowing before him and beckoned. "All right, come here." Li Ziyue nodded and moved to the right side of the Grand Tutor, yet he did not sit immediately. He turned to the officials at the table and clasped his hands in greeting. "Esteemed officials, may you be well." The senior officials had no choice but to rise again and return the gesture to Li Ziyue. "Your Highness is concerned, and we, the old bones, are faring well." Li Ziyue chuckled amiably as he exchanged pleasantries with several dignitaries before taking his seat beside the esteemed elder. "What transpired? I have heard that you were recently attacked by thieves. How's your injury?" The elder tugged at his beard, seemingly in casual inquiry. Li Ziyue replied with a smile. "The injury is not severe. I am nearly recovered, thanks entirely to the golden silk armor gifted by Uncle Zhao. Otherwise, I would still be confined to my bed." "Indeed. While the golden silk armor is effective, it is your physique, Second Prince, that is paramount. If I am not mistaken, your martial prowess must have reached the realm of observing clouds." The speaker was Minister of War Lu Luan, a man of letters who had once commanded troops in battle, having served as a renowned general in the Northern Campaign with distinguished achievements. Now in his advanced years, he had retired from the front lines and returned to the capital to assume the title of minister. Li Ziyue clasped his hands, smiling silently, though inwardly he began to curse. "What nonsense about the 9th rank! Truly, they regard me as a genius. Were it not for the gluttonous beast, I would have long since joined the ancestral tomb of the Li family." He practiced the ancient cultivation techniques bestowed upon him by the ferocious beasts, which, according to them, were the most orthodox methods of their era. This dual cultivation of soul and body is considered a treasure in the present day. Yet, this ancient and supposedly supreme method has proven to be exceedingly arduous for Li Ziyue to master. There is no need to mention the challenges of the spiritual realm. Each day he must nurture that pendant, causing his soul power to accumulate at an excruciatingly slow pace. However, it is the physical cultivation that baffles him the most. Why would one compel such a dignified individual to cultivate the corporeal techniques of the primordial ferocious beasts? Is it truly the intent to transform oneself into a being of such ferocity? Thus, Li Ziyue's physical training is not only agonizing but also excruciatingly slow. Each session of relentless forging yields but a minuscule advancement in his realm. Chapter 32. A celebration of longevity. The esteemed officials gathered at the table remained blissfully unaware. To them, Li Ziyue's silent smile was an implicit endorsement of Lu Luan's words. These cunning old foxes maintained their composure, yet within their hearts, a tempest raged. Given their stature, encountering a ninth-tier cloud-watching martial artist was hardly remarkable. However, an 18-year-old cloud watcher was a sight they had never before witnessed in their lives. Who, pray tell, claimed he had achieved nothing in his years of martial training? Truly, a prodigy in his youth, a prodigy indeed. Minister Zhang of the Ministry of Revenue stroked his beard and offered his compliments. The Grand Tutor snorted, playfully rebuking, "Enough, enough. If you continue to extol him, this lad's head will surely soar to the heavens." Amidst laughter and merriment, the hall gradually became lively. Yet, the banquet had yet to commence, as all present awaited something. Each guest harbored an understanding of the occasion. It was the Grand Tutor's birthday, and surely the palace's student must make an appearance. As time slipped by and guests continued to arrive, a grand eunuch clad in a crimson robe finally made his entrance into the courtyard. The visitor was none other than Li Lianin, the emperor's personal eunuch. The imperial decree has arrived. Li Lianin held the brilliant yellow edict, standing in the courtyard. The servants of the Grand Tutor's residence swiftly sprang into action, bringing forth the incense burner that had long been prepared. Today marks a significant occasion for the Grand Tutor, who has meticulously prepared to receive the imperial decree, ensuring that all proceedings adhere strictly to protocol. The guests within the hall rise to their feet, as Li Ziyue follows closely behind the venerable Grand Tutor, making their way into the courtyard. The ladies of the household emerge from the rear, for it has been several years since the late Grand Tutor's wife passed away. The couple had only one son, Lord Zhao Shan, and no daughters. Thus, the sole female presence amongst them is Zhao Qingyao. Li Ziyue observes Zhao Qingyao, who is still adorned in her crimson attire, and blinks in acknowledgement. Zhao Qingyao, maintaining her composure, kneels alongside Zhao Li behind the Grand Tutor. Before the imperial decree and behind the incense burner, the guests who have gathered to celebrate kneel in reverence. Lady Li Lianin smiles as she addresses the Grand Tutor, stating that the emperor has granted an edict allowing him to be exempt from kneeling due to his advanced age. The Grand Tutor bows slightly, his expression tranquil as he replies, "The old minister expresses gratitude for His Majesty's consideration. It is merely that I have grown accustomed to such honors." With a smile and a nod, Lady Li clears her throat and, opening the imperial edict, declares in a clear and formal tone, "By the grace of heaven," the emperor proclaims, "I have heard that the wise enjoy longevity and the virtuous prosper. I, guided by the mandate of heaven, govern over the people. Fortunate am I to have the Grand Tutor, esteemed in both talent and virtue, supporting me by my side." The Grand Tutor exhibits commendable character, is erudite and knowledgeable, possesses far-reaching strategies, and remains loyal and unyielding. Today, on this auspicious birthday, my heart is filled with great joy. Reflecting upon the era of the founding emperor, the Grand Tutor displayed remarkable intellect, offering sound counsel for the stability of the state, exemplifying virtue. He guided the nation along the righteous path, quelling unrest and expanding territories, safeguarding the peace of the realm, selecting the worthy and capable, promoting clarity within the court, fostering education, enlightening the populace, and nurturing the land, reforming governance, clarifying laws, and benefiting the multitude. In ancient times, I diligently studied under the esteemed Grand Preceptor, who, with his profound wisdom and unwavering loyalty, meticulously guided me both within the court and beyond, contributing to the prosperity of the nation. Now, as we celebrate the Grand Preceptor's birthday, my heart is filled with joy. I bestow upon him exquisite treasures to honor his accomplishments and to celebrate his longevity. Furthermore, I decree the exemption from kneeling as a token of my respect. May the Grand Preceptor enjoy blessings of health and longevity, akin to the enduring pine and crane. Thus it is commanded. The venerable minister expressed his gratitude for your Majesty's gracious favor. The Grand Preceptor rose, extending his hand to receive the imperial edict presented with a smile by Li Lianin. Li Lianin gestured to those outside the courtyard, instructing them to bring in the congratulatory gifts from the palace. The servant wished the elder statesman continued vitality and longevity. With a smile, Li Lianin bowed to the Grand Preceptor. The Grand Preceptor stroked his long beard and chuckled. The banquet is already prepared. It would be a great honor for you, Lord Li, to join us in our celebration and partake in some refreshments. Oh dear, my lord, you flatter me. How could I, a mere servant, have the privilege to dine with such distinguished gentlemen? Please enjoy your meal and drink. I must return to the palace to report back, so I shall not intrude further. After speaking, Li Lianin hurried to the side of Li Ziyue, who had just risen from the ground, and said, Your Highness, your Majesty has a message for you. Ah? Li Ziyue sighed, preparing to kneel once more. Li Lianin quickly intervened. No need for that, Your Highness. I merely need to convey the message. There is no requirement for you to kneel. Very well, Li Ziyue replied, relieved not to have to kneel. The imperial message stated, if you have no pressing matters, make your way to the palace. Your grandmother is worried about your injuries and longs to see you. Understood. I shall go, he acknowledged. Li Ziyue scratched his head. Pondering how his grandmother had learned about the assassination attempt against him, he could only imagine the fright it must have caused her. I shall return now, he said to the servant. Li Lianin bowed once more in acknowledgement. Ziyue nodded in response. Take your time, Uncle Li. Zhao Li then turned to escort Li Lianin to the door. With the imperial decree issued, the longevity banquet commenced in earnest. The elder tutor chuckled heartily, waving his hand, prompting the guests to gradually return to their seats. Zhao Qingyao retraced her steps towards the rear courtyard. This was not a family gathering. The hall was devoid of any female relatives, and she herself was disinclined to present herself in such a setting. The servants would certainly bring her food to the small building in the courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziyue greeted the elder tutor. Please, take your seats. I will check on Qingyao. The elder tutor paused briefly, gesturing with his hand. Go ahead, the banquet is about to start, so do return promptly. Understood. Li Ziyue replied, quickening his pace to catch up with Zhao Qingyao. Hearing the familiar footsteps behind her, Zhao Qingyao did not halt, merely letting out a cold huff as she rounded the corner towards the rear courtyard. Wait a moment, Qingyao, he called out. Why are you entering the back courtyard, where the Zhao family women reside? Zhao Qingyao halted, her tone icy. Li Ziyue chuckled softly, stepping forward. What of it? I used to come here often as a child. Are you still a child? There are distinctions between the sexes. Leave at once, lest others misunderstand our relationship, Zhao Qingyao retorted with a frown. Hearing this, Li Ziyue forced a wry smile, realizing that Zhao Li's analysis had indeed been correct. The young lady is genuinely upset over this matter. I have no ulterior motives in seeking you out. I merely wish to take a stroll with you once the banquet concludes, as there are some things I wish to convey. Li Ziyue spoke earnestly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Zhao Qingyao furrowed her brow, her expression as frosty as ever. Speak your mind now. Who would accompany you for a walk at such a late hour? Li Ziyue pressed his lips together. I truly have something of significance to share with you. Let us wait until the banquet is over, and I will find you. I shall not go. I want to make it clear. If you do not attend, you will undoubtedly regret it in due time. Just wait here. Once the banquet is finished, I will come to you. Li Ziyue would not permit Zhao Qingyao another chance to refuse, turning away and exiting her courtyard. How dare he threaten me? How dare he suggest I might regret my decision? Zhao Qingyao bit her lip, watching that scoundrel's retreating figure. Chapter 33. Hesitation inside the main hall. The servants bustled about, bringing dishes prepared in the kitchen to the dining table. The chefs from the Grand Tutor's household had received secret recipes from Li Ziyue, and the exquisite flavors of the dishes whetted the appetites of the guests present. Li Ziyue returned to his seat with a beaming smile, bowing slightly to several dignitaries. I sincerely apologize for any delay this may have caused to your drinking. Zhao Li also sat at the main table, winking at Li Ziyue. Minister Zhang chuckled lightly. No matter, Your Highness, you are too courteous. He had noticed Li Ziyue following the eldest daughter of the Zhao Marquis to the back courtyard and had long been aware of the budding relationship between the two young individuals, though this was the first time he had witnessed it firsthand. Several dignitaries exchanged glances, realizing the delicacy of the situation. The elderly master cast a sidelong glance at Li Ziyue, aware that he had gone to appease his granddaughter, and chose to refrain from further comment. Noticing that the guests had taken their seats, the elderly master finally rose to announce the commencement of the banquet. At the urging of the gluttonous guests, Li Ziyue cheerfully picked up his chopsticks. Outside the capital, by the banks of the Yuhan River, the sun had already begun its descent, casting a gentle twilight across the sky. The rotund merchant Wang Yin, mounted on his horse, managed to arrive at the predetermined location just before the city gates closed. Observing the 10 carts laden with goods, already brought over by his assistants and resting by the riverside, Wang Ying smacked his lips in quiet admiration of the affluent patron's generous provisions. "Master, what brings you here?" A young assistant clad in coarse linen garments exclaimed upon seeing Wang Ying, his surprise evident. "Is that even a question? This business venture has been arranged by a significant benefactor. How could I not be here to oversee it myself? If you were to make any mistakes, what would become of us?" Wang Ying retorted sharply. Beside the cart filled with goods, a slender young man approached, his eyes squinting slightly as he clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Wang, it is a pleasure to meet you." Wang Ying focused his gaze and noticed the young man donned in a blue garment, exuding the air of a steward from a noble household. "A pleasure indeed. May I inquire if you are from the residence of His Highness, the second prince?" "Indeed, I am Qiao Si, a servant of the Shu Wang residence," he replied, his eyes narrowing to mere slits, especially when he smiled. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying promptly retrieved a pitch-black token from his waist and handed it to Qiao Si. "Half an hour ago, I encountered a person of significance on the road. Following their instructions, I arranged the details for this operation. In order to present this endeavor beautifully, we must not be careless. Each step is of great importance. Trusting in the esteemed individual, I shall ensure this matter is executed flawlessly." Qiao Si accepted the token, scrutinizing the mountain insignia engraved upon it. Once he confirmed its authenticity, he returned it to Wang Ying. His task today was to oversee the attendants of the Merchant Guild, ensuring they could effectively carry out their duties. With the presence of the guild's owner, his responsibilities were somewhat alleviated. "I must trouble you, Master Wang. If this matter is handled well, the Doping Merchant Guild will become the unequivocal choice for the Shuang Mansion's procurement in the capital," Qiao Si remarked with a smile. Wang Ying felt a surge of joy within him and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, brother, this endeavor shall be executed splendidly for the esteemed individual." With that, Wang Ying turned to direct the guild's attendants in unloading the items from the cart, arranging them neatly as they awaited the signal. "Today's outcome will determine my fate," Wang Ying thought, gritting his teeth. To conduct business at this level, connecting with the imperial family is an opportunity bestowed by heaven itself, and failing to seize it would be a disservice to the 30 years I have lived. Leaning against the royal carriage, Qiao Si squinted at the bustling attendants of the Merchant Guild, a grin spreading across his face. "Your Highness, everything is prepared. We must truly excel tonight." As the sun waved goodbye in the distance, it beckoned the moon to take its place. He took away the crimson satin of dusk, and the world was adorned with the silver veil cast by the moon. Zhao Qingyao stood on the balcony of the small building, gazing at the exceptionally bright moon of the evening. To go or not to go? She twisted a strand of hair that had fallen across her face, her enchanting phoenix eyes reflecting a hint of hesitation. Her gaze traversed the peach tree, which was beginning to show signs of shedding its branches, and fell upon the brightly lit main hall, alive with voices. Several gentlemen had already succumbed to inebriation, being assisted away by their respective servants. The hall remained bustling, a rare vibrancy enveloping the estate. The sight of figures toasting in the courtyard evoked a sense of unreality within her. She understood that the birthday banquet was gradually nearing its conclusion. Once the feast officially ended, that person would come seeking her. Alas, Zhao Qingyao felt a pang of anxiety. That individual had so earnestly informed her of a matter to discuss, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. What could it possibly be? The young woman leaned against the railing, tilting her head to gaze at the night sky. She was unaware of when this habit had formed, but she always found herself looking up at the heavens in the evening. Perhaps it was due to spending too much time with a certain someone, unwittingly adopting his quirks. When he gazed at the starry sky, a profound nostalgia would often flicker across his face. What was he reminiscing about? Over the years, Zhao Qingyao had never quite grasped it. What lay within that celestial expanse? At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the courtyard. Zhao Qingyao snapped back to reality, turning to see the guests gradually exiting the hall. The old tutor emerged as well, closely followed by Li Ziyue. "Well done, lad, quite the drinker." The old man sighed, feeling somewhat disoriented, lamenting his age and the stark contrast to his youth, admitting that his capacity for alcohol had diminished. Zhang Shoufu, supported by Zhao Li, managed a wry smile. In Dingzhou, the martial spirit is celebrated, and even more so, the appreciation for wine. Since childhood, the lad had been compelled to drink with generals, inevitably honing this capacity. Zhao Li scratched his head, expressing his helplessness. "Dingzhou," Zhang Shoufu paused, letting out a deep sigh. "In my youth, I traveled extensively, traversing the rivers and mountains, yet I have never set foot in Dingzhou. The harsh northern climate makes life difficult for the people. A bowl of warm wine can comfort the hearts of countless frontier citizens and soldiers. Once I retire, I shall journey northward to behold the land, the ramparts, the swirling snow, and the setting sun. I wish to witness how our great Ning's northern cavalry traverses 1,000 miles, unmatched in the world. Ah, the love of wine. Do tell your father upon your return. When he comes back to the capital, I, Zhang Jingduan, will host a banquet, ensuring we indulge in 3 days and nights of revelry. Zhao Li observed the youthful exuberance of Zhang Shoufu and nodded with a smile. I shall remember this. I must inform my father that I have not adequately accompanied the esteemed Shoufu. When he returns to the capital, the Shoufu shall demand an accounting at the banquet. Haha. Zhang Jingduan released Zhao Li's support, patting his shoulder, a fine lad. Dingzhou is not easy. Do your best. Zhao Li stepped back a couple of paces and bowed solemnly. Chapter 34. The Zhao family standing nearby. Minister of War Lu Luan observed the scene with a warm smile. At this moment, although he held a civil position, he was undeniably of military origin. During the unparalleled war over a decade ago, he played a pivotal role, contributing significantly to the efforts. It was precisely because he represented the military faction within the court that he possessed greater insights into the underlying currents. Judging by the emperor's demeanor, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seemed highly likely that Lord Zhao Shan would soon be conferred a noble title. As a marquis who had nearly achieved territorial feudal status through military merit, Zhao Shan governed 2 provinces and commanded an impressive force of 300,000 elite cavalry, essentially private soldiers of the Zhao family. There had been doubts cast upon him within the court, questioning the weight of his authority, and some had taken precautions, proposing a series of measures aimed at curbing his influence over Dingzhou. Yet, Lu Luan understood how deeply favored this marquis, who had grown up alongside the emperor, truly was. Particularly in this era of the emperor's flourishing ambition, Zhao Shan's power was unlikely to be shaken in the slightest. The Imperial Guard served as the emperor's sword, while the Northern Expeditionary Army acted as his cleaver, expanding territories and achieving victory effortlessly. Today, in front of so many witnesses, Chancellor Zhang's close rapport with Zhao Li served as a reminder to the courtiers on behalf of the emperor. With war looming, it was time to set aside petty thoughts and cease minor intrigues. The Zhao family would always remain the Zhao family. The Grand Tutor, supported by Li Ziyue, saw the guests off as they departed in their carriages from the Zhao residence. At this moment, the once boisterous Grand Tutor's residence returned to its original tranquility. As for Li Ziyue, he had never considered himself a mere guest in the Grand Tutor's household. Why haven't you left yet? The Grand Tutor glanced at Li Ziyue. Li Ziyue chuckled. I instructed the staff to return first. I plan to take Qin Yao out for a stroll shortly, as the curfew approaches. What do you intend to do? The Grand Tutor extended his arm, signaling for assistance. Li Ziyue naturally supported the elder gentleman, making their way towards the small courtyard. He had prepared a little surprise to delight her. Zhao Li walked alongside them, inquiring with curiosity, what surprise? Is a surprise something one can simply disclose? Just wait and see. You will find out shortly, Li Ziyue teased, withholding the details. The elder lady sighed. You too, when you go out, please exercise caution and do not allow any miscreants to take advantage. She had always maintained a watchful stance regarding the relationship between her granddaughter and this young man. Having raised him herself, she was intimately familiar with his character. If he were to truly take Qin Yao as his own, she would feel at ease. The 2 children had grown up together, their bond was strong, and their statuses were indeed fitting. However, as a close relative of the imperial family and a veteran of 2 reigns, the Grand Tutor understood that the ultimate decision rested with the one seated upon the dragon throne. He was uncertain of the emperor's considerations. These 2 individuals, one a legitimate prince and the other the eldest daughter of a marquis at the frontier, their union would entail far more than a mere marriage. Contemplating this matter inevitably led back to the question of succession concerning the dragon throne. The crown prince, young and capable, is the widely accepted candidate for succession. Presently, he possesses all the demeanor and abilities befitting a ruler. Yet, should Li Ziyue form an alliance with the Zhao family, with a father-in-law commanding 300,000 cavalry, the situation would swiftly become far more intricate. Such complexity, from the imperial court to the martial world, inevitably leads to a state of instability. Will the court officials perceive the emperor's actions as laden with deeper significance, thus altering their positions? Will the faction of the crown prince take measures to safeguard his status? Might the lurking forces, with their predatory gazes, exacerbate the widening rifts, muddying the court's affairs in pursuit of their own gains? What commenced merely as the union of two affectionate youths swiftly becomes entangled with countless inexplicable factors, rendering the situation intricate. Alas, the Grand Tutor shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. Zhao Li cast a puzzled glance at his grandfather, uncertain of what convoluted thoughts the old man was contemplating this time. Li Ziyue had already gone to his sister's small courtyard, leaving Zhao Li to wonder what surprise he had prepared to charm her. Zhao Qingyao's courtyard was modest, featuring a flower bed, a peach tree, a small pavilion, and a quaint building. This was not her sole residence in the capital, it belonged to the Grand Tutor. A gift from the emperor to the old man. When Zhao Shan was conferred the title of Duke of Dingbei, the current emperor also granted him a grand estate, comparable in size and opulence to a royal mansion. In the Duke of Dingbei's residence, Zhao Qingyao's courtyard was somewhat larger. Yet she favored this little enclave for its refreshing elegance. A space too vast felt desolate to her. She preferred intimacy. It reminded her of her courtyard at Qiyun Mountain. Within the Yuguan Temple, small, serene, and imbued with a profound sense of security. Standing in the small courtyard, Li Ziyue gazed at the dimly lit building and gently cleared his throat. A maid, with large eyes and a delicate appearance, emerged from the small building and bowed respectfully to Li Ziyue. Xiao Tan, where is your young lady? The little maid, Li Ziyue, is well acquainted with Zhao Qingyao, having followed her since childhood. Xiao Tan's eyes darted around before she replied, Your Highness, my lady says she has fallen asleep. She has fallen asleep? Then I shall go in and wake her, Li Ziyue declared, making a move towards the small building. That would not be wise, Your Highness. My lady tends to bite when she dreams. With your invaluable self, it would be unwise to risk injury, Xiao Tan said with a playful smile. Stepping in front of Li Ziyue. Feigning surprise, Li Ziyue asked, Then how do you sleep? Aren't you afraid your lady might wake in the middle of the night and take a bite out of you? It's all right. I simply tie her up. Xiao Tan replied earnestly. Li Ziyue smacked his lips. That indeed sounds both perilous and troublesome. Xiao Tan sighed. Who could disagree? What are you two discussing? A slightly annoyed voice came from within the small building. Li Ziyue peered inside and indeed spotted Zhao Qingyao, impeccably dressed. I asked you to come out and find a way to send him away. Yet here you are, concocting schemes against me. Zhao Qingyao strode out, playfully poking Xiao Tan's quirky little head with her slender finger. My lady, you clearly wanted to come out yourself, yet insisted I play this coy game on your behalf. Aren't you embarrassed? Xiao Tan made a face and promptly dashed away. Li Ziyue observed the slightly flustered Zhao Qingyao after being exposed by her own maid. Clearing his throat, he feigned anger. Look at what you've done. You've spoiled this girl completely. To remain within my abode, one must certainly receive a good thrashing. Humph. Zhao Qingyao cast a sidelong glance at Li Ziyue. Your esteemed residence is graced with delicate maidens. Can you truly bear to strike them? Strike, indeed, must be done. Without rules, how can one maintain order? Li Ziyue replied with a forced smile. Chapter 35, Star-Picking Tower. Xiao Tan is unlike the other maidservants of the Grand Tutor's residence, for she was brought from her mother's family by Zhao Qingyao's mother. They grew up together, bound not only as master and servant but as sisters. Moreover, Xiao Tan is a skilled practitioner of martial arts, having trained since childhood and now possessing a 7th-rank proficiency. Enough, I have emerged now, please hasten to convey your matters. What I wish to discuss is of great importance. Speaking of it here is hardly fitting. Come, I shall take you to a place where the scenery is delightful. Li Ziyue turned and headed towards the side gate of the Grand Tutor's residence. Zhao Qingyao, with no choice but to comply, followed suit. As the two stepped outside, the curfew hour approached, and the streets were nearly deserted. The bustling Xuesong Pavilion had already closed, with 2 attendants locking the wooden doors of the establishment. The curfew in the capital is notably strict, with the Jinwu guards and the law enforcement officials patrolling the streets. Should they discover anyone wandering out at night, that individual would be swiftly apprehended and subjected to rigorous interrogation. Of course, Li Ziyue and Zhao Qingyao were exempt from such scrutiny. With the drum signaling the hour, a thin veil of mist enveloped the early spring night as the two walked down the eerily quiet street, each lost in their own thoughts, neither uttering a word. Haizi trailed behind them, swaying slightly, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid disturbing their contemplation. As they approached the palace, Zhao Qingyao halted her steps, pondering the purpose of entering the imperial grounds at such a late hour. The two individuals had traversed a considerable distance from the Taifu residence, and upon raising their heads, they could already glimpse the towering palace walls. Li Ziyue shook his head and remarked, Who said we are heading to the palace? We shall turn right. Turn right? Zhao Qingyao pivoted to her right and beheld a lofty structure. Could it be the stargazing tower of the Qingtian Observatory? Indeed, it was. Li Ziyue snapped his fingers and grinned. Today, I shall take you up there to broaden your horizons. The stargazing tower, constructed by the practitioners at the Qingtian Observatory for the purpose of observing celestial phenomena, stood in a sleek, obsidian hue, ascending in a tower-like fashion with a total of 9 stories, reaching into the clouds. Upon arriving at the base of the tower, Li Ziyue and Zhao Qingyao presented their official decree to the Jinwu guard stationed there. The duty officer took the decree and scrutinized it meticulously before bowing to the two and commanding the opening of the grand iron door that led to the first floor of the stargazing tower. Surrounding the tower were not only the vigilant Jinwu guards, but also He Zi, who trailed behind them, noting several pairs of eyes concealed in the shadows. The officials from the Kai Lu Guan. Upon entering through the thick iron gate, a long, spiraling staircase ascended before them, and the trio commenced their ascent. The lighting within was neither dim nor overly bright, just sufficient to illuminate the entire stargazing tower. Zhao Qingyao curiously surveyed the interior of the tower. It was her first time stepping foot in such a place. Each level of the high-rise housed numerous tightly sealed rooms, their doors securely locked, rendering the interiors invisible. Li Ziyue found it perplexing why a seemingly ordinary tower, whose purpose leaned more towards aesthetic appreciation than practical significance, warranted such stringent security measures. With both the Jinwu guards and the Kai Lu Guan assigned to oversee it, as he gazed upon the tightly sealed chambers, he began to form a conjecture. The answer must lie within. What on earth is the Astronomical Bureau up to? Li Ziyue muttered. The star-picking tower, resembling a tower, constricted in space as one ascended. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he encountered an iron door at the staircase's entrance, barricading the path upward. Please present your order. A man clad in formal black attire stood before the door, his complexion ashen, a silver measuring stick hanging at his waist. The presence of the measuring stick signified an official of the Law Enforcement Bureau, with the long ruler to measure the world. All within the bounds of rules could be dispatched by the law enforcement officials. Was this truly the star-picking tower of the Astronomical Bureau? Or rather a prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau? Puzzled, Li Ziyue presented his order to the official, watching him unlock the iron door that allowed them to proceed upward. Had he known that entering this tower would be such a hassle, he would have sought a more elevated vantage point. At long last, after considerable effort, the trio finally reached the pinnacle of the star-picking tower. The top floor housed but a single room, its entrance still an iron door, bound by numerous iron chains. The level of security here surpassed even that of the main entrance of the star-picking tower. The 9th floor was not the terminus for Li Ziyue. He gestured for Zhao Qingyao to follow him further up, ascending the spiraled staircase to the rooftop of the star-picking tower. Upon stepping onto the expansive rooftop, he was met with the fierce gusts of wind. At last, they had arrived, within the confines of the tower. He had felt so stifled that he could scarcely utter a word. Li Ziyue stretched languorously towards the starry sky, exhaling a sigh of relief. With his gaze fixed upon the southern expanse of the capital, he knew that Xiao Si and Wang Yin awaited him there. Oh, if only it were Qingqiu awakening this week, for she possesses an unparalleled understanding of a woman's heart and could undoubtedly devise a splendid strategy for me, sparing me the toil and trouble. Li Ziyue mused inwardly. Yet, at that moment, the deep, resonant voice of Tao Tai echoed within his mind. Come now. If it were Qingqiu who awoke this week, after you had drawn upon her power during the nocturnal assassination, half of the maidservants in your residence would likely have already fallen victim to your treachery. Did you truly believe it would merely be a matter of enduring hunger? As in recent days, procreation is an innate instinct of creatures, and Qingqiu represents your most challenging desire to suppress. Zhao Qingyao took a few steps forward. The edge of the high platform bore no railing, merely an expansive flat surface. Standing upon this lofty edifice, overlooking the myriad lights of the capital city, indeed offered a unique perspective. He noted that He Zi had not followed but remained stationed on the 9th floor. If, under the stringent vigilance of the star-picking tower, someone could infiltrate Li Ziyue's proximity, he would accept such a reality. Li Ziyue approached Zhao Qingyao, reaching the edge of the platform, gazing downwards. A wave of emotion washed over him. This was, after all, his first visit to such a towering structure in this lifetime. Below, the golden guards had diminished into mere dots, while the distant street echoed with the sound of the watchmen striking their gongs. Further still, the grand city walls were illuminated by flickering bonfires. The lanterns of the residential dwellings glimmered, casting a warm, comforting glow, a true testament to the vibrancy of life. Turning back, he realized that from this vantage point, he could see beyond the palace walls and behold the magnificent Taiyuan Hall. Could it truly be that one could glimpse the imperial palace from the star-picking tower? Li Ziyue furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. After all, having a place that could observe his home was something no one would tolerate. However, it wasn't a significant concern with his keen eyesight. He could only vaguely discern the structure, and the shadows of moving figures within were entirely imperceptible. The wind atop the high platform was rather brisk, tousling Zhao Qingyao's hair. "You didn't bring me here just to admire the night view of the capital, did you?" Zhao Qingyao tucked her disheveled strands behind her ear and turned to Li Ziyue with a question. "Naturally not," he replied. "A few days ago, when Zhao Li visited me at my residence, he mentioned that you seemed to be feeling rather down lately. I thought it would be nice to take you out for a stroll and converse with you." In the breeze, Li Ziyue gazed at the myriad of lights flickering in the distance and said, "I am not feeling down. You are overthinking it. There's nothing I wish to discuss with you." Zhao Qingyao turned her head away once more. Li Ziyue wrapped his black cloak around himself, maintaining his composure. "Yet, I have something I wish to convey." Zhao Qingyao, with a frosty demeanor, replied, "Speak your mind, and let us return swiftly afterward." "Actually, I wish to apologize," Li Ziyue said earnestly. Zhao Qingyao's nose twitched, but she remained silent. Li Ziyue continued sincerely, "That day at Chengdue Lu, I should not have spoken about you in that manner. Regardless of the circumstances, bringing up our matters in such a setting was indeed disrespectful to you. I am truly sorry, Qingyao." Chapter 36. The fiery trees illuminate the sky. The young woman maintained her cold expression, not uttering a word. "In recent days, I have contemplated extensively about our relationship and our affections. I believe it is time to approach the Empress Dowager and address these matters." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyao turned her body, a look of astonishment crossing her face. You wish to speak with the Empress Dowager about what?" "Of course, to discuss our marriage." Before Li Ziyue could finish his statement, Zhao Qingyao raised her hand to cover his mouth. "Silence. What marriage are you speaking of? These are merely your one-sided sentiments. When have I ever consented to wed you? I shall tell you, Li Ziyue, do not presume that just because you are a prince, you can marry whomever you desire without seeking my opinion. You scoundrel, how shameless and absurd." Zhao Qingyao's face flushed crimson, her urgency palpable. She truly did not anticipate that Li Ziyue had summoned her tonight to discuss such matters, leaving her utterly unprepared. Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, "But I have said nothing." Yet, he quickly regained his composure, advancing to grasp Zhao Qingyao's wrist with a cheerful smile. "By the decree of our parents and the words of a matchmaker, I shall seek the Empress Dowager's approval, and at that juncture, your dissent will be inconsequential." Zhao Qingyao stared blankly at him, then sighed deeply. "Even if you were to petition the Empress Dowager, it would not be so easily resolved. Li Ziyue, have you become so carefree that you have forgotten our respective standings?" Li Ziyue fell silent. "Do I need to reiterate? You are the legitimate second son of the royal family, and I am the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingbei. Given our standings, marriage has never been a matter of personal choice. Even if I were to promise you to consent to marry you, would your father, the emperor, agree? Would my father? Our relationship has never been viewed as optimistically as others perceive it. Li Ziyue, throughout your life, you have shown little enthusiasm for the intrigues of power. You resemble more a rogue of the realm than a royal scion. Yet, this is an unavoidable reality that you must confront. As the second prince of Daning and a prince of Shudi, no matter how carefree you wish to appear, this matter remains inescapable. The machinations of power are ultimately lessons you must learn and considerations you cannot neglect. Beneath the court and above the rivers and lakes, many eyes are upon us. Now, do you still believe that marrying me is a trivial affair?" Zhao Qingyao's gaze was unwavering, fixed upon Li Ziyue's eyes. Yet she did not attempt to free herself from his grasp. "I have never regarded this matter as simple." After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziyue met the gaze of the one he cherished, tightly holding her delicate wrist, and spoke deliberately. "This matter requires effort to pursue. Throughout my life, I have never fought for anything, content with a life of ease and abundance, silken garments, sumptuous feasts, and carefree enjoyment. Composing poetry and listening to melodies were my simple pleasures. Even that chair, I never entertained thoughts of contention over. I was born into a life of great fortune, and I am satisfied, reveling in such simplicity. However, there are matters that cannot be overlooked. Everything I currently enjoy is but a castle in the air, Without sufficient strength, a mere gust could render it all to nothingness. The prince of words? Merely the prince of porcelain. Sustained in the air, if one loses their support, they shatter upon the ground, devoid of any worth. Just as we are now, I wish to take you as my wife. However, this matter is beyond the control of the two of us. The great tides of the world, the multitude of dignitaries, the countless iron steeds, the throne of the heir apparent, and the will of the emperor. These are the forces that influence us, and too many helpless circumstances dictate our seemingly grand lives. In recent days, I have come to understand that these are challenges I must ultimately confront. Only through the possession of absolute power can one seize the matters they desire to command. Therefore, I must strive, and I can only strive, to forge a future that belongs to us. In this world, heroes regard the realm as a chessboard, each playing their part, the black and white pieces clashing upon the board. Today, I shall boldly and unequivocally declare to all who gaze upon us, I, Li Ziyue, wish to marry Zhao Qingyao. For this, I am willing to enter this game. Li Ziyue held Zhao Qingyao's hand and spoke earnestly. Zhao Qingyao pressed her lips together. After all these years, she had finally awaited this declaration from him. She hesitated for a moment, slowly lowered her head, and, in an unusual whisper, asked, "Have you truly made up your mind?" Li Ziyue did not respond to her question, but instead retrieved a small tube from his bosom, shaped similarly to the imperial edict. "This is a gift I have prepared for you, and it is also the first step in expressing my intentions to my imperial father." Li Ziyue placed the tube before Zhao Qingyao, took out a fire starter, and, as if performing a magic trick, ignited it before handing it to her. Like the fuse, Zhao Qingyao extended the hand that Li Ziyue was not holding, hesitated momentarily, and, gazing into his fervent eyes under the moonlight, her resolve began to solidify. "This is ultimately a matter between the two of us." Zhao Qingyao sighed, contemplating silently. She reached out to accept the firebrand handed to her by Li Ziyue. The flames roaring in the night sky, mirroring the fervent and passionate emotions of the two young souls. Grasping the firebrand firmly, Zhao Qingyao resolutely ignited the fuse of the small tube in Li Ziyue's hand. In an instant, against the backdrop of the inky night, a vivid firework soared into the heavens and quietly blossomed. Following closely, countless brilliant fireworks erupted from the banks of the Jade River, south of the capital. Illuminating the night sky, countless fireworks streaked like shooting stars pursuing the moon, suddenly bursting forth in Zhao Qingyao's bright eyes. This night, an endless array of fireworks filled the entire sky above the capital, akin to flames igniting the darkness, consuming the endless night. On the towering platform of the star-picking tower, the shadows of the two, tightly intertwined, were cast. Numerous onlookers stood in the courtyard, gazing upward in awe at this rare spectacle of a lifetime. In the year of Daming, during the second month of the 20th year, the city of Qianan was ablaze with fiery trees touching the heavens. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, the crimson fireworks streamed through the open window, illuminating the emperor's profile. The sound of the fireworks, traveling from outside the city to the emperor's ears, had diminished to a near imperceptible whisper. However, the night sky, rendered so brilliantly, dispelled any thoughts of continuing his work. "Let us go and take a look," the emperor declared, setting aside the memorials. Li Lianin, standing at the door of the imperial study, promptly entered to drape a black cloak over the emperor's shoulders. The emperor stepped out of the imperial study, standing in the long and empty corridor, gazing up at the continuous fireworks illuminating the night sky. Indeed, they were quite beautiful. "Whose family possesses such leisure and grace?" the emperor inquired. Just as Li Lianin was about to respond, he heard the emperor continue, "Whose household could possibly stockpile such an abundance of fireworks?" A cold sweat broke out on Li Lianin's brow as he knelt down. "Your Majesty, it is the second prince. He is aware that the city prohibits the gathering of such a vast amount of gunpowder at once, and he had previously informed the Department of Regulations and the Inner Court to prevent any unforeseen accidents. He specifically transported them outside the city for the display." The emperor fell into a contemplative silence. What could that rascal be up to now? He watched as another burst of fireworks erupted in the sky and sighed, asking, "Where is he now?" Li Lianin remained kneeling on the ground. "The second prince is atop the star-picking tower with Miss Zhao." The emperor was once again at a loss for words. It dawned on him that this young lad had enlisted Yin Fei to request the decree for the star-picking tower for a reason. Well, he mused. Why hadn't he thought of such a charming way to woo a girl during his own youth with Xiao Wanqi? Another sigh escaped his lips. Li Lianin knelt silently. not daring to utter a sound. He understood that Xiao Wanqi was the name of the late empress. The emperor shook his head. No, this is not intended for Yao girl. It is for my own eyes. Li Lianin felt perplexed, but did not dare to speak. He comprehended that the emperor would witness this fireworks display, would inquire about its origins, and would seek to know his current whereabouts. He wished to convey that he was with Yao girl. He longed to be with Yao girl. The emperor smiled, declaring, I assure you, by tomorrow the entire capital will be aware that this splendid display of fireworks was orchestrated by His Highness for the daughter of the Duke of Dingbei. It serves as a testament to their affection, while simultaneously conveying his sentiments to me. I find great solace in the fact that, after all these years, he has finally taken the initiative to request something from me. Otherwise, I might have truly believed he was devoid of desires. Tell me, should I grant him this wish? Chapter 37. Preparations for the palace at dawn. Li Ziyue was roused from slumber by Shower. Your Highness, it is time to awaken. You must enter the palace today. She gently shook him, her voice a soft entreaty. Li Ziyue, still in a haze, opened his eyes and propped himself up, letting out a considerable yawn. After enjoying the fireworks with Qing Yao and engaging in conversation before escorting her back to the Grand Tutor's residence, he had returned home quite late. Gazing at the dimly lit sky, Li Ziyue felt as though it was barely 6 o'clock. I am utterly exhausted. A thin mist enveloped the city, casting a muted pall over the morning light. Standing in the small courtyard, he held a handmade boar-bristle toothbrush, yawning as he brushed his teeth. A couple of young maidservants approached with a basin, pouring in fresh well water. After splashing his face with the icy water, he felt considerably more awake. Shower stood nearby, offering him a clean towel. Your Highness, breakfast is ready. Today's meal consists of freshly made youtiao and tofu now, still steaming hot. 2 young maids stood behind Li Ziyue, one delicately peeling a boiled egg with a scallion, while the other poured a vibrant layer of red chili oil onto the smooth surface of the tofu pudding. Li Ziyue took a bite of the fried dough stick and leaned to the right, where the maid promptly brought the perfectly peeled egg to his lips. After savoring a mouthful of egg, he picked up a spoon and gently scooped a piece of tofu from the bowl, bringing it to his mouth. The savory flavor of the tofu pudding was quite agreeable. Li Ziyue nodded in satisfaction. After finishing his meal, he accepted the handkerchief offered by the maid to wipe his mouth and rose to return to his chambers. Your Highness, why not wear this robe today? It is the cloud-patterned brocade bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager last year, and I specifically had a craftsman from the manor tailor it for you, said the maid. Xiao, Li Ziyue gazed at the scarlet robe hanging in the wardrobe and nodded in approval. The hairpin would be the red jade pin gifted by Consort Yun, which perfectly complements the robe. Li Ziyue glanced at the small box Xiao had placed on the table, within which lay a crimson long hairpin, and nodded once more. As for the cloak, you should wear this one, the black gilded patterned cloak given by Consort Yun. It will surely keep you warm. Li Ziyue nodded again. The jade pendant, let me think. Did not the crown princess gift you a jade pendant during the spring festival? I shall go and find it. Xiao turned and began to rummage through the cabinet where Li Ziyue kept his accessories. As she sifted through the contents, she murmured, Entering the palace today is not like your usual visits home. You must make rounds in every palace. After all, your assassination attempt is no trivial matter. And the ladies are all concerned. Even if you do not need to visit the Eastern Palace, the palace is neither too grand nor too modest. Upon encountering the crown princess, a conversation is inevitable. She would undoubtedly feel a sense of joy upon seeing you adorned with her bestowed gifts. Li Ziyue observed the meticulously contemplative Shower and could not help but smile. Eureka! Shower produced an exquisite small box, from which she extracted a piece of lustrous white jade pendant. Come in, she called out to those outside. Instantly, 5 or 6 young maidservants rushed in, chattering excitedly as they began to assist Li Ziyue in dressing. Wearing only a simple garment, he opened his arms, allowing the maidens to drape the robe over him, fastening the belt, while another hung the jade pendant upon it. He then seated himself on a stool, permitting them to style his hair. Shower took a red jade hairpin from the small box and secured it into the carefully arranged coiffure. Finally, Li Ziyue rose, and Shower lifted a thick cloak, draping it over his shoulders. Thus, a dashing young gentleman emerged. Your Highness, the carriage is prepared, Heisey announced as he appeared in the courtyard. Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively. Today, we shall ride horses instead. Heisey nodded and returned to the stable to lead out a magnificent steed, waiting at the entrance. Shower followed closely behind Li Ziyue, escorting him to the gates of the royal residence. After he mounted, she joyfully waved her hand, exclaiming, May your highness have a safe journey. Li Ziyue reciprocated the gesture before he and Haizi proceeded toward the palace. Has Xiaoxi returned? Li Ziyue inquired. Haizi nodded. The city gates opened early, so I returned. Last night, after the fireworks concluded, I fell asleep directly in the carriage. I must say, what Wang Yin arranged was quite commendable. He is the steward of the Dapeng commercial house, correct? Whenever you have the chance, please summon him to the residence. I would like to have a conversation with him. Certainly, Your Highness. How extensive is the Dapeng commercial house? Not overly large, yet it operates quite extensively and solidly. Quite commendable. At this moment, daylight had fully arrived, and the townsfolk began their morning calls, setting up stalls to sell breakfast. Commoners in coarse linen garments, yawning officials in dark clothing, and students rushing to purchase early meals before returning to their studies filled the streets. The smoke from food stalls wafted gently, showcasing the myriad aspects of life. Li Ziyue rode through the streets, observing this familiar scene. Over a decade had passed, and he had completely acclimated to life here. Upon reaching the gate of the imperial city, Li Ziyue dismounted to undergo inspection by the Jinwu guards. Your Highness, why are you entering the palace so early today? Inquired a familiar captain of the Jinwu guards, smiling as he performed the customary checks. Li Ziyue handed the reins to the captain, named Hualang, and replied, The Empress Dowager misses me. I wish to pay her a visit. Hualang chuckled, gesturing for his men to clear the way, and remarked, Your Highness. It truly was as you say last night, while giving a thumbs up. Li Ziyue cast a surprised glance at Hualang, not expecting the news to spread so swiftly. Truly, he was worthy of being the deputy commander of the Jinwu guards. However, he never intended to conceal his actions. Rather, he had planned to disseminate the news of his role as the instigator from last night. Begone, get lost, Li Ziyue said bluntly. All right then, Hualang scampered away, crestfallen. This individual possessed a soul of considerable substance, Tauta suddenly remarked. Li Ziyue paused momentarily but soon resumed his natural stride, continuing toward the archway. Hualang stood rooted to the spot, observing the figure of Li Ziyue as he entered the city gate tower, smacking his lips in contemplation. Just moments ago, he had sensed a rather unfamiliar aura emanating from the prince. That essence vanished in an instant, and upon further scrutiny, he could find no trace of it. Could it be that he had misperceived? Hualang pondered, though he did not delve further into his thoughts. After all, those of noble lineage often harbored their own secrets. Logically, given his position, he should not be so close to a prince. In times of war, he served as the deputy commander of the Jinwu guards. In peacetime, he was the chief defender of the palace division, the safety of the entire imperial palace resting solely upon his shoulders. Yet, this second prince had a penchant for sneaking out of the palace since childhood, a fact Hualang had caught him at several times. From that point on, the two became acquainted, and this young lad would often find his way to the city gate tower to engage him in conversation. At that time, Hualang was not yet in his current position as commander, merely a regular officer on duty. Each time he returned from battle, the young prince would bring a roasted chicken prepared in the palace and a flask of wine, coming to the city gate tower to check if he was still alive. During his duty, it was naturally inappropriate to indulge in alcohol. The two of them at that moment were savoring roasted chicken while engaging in discussions about the battlefield. As for wine, given his humble position at the time, he often craved the fine wines of the palace, reluctantly accepting them to enjoy at home. The second prince, possessing commendable martial skills, frequently sought his counsel on strategies of warfare and the art of military tactics. He shared with the young prince the myriad experiences he had accumulated on the battlefield. Sighing, Hualang exhaled, shaking off the radiant armor that adorned him while stroking his beard. Having attained the 9th rank. Wait. I shan't be mistaken for a supporter of the second prince, shall I? Beneath the city gate, a young eunuch with a pale visage and no beard awaited. Oh, Your Highness, how I have longed for your presence. Eunuch Lu Jian exclaimed, rushing towards Li Ziyue, who was cloaked in a black mantle. Li Ziyue raised his foot. Ready to kick, do not approach, keep your distance. Lu Jian gazed at the handsome young nobleman he had served since childhood, obediently halting his advance. Since the prince had moved out of the palace last year, he had remained in the moonlit palace, attending to concubine Yin. Just the previous evening, eunuch Li Lianen had sought him out, informing him that the second prince would be entering the palace the following day, hence his early arrival at the gate. Are you planning to tour all the palaces today, Your Highness? Lu Jian inquired earnestly. Indeed, Li Ziyue replied, stretching his limbs. The imperial palace is quite extensive. A complete circuit will surely be exhausting. Since I am here, I might as well take a stroll. Upon entering the palace gates, Li Ziyue felt as though he had returned home, navigating the familiar corridors with ease, making his way directly to the Yangxin Hall where the Empress Dowager resided. Lu Jian closely followed in his wake, remarking, "Your Highness, the ladies of the palace are exceedingly concerned for your well-being. Just yesterday, I accompanied concubine Yin to the Yangxin Hall, and the Empress Dowager chastised her, expressing discontent that she had not informed her of your assassination attempt sooner." Li Ziyue shook his head. "The elder is growing frail and tends to worry excessively. And you, a pack of sycophants, cannot resist relaying every trivial matter to your master. Was it that rascal who whispered such tidings to the Empress Dowager?" Lu Jian wore a bitter expression. "This humble servant is unaware. I spend my days within concubine Yin's quarters and have no access to the Empress Dowager." With a slight sigh, Li Ziyue chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, it was impractical to completely shield the elderly lady from all news. Engaging Lu Jian in conversation about recent palace happenings, he walked upon the flagstone path until he soon arrived at the Empress Dowager's Yangxin Hall. As he entered the courtyard, Li Ziyue spotted 2 rows of palace maids standing at the entrance, engaged in hushed chatter. Upon noticing him, the maids momentarily froze before collectively bowing. "We pay our respects to your highness." Li Ziyue glanced at Lu Jian, who whispered, "They are from the Eastern Palace." Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Ziyue surmised that his sister-in-law must also be present. He instinctively touched the jade pendant hanging at his waist, allowing a smile to grace his lips. He strode into the hall, not waiting for the eunuch stationed at the entrance to announce his arrival, and called out loudly, "Grandmother, your grandson has come to see you." Inside the hall, a fragrant scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. As Li Ziyue took a couple of steps further, he beheld the elderly figure seated on the couch, enveloped in a thick brocade robe. The elderly woman, her hair a silvery hue and her face etched with wrinkles that time had indelibly marked, possessed a serene gaze. Her lips were pursed in a gentle smile, radiating a profound warmth and kindness. Startled by the unexpected shout, the elderly woman turned her head towards the entrance. Initially taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to raise their voice in her hall of nurtured hearts, she soon regained her composure. Reflecting on her advancing age and realizing with a smile that it was none other than a cheeky grandson calling her grandmother. Indeed, a striking young man clad in a crimson robe and a flowing black cloak burst into the hall, grinning broadly. "Grandson greets you, grandmother. May you have peace." Li Ziyue chuckled as he knelt before the Empress Dowager, bowing his head in respect. "Rise, do not put on airs." The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling for a eunuch to bring a stool. "Thank you, grandmother." Li Ziyue playfully scrambled to his feet and then turned to the beautiful and gracious woman seated beside the Empress Dowager. "Brother-in-law, I hope all is well with you?" Li Ziyue inquired, bowing again. "There is no need for such formalities. I am well," the crown princess replied with a beaming smile as she rose to return his greeting. Although the Li family had ascended to royal status, in the presence of the venerable Empress Dowager, the 2 grandsons refrained from using formal titles, opting instead for familiar terms of endearment. This pleased the Empress Dowager immensely. Having completed the necessary formalities, Li Ziyue let out a long sigh. Feeling the oppressive heat within the palace, he removed his cloak and handed it to Lu Jian behind him, then settled down onto the stool that the eunuch had just brought over. The Empress Dowager squinted her eyes as she observed him. Seeing the young man moving with ease and vitality akin to his former self, she finally felt at ease. Upon hearing that the crown prince's uncle had been attacked by rebels and sustained serious injuries, she had initially considered sending nourishing medicinal herbs to his residence. However, upon learning that the Grand Princess had already delivered them, she refrained from taking further action. She pondered how her nephew was faring in his recovery now. The Crown Princess glanced at the familiar jade pendant hanging from Li Ziyue's waist after he removed his cloak, and her gaze softened a fraction as she inquired. Li Ziyue smiled gently. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for your concern. The injuries I sustained were not too severe. After a few days of rest and medication, I am already much improved." One must say, a 9th-grade warrior possesses remarkable resilience. In the tumultuous world during your grandfather's uprising, such a person could have founded a sect and become a leader of a faction, the Empress Dowager remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Li Ziyue grimaced. "Grandmother, it was a chaotic time, filled with warlords vying for power and the pursuit of dominance. Not to mention, during those days, anyone commanding 100 followers could easily claim kingship and seize a county as their capital. Please, spare me the jibes." The Empress Dowager let out another cold huff. "I have also heard that the assassin had no opportunity to strike. Was it you who dismissed the guards, allowing the assassin to approach you?" At that moment, Sun Air truly did not anticipate that the monk would dare to take action. Otherwise, he would never have allowed him to approach within 3 meters. He would have ordered a volley of arrows to strike him down long before. Li Ziyue innocently shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 39. The nobility within the palace. How can you be so careless? Do you genuinely believe that our Li family, having secured the realm, renders your esteemed status invulnerable to threats? Let me assure you, we possess numerous adversaries. Should you continue to act with such recklessness, I shall not hesitate to break your legs before any assassin has a chance to reach you. The Empress Dowager admonished sternly. Do not be angry, grandmother. I shall remember your words, Li Ziyue replied, once again rising to perform a deep bow to the Empress Dowager. Observing her grandson's outwardly obedient demeanor, she pondered whether her words had truly registered with him, and she could not help but sigh. At that moment, the Crown Princess interjected. My dear uncle is not one to act impulsively. Having learned from this lesson, he will undoubtedly conduct himself with greater caution in the future. Please do not be angry. Empress Dowager. Li Ziyue cast a grateful glance towards the Crown Princess. He had anticipated that his visit to the palace would result in reprimand and had prepared himself mentally. However, he was pleasantly surprised that she would speak on his behalf today. His heart swelled with affection, and he discreetly kissed Xiao twice. I am not angry. Anger only harms my own health. The elderly matriarch shot a glance at Li Ziyue, finally relinquishing her grip on the matter. Let us speak of something else. What time did you retire last night? Did you witness the fireworks? The Crown Princess proactively shifted the conversation. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, remarking that it had indeed been quite some time since she had witnessed such exquisite fireworks in the capital, wondering whose household was responsible for them. After all, the emperor had forbidden the accumulation of large quantities of gunpowder within the city to prevent any unfortunate accidents that might lead to explosions. The Crown Princess nodded, then teasingly turned her gaze to Li Ziyue, inquiring if he had seen the spectacle the previous night. Li Ziyue, maintaining his composure, acknowledged with a slight nod, revealing that he had been admiring the moon from the star-picking tower with Qin Yao at that time. The Crown Princess persisted in her playful questioning, smiling as she asked if he, having resided outside the palace for an extended period, knew which family had set off the fireworks. The Empress Dowager seemed to sense something in her granddaughter-in-law's words and shifted her attention to Li Ziyue's face. With a resigned gesture of his hands, Li Ziyue confessed, All right. It was I who arranged for them. The Crown Princess, having received the answer she sought, nodded in satisfaction, secretly thinking to herself that she had suspected her intentions were not entirely innocent. The Empress Dowager suddenly realized, so, it was you who sent someone to set off the fireworks, and you took Qing out of the star-picking tower to view them? Li Ziyue chuckled softly. After all, she is your granddaughter-in-law yet to enter the household. Making her happy could never be a mistake. The Crown Princess discreetly glanced at the Empress Dowager. As anticipated, the Empress Dowager frowned slightly at his words. You young man, always spouting nonsense. When has Qin Yao ever had an engagement with you? Do not speak carelessly, as it might tarnish the girl's reputation. Li Ziyue countered. Whether there is an engagement is merely a matter of your decree. And you are aware that Qin Yao and I have grown up together, sharing a deep bond. Surely, you would not wish to separate us. Moreover, you are well aware of Qin Yao's character. If you miss her, where else could you find such an admirable granddaughter-in-law? Li Ziyue, with unabashed boldness and disregarding the presence of the Crown Princess, began to express his thoughts. The Empress Dowager inhaled deeply and waved her hand, stating, This girl Qin Yao has grown up before my knees. She is indeed exceptional. I am aware of your matters, but this requires thorough discussion with your father. Do not bring it up again. Understood, Your Majesty, Li Ziyue replied, having anticipated this outcome and feeling no significant disappointment. He jokingly performed a gesture of respect towards the Empress Dowager, signaling that he understood the situation. The Empress Dowager nodded. She recognized that this child knew his limits. However, her gaze shifted to the calm-faced Crown Princess. The fact that her granddaughter-in-law had come to pay her respects so early in the day, only to later subtly stir up last night's incident once the second son arrived, was indeed a source of concern. Li Ziyue spent some time in the Xineng Palace chatting with the Empress Dowager, but as he thought about other matters within the palace that required his attention, he took the initiative to take his leave. Upon exiting the Xineng Palace, Li Ziyue let out a long sigh. He had already accomplished half of his goal for the day. The dazzling fireworks that had illuminated the city the previous night were his first step, while today's open declaration of his feelings for Qin Yao to the Empress Dowager represented his second step. He had gauged the Empress Dowager's attitude and noted a lack of outright resistance or opposition. To him, she seemed somewhat uncertain. Ultimately, the decision lay with the emperor, and Li Ziyue shook his head in resignation. At this moment, it was still early spring, and the exquisite flora within the inner palace had yet to unveil its anticipated beauty. Li Ziyue, devoid of any inclination to pause and admire, quickened his pace towards the palace of Consort Mu. Unlike the Empress and Consort Yan, who were both wed to His Majesty during his time at the Crown Princess residence, Consort Mu was taken into the fold after His Majesty ascended the throne. This circumstance arose because, upon his ascension, the harem had only one empress and one consort, and at that time, Li Ziyue had not yet been born. The emperor had but one heir, Crown Prince Li Ziyuan. The ministers at court seized upon this opportunity, citing the instability of the nation's foundation and the emperor's lack of a familial household as reasons to strongly urge him to select additional maidens for the harem, thereby ensuring the continuation of the royal bloodline. The emperor, fully aware of their ulterior motives, recognized that they merely sought to elevate their own familial standings through this means. His Majesty, possessing unparalleled wisdom and sagacity, did not require the addition of consorts to balance the political landscape. Thus, he harbored his own intentions, with the Empress Dowager and the still-living Empress acting as executors of his will. Upon acquiescing to the minister's request for the selection of maidens, the prominent families of Daming's 13 provinces showcased their prowess, employing various strategies to present their chosen candidates for selection within the palace. From the multitude of maidens, the Empress Dowager and the Empress selected a few of noble lineage to enter the harem. Naturally, some courtesy was to be extended, such as to the daughter of an esteemed duke who had valiantly served alongside the late emperor in numerous campaigns. This Consort Mu is the daughter of that venerable duke. Ziyue had met Consort Mu, and he wished her well. Within the palace, Li Ziyue respectfully greeted Lady Mu with a formal bow. "I am well, Ziyue. Please rise. It is rare for you to visit me, so there is no need for such formality," she replied in a gentle, soft-spoken manner. Li Ziyue stood up and took a seat on the stool brought over by a palace maid, engaging in light conversation with Lady Mu. In his youth, Li Ziyue, buoyed by his status and age, reveled in mischief and often roamed the various palaces, keenly observing the personalities of the consorts. Lady Mu's Hohhot Palace was his favorite haunt. At that time, Lady Mu was merely 20 years old and childless, always treating the young Li Ziyue with exceptional kindness, which deepened his affection for her. The outside world is not like the palace. One must tread carefully. If you find the guards at your residence inadequate, do not hesitate to request additional personnel from the Duke's residence. "I will ensure that my father is informed," Lady Mu advised, having heard of Li Ziyue's circumstances. After inquiring about his health, she made her promise. Li Ziyue felt a warmth in his heart and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It is of no concern. Aunt, you need not worry. The guards at my residence are all veterans who have served in the imperial court, and their protection is more than sufficient." "That is good to hear." Lady Mu nodded slightly, not pressing the matter further. Li Ziyue glanced around, noting the palace maid standing by and a eunuch bowing at the doorway, and inquired, "Where is Xiao Si? Why is he not here?" Xiao Si, Li Ziyufeng, was the son of Lady Mu and had just turned 6 this year. When the subject of her son arose, Mu Fei's gentle brow inadvertently clouded with a hint of melancholy. "I have sent him to the side hall to copy texts. He still cannot write a few large characters properly at the age of 6, and his ignorance is driving me to despair. I recall that when you were 6, despite your mischievous nature, you grasped reading and writing with remarkable speed, nearly possessing a photographic memory. At such a tender age, you could engage in discussions about the teachings of the sages with me. Yet, your younger brother is utterly disappointing, and I truly do not know how to remedy this." Li Ziyue chuckled softly, aware that Mu Fei was an avid reader, one of the few intellectuals in the palace, and she maintained strict standards for her children's education. Her statement about the inadequacies of her 4th son seemed exaggerated. It was merely a reflection of her lofty expectations. "Aunt, little 4 is already 6 years old. The past 2 years of your tutelage were beneficial, but it is now time to find him a proper teacher," Li Ziyue advised. Mu Fei sighed deeply. "Indeed. It should be so, and I am well aware of that. However, the unfortunate truth is that I cannot find a suitable instructor. I cannot possibly seek out a minister for this role. Wind-Er is not the crown prince and lacks such qualifications." Suddenly, Mu Fei was taken aback and raised her head sharply. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs immediately lowered their heads, feigning ignorance of the conversation. A twinge of regret washed over Mu Fei, It had been quite some time since she had engaged in such casual discourse with Ziyu, reminiscent of when he was a mere child. Her guard had momentarily slipped, leading her to utter words that bordered on transgression. Yet, to her surprise, Li Ziyue burst into hearty laughter, declaring, "Who says he lacks qualifications? Neither Ziyu nor I are crown princes, yet we both study under that esteemed figure. What of the ministers? Even the grand tutor is a court official. Why is it that while the crown prince, I, and Zhe Lu all sought education under the grand tutor, it is not possible for Xiaoxi?" Mu Fei's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you suggesting that Zhe Feng should apprentice under the grand tutor? But the grand tutor is already advanced in age and has ceased to instruct the royal and noble offspring, has he not? He merely no longer delivers lectures in the palace. That does not mean he has stopped teaching altogether. Zhe Lu is still being compelled by Lady Yin to attend lessons at the grand tutor's residence periodically." Li Ziyue explained, "I shall visit the grand tutor's estate tomorrow to discuss this matter with him. Given his leisure, he would undoubtedly not refuse." Mu Fei rejoiced. "Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Ziyue." "It is but a matter of course," he replied grandly, waving his hand dismissively. Mu Fei had always treated him with great kindness since childhood. He was merely assisting Xiaoxi in finding a teacher, which was no burden at all. Afterward, Mu Fei engaged him in conversation about several poems he had recently composed. Feeling that the time was right, Li Ziyue took his leave. Exiting Mu Fei's palace, he found it nearing midday. Li Ziyue stretched languidly. "At last, I can return to the moonlit palace and enjoy a good rest." Following closely behind, Lu Jian remarked, "Just now, Lady Yin sent someone to urge His Highness to hurry over, stating that if he did not come soon, he would not be welcomed back." Li Ziyue scoffed, thinking to himself, is it really necessary to be upset over a slight delay? Yet, despite his thoughts, his pace quickened involuntarily. As he walked towards the moonlit palace, his spirits lifted considerably. In his eyes, visiting the Empress Dowager in the Xinang Palace and conversing with his grandmother was undoubtedly delightful. However, he was burdened with a task that rendered complete relaxation impossible. Meeting with Consort Mu in the Hohhot Palace, although their bond was strong, was not a place he could truly call home. In his heart, returning to the Yueman Palace felt akin to coming home. Standing at the familiar entrance, gazing at the towering osmanthus tree, he realized that even though he had just visited days prior, his state of mind had transformed entirely. Ah, who is this young master returning home? As he stepped into the hall, before he could utter a word, a familiar voice laced with sarcasm reached his ears. Li Ziyue turned to see Consort Yin, resplendent in her demeanor, seated gracefully in a chair, with Jinshu by her side and the pitiful figure of Li Zila standing nearby. "Mother," Li Ziyue chuckled and approached her. Consort Yin gently admonished, "Oh, please do not call me mother. Save that for the one in Hohhot Palace. She is gentle and nurturing," making her quite fitting for the title. Li Zilu and Jinshu struggled to stifle their laughter. "What are you saying? I have tirelessly traversed the palace just to share a meal with you at noon. And now, not only have I not had a meal, but I haven't even seen a pleasant expression. What kind of situation is this?" Li Ziyue protested indignantly. "Humph, who told you to visit Consort Mu first? I have long been aware of your close ties with her. Yet, you chose to visit her before even acknowledging me," Consort Yin retorted, unyielding. "Suit yourself. I am weary and shall retire to rest," he replied. Li Ziyue chose to ignore Yin Fei entirely, opting instead for a soft wooden couch where he reclined and closed his eyes. "Hey, you rascal." Yin Fei, infuriated, stood up and approached the couch, grasping Li Ziyue by the ear. "Get up." "I refuse." "Get up." "I simply won't." Lu Jian stood at the doorway, observing with a detached demeanor, accustomed to such scenes. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sentiment. This family hardly resembled one of royal lineage. After a brief struggle with Li Ziyue, Yin Fei, feeling exhausted, huffed and pulled a stool to sit down. Only then did Li Ziyue rise from the couch, playfully assisting Yin Fei onto it before taking a seat on the stool himself. "Are you healed?" "I have been for quite some time," he replied, shaking his shoulders and patting his chest to indicate his robust health. "I heard that when you visited the Empress Dowager today, the crown princess was present as well?" Yin Fei inquired, casting a sidelong glance at her son, whom she had raised. "Indeed," Li Ziyue raised an eyebrow and continued, "Moreover, I boldly proposed to the Empress Dowager for Qing Yao's hand in her presence." "What?" Not only was Yin Fei taken aback, but Jin Shu and Li Ziyu also expressed disbelief. "What did the Empress Dowager say? Have you lost your senses? How could you speak of such matters so recklessly?" Yin Fei pressed urgently. Li Ziyue snorted, "And why not? Did you see the fireworks last night? They were my doing." At that moment, I was with Qin Yao atop the star-picking tower, and it was you who requested the order from Father Emperor for me to go there. The news has already begun to spread among the people of the residence, and it won't be long before the entire capital learns that the second prince, Li Ziyue, has arranged the grandest fireworks display since the establishment of the Great Ning for the eldest daughter of the Duke of Dingbei. Chapter 41. The emperor who mooched Emil consort Yin waved her hand, signaling the palace maids and eunuchs to leave the chamber. Pray tell, what are your true intentions? Do you truly believe that a mere fireworks display will persuade His Majesty to bestow the hand of Qin Yao upon you? She inquired, her brow furrowed with seriousness. Of course, I do not think so. However, every endeavor must begin with a first step. Otherwise, lingering in this ambiguous state with Qin Yao is simply untenable, Li Ziyue replied. Scratching his head, Consort Yin sighed deeply. Your relationship with Qin Yao is undoubtedly more complex than you realize. You must prepare yourself well in advance. I am aware. Li Ziyue nodded, then rubbed his stomach and glanced at the table set within the chamber. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Why has the luncheon not yet been served? Jinshu approached the doorway, casting a glance into the courtyard. They are all waiting at the entrance. Let them come in, he announced. The eunuchs, carrying food boxes, hurriedly entered, methodically arranging the dishes upon the table. Lu Jian stepped forward, accepting the chopsticks offered by a young eunuch, sampling each dish to ensure it was free of poison before silently retreating. Let us commence our meal. Once Consort Yin took her seat, Li Ziyue cheerfully joined Jinshu and Li Ziyu at the table, picking up his chopsticks in preparation for the feast. Li Ziyue had long been unable to contain his anticipation. He even wished for Lu Jian to fetch another dish from the imperial kitchen. Just then, a cacophony of voices resonated through the courtyard. The emperor has arrived. Li Lianin's sharp voice pierced the air. Ah, the uninvited guest has come to partake in our meal. Li Ziyue thought with a resigned expression as he set down his chopsticks. Yin Fei shot him a disapproving glance and urged, What are you saying? Quickly, go greet His Majesty. With that, she hurried towards the entrance. The three siblings exchanged glances, rose from their seats, and followed Yin Fei. Before they could exit, the emperor, clad in black attire, strode into the hall with an imposing presence. I pay my respects to your majesty, Yin Fei greeted. I pay my respects to father, Li Ziyue added. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Rise. Li Ziyue straightened up, observing this unexpected guest who had intruded upon their gathering. The emperor's countenance remained resolute, marked by a few lines of age, yet he did not appear decrepit. Years of reigning as sovereign had imparted an air of authority to his every gesture. Yin Fei, beaming with delight, supported the emperor and inquired, What brings your majesty to the Moonlit Palace today? You did not send word in advance, and I had no chance to prepare. The emperor gazed at his beloved consort, who he had known for decades, and his eyes softened as he replied, Today's affairs are few. I have just finished reviewing petitions and thought to pay you a visit. I heard the dishes prepared for the Moonlit Palace surpass those of other residences, and I wish to sample them myself. I hope I am not intruding upon your family time. Upon realizing that the emperor had indeed come for a meal, Yin Fei glanced at Lu Jian, only to find that he had already placed a stool at the head of the table in anticipation. Your Majesty, you speak lightly. You are the head of our household, and I am your wife. Our 2 sons and 1 daughter are your children. We are a family, and how could I ever be a disturbance? Yin Fei said with a gentle smile, assisting the emperor to his seat before taking her place beside him. Jinshu and Li Ziyue also settled down. The emperor gazed at the dignified matron beside him, and memories of the lively, youthful Yin Fei flooded back, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. The impetuous girl of yesteryears had now matured into a royal consort wielding authority over the 3 palaces and 6 courts. From her previous words, it was evident that she regarded the second son as her own. This was hardly surprising, as she had always shared a close bond with the empress, having raised the second son herself, which naturally fostered genuine maternal affection. Father, do indulge in the delicacies prepared by the imperial kitchen for the Moonlit Palace, and see how they differ from those in the other palaces, Jinshu cheerfully encouraged. The emperor nodded with a smile, glancing at his favored daughter, who bore a resemblance to Yin Fei in her youth, and picked up his chopsticks to partake in the meal. It had been quite a while since he had enjoyed a simple family dinner with his wife and children, and his mood was buoyant. Ever since the empress's passing, he had felt that the Moonlit Palace was the most home-like place in the otherwise desolate imperial residence. However, during moments of joy, there often arises an individual who can disrupt that happiness. Almost starved, Li Ziyue seized the opportunity as the emperor finally finished his deliberation, grabbed his chopsticks, and began to devour his rice with great fervor. The emperor furrowed his brow as he gazed at the second prince, who resembled a famished ghost reborn. He admonished, "Have you not eaten for 3 days? Why are you devouring your food so hastily?" Li Ziyue, taken aback, lifted his head, grains of rice clinging to his lips. "No, I thought there was no harm in eating quickly," he replied. "Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since I dined with you. My heart is filled with joy, hence my appetite has surged, causing me to eat rather eagerly." Li Ziyue spouted this nonsense. Suddenly, unable to contain himself after a mouthful of rice, Li Ziyue expelled a few grains through his nose. The emperor shot a glare at him, prompting Li Ziyue to shrink back. "Seeing me makes you ravenous. If you were to dine alongside that girl Qing Yao, would you not be so overwhelmed with excitement as to swallow the porcelain bowl whole?" The emperor remarked nonchalantly. At this, Consort Yan and Jinshu tensed, casting their gazes toward Li Ziyue. "If that were truly the case, I wouldn't hesitate to indulge," Li Ziyue responded, his spirit lifted as he grinned. The emperor snorted dismissively, opting not to pursue the topic further. He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of his meal before shifting the conversation. "The monk who attempted to assassinate you has been identified. What is it?" Since the emperor had chosen not to elaborate on Zhao Qingyao, Li Ziyue understood that he could not press the matter further and followed his lead. That monk from Xianggui Temple had always struck him as peculiar. His reckless strike, disregarding the lives of all the monks in the temple, was what puzzled him the most. If he were indeed a traitor of the Taijue sect, there would be no necessity to assassinate Li Ziyue. Such an act not only deprived them of their chance of escape, but also plunged the entire Xianggui Temple into an unfathomable abyss. The consequences of his actions were crystal clear. The emperor was furious, the entire temple was incarcerated, and all Taijue strongholds in the capital were eradicated. This was far from the conduct expected of a seasoned spy. The assassination of Li Ziyue offered no advantage to the Taijue sect. The monk, originally from the Northern Dynasty, had drifted to Xianggui Temple 30 years prior and had remained there ever since. The disciplinary officials suspected that this monk was an agent sent by the Northern Dynasty. Upon discovering that Xianggui Temple was a stronghold of the Taijue sect, he had been lurking in the shadows until the night of the assassination attempt on you. The emperor articulated, word for word, the findings of Zhao Ji's report. The 3 individuals at the table listened intently, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. Chapter 42. The greatest detective in the world. Li Ziyue suddenly comprehended that if the monk had ties to the Northern Dynasty, his actions became understandable. Under the guise of being a traitor to the Taijue sect, he had no intention of surviving after attempting to assassinate Li Ziyue. After all, merely being associated with the Taijue sect would lead to inevitable imprisonment and death. It was more advantageous for him to eliminate Li Ziyue, thus depriving the emperor of deigning of a son, which would naturally be perceived as beneficial and would further exacerbate the tensions between the deigning court and the Taijue sect, complicating the political landscape of deigning. For the Northern Dynasty, this was a situation that promised nothing but benefits. Observing Li Ziyue's dawning understanding, the emperor nodded, acknowledging that the second prince was indeed quite astute. The infiltration of the Northern Dynasties into our great Ning is indeed severe. Even a monk has been a hidden piece on the chessboard for 30 years, unexpectedly erupting at the most unforeseen moment. Li Ziyue sighed heavily, then continued, "Fortunately, my martial prowess is unparalleled, and I have not fallen victim to his treacherous hands." A colossal question mark appeared above the heads of the emperor and the Yin empress. A peerless master, struck down to his bed for 3 days by a blow from a monk of the Guanyin realm? The emperor scoffed. Li Ziyue, blushing, retorted, "That was a desperate strike from a thief. Naturally, it was rather fierce." Laughter filled the dining table, and the tension brought by the emperor's sudden presence dissipated. "Very well. Since your martial skills are so exceptional, I shall assign you a task. Do you dare to accept it?" The emperor continued. Li Ziyue's heart stirred, and he inquired, "What task?" The emperor coldly replied, "It is I who am asking you." Li Ziyue pressed his lips together, forcing himself to say, "What is there to fear?" The emperor nodded. "Not long ago, your elder brother recommended you to serve as an examiner for this year's spring imperial examinations, but I declined. Upon further reflection, it seems unwise for you to remain idle. The spring examinations are approaching, and you recently had some dealings with the Ministry of Justice. Do you not pride yourself on your martial prowess? I hereby assign you to observe the Ministry of Justice, overseeing its 13 yamen. Your current task is to ensure the safety of the capital during this year's spring examinations and to guarantee their smooth execution. What say you? Li Ziyue was taken aback. This was the first time the emperor had assigned him a task, entrusting him with the 13 yamen. Without the time to ponder deeply, Li Ziyue rose and knelt, proclaiming, "I humbly accept the decree." The emperor's face revealed a hint of a smile. There are some disturbances in the north, and the Duke of Dingbei is managing the external troubles on my behalf. You must diligently oversee the spring examination and avoid causing any internal strife. Yes, the officials replied. The emperor lifted his teacup and took a sip. Consort Yin offered him a handkerchief to wipe the corner of his mouth. Very well, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal at your leisure. It seems they were indeed correct. The cuisine at the Moonlit Palace is superior to that of the other palaces. The emperor rose, smiling, and departed from the Moonlit Palace. I humbly bid farewell to your majesty, Consort Yin said. I respectfully see off, father, Li Ziyue added. After the emperor's departure, Li Ziyue sat foolishly at the dining table, forgetting to continue his meal. Consort Yin nudged him. What are you pondering? Eat your food. Sighing, Li Ziyue replied, Mother, I truly must enter the fray this time. Upon leaving the palace, Li Ziyue rode his majestic steed slowly towards the royal residence. How could the emperor contemplate entrusting him with the authority of the Ministry of Justice and the 13 offices? He was aware that after expressing his stance to the emperor with fireworks the previous night, the emperor would certainly react. However, he never anticipated that the emperor would directly assign the 13 offices to him. What could this mean? Lost in thought, he ambled back to his grand royal residence. Your Highness, someone from the palace just arrived with a set of official robes and a token, Shower hurriedly informed him as he stepped through the gate. What remarkable efficiency! Li Ziyue smiled faintly as he followed Shower into the room, where he beheld 13 neatly folded official robes of the Ministry of Justice laid out on the table. Picking up the black iron token, he scrutinized it carefully. The front bore the character for punishment, while the back was intricately carved with a fierce black dragon. This, he surmised, must serve as the emblem of the 13 yamen of the Ministry of Justice. As he ran his fingers over the token, Li Ziyue reflected on all that he knew about this institution. The 13 yamen of the Ministry of Justice was established by Emperor Taizu, a ruler who rose to power through military might in the Daming dynasty. In a world rife with martial prowess, personal strength often led to instances where the chivalrous disregarded the law. The 13 yamen was created specifically as a brutal enforcement agency to suppress the burgeoning forces of the martial world following the establishment of the nation. During the reign of Taizu, each province had its own branch of the 13 yamen, each presided over by a chief constable who maintained public order. During this period, the 13 yamen acted as the emperor's enforcers, frequently employing violent tactics against the unruly factions of the martial world. Under such oppressive circumstances, numerous forces arose in rebellion against the imperial court, and the 13 yamen showed no mercy in quelling these insurrections. Over the years, countless martial clans and sects met their demise beneath the blade of the 13 yamen. When Emperor Taizu passed away and the new emperor ascended the throne, both the court and the martial world plunged into a period of turmoil, during which the branches of the 13 yamen faced a series of retaliatory strikes from the martial clans, suffering significant losses. It was also during this time that the Office of Law Enforcement emerged, a more ruthless and unscrupulous entity directly under the authority of the reigning emperor, surpassing even the 13 yamen in its ferocity. Unlike the Ministry of Justice's 13 yamen, the law enforcement officials prefer to lurk in the shadows, akin to a cold, venomous serpent, fixating intently upon their prey. Those forces that once rose against the 13 yamen were swiftly purged once more by the law officials, following the emperor's consolidation of power. However, the glory of the 13 yamen can never return to its former state. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the tale grows ever more enthralling. In the present day, only a handful of provincial capitals still harbor branches of the 13 yamen, struggling to maintain their functions. Though somewhat diminished, the profound legacy behind this institution remains formidable. The clandestine factions, meanwhile, have forged even deeper enmities with the court. They lie in wait, ever vigilant, seeking opportunities for vengeance against those who have suffered at the hands of their oppressors. Seated at the table, Li Ziyue pondered deeply, soon solidifying his resolve. Whether for self-preservation or to eradicate the Taijue sect in the future, the 13 yamen of the Ministry of Justice represents a powerful ally. Although the emperor's motives for entrusting him with this institution remain elusive, he finds no compelling reason to abandon it. Despite the fact that taking over the 13 Yamen would position him against the rebellious forces of the martial world, he is, after all, a royal scion, precisely the target those individuals secretly seek to eliminate in their quest for retribution. Such considerations, however, are secondary. Li Ziyue shook his head. The emperor's intentions are most inscrutable. Ultimately, he must devise a means to wield this power effectively. Shower, assist me in changing attire. Idle fantasies are of no consequence. Li Ziyue resolved to personally visit the 13 Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. Shower assisted Li Ziyue in shedding his crimson robe and donning the official attire recently delivered from the palace, which fit him perfectly. Standing before the bronze mirror, Li Ziyue observed that this garment bore slight differences from the attire of the officials he had seen that evening. Although both ensembles were crafted from dark fabric, his attire was adorned with gold-threaded embroidery at the collar and cuffs, enhancing its regal appearance. Shower gazed at the prince, now clad in the official uniform, and could not help but exclaim, "I never expected His Highness to be so well suited for the role of a head constable. You appear far more handsome than when dressed in your usual robes." In response, Li Ziyue replied with pride, "Indeed, once adorned in this official garb, your prince becomes the finest constable in the realm." Shower nodded with admiration. Chapter 43. Arrival at the Yamen mounted on a chestnut steed. Li Ziyue and Haizi once again departed from the royal residence. Although the 13th Yamen was affiliated with the Ministry of Justice, it was situated in a distinct area separate from the ministry. As Li Ziyue rode towards the Yamen, located not far from the palace, the imposing structure announced its former significance. The 13th Yamen sprawled across a vast expanse, dominated by a 7-story dark edifice, with a spacious courtyard beside it, surrounded by numerous lower buildings, all belonging to the Yamen. Li Ziyue dismounted gracefully and entered the Yamen. Observing the hurried officials bustling about, clutching documents and moving briskly, Li Ziyue felt a sense of surprise. He had genuinely believed this Yamen had fallen into decline, yet it operated with an unexpected efficiency. This was in stark contrast to what he had heard. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the image of a bearded man surfaced in Li Ziyue's memory. It appears that this individual in charge is indeed quite remarkable. The officials moved briskly. After all, the 13 Yamen nominally oversees matters of the Jianghu throughout the nation, bearing the responsibilities of apprehension, pursuit, and interrogation. To successfully reinvigorate such an office speaks volumes of Zhang Su's capabilities. Li Ziyue stood at the entrance for quite some time, noticing no one paying him any mind. He finally approached a seemingly youthful officer. "Is Director Zhang present in the Yamen today?" Lu Yang, cradling a substantial stack of documents, was making his way to the archives. Recently, a group of monks from the Xianghua Temple had been incarcerated in the Yamen's prison. It turned out they were rebels of the Taijue sect, secretly residing in the capital. It was rumored they had audaciously attempted to assassinate the second prince. The documents in Lu Yang's possession contained their confessions. Suddenly, someone obstructed his path. Lu Yang quickly tightened his grip on the documents, eyeing the individual warily. Upon recognizing the person was clad in the official attire of his own Yamen, his sharp gaze softened slightly. However, he scrutinized the newcomer, whose chiseled features and striking eyes revealed a handsome visage, leaving Lu Yang puzzled as to why he could not recall such a figure within the Yamen. His demeanor grew cautious once more. "Is Director Zhang present in the Yamen today?" The newcomer inquired with a cheerful tone. Lu Yang was momentarily taken aback. The Director Zhang he referred to must surely be the esteemed Zhang Su, for there was only one officer by that name in the Yamen. Yet, how is it that someone donned in the official garb of the Yamen would phrase the question as your Director Zhang? The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became, and he discreetly gestured with one hand behind his back. The officials bustling within the 13 Yamen were initially oblivious to the figure clad in similar official attire. However, upon noticing the gestures behind Lu Yang, they all came to a halt. Li Ziyue's ears even caught the ominous sound of a crossbow being drawn. With a faint smile, Lu Yang clasped his hands together and inquired, "Might I ask this esteemed colleague what brings you to seek an audience with Lord Zhang?" Under the immense pressure of so many crossbow bolts aimed at him, Li Ziyue unfastened a token from his waist and presented it before Lu Yang's eyes. It was the black iron token dispatched from the palace that very day. Lu Yang took the token, initially bewildered, before flipping it over to reveal a fearsome black dragon depicted upon it. Li Ziyue watched as the young official's hand trembled slightly, then respectfully returned the token to him, signaling once more with his other hand. Junior official Liu Yang pays his respects to the governor. The officials of the 13 Yamen, witnessing Liu Yang's safe gesture, bowed deeply in reverence to the young man. Just as their minds were filled with confusion, Liu Yang uttered the term governor. A governor? It had been many years since the 13 Yamen had seen a governor. The officials were left astonished, gaping at the young man standing at the entrance. Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback, recalling how his elder had mentioned he would be in charge of the 13 Yamen, never anticipating that he would indeed receive the title of governor of the Ministry of Justice's 13 Yamen. Quite remarkable. With that, Li Ziyue concealed the token and adopted an air of calm composure, stating with nonchalance, "Take me to see Zhang Su." "Yes, my lord." Liu Yang felt a sense of urgency, for that token was indeed genuine. Upon entering the grandest edifice of the government office, Li Ziyue surveyed his surroundings, observing the officials and clerks diligently engaged in their tasks, none of whom glanced up at his party. The young official, Liu Yang, guided them to the 6th floor, heading toward the innermost chamber. Just as Liu Yang was about to knock on the door, he overheard a conversation from within. "Say, do you think I look sufficiently presentable? This is no trivial matter. I am about to pay a visit to that esteemed individual, and I must leave a favorable impression. Have you not already met him? This will be your second encounter. What more impression do you wish to leave? You know nothing. The second impression is equally crucial. Enough. Your first meeting indirectly led to his assassination. What hope do you have for a good impression now? Never mind, I cannot explain this to you. Those outside, come in quickly. What are you eavesdropping for?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yang hastily attempted to enter. However, Li Ziyue stepped forward and pushed open the door first. "Zhang, you seem quite prepared. Are you off to meet someone?" Inside, Zhang Su, having meticulously groomed his bushy beard, turned sharply at the sound, his eyes widening in surprise. He watched as the second prince, clad in the official garb of the 13 Yamen, entered his office, a broad smile adorning his face. "Why, your highness?" Zhang Su took a few steps forward, his face flushed as he clasped his hands together. "News has just arrived from the palace, your highness, that you are to oversee the 13 offices. I was just preparing to visit your residence when, unexpectedly, you graced us with your presence. I feel quite ashamed, truly ashamed." "What is there to feel ashamed about? I just took a stroll around the courtyard, and everyone was diligently attending to their duties without a hint of negligence." "This is commendable, and your contributions are significant," Li Ziyue remarked, patting Zhang Su on the shoulder. Zhang Su stroked his long beard, replying, "Your highness, you overpraise me. This is merely my duty. Enough with the modesty. A merit is a merit, and there is no need to conceal it," Li Ziyue said with a cheerful smile. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Zhang Su earnestly. "From now on, in the office, do not refer to me as your highness. When we are working, you should address me by my title." "Yes, governor. By the way, allow me to introduce you. This is Lu Luan," Zhang Su said with a warm smile. "He is the chief constable of the 13 offices of the Ministry of Justice, famously known in the martial world as one of the 4 great constables." "Lu Luan, come and greet the governor." By the window, a young man with somewhat disheveled long hair was gazing up at the white clouds outside. Upon hearing Zhang Su's words, he shifted his gaze to Li Ziyue. Standing behind Li Ziyue, He Zi blinked, perceiving the young man as an unsheathed longsword, subtly restrained yet radiating an aura of sharpness. Lu Luan's gaze remained tranquil as he took 2 steps forward, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke in a calm tone. "I am Lu Luan, and I have the honor of meeting you, your excellency." He stood silently before his newly appointed superior, neither overly reverent nor excessively aloof, simply delivering those straightforward words. Li Ziyue looked at this man, whose demeanor was as serene as a still pond, and found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had indeed heard of Lu Luan before. A few years prior, the capital was shaken by the horrific Hu family massacre, where 20 souls perished without a survivor. The court was outraged. A deputy minister of the Ministry of War lost his entire family, and the perpetrators were remnants of the underworld who had been purged during the 13 Yamen's campaign. The murder of this Hu minister was an act of vengeance for his past assistance to the 13 Yamen in suppressing the martial world, regardless of the justification. It was a grave affront to the authority of the court. At that time, Lu Luan took charge of the case, and like a steed galloping across the vast expanse of the desert, he relentlessly pursued the culprit, ultimately shattering the legs of the killer, a 9th-rank practitioner, on the borders of Daming before bringing him back to the capital. The wind whispers through the long blade, Li Ziyue mused, snapping back to reality with a grin. I have indeed heard of Captain Lu's reputation, though I must admit, I am astonished by your youth upon our first meeting. Haha, you say he is young, but in 2 years, he will be 30. Yet, to dismiss him as not young would be folly. At 28, a 9th-rank practitioner. Who would not call him a young hero? Zhang Su interjected with a laugh. However, in comparison to you, Your Excellency, he falls significantly short. I have witnessed you deliver a fatal blow to that monk with the body of a Rohan. You cannot deny that. Li Ziyue's lips curled slightly. All right. Enough of the useless chatter. Can't you hear Tao Tai nearly laughing itself to pieces in the pendant? Lu Luan, having exchanged greetings, promptly sealed his lips once more. He was not a particularly loquacious individual, especially not in the presence of the governor, whom he had only just met and with whom he was still somewhat unfamiliar. However, while he was indeed taciturn, he was not foolish. He had grasped Zhang Su's earlier hint. The prince was someone capable of dispatching a 9th-tier martial monk with a single punch. You may be a prodigy, but he is an even greater genius. What pretense of mastery are you attempting to maintain? This was likely the essence of Zhang Su's message. Lu Luan couldn't help but chuckle. Yet his nature forbade him from being overly effusive with a stranger, particularly one of royal blood. Perhaps it was due to his profession. But he had always harbored a skepticism towards the nobility, believing them to possess little of worth. As for the second prince, who was currently sharing light-hearted banter with Zhang Su, Lu Luan felt it necessary to observe him with a discerning eye over time. Lu Luan was, after all, a person who valued sincerity. How does His Majesty plan to deal with those monks? After casually grabbing a chair and settling into it with ease, Li Ziyue crossed his legs and helped himself to a plate of pastries from Zhang Su's table, indulging himself. He swore this action was entirely unconscious. Zhang Su, catching sight of this scene, maintained his composure and responded to Li Ziyue's inquiry. By right, His Majesty's decree regarding this matter should have arrived today. However, all that the palace delivered was the news that you are to take charge of our office. There was no mention of the affairs concerning Xianghua Temple. Li Ziyue pondered briefly before stating, "Let me examine their testimonies." Lu Yang, who had been standing in the room, promptly stepped forward and handed a stack of documents to Li Ziyue. Upon receiving the testimonies, Li Ziyue began to scrutinize them meticulously. The contents aligned closely with his prior knowledge. Most of the young monks were unaware of the situation, with only the abbot of Xianghua Temple and a few senior disciples being in the know. The testimonies revealed that Xianghua Temple had been secretly sending the majority of its incense, money, and information from the capital to the Taiju sect annually for the past 2 decades. During this time, the Taiju sect had also been steadily infiltrating Xianghua Temple, with several young disciples clandestinely becoming followers of the Taiju sect without their master's knowledge, thereby serving as tools to monitor Abbot Huaining. The Taiju sect truly possessed some formidable elements. Setting the documents aside, Li Ziyue rubbed his temples in frustration. Your Highness, are you contemplating an action against the Taiju sect? Zhang Su mused, fully aware of Li Ziyue's title. However, the region of Shu was the stronghold of the Taiju sect, which presented a rather awkward situation for the Prince of Shu. Yet, whether this prince truly desired to eradicate the Taiju sect or merely establish a fief in Shu remained uncertain. It was essential to recognize that once a fief was established, the legitimate opportunity to inherit the throne would be irrevocably lost. Zhang Su contemplated even more audacious possibilities, such as raising an army to restore the rightful ruler after establishing a fief and cleansing the court of corruption. The Taiju sect represented the greatest internal instability for the dynasty, and if the opportunity arose, it must be eradicated. Li Ziyue pondered for a moment before speaking. Do you think there is any room for maneuver regarding the matter of Xianghua Temple? Upon hearing this, Zhang Su furrowed his brow and inquired, Your Highness intends to use Master Huaining to draw the snake out of its hole? When it came to serious matters, Zhang Su proved to be quite reliable, immediately grasping Li Ziyue's intention. Lu Luan also regained his composure and cast a deep glance at Li Ziyue. Indeed, I believe that this incident at Xianghua Temple presents an excellent opportunity to undermine the power of the Taiju sect. Li Ziyue tapped his fingers on the table and nodded. Zhang Su's frown deepened. Your Highness, how do you propose we proceed? The testimony of Master Huaining only acknowledged his role as an insider within the Taiju sect, yet failed to clarify his motivations for assisting them. However, recalling the identity of the Taiju sect leader, Dong Ping, as a prince of the former dynasty and considering Xianghua Temple's esteemed position in the previous week, it is not difficult to surmise that Master Huaining is indeed a loyal minister of the former Zhou dynasty. Li Ziyue stood up, gazing intently at Zhang Su and Lu Luan, and stated seriously, This point is crucial. Dong Ping's ambition to restore his nation and overthrow the Daning dynasty requires the support of the people. If we were to publicly declare the connection between Master Huaining and Dong Ping in some manner, everyone would come to know that Huaining is a faithful minister who has devoted himself to the former Zhou dynasty. At that moment, we can then disseminate information regarding the impending execution of the Taijue sect's rebels at Xianghua Temple. What do you think? Will Dong Jiao Master come to their aid or abandon them? Zhang Su's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, if we do not intervene, the world will undoubtedly regard Dong Ping as a heartless and ungrateful individual, one who would abandon even those loyal subjects who have supported him for decades. Such a man is hardly worthy of allegiance. However, should we choose to rescue him, it would play directly into our hands, allowing us to concentrate our elite forces and ultimately ensnare him and his followers in one fell swoop. Li Ziyuan nodded in approval, acknowledging, this is a scheme of overt strategy, one that he cannot afford to ignore. Chapter 45. Lord Li, this plan is indeed feasible. It is a testament to your astuteness. Governor. Zhang Su stroked his long beard, expressing admiration with a respectful gesture, while also providing Li Ziyue with a surge of emotional validation. Li Ziyue humbly waved his hand, stating, I merely propose a preliminary plan. The specifics of its execution require thorough discussion. At that moment, Lu Luan, known for his proactive nature, stepped forward and declared, I shall arrange for personnel from various provinces to disseminate the information immediately. Hold on, Lu Captain, not so fast. Li Ziyue quickly called out to Lu Luan, who was about to leave. This matter is not yet finalized. I intend to visit the palace tomorrow to seek a decree allowing our office to handle this group of monks independently. We can devise our strategy thereafter. Lu Luan nodded and halted his steps. Zhang Su continued, our office often has members dispatched on official duties. The 4 divine captains and numerous silver-embroidered captains are mostly engaged in cases across various regions, and Lu Captain has only just returned a few days ago. Once the plan is confirmed, I shall promptly send word to them, summoning all who can be gathered back to our side. The Ministry of Justice, known for its authority over martial affairs, has always required personnel from various regions, while the capital is safeguarded by the Imperial Guard and the law enforcement officers, which is why the focus of the ministry has not been primarily on the capital. This circumstance led to the recent awkward incident at the State Minister's Temple. Had Lu Luan been present at that time, Zhang Su would not have engaged in prolonged disputes with the monks, but would have swiftly ordered their apprehension. Likewise, Li Ziyue would not have sustained injuries. As the conversation reached a natural conclusion, Li Ziyue rose to his feet and reiterated, before this plan is officially finalized, utmost confidentiality is imperative. Not a whisper of this should be divulged. I understand. Zhang Su, Lu Luan, and the still-dazed Lu Yang responded in unison, bowing their hands in acknowledgement. Satisfied with their response, Li Ziyue nodded in approval, then picked up a piece of pastry and remarked with a smile, do I have a room in the ministry? Zhang Su, casting a discreet glance at his nearly empty plate of pastries, promptly replied, yes, it is located on the top floor of this building. Since the last governor's departure, no one has utilized that room. It has remained vacant, preserving its original decor. Should your highness find it unsatisfactory, you may instruct the staff to make alterations. Accompanying Zhang Su up the staircase to the top floor, Li Ziyue inquired curiously, may I ask who the previous governor was? It was Lord Li, Zhang Su answered, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. Li Ziyue paused momentarily, then realized, surmising that only this esteemed Lord Li could have commanded such significant authority over the Ministry of Justice during the reign of Emperor Taizu. It is essential to note that although the 13 Yamen is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, the governor of the 13 Yamen holds an equal rank to the Minister of Justice. During the tenure of the esteemed Lord Li, he simultaneously served as both the Minister of Justice and the governor of the 13 Yamen. Regrettably, this venerable figure passed away over a decade ago, and since then, the 13 Yamen has been without a governor. The current minister's son, prior to Li Ziyue, merely acted as a temporary leader for the 13 Yamen, never intervening in its specific affairs. When Li Ziyue recalls the minister Li, the imposing figure of the elder immediately materializes before him. He vaguely remembers his childhood, when this venerable gentleman could pour wine into the mouth of the Grand Tutor at the banquet. Since it is the elder's chamber, the arrangement should remain unchanged as a mark of respect for him, Li Ziyue remarked. Zhang Su paused momentarily, remaining silent, and continued to lead the way upward. Upon reaching the top floor, he was greeted by an expanse of spaciousness. An ancient screen depicting 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains adorned the room, while the walls were embellished with several calligraphic paintings. The intricately carved wooden windows stood half open, allowing a gentle breeze to waft into the room. A black sandalwood tea table occupied the space before the window, its delicate grain and deep luster captivating. Beside it rested a soft couch, adjacent to which was a finely crafted incense burner. On the opposite side of the room stood a large writing desk, where an inkstone still lay, whispering tales of its former master. Facing the writing desk were 2 rows of towering redwood bookshelves, densely packed with documents. To the south of the room, a protruding drying platform offered a vantage point to overlook the entire 13 yamen. Most striking to Li Ziyue was the vast wall that displayed a map of the world, a true marvel of cartography. The entire realm, spanning both the northern and southern dynasties, with its vast highlands beyond the borders, is intricately detailed. Li Ziyue strolled leisurely, envisioning the figure of that venerable elder, the true sovereign of the martial world, and the imposing aura he must have commanded within this very room. This place is quite satisfactory. I shall make it my own. Li Ziyue exhaled deeply. He had harbored fears that the elder might have adorned the room in a manner that was oppressively sinister, akin to a villain in a television drama. Lord Li favored conducting his affairs in this chamber, with all the documents from the Ministry of Justice being delivered here for the elder's comprehensive review. Zhang Su remarked from the side. Li Ziyue nodded slightly, pursing his lips. The elder has toiled diligently. If I cannot accomplish anything substantial, I would feel unworthy to remain in this room. I trust that His Highness shall not disappoint Lord Li. Zhang Su bowed once more in acknowledgement. Li Ziyue chose to remain silent, turning to exit the chamber, with Zhang Su closely following. Very well, I have matters to attend to today. I shall return to the Yamen tomorrow after my business at the palace, Li Ziyue declared as he stepped out of the Qianqiu Tower, a name he had just learned from Zhang Su. Zhang Su clasped his hands in respect. Your Highness, take care. At the entrance, numerous officials, who had just learned from Lu Yang that the second prince had been appointed as the new governor of the Yamen, slowed their pace, covertly scrutinizing Li Ziyue. Rumor had it that the fireworks from the previous night were set off by the second prince for the eldest daughter of Lord Zhao. Though the truth of this remained uncertain, they were all curious to witness the visage of this legendary prince of poetry. Li Ziyue was keenly aware of the eyes upon him, and he could not help but shake his head. Transforming this Yamen and its cadre of skilled spies into a true force of his own would indeed require considerable effort. The constraints I currently face are still quite substantial. I lack a truly reliable entourage, and any endeavors I wish to pursue require the Emperor's approval, which is rather disconcerting. As I mounted my horse, Li Ziyue and Heisei strolled onto the street. What do you think of Lu Luan? Li Ziyue inquired, intrigued by Heisei's assessment. Heisei pondered for a moment before replying. If it comes down to a fight for our lives, he may perish, while I would be injured. Li Ziyue chuckled heartily, regardless of the veracity of the statement. It was quite delightful to hear. At the very least, it implied that our chief guard could easily vanquish Dong Ping. Let us proceed to the Grand Tutor's residence for a meal, he suggested. As the sun began to set, fatigue settled in. I had been in the palace since morning without a moment's respite. Upon reaching the Grand Tutor's gate, I handed the reins to the doorman and, without the need for announcement, hurried inside. I am famished. Is dinner ready? I called out as I entered the courtyard. Eat, eat, eat. You only think of eating all day, a familiar voice chimed in, lifting the corners of my mouth into a smile. This sensation was akin to a weary husband returning home after a long day, only to behold his wife emerging from the kitchen, apron-clad. Turning around, I indeed saw Zhao Qingyao standing vivaciously at the entrance of her courtyard, with Xiaotan playfully making faces behind her. What are you wearing? Zhao Qingyao asked. Her curiosity piqued as she approached, reaching out to touch the golden thread on my collar. Li Ziyue, with a cheerful smile, unfastened the token from his waist and waved it before Zhao Qingyao. Look closely, for standing before you is the governor of the 13th Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. Li Ziyue, the 13th Yamen? How did you end up there? Zhao Qingyao inquired, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Li Ziyue chuckled and replied, It's a new assignment from the Emperor. Who can fathom his thoughts? Perhaps he was in a foul mood that day and hastily decided to send me packing. An assignment from His Majesty, you mean? Zhao Qingyao exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. Li Ziyue stepped closer, grasping Zhao Qingyao's sleeve, their bodies drawing nearer. Indeed, I suspect it has something to do with last night, yet I cannot quite comprehend the matter. It's unlikely he would hand over the 13th Yamen to me out of pity for his son. Let's ask grandfather later and see what he has to say. Zhao Qingyao suggested, blinking her eyes. Li Ziyue sighed. I suppose that is the only course of action. Did you enter the palace today and meet with His Majesty? What did he say? Li Ziyue shook his head. I saw him while dining at the moonlit palace. He did not say much. Merely instructed me to oversee the affairs of the 13th Yamen regarding the spring examination. He did not mention our matters. The responsibilities of the 13th Yamen are indeed significant, and the spring examination is a matter of utmost importance. You must not be careless, Zhao Qingyao admonished, pretending not to have heard Li Ziyue's mention of their affairs. Continuing her earnest counsel. I am well aware. Even for our sake, I shall find a way to grasp this power firmly in my hands. Zhao Qingyao pretended not to hear, yet Li Ziyue, undeterred, continued to jest. Zhao Qingyao, feeling somewhat helpless, merely acknowledged with a slight nod and cautioned. As a prince who has taken over the 13 Yamen, be wary of the clandestine retributions from those rogues of the Jianghu. Li Ziyue nodded in understanding. He was acutely aware of Zhao Qingyao's concerns. The thought of it gave him a headache. On one side loomed the covetous Taiju sect, while on the other lay a multitude of unruly factions from the Jianghu. What was he to do? Hey, you two, are you going to eat or not? At that moment, a voice from the entrance of the courtyard shattered the atmosphere between them. Zhao Li, feeling somewhat exasperated, had long heard the commotion caused by Li Ziyue's entrance. He had anticipated that the meal was ready and had come to call him, only to find this fellow holding his sister's sleeve, secretly huddled together, engrossed in conversation. Zhao Qingyao then realized how close they had been standing and promptly took a couple of steps back. Li Ziyue, unabashed, patted his stomach, exclaiming, "Of course we are eating. How could we not? I'm nearly starving." With that, he strode confidently after Zhao Li into the dining hall. At the dining table, as Li Ziyue swaggered into the room, the old tutor showed no surprise. This lad often visited the residence for meals, a fact to which he had long grown accustomed. However, upon catching sight of Li Ziyue clad in the familiar official uniform of the 13 Yamen, the old man felt a momentary daze. Where did you steal that outfit? Years ago, his old friend wore the same official garb to quell the rival factions across the rivers and lakes. Li Ziyue nonchalantly seated himself on a stool and replied, "What do you mean, where did I steal it? This was bestowed upon me by the palace. I hold an official position now." After a brief explanation, the elderly tutor and Zhao Li finally grasped the situation. "So, you are now the ruler of the Jianghu and Daning?" Zhao Li grinned. Li Ziyue tapped the white porcelain plate with his chopsticks, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Ruler of the Jianghu? The 13 Yamen have lost their former glory. I estimate that the current strength within the Yamen is only about 20 to 30% of what it used to be. Moreover, I am merely a figurehead, a commander without any loyal subordinates. To call myself the ruler of the Jianghu would only invite ridicule." The elderly tutor placed a peanut into his mouth and said, "Every journey begins with a single step. The existence of the 13 Yamen is fundamentally beneficial. I believe His Majesty harbors intentions to revive the criminal ministry in the 13 Yamen, though he may still be hesitating and has not formally established it." "What do you mean by that?" Li Ziyue's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly inquired. He noted that he had yet to broach the subject with the old man, yet he had taken the initiative to discuss the 13 Yamen. Zhao Qingyao and Zhao Li, equally perplexed, set down their chopsticks and turned their gazes towards the elderly tutor. Observing Li Ziyue's naive expression, the elderly tutor disdainfully curled his lip and said, "You? Aspiring to be Li Lu? You are far from it." Li Ziyue took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration to present a respectful smile, and said, "I humbly request your guidance, esteemed teacher." In the days of the old fellow Li Lu, the Ministry of Justice's 13 Yamen had hung like a sword over the heads of various noble families and sects, ruthlessly spilling the blood of all the unstable forces in the martial world. While they claimed an unparalleled stability, in truth, the realm had been drained of vitality due to the bloodshed. Similarly, no force dared to challenge the dignity of the imperial court. Although the current officials of the Ministry of Justice retain considerable power, they ultimately operate from the shadows, lacking the overt dominance that the 13 Yamen once held. The presence of the 13 Yamen in each province was a testament to the court's control over the martial world, a notion deeply ingrained in every martial artist's heart during those years. The old tutor raised his cup, took a sip, and gazed at the still somewhat bewildered Li Ziyue, expressing his frustration at the youth's lack of understanding. He continued, "His Majesty is a ruler of unparalleled greatness. He will not tolerate any elements of instability under his reign. Naturally, he desires the revival of the 13 Yamen, a symbol of the court's authority in the martial world, to continue suppressing those who would stir restlessly. But what does this have to do with me? Why must I be the governor of the 13 Yamen? Li Ziyue comprehended the tutor's words. Yet his greatest confusion lay in this very question. The old tutor sighed and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Li Ziyue." "And who is Li Ziyue?" "The son of his majesty?" "And also," he replied, "the king of Shu." Li Ziyue began to comprehend the situation. The elderly master raised his wine cup once more, prompting Li Ziyue to hurriedly pour himself a drink and gently clink the rim of his glass against the bottom of the master's cup. "It is precisely due to your identity that His Majesty has decided to elevate your position. Firstly, in the current realm, the most precarious element is the Taijue sect, a faction incessantly plotting to restore their kingdom, and you are one of the individuals most at odds with them. Since childhood, you have shunned trouble and never contemplated that chair of authority. This is something I am aware of, as is your father. You would prefer to escape to the distant lands of Shu and indulge in your own pursuits, which is the first reason for your elevation. Secondly, apart from those who incessantly dream of restoring their nation, there are numerous others who harbor deep-seated grievances against the court. These individuals are the unfortunate souls who fell to the blades of your grandfather and father, and they secretly covet the heads of your royal family. Given that the conflicts are already established, why not present you, the second prince who cannot evade their gaze, to confront them in a contest? Furthermore, the 13 Yamen requires revitalization, necessitating a leader of noble status and formidable character to navigate its path, thereby minimizing potential troubles. Even if challenges arise, you possess the means to address them. Have you not often lamented your lack of personal power? Now, your father has bestowed upon you this confidence. It is now up to you to determine your course. You have been preoccupied with my daughter, and just last night, you set off fireworks to declare your intentions to the world. Now, you have expressed your desires to your father, and he has acquiesced. This is the challenge he has set before you. At least for the time being, your interests are aligned. This is your father, this is His Majesty. The 13 departments of the Ministry of Justice, a substantial piece of cake. But how will you take a bite? Chapter 47, a further exploration into Spring's return. Li Ziyue gazed in astonishment at the old tutor, the proud elder who had just celebrated his 70th birthday. This old scholar, who had been by the side of the founding emperor since the inception of his reign, has remained a steadfast strategist operating from behind the scenes. His vision as sharp and far-reaching as ever. He not only discerned the emperor's intentions, but also perceived the true purpose behind Li Ziyue's recent extravagant display of fireworks. Zhao Li was equally astonished, finally comprehending why a formidable general like his father could be so meticulous in his endeavors. It was entirely due to the insightful gaze of the old tutor. One must contemplate matters from different perspectives. I have instilled this lesson in you since your youth. How could you have failed to grasp it? The old tutor picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, returning to a state of tranquil composure. Is this not the case of the authorities being muddled? With the old tutor's guidance, Li Ziyue ultimately understood his father's intentions, a complex mixture of emotions flooding his heart. Compared to the emperor and the old tutor, he felt woefully inexperienced. Every thought and action of his was already encompassed within their grand design. Exposing one's needs before such individuals is indeed a daunting prospect. Yet Li Ziyue found himself with no alternative. To advance further, he could only choose to tread this path. Only by truly acquiring power could he transform from a mere pawn into the master of the game. Li Ziyue, from childhood to adulthood, had never been enamored with the intricacies of power struggles, resembling more a wanderer of the rivers and lakes than a royal offspring. Yet, this was an inevitable reality he could not escape, a matter that demanded his consideration. As the second prince of Daming and the prince of Shu, no matter how carefree and unrestrained he tried to be, he could not evade this truth. Ultimately, the art of political maneuvering was something he needed to learn and contemplate. In his mind, the words Zhao Qingyao had spoken to him atop the star-picking tower resurfaced. They were candid and astute. Regardless of his role as a pawn, he could not relinquish the significance of the Ministry of Punishment's 13 Yamen. He must begin to amass his own strength. After finishing their meal, Li Ziyue and Haizi once again mounted their steeds, departing from the Zhao residence. We shall not return tonight. We are heading to Chenggue Lu. Li Ziyue stated with an impassive expression. Haizi raised an eyebrow, cheerfully responding, very well. The two were in perfect accord, turning towards the Jade River. As they passed by the Shanghua Temple, Li Ziyue glanced back at the once exquisite entrance. The temple, which had once been bustling with visitors, now stood desolate. The citizens of the capital were well aware that this solemn sanctuary had become a den of rebels, and naturally, no one wished to venture inside and invite misfortune. Furthermore, the court had stationed officers here, wary of any audacious thieves who might dare to infiltrate the temple to pilfer its treasures. Just days ago, the Jinwu Guard had apprehended a man who, under the cover of night, attempted to sneak into the Mahaviro Hall to scrape off the gold dust from the statue of the Buddha, only to be caught red-handed. Contemplating this matter, Li Ziyue could only manage a wry smile and shake his head in resignation. For the sake of wealth, humanity is capable of undertaking any endeavor. Upon arriving at Chungue Lu, the evening had just fallen. The banks of the Jade River were ablaze with vibrant lights, and the laughter of women echoed along the riverbank. This area was the liveliest part of the capital at night, renowned as the greatest den of indulgence, a veritable paradise for men. Chungue Lu was bustling with activity, its entrance adorned with an array of carriages, and the melodious sounds of string instruments could be heard from a distance. The matron stood at the door, warmly greeting guests with a smile. Upon seeing Li Ziyue riding his majestic steed toward her, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly approached, without making any exaggerated gestures. She welcomed him as if he were a familiar patron, cheerfully remarking, "Young master, it seems you have finally decided to visit the establishment today." Li Ziyue nodded and stepped through the grand entrance, his smile radiant as he replied, "I have no engagements today. I simply wish to enjoy some music." The main hall of Chungue Lu was a cacophony of noise, with a round stage at its center, exquisitely adorned. Several charming courtesans gracefully performed, gently plucking the strings of their instruments. With the imperial examinations approaching, scholars from all corners of the nation had gathered in the capital and in their leisure hours. It was only natural for them to seek the company of the famed courtesans along the illustrious Jade River. Most of these celebrated beauties, whose renown truly transcended boundaries, could be found within the walls of Chungue Lu, each excelling in the 8 elegant pastimes of scholars: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. In terms of reputation, they stood on equal footing with the illustrious 8 beauties of Qinhuai, as recounted by the scholars of Jinling. "Are you inclined to retire upstairs, young master? Shall I summon a musician to serenade you?" the matron inquired cautiously. Li Ziyue shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. Let us find a private room on the 2nd floor." The matron led Li Ziyue and his companion through the bustling 1st-floor hall, ascending the side staircase, while inquiring, "We have recently welcomed several new ladies to our establishment, all of whom are quite charming. Would you like to meet them? New arrivals?" Li Ziyue hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Very well, just summon one at random." He vowed to himself that it was merely a meeting, with no ulterior motives. The 2nd floor of Chungue Lu was designed specifically for the affluent elite. Those who preferred not to crowd the 1st-floor hall yet wished to enjoy the lively atmosphere and observe the performances of the courtesans on the central stage could opt for the private rooms above. The interior of the rooms faced the hall, adorned with a delicate curtain of beads that allowed one to gaze down upon the entire 1st-floor gathering. The matron guided Li Ziyue into the most exquisite private chamber on the 2nd floor, where the view was splendid, and the graceful figures of the singers and dancers on the stage were fully visible. "Please make yourself comfortable, my lord. Refreshments and a lady shall arrive shortly," she announced before turning and gracefully departing to make the necessary arrangements. Li Ziyue stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the guests below as they raised their cups in merriment, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. His initial assumptions were confirmed. Many of the patrons in the hall were evidently young scholars, seeking revelry at Chungue Lu. At that moment, the wooden door of the chamber creaked open, and a timid figure entered, carrying refreshments. "I have come to greet you, my lord." The young girl, who was not particularly tall and appeared somewhat slender, entered the private room. She swiftly discerned who was the principal figure through his attire and, taking delicate steps, approached Li Ziyue. She placed the tray laden with beverages and snacks upon the small table and then bowed slightly. Li Ziyue regarded the blinking girl before him, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "How old are you this year?" Replying to the young master, "I am 17, the girl answered. Noticing the frown on the young master's face, she felt a pang of anxiety within. Prior to her arrival, the matron had specifically instructed her that the young master within was of exceedingly high status, and she must be careful in her service, never daring to oppose any request. However, the young master's expression clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with her, leaving her at a loss. Chapter 48. You conclude your song. I take the stage. Li Ziyue sighed. The timid demeanor of the girl before him mirrored that of Xiao Er when he had first taken her in. "What is your name?" he asked. "I am called Lying," she replied, lowering her head. Li Ziyue nodded. "Very well, Lying. Do you play the lute?" "I have only recently arrived and have managed to learn just a little. I am still quite unskilled," Lying said, bowing her head even lower. With a nonchalant hum, Li Ziyue settled onto the soft couch before the beaded curtain, continuing to observe the performances unfolding below. As Lying stood there, somewhat bewildered, Li Ziyue spoke again. "When you go out shortly, inform the matron that I said you should focus on learning the lute and become a refined courtesan, no longer needing to serve others." Lying stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the young master's intentions. But she remembered the words of the brothel mistress, advising her not to resist any request from the gentleman before her. And thus she nodded and said, "I understand." Noticing that Li Ziyue had fallen silent, Lying picked up the wine jug and began to pour wine into the cups. Haizi stepped forward, lifted a wine glass, and took a small sip. Lying was taken aback once more. How could this evidently robust man, resembling a bodyguard, dare to drink the master's wine? Haizi paid no mind to Lying's gaze and merely nodded at Li Ziyue. "It's fine, continue pouring." Li Ziyue smiled gently at Lying. Lying filled another cup to the brim and placed it beside Li Ziyue. At that moment, the music in the hall paused, the echoes lingering in the air as the patrons cheered for the young woman who had just performed on stage. It is Miss Scherer. How did she come to the stage?" Upon hearing that Miss Scherer was the most talented courtesan of Yuhua, it was said that even a scholar from the Imperial Academy had once competed in poetry with her, only to fall short. Could it be that tonight we shall witness Miss Scherer sing? A delicate young woman, exuding an air of scholarly grace, ascended the circular platform, beaming as she bowed to the guests, and the hall erupted into a clamor. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you please quiet down? Scherer has something to say to everyone." On the platform, Scherer slowly began to speak. "Please hush and listen to what Miss Scherer has to share. Let us not scare her away. It's a rare opportunity to see her." As the clamor in the hall began to subside, a gentle smile graced Scherer's face as she spoke once more. "First and foremost, on behalf of the Chungue Lu, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed guests for your patronage and unwavering support." Before the patrons could again erupt in cheers, Scherer continued, "I am aware that many distinguished scholars and promising young gentlemen have traveled from afar to join us. To warmly welcome you to the capital, we are pleased to offer a 20% discount on all beverages today at Chungue Lu." How generous of Chungue Lu. Upon hearing this, smiles blossomed on the faces of the patrons, for the concept of discounts, an invention whose origin remains a mystery, has been embraced by numerous establishments throughout the capital over the years. Once the expressions of gratitude had subsided, Scherer resumed, "Of course, the hard-earned wages of our ladies cannot be subject to such discounts, and I hope everyone can understand this." Laughter erupted from the audience, and even Li Ziyue could not help but chuckle and shake his head at the spirited young woman. With a gesture of her hands to quiet the crowd, Scherer cleared her throat. "Since we are graced by the presence of talented individuals from across the realm, our esteemed owner, Sister Ningji, has conceived a delightful idea. Please lend me your ears. Sister Ningji proposes that, as is customary, a beauty should be paired with a man of talent. Given the splendid occasion this evening, why not present a theme for composing poetry, allowing our young gentlemen to showcase their artistic prowess? To speak candidly, both I and our esteemed host, Sister Ningji, hold a profound admiration for those gifted individuals who can eloquently express themselves and transform ink into poetry. This evening, upon witnessing such a multitude of young talents, the ladies in our establishment could scarcely contain their excitement, leading to the rather audacious notion of showcasing the literary prowess of our esteemed guests. I wonder, how do our honored visitors feel about this proposition?" As soon as the words left the lips of the maiden, a sudden hush fell over the hall, only to be shattered moments later by an unprecedented uproar. A splendid idea indeed. Who does not relish the tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens? Dear Miss Scherer, might I inquire what the theme shall be and what rewards await the victors? Scherer nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "The theme will be announced shortly by my sister Ningji, and both poetry and verse are welcome. As for the rewards..." She tantalizingly paused, igniting the curiosity of the guests, before finally revealing, "The top 3 gentlemen shall enjoy complimentary drinks tonight, and the one who emerges victorious." My sister Ningji is most splendidly attired this evening. Ningji? Is she not the legendary courtesan? renowned as the most exquisite beauty of the realm? The esteemed proprietor of Chun Gui Lu, whose mere presence in the capital renders the famed 8 beauties of Qinhuai overshadowed. It is said that upon beholding Miss Ningji, one cannot help but feel that all flowers in the world pale in comparison. The patrons stared, utterly astonished by Shurur's proclamation, some in disbelief of her words. Yet, with so many witnesses present, Shurur had boldly promised the grandest reward of Chun Gui Lu, leaving them no choice but to fulfill their commitment. Could it be that this evening we shall indeed witness the arrival of Miss Ningji's first esteemed guest? The expressions of the patrons instantly grew intricate prior to this night. They had never heard of any gentleman having a special tale with Ningji. It is true, Miss Ningji herself spoke it, and Shire would never deceive you. With a playful smile, Shire remarked, "Shortly, ladies shall deliver the writing materials to the gentlemen who wish to partake in the festivities. I sincerely hope that all you talented scholars will generously showcase your literary prowess." At her words, numerous young ladies, bearing rice paper and ink, emerged from the courtyard. Their smiles radiant as they gracefully navigated through the hall. Whenever a gentleman beckoned, they approached with cheerful laughter, presenting the materials. Standing upon the platform, Shire observed that the scholars on the first floor, eager to engage in the activity, were now equipped with paper and ink. She then spoke again. "The poems composed by you all shall be recited by me on the stage shortly, and I shall announce the rankings as well. Should anyone have any objections, feel free to voice them. We shall deliberate together. What does everyone think?" "Certainly. No objections here." The crowd below nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Shire nodded in return, raised her finger, and slowly declared, "Now, we have arrived at the highlight of our event. It is time for Miss Ningji herself to reveal today's theme." The patrons lifted their gazes, following the direction indicated by Shire. There, in an elegant chamber on the second floor, the beaded curtain had been drawn back at some point. A graceful silhouette stood before the curtain, her eyes sparkling with mirth, exuding an enchanting presence. Beautiful, utterly captivating. Her meticulously arched eyebrows resembled 2 delicate willow leaves gently swaying, while her profound and captivating gaze shimmered with ethereal light. A refined nose graced her exquisite visage, and her slightly parted crimson lips bore a subtle smile that exuded an endless allure and charm. She stood there in serene stillness, and one could not help but feel that she was the very epicenter of the universe. Even the seasoned literary gentleman seemed to lose track of time and space, mesmerized by her enchanting countenance, lost in a daze of admiration. Chapter 49. The scent of tea and poetry. Is this truly the foremost courtesan of the realm? After a prolonged silence, someone finally emerged from the thrall of her bewitching gaze, murmuring in disbelief. The woman known as Ningji appeared to bask in the limelight of attention, gracefully swaying her waist, lips pursed in a gentle smile, her sheer garments billowing softly, prompting the patrons below to swallow audibly in longing. "Esteemed gentlemen," Ningji began, her scarlet lips parting delicately, "I dare to present a challenge for your poetic prowess today. As you are aware, we women of the brothel, despite our humble station, harbor sentiments of our own. The essence of love has always been the most elusive to articulate. The pangs of longing are oftentimes fraught with myriad sorrows that are even more difficult to express. Today's theme shall be to compose a poem from our perspective as women, reflecting on the yearning for our beloved." As her words echoed through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept over the audience. To pen verses on a woman's longing for her paramour? The literary gentlemen exchanged bewildered glances, feeling somewhat challenged by the task. A woman's emotions are often intricate, difficult to decipher and comprehend. Fortunately, a general framework was provided, focusing solely on the theme of yearning allowed for a semblance of clarity. The scholars began to whisper among themselves, some already bowing their heads in contemplation. With a soft chuckle, Shura remarked, "Gentlemen, do not rush. We have half an hour at our disposal." Unbeknownst to anyone, Ningji's figure had vanished from sight, and the beaded curtain was quietly drawn shut. In a room on the second floor, a young gentleman clad in a brocade robe remained transfixed, his gaze fixated on the chamber from which Ningji had departed, lost in a reverie. "My young master, it seems you must display your true talents tonight." A middle-aged steward, bending slightly, chuckled beside him. The young gentleman in the dark green brocade robe snapped back to reality. Unable to suppress a smile as he licked his lips, upon encountering this woman, I realize how trivial my past pursuits were. If I can win her favor tonight, this trip to the capital will be worthwhile. "I am well aware of your talents, my young master," the steward replied eagerly. "Allow me to procure some ink and paper." so that these ignorant souls may witness what true poetry is. The young gentleman nodded in agreement. He possessed unwavering confidence in his poetic abilities, and given the circumstances of the evening, victory seemed inevitable. In his eyes, as long as he did not encounter the fabled figure of legend, mastery of poetry was firmly within his grasp. After all, the title of the foremost talent from Tongzhou was not bestowed without merit, he mused confidently. In the grand hall, some had already taken up their pens, deliberating intently. In the imperial examination for the spring session, poetry and prose were crucial subjects. Every candidate present boasted a commendable foundation in poetic composition. In the most exquisite private room on the second floor, Li Ziyue sat behind a beaded curtain, lifting the wine glass beside him and taking a languid sip. Green Ing stood beside him, observing the talented scholars deep in thought below, then glanced at the relaxed Li Ziyue, curiosity prompting her to ask, "Young master, are you not writing?" "No hurry," Li Ziyue replied with a hint of exasperation, rubbing his temples as if recalling something, and let out a long sigh. "What is Gongji up to? She truly is beautiful." Green Ing smacked her lips and inquired, "Doesn't the young master like Sister Gongji? Why must I like her?" Li Ziyue chuckled, gazing at the young girl with amusement. "Sister Gongji is not only lovely but also possesses a kind heart," Green Ing reflected, her face brightening with gratitude. "Sister Gongji understood that I came to the brothel to earn money to redeem my brother, who was sold by someone. She gave me a sum of money to rescue him first, and said I could repay her slowly later." Li Ziyue, somewhat helpless, asked, "Did she not have you sign a promissory note?" "I did," Green Ing nodded honestly. "Do you know what it says?" "I don't know. I can't read," Green Ing admitted. Li Ziyue face-palmed, exasperated. "You can't read, yet you signed it without knowing? Are you not afraid she might deceive you?" Green Ing shook her head firmly. "Sister Gongji is a good person. She wouldn't deceive me." Li Ziyue found himself at a loss for words. Given Gongji's nature, it was likely that the promissory note could have been drafted as a contract of servitude. As time slipped by, a number of talented scholars began to put pen to paper. The poetess had departed from the round platform, replaced by another enchanting maiden who delicately played the zither. Amid the ethereal strains of music, Li Ziyue plucked a grape from the fruit platter and popped it into his mouth. Since Ning Ji had constructed a stage for him, he saw no reason to decline her invitation to partake in the festivities. It seemed that he had indeed neglected her for quite some time. Even during his last visit to the Chengui Lu with Zhao Li and Li Luo, he hadn't thought to seek her out. A pang of guilt washed over him as he recalled Ning Ji's soulful eyes. Never mind, he resolved to keep her company well tonight. "Green Ing, fetch me the writing materials." "Yes," Green Ing responded with a cheerful smile as she dashed outside. Li Ziyue gently closed his eyes, contemplating which poem he should transcribe that evening. From a woman's perspective, he decided to copy the verses of a female poet. Which one, though? A plethora of illustrious female literary figures flashed through his mind, yet ultimately, one name anchored itself in his thoughts. When it comes to longing for one's beloved, this legendary poetess, known for her impetuousness and wit, had bequeathed countless masterpieces. Before long, a half-hour had slipped away. As the zither's melody abruptly ceased, the scholars set down their brushes, blowing gently on the ink marks on their rice paper before handing their works to the maiden who had come to collect them. The poetess stood on the round platform, meticulously sorting the poems she had received. Originally hailing from a prominent family in Jiangnan, her household had fallen into disrepute due to the imprisonment of her elders. The women of her family were relegated to the brothel, but by a stroke of fortune, she was redeemed by Ning Ji and became one of the head courtesans of Chengui Lu. Thus, nurtured in a family steeped in literary tradition from a young age, she possesses profound expertise in poetry. Another prominent young lady from the Spring Return Pavilion emerged from the courtyard, joining Sher in ranking the poems. This entire process unfolded upon the circular platform in the hall, ensuring transparency and openness. The two young ladies meticulously examined the works of the numerous talented poets, totaling over 30 compositions, a modest quantity from which only the top 3 would be selected, rendering the task relatively uncomplicated. However, to accommodate the sentiments of the poets, who had exerted great effort in their creations, Sher chose to recite 10 of the more distinguished poems. On the second floor, a gentleman clad in a dark green robe keenly observed Sher's expressions, eager to witness how this renowned courtesan of the Jade River would react upon encountering his masterpiece. As anticipated, Sher eventually came upon the work that had been submitted from the second floor. Just as he had imagined, the young girl, lips whispering his creation, appeared entranced, her charming visage adorned with astonishment. Chapter 50. Truly our second place. It seems that this sure heir's reputation may not be as formidable as believed. Witnessing the astonishment evoked by a piece written by me in merely half an hour, one wonders how she would react if given ample time to contemplate my work. Perhaps she would be left utterly speechless, unable to contain her surprise. The gentleman in the dark green robe wore a self-satisfied expression, shaking his head as he indulged in his own reverie. At last, the two ladies of poetry and literature selected the 10 outstanding poems, while the aspiring poets below held their breath in anticipation of the results. Esteemed gentlemen, you truly embody the pillars of our great Ning, for in the span of a mere hour, you have crafted such exquisite compositions. I am sincerely in admiration. Softly, I declare, at this moment, I have already discerned the top 3 pieces in my heart, reserving the final announcement. Let us first indulge in the reading of other works that, though not ranked among the top 3, are equally commendable, with no regard to order. What say you? Agreed. No objections, responded the assembled literary talents in unison. Observing that there were no dissenting opinions, I lowered my gaze to a sheet of rice paper and commenced the recitation. Li Ziyue reached for a piece of fruit, nodding in approval as he savored the taste. It must be said that the literary prowess of these gentlemen from Ning is commendable. Their foundations in literature are remarkably solid. With 40 years since the founding of our nation and noble families spanning centuries, the depth of cultural richness is indeed evident. Before long, the recitation of the rejected poems concluded. The poets whose works were read maintained a composed exterior, yet internally, they grappled with a tempest of frustration. Their companions, lifting their cups, offered gentle words of solace. Although their own creations lacked even the honor of being recited, they could not suppress the urge to mock their friends in jest. What good is fine writing if it cannot win the heart of Ningji? At last, I set aside the completed recitations and lifted the 3 distinguished pieces of the evening. Now, I shall unveil the centerpiece of tonight's celebration. Whispers of thoughts linger as the moon ascends high. Faded dreams fail to warm the old brocade. The weary traveler's heart remains silent, while the parting soul ponders in endless waves. The wind hums remnants of sorrowful tunes, as mist conceals the distant path of return. The weary traveler's heart, in solitude, aches, while the parting soul ponders in endless waves. This poem, titled Thoughts of a Boudoir, is the handiwork of the talented scholar Zheng Shui. Let us extend our congratulations to Master Zheng for securing 3rd place. The atmosphere was lively with laughter, and applause resonated throughout the hall. Despite the expression of helplessness etched upon his face, the esteemed Zheng rose from his seat, acknowledging the patrons who applauded him with a graceful bow. A charming young lady approached Zheng Shui, respectfully presenting him with a silver-edged bronze card, inscribed with the words second-level member. In recognition of his literary prowess, the Spring Return Pavilion graciously bestowed upon Master Zheng this VIP card, which entitles him to a 30% discount on all beverages at any branch of the establishment in the future. The young lady on stage explained this to Zheng Shui. Upon hearing this, Zheng accepted the card with a smile, tucking it into his bosom. His countenance noticeably brightened. Meanwhile, a gentleman in a dark green brocade robe on the 2nd floor blinked in surprise and turned to the steward beside him, inquiring, "Does the Spring Return Pavilion have branches?" The middle-aged steward furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, "There should be none, I suppose. At least, I have not heard of any establishment by that name outside the capital. Indeed, it is quite a business endeavor." The brocade-clad gentleman found himself momentarily speechless. He did not press further. How others conducted their affairs was their concern. Perhaps they would open branches in the future. For now, he was solely focused on whether he could spend an enchanting evening with the renowned courtesan, the most beautiful in the land. With that thought, he fixated his gaze on the young lady on stage, eagerly awaiting her announcement of the next piece. Although he possesses unwavering confidence in his work, the capital is indeed a place where hidden talents abound. What if an unforeseen circumstance were to arise? Perhaps it will not. Next, our esteemed poetess on stage, known as Poetess of the Letter to the Young Man, gracefully recited her piece. The wine cup held by the young man in his dark green brocade robe clattered to the ground. "Are you jesting with me?" Emotions conveyed through delicate whispers. A slender figure leans against the railing, awaiting the moon's ascent. The sun sets, leaving distant shores devoid of communication, as the dreams of the departed linger in the soul. The clouds gather, bearing remnants of sorrow that cleave the heart, while the mist conceals the empty mountains, tears welling in farewell. Should I inquire about your return? You remained silent, leaving only the long night to accompany the solitary lamp. The poetess recited with fervor, clearly enamored by her own composition. This exquisite poem hails from our esteemed talent residing in room A3. He is indeed a poet of remarkable distinction. Just behold these 7 character lines. These vivid images. It is beyond the imagination to consider him as a gentleman of such tender sensibilities. Truly, he deserves the honor of being our second-place winner. The young man in the dark green brocade robe appeared nearly ready to burst with intensity, disregarding the middle-aged steward's attempts to restrain him. He parted the beaded curtain and approached the window. There, he beheld the foremost talent of Tongzhou, Lu Xian. Yes, it must be him. I had the pleasure of a brief encounter during my last visit to Tongzhou. Could it be that the poem letter to the young man is indeed penned by Master Lu? His reputation is truly well-deserved. Wait, if this is merely the second place. What remarkable work has claimed the top honor this evening? Observing the patrons below engaged in lively discussion, Lu Xian regained his composure. This is not Tongzhou. And caution is paramount. I am Lu Xian, and I have had the pleasure of meeting Monsieur. Standing before the beaded curtain, Lu Xian steadied his composure. Revealing a smile he deemed charmingly sophisticated. Miss Scherer also lifted her head, offering a slight bow, her face radiating joy as she remarked, "This letter to Xiaolong isn't signed. I had presumed it to be the exquisite work of some talented scholar, only to discover it was composed by you, Master Lu. I am truly honored." Upon hearing this, Lu Xian nodded appreciatively and replied, "To receive such praise from Miss Scherer fills me with great humility. It is not that I doubt your literary prowess, rather. I am genuinely curious about the masterpiece that has outshone my humble creation in your eyes tonight." The audience below grew increasingly intrigued. They believed that letter to Xiaolong must be the finest work, particularly considering it was composed in a mere half-hour. Miss Scherer smiled apologetically at Lu Xian, then took the final sheet of Xian paper from Scheurer's hands and began, "Prior to encountering this poem, I too believed that Master Lu would claim the prize tonight. However, the subsequent piece from the guest in room 1, titled Drunken Flower Shade, left me with no alternative." Drunken Flower Shade? That title is indeed splendid. Have you misheard? Did you not catch that Miss Scherer referred to it as a poem? Yet, after years of study, I have never encountered such a title. Listening to the murmurs from the audience, Lu Xian increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The first prize is for a poem? Or is it a new poetic title? A foreboding feeling washed over Lu Xian as he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the elegant chamber of room 1. The myriad similarities evoked thoughts of a particular individual, a person whose existence was solely acknowledged in the discourse of the world's talented, one who, by virtue of his station, ought not to have any connection to the realm of poetry. Chapter 51. After dusk at the eastern fence, as the melodious voice of the poetess gradually resonated, the entire spring return pavilion fell into a serene hush. Thin mist and dense clouds cast a melancholy over the endless day. The fragrant incense dissipates like golden beasts. The festive occasion is once again the Double Ninth Festival. With jade pillows and silk curtains, the coolness of midnight begins to seep through. After dusk at the eastern fence, an elusive fragrance fills the sleeves. Do not say it lacks soul-stirring essence. The curtain is drawn back by the western wind, and one appears more emaciated than the yellow blossoms. Silence enveloped the once boisterous hall, transforming it into an atmosphere of profound quietude. The lingering fragrance enveloped the air, rendering the statement "one appears more emaciated than the yellow blossoms" profoundly poignant. Could such verses truly be penned by a man? A scholar mused softly. The onlookers, astounded, gazed at the rice paper in the poetess's hands, absorbing the emotions woven into the lines. In their minds, an image emerged of a woman at dusk, seated beneath the eastern fence, savoring wine and admiring chrysanthemums while yearning for her distant beloved. As the autumn breeze swept by, the frail figure of the woman appeared even more delicate than the chrysanthemums themselves. Who, then, is the author of this exquisite creation? Timeless verses indeed, they are truly timeless. Can it be that we are fortunate enough to witness the birth of such a masterpiece this very night? As one or two individuals gradually regained their composure, the hall erupted into lively chatter. They could hardly fathom that an ordinary evening would yield such an extraordinary poet. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. The author has chosen to remain anonymous. Unless he chooses to reveal himself, we at the Spring Return Pavilion cannot disclose the identity of our honored guest. On the stage, Poer gestured gracefully, soothing the emotions of the patrons. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from room Jia San on the second floor. plunging the hall into silence once more. The guests stared in astonishment at Lu Xinchao, who stood by the window. Cupping his hands in a bow and addressing the assembly, "I am Lu Xian from Tongzhou. May I inquire if His Highness the Second Prince is present? I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely hold the utmost admiration for your Highness's poetic fame. If I am indeed to be bested by your Highness today, I shall accept it with a willing heart." In room Jia Yi, behind the beaded curtain, Li Ziyue furrowed his brow, peering through the veil at the gentleman in the deep green brocade robe on the opposite floor, who remained motionless. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Lu Xian was known to him, reputed as the most outstanding scion of the Lu family from Tongzhou, and was said to possess the title of the foremost literary talent. Although lacking martial prowess, he was an unparalleled genius in poetry and prose. Li Ziyue had merely intended to enjoy a drink and listen to the melodies, seeking to console Ningji, yet here he was, recognized. Contemplating this, Li Ziyue chose to remain seated, slowly uttering 4 words. No need for excessive courtesy. The words echoed softly in the expansive hall, and in that moment, every guest at Chungue Lu, including Lu Xian, widened their eyes in disbelief. They had not anticipated that the renowned literary talent, who had recently created a new poetic form, was indeed the illustrious Second Prince. It was rumored that this prince not only possessed extraordinary literary prowess, but was also a prodigious 9th-grade martial artist. The storytellers in the taverns had been fervently recounting tales of the recent incident at Xianghua Temple, where an assassin monk summoned an 8-foot Buddha apparition, its golden light illuminating half the market, as if a celestial being had descended. The second prince, undaunted, resolutely received 3 punches from the warrior monk, as if nothing had transpired. According to an official from the Ministry of Justice present that day, after enduring those 3 blows without a change of expression, the prince unleashed a single strike that transformed the very heavens and earth around him, as if the sound of a dragon's roar could truly be heard. With one punch, he obliterated the visage of the 8-foot Buddha. Quite terrifying indeed. As this thought crossed their minds, the patrons hastily rose and respectfully bowed towards the elegant private room designated as Room A1. With the spring imperial examinations approaching, any lapse in decorum that could jeopardize their chances of success would surely lead to lifelong regret. Greening gazed vacantly at the young gentleman reclining on the soft couch, his fingers delicately caressing his wine cup, indulging in his own libations. No matter how she tried, she found it impossible to associate this amiable young man with a prince of the realm. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the wooden door of the private room, followed by the voice of the matron. "Your Highness, please retire to the top floor. The proprietor will be with you shortly." Li Ziyue set down his wine cup, reached out to affectionately pat Greening on the head, and cheerfully remarked, "Do not forget what I told you." With that, he pushed open the wooden door and strode out. In the hall, after the guests had completed their bows, Sure, with a cheerful demeanor, announced, "If there are no objections, the guest from our room A1 shall be declared the victor tonight." The guests below exchanged glances. Regardless of the quality of the poetry presented, the young gentleman's status rendered any dissent unthinkable. Lu Xian, upon noticing the silence from the private room, could only bite his lip in frustration and retreat behind the beaded curtain. The young master, the middle-aged steward, opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to articulate further words. Lu Xian waved his hand dismissively, casting one last glance at the elegant chamber of Li Ziyue. His heart, once ignited by the allure of the concubine, now turned frigid and desolate. Let us depart. Upon reaching the rooftop of Chungue Tower, the arrangement remained as it had been when Li Ziyue last took his leave. The flickering candlelight persisted in its brilliance, and the gossamer drape swayed gently. Haizi circled the area, detecting no anomalies, and subsequently retreated to the lower floor in search of amusement. Li Ziyue reclined upon the soft couch, allowing his eyelids to drift shut in a state of repose. The candlelight danced, casting his wavering shadow upon the curtains. This floor was steeped in tranquility, with the raucous sounds from below failing to penetrate the serenity of the upper level. Tap, tap. A gentle cadence of footsteps echoed from the staircase, suggesting that the newcomer placed great importance on her demeanor, each step meticulously measured to meet her own standards. Li Ziyue chose not to open his eyes, remaining comfortably nestled upon the couch. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating narrative ahead. The visitor remained silent, gradually settling beside Li Ziyue, tenderly lifting his head to rest upon her lap. A faint and elusive fragrance wafted into Li Ziyue's nostrils, delicate and subtle, reminiscent of hibiscus flowers. It was difficult to fathom that such a refined and gentle scent could permeate this space, amid the garishness of the brothel. Delicate fingers gently pressed upon Li Ziyue's crown, soothingly kneading away the fatigue accumulated over the past days, enveloping him in waves of relaxation. After a considerable period, Li Ziyue extended his hand to gently pat the back of the visitor's hand and remarked, "All right, if you continue pressing, you shall soon succumb to slumber. When one is weary, rest is a natural necessity. What harm is there in a brief respite?" The visitor, ever so perceptive, offered comforting words in response. Li Ziyue sat up, gesturing dismissively. "It is not yet time for sleep. We shall discuss it later." "Indeed, Your Highness," the visitor replied, rising gracefully to perform a slight bow. Then, she lifted the wine jug from the table beside the couch and inquired, "Would Your Highness care for another drink this evening?" Then let us indulge a bit," Li Ziyue replied, swirling the wine cup in his hand before ultimately handing it to her. After all, there was little else to occupy his time today. A little more wine would pose no issue. He raised his gaze to the enchanting figure before him. Clad in delicate purple gauze, her skin as fair as snow. No matter how many times he beheld Ningji, Li Ziyue could not help but marvel at her beauty. Such a bewitching creature truly exists in this world. Her elegantly arched brows, captivating eyes, luscious red lips, and the astonishing curve of her figure accentuated by the light fabric as she poured the wine. "Your Highness," Ningji noted as she caught Li Ziyue lost in thought, her lips curving into a charming smile that stirred his heart. Li Ziyue felt a flush creep across his face, silently chiding himself for his lack of composure. Despite their long acquaintance and having witnessed her myriad charms, he remained irresistibly drawn to each of her expressions. Chapter 52. The Hibiscus Blooms, Emitting Fragrant Night. Ningji, having filled the cup, gently lifted it and extended it towards Li Ziyue. "These days have been rather hectic, and coupled with the injuries I sustained recently, I have not had the opportunity to visit you." Li Ziyue took the wine cup, sipped lightly, and spoke softly. Ningji, with her flowing sleeves lightly concealing her, also took a sip of the wine, offering a bittersweet smile as she remarked, "Your Highness, to seek me out is surely a reflection of your thoughts. As a humble servant, what worth do I possess? To receive your occasional favor is already a source of great contentment. I dare not crave for more." Li Ziyue clicked his tongue, feeling a slight discomfort in his teeth as he replied, "Enough of this pretense. Every time I come, you assume the guise of a sorrowful lady of the inner chambers. Do you not find it tiresome?" Ningji suddenly pouted, adopting a tearful expression. "Why do you speak so of me, Your Highness? I believe I have done nothing wrong. Each day, I faithfully await by the window, yearning for the moment you might remember me and visit. Yet, all I receive in return are your words, so devoid of warmth." Li Ziyue took a deep breath, realizing that this was hardly the time for theatrics. Observing his silence, Ningji's alluring eyes genuinely glistened with tears, and she cautiously wiped them away with the back of her hand, conveying an indescribable sense of grievance. All right, I was mistaken. Tonight, let us indulge in that knowledge you mentioned last time. How does that sound?" Seeing that Ningji's performance was unending, Li Ziyue had to resort to his ultimate tactic. Upon hearing this, Ningji ceased her tears, a smirk of triumph gracing her lips as she playfully licked the tear that had trickled to the corner of her mouth. Li Ziyue sighed helplessly, recognizing that he truly had no effective means to deal with this woman. Ningji entwined her arm around Li Ziyue's, her graceful form leaning against him as she whispered intimately by his ear, "Your Highness certainly has a splendid spirit. I too beheld the fireworks last night. They were truly magnificent. I doubt there exists a girl who could resist such a lure. So, has the Zhao family's young lady taken the bait?" Her casual reference to Zhao Qingyao as the Zhao family's young lady starkly contrasted with the previously demure and aggrieved demeanor of a secluded wife. Li Ziyue leaned back slightly, instinctively creating distance from Ningji, wary of her sudden inclination to nip at his ear. "How could one speak of taking the bait? We share mutual affection," he replied with a calm facade. "Childhood companions, a match made in heaven, such beauty in our mutual feelings." A sly smile danced upon Ningji's lips as she raised her goblet, pouring its exquisite contents into her mouth, savoring it with a mischievous glint in her eye before leaning closer to Li Ziyue, her vibrant lips poised alluringly. Li Ziyue turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze. Yet, Ningji swiftly grasped his head, pressing her lips fervently against his. The rich wine caught him off guard, leaving him momentarily breathless. After a fleeting moment, his irritation peaked, and he pushed away the persistent Ning Ji, rising to his feet. Are you out of your mind? How utterly distasteful. Ning Ji, however, remained seated with a playful grin, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand. Very well, if you find it disgusting. Then tonight you must keep your tongue in check. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ziyue chose to remain seated, recognizing that while they indulged in playful banter, the evening's serious matters must not be neglected. Pour me a cup as well. When Ning Ji noticed that Li Ziyue had dropped his pretense, she took the opportunity to tug at his arm. Li Ziyue glanced into Ning Ji's captivating eyes and at her luscious, vibrant red lips, and his heart raced uncontrollably for a moment. I shall only serve this one cup, he declared stubbornly. Ning Ji blinked, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Li Ziyue, mimicking her, poured himself a cup of wine and sought her lips once again, this time lingering for an extended moment. A faint blush adorned Ning Ji's delicate face. It was only then that she vented her frustration over Li Ziyue's absence in recent days, his silence, and the fact that he had been igniting fireworks for that little vixen. After sharing their unique form of communication, they were finally able to converse meaningfully. How has everything been at the establishment lately? Li Ziyue wiped the corner of his mouth, asking. Ning Ji leaned languidly against him, stifling a yawn. Things have been quite well, with no disturbances, and profits are steadily increasing. Everything is progressing positively. What about the arrangements for the branch? Li Ziyue raised his cup to her lips, noticing she merely took a small sip. He did not press her further and downed his drink in one go. Ning Ji affectionately nudged his chin with her forehead, as if seeking comfort. The location in Jinling has been decided. It will be by the banks of the Qinhuai River, distanced from other competitors, ensuring a tranquil setting. The layout mirrors that of the main establishment in the capital, with several courtyards built behind for added privacy. There is nothing improper being conducted, is there? Li Ziyue spoke with a serious demeanor. Ning Ji cast a disdainful glance at her beloved companion and remarked, When have I ever needed such tactics to accomplish my tasks? Rest assured, everything has been procured from various sources. The forces we have cultivated over the years are quite effective. When we acquired those young ladies, their masters hardly dared to utter a word. Those who did are now forever silenced, she added silently to herself. After all, few engaged in such enterprises are virtuous. Losing them countless times is no great loss. Naturally, this does not apply to my esteemed prince. Has my identity remained undisclosed? Li Ziyue inquired with a hint of unease. Ning Ji chuckled softly. Your specific identity is certainly secure, but in business, one must always display a measure of strength. We cannot allow others to perceive us as easy prey, can we? The individuals in Jiangnan are well aware that our Chen Guilu is backed by a noble from the capital, yet the particulars of that individual remain unknown to them. Li Ziyue nodded in agreement. Chen Guilu was a pawn he had strategically placed years prior, a venture of the Shu Wangfu, with Ning Ji serving as its public face. In a few days, the branch of Shuesongju in Jiangnan will also be inaugurated. You must pay careful attention to its affairs, Li Ziyue advised. Indeed, the most renowned tavern in the capital, Shuesongju, is another of Li Ziyue's clandestine enterprises, managed by the house's accountant, Qiaoxi. Perhaps he had too much leisure time, resorting to pilfering Yang Wanli's poetry to elevate the establishment's profile. More like snow than pine, without a trace to be found drifting. A gentle touch, sorrow poised to shatter, unchewed yet already consumed. This poem has long spread across the vast expanse of the land, drawing countless individuals to the capital, all eager to savor a bite of the cool lotus root from Zhusongju, to ascertain whether it truly embodies the flavor depicted in the verses. In his past life, Li Ziyue was an accomplished cook, mastering the culinary arts with finesse. Thus, upon awakening to his insatiable appetite, he felt compelled to indulge his cravings with utmost sincerity. Throughout his life, he had personally trained numerous chefs, all in pursuit of recreating the exquisite tastes of his former existence. Chapter 53. The silent Qingqiu. The brothels and taverns of this era wielded considerable influence. They promised not only immense profits for Li Ziyue, but also a wealth of invaluable information and intelligence. As a time traveler bearing the legacy of a splendid civilization and possessing a royal identity, it would be a grave incompetence on his part if he failed to cultivate his enterprises effectively. I intend to set forth to Jinling in a few days to prepare for the opening of a branch. It is imperative that someone oversees operations there, Ning Ji remarked, rising from Li Ziyue's side with a soft sigh. Whether it be the myriad of issues that require management during the opening or the need for the renowned title of the world's foremost courtesan for the promotion of the new establishment. She must be present in person. Li Ziyue gently cupped Ning Ji's lovely face, expressing his remorse. I apologize for the trouble. A complex array of emotions flickered in Ning Ji's eyes, but she soon broke into a dreamy smile. What trouble is there? I have longed to return to Jiangnan. Ever since I was sold to the capital, I have not set foot in Jiangnan again. Once in Jiangnan, should the desire for revenge arise, one may act decisively without hesitation. Li Ziyue playfully pinched Ning Ji's ear. Ning Ji clenched her teeth and shook her head, saying, I am not in a hurry. Everything must be guided by your highness's plan. I await the day when your highness no longer remains in the shadows, to venture into Jiangnan and eliminate those wretched individuals. I shall, she affirmed. Li Ziyue gently kissed Ning Ji's forehead, assuring her, at that time, those individuals will be entrusted to you, free for you to handle as you see fit. This was his promise to her. These days, I have penned a play titled The Peony Pavilion, which contains many beautiful lines. I shall have someone deliver the script to you soon, allowing you to select some verses to compose into a melody. When the branch of Chun Gui Lu opens, we shall present it for the ladies to sing, surely startling those literary talents of Jiangnan, Li Ziyue remarked with a smile. I plan to have the play staged when the branch of Shuesongju opens. It will undoubtedly attract a bustling audience. The Peony Pavilion? Ning Ji arched her lovely brow, inquiring, what tale does it tell? A segment, a true love story, Li Ziyue replied with a chuckle. I cannot reveal it now. You shall understand when you receive the script later. Very well, Ning Ji conceded without pressing further. She had always held great confidence in Li Ziyue's talents. Just as she did in today's piece, Drunken Flowers in the Shade. As time gradually slipped away, their conversation continued, and before they realized it, a pot of wine had been consumed. What hour is it now? Li Ziyue asked, subtly clearing his throat. Ning Ji looked up with a playful smile, responding, Your Highness, it is already the midnight hour. Shouldn't you rest? The hour is indeed quite late, and I must enter the palace tomorrow. Thus, it is imperative that I retire early, Li Ziyue remarked with solemnity. I shall assist His Highness with his change of attire. Ning Ji delicately removed Li Ziyue's official robe. Having just been informed of the origins of this attire from the 13 Yamen, once liberated from his garments, Li Ziyue donned a simple inner robe and nimbly climbed onto the grand bed behind the screen. Ning Ji gradually extinguished the candles in the room and gracefully approached the bed. Your Highness, shall I extinguish the lamp at the head of the bed? In the dim light, Ning Ji's captivating visage appeared even more alluring. With a facade of propriety, Li Ziyue replied, Do not extinguish it. I am accustomed to sleeping with the light on. Are you afraid of not being able to see clearly at night? Ning Ji's face transformed into a beguiling smile as she slowly shed her violet veil, revealing her exquisite and enchanting alabaster form. Unbeknownst to them, midnight had passed, ushering in a new week. Oh dear, am I awakening at an inopportune time? Suddenly, a peculiar red light emanated from the pendant on Li Ziyue's chest, accompanied by a voice more seductive than Ning Ji's, resonating within his mind. With a rush, Li Ziyue's thoughts momentarily blanked, yet his instincts surged to life. An insatiable desire engulfed his being, flooding his consciousness. He swiftly embraced Ning Ji, and they both collapsed onto the soft couch. In the final fleeting moment before succumbing to madness, Li Ziyue contemplated, this week, it is doomed. Qingxiu has awakened. In the early morning, Li Ziyue awoke in a state of drowsiness. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, and surveyed the disheveled bed. The figure of Ning Ji was no longer beside him. Young man, you were quite impressive last night, but you nearly frightened me to death, echoed a captivating voice from the pendant, causing Li Ziyue's head to spin once more. Qingxiu, why are you here this week? Li Ziyue's consciousness delved into the pendant, initiating a conversation with Qingxiu. What is the matter? Do you not think of your sister? She has been dreaming of you while in slumber, Qingxiu teased playfully. Grinding his teeth, Li Ziyue retorted. Why was your influence so overwhelming last night? Did you tamper with something? Feigning innocence, Qingxiu replied, I did no such thing. It was undoubtedly your desires that overwhelmed you. The moment I awakened, I sensed the intense longing radiating from you. I was quite bewildered myself. However, I must say, your companion, the girl named Ning Ji, truly possesses the essence of my nine-tailed fox lineage. Perhaps you should inquire whether she would accept my legacy. That matter can be discussed later, Li Ziyue thought, withdrawing his consciousness from the pendant. He dared not entertain Qingxiu's suggestion of imparting any peculiar knowledge to Ningji, especially since he had yet to fully comprehend the cultivation techniques himself. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The story becomes even more thrilling. At that moment, Ningji seemed to have heard the commotion of Li Ziyue waking as she entered, elegantly carrying a cup of tea around the screen. Ningji, Li Ziyue said, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Ningji had completed her grooming, her enchanting visage radiating an extraordinary beauty. She sat by the bedside with a hint of sorrow in her gaze, offering a cup of tea. I am aware that every few months you experience a period of overwhelming fervor, but how could you be so beastly last night? Disregarding my feelings entirely in pursuit of your own pleasure? Li Ziyue felt a sense of helplessness. The surging desires and the awakening of Qingxiu had clouded his mind, rendering him akin to a frenzied beast. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality, recalling the words spoken to him by Cao Tai. For you, Qingxiu is the most perilous. Ningji bit her lips slightly. Very well. Knowing that you have been under considerable stress lately, I shall excuse you this time. Li Ziyue tenderly embraced Ningji, reminiscing about their first encounter, which also transpired on a night when Qingxiu stirred. In a haze of confusion, he had taken her innocence. He struggled to fathom the helplessness she must have felt, having just emerged from her own suffering, confronted by his madness. I am truly sorry, Ningji, he apologized again. In the warmth of his embrace, Ningji seemed to sense the sincerity of his emotions. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she playfully bit her lip, whispering softly in his ear, then, to express your remorse, shall we indulge once more? This time, I wish to savor the moment. As Li Ziyue stared in astonishment, Ningji gathered her hair into a sleek bun, revealing her smooth and alluring neck, flashing a radiant smile. At that instant, even the pendant containing Qingxiu appeared to fall into a contemplative silence. Chapter 54. Compliance in the long corridors of the royal palace. Li Ziyue grimaced in pain, clutching his waist as he lethargically made his way towards the imperial study. Was this truly the case? Reflecting on the frenzied scenes earlier that morning at Chungue Lu with Ningji, he found it hard to believe. Had he truly become a mere plaything, susceptible to anyone's beck and call? After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed this notion. The only person capable of provoking such madness in him was undoubtedly Ningji. He resolved not to visit Chungue Lu again this week. If he continued to indulge his desires, using Qingxiu as an excuse, he would inevitably become a prisoner of his own cravings. As long as he was away from Ningji, he could maintain his composure and restrain himself, provided he refrained from wielding the powers of Qingxiu this week. After both of them had engaged in a bit of mischief this morning, they finally remembered that he was to enter the palace today. Ningji hastily summoned someone to bring forth their washing items and sent another to procure some breakfast. Once everything was prepared, the sky had brightened considerably. Li Ziyue calculated that there would be no morning court session today, and the emperor was likely already ensconced in the imperial study, attending to his duties. Thus, he called upon Haizi, who had also enjoyed a night of revelry, and mounted his steed towards the palace. Upon entering the palace, he encountered no obstacles. After locating a eunuch to announce his arrival at the imperial study, he leisurely slowed his pace, gazing at the ginkgo trees lining the corridor, which were beginning to show signs of budding. Li Ziyue found himself momentarily lost in thought. This was his first official visit to the imperial study in this lifetime, and also the first time he would present himself before the sovereign across both of his lifetimes. He felt a twinge of anxiety. The study, located to the north of the Xianzhong Hall, is formally known as the Zichen Hall, where the emperor conducts his daily affairs. Li Ziyue traversed the lengthy corridor and arrived at the entrance of the study. Li Lianin had already received the eunuch's announcement and stood waiting expectantly. Second Prince, His Majesty has instructed you to enter directly. Li Ziyue nodded, adjusted his official robes, and strode confidently inside. The dragon throne at the center of the grand hall was unoccupied, and upon turning, Li Ziyue noticed the emperor reclining casually on a soft couch behind a screen, perusing the memorials submitted by the Central Secretariat. Li Ziyue approached the emperor's side and respectfully bowed. Your humble son pays his respects to father. The emperor, still holding the memorials, merely acknowledged him with a faint sound, his gaze fixed on the documents without uttering another word. After Li Ziyue rose, he did not rush to speak, seeing that the emperor was preoccupied. He chose to stand quietly in place. In front of the soft couch was a small table cluttered with disheveled memorials, some of which lay haphazardly open. After a brief hesitation, Li Ziyue stepped forward to organize them. After a considerable time, the emperor finally set down the memorials, closed his eyes, and let out a deep sigh. At that moment, Li Ziyue, who was tidying the documents, felt a spark of realization, as if a bloodline had awakened within him. He immediately stood and inquired, "Father, why do you sigh?" The emperor opened his eyes and extended the memorials toward Li Ziyue. Without hesitation, Li Ziyue accepted the documents and sought the emperor's silent approval before opening them to read. The elite border troops of the northern barbarians have marched southward for 500 miles, directly threatening the Dingbei Pass. This is indeed a display of their audacity, remarked Li Ziyue, furrowing his brow after reviewing the report. The emperor nodded, his tone unwavering and serene. Since the onset of spring, Zhao Shan has corresponded with me multiple times, indicating that the northern barbarians have been engaging in continuous minor provocations. Moreover, the intelligence dispatched by the northern law enforcement officials corroborates this information. However, I never anticipated that they would dare to mobilize a significant army to encroach upon our Daming borders. This is something I cannot tolerate under any circumstances. Then, shall we prepare for war? Li Ziyue inquired. The emperor chuckled softly, glancing at his ever-troublesome second son, shaking his head in amusement. Were the crown prince to witness this memorial and hear my words, he would undoubtedly launch into an impassioned discourse about the dire state of the populace, the emptiness of the national treasury, and the imprudence of initiating hostilities, imploring me to prioritize the welfare of the common people. Yet, his younger brother had merely uttered a single query, "Shall we prepare for war?" The emperor raised his teacup and took a delicate sip before responding, "War, indeed, must be waged. They have likely received intelligence as well, realizing that I am rallying my forces and preparing to launch a northern campaign. They are now in a state of panic. Since the beginning of spring, their minor provocations and this seemingly formidable army pressing southward for 500 miles are merely tests of my resolve regarding the northern expedition. In my eyes, their actions amount to little more than the antics of a clown. And what are your plans then?" Li Ziyue continued, his curiosity piqued. The emperor, appearing in good spirits today, was more than willing to address Li Ziyue's inquiries. As for the 5,000 barbarians encroaching upon the Dingbei Pass, Zhao Shan will take care of them. We merely need to maintain our current stance, adequately prepare ourselves, exert pressure upon them, and observe as they falter in their own ranks. We are in no haste. We can continue to engage with them, enduring until summer yields its harvest and autumn brings forth its bounty. In recent years, our great Ning has enjoyed favorable weather, and our treasury has seen a steady increase each year. This is the confidence that emboldens me to lead a northern campaign. My father's wisdom spans great distances, and heaven's mandate is upon us. I, your son, hold deep admiration for this." Li Ziyue immediately offered flattery with a cheerful demeanor. The emperor nodded in approval, feeling justified. "What brings you to me today?" he inquired. Li Ziyue hastily replied, "I visited the 13th Yamen of the Ministry of Justice yesterday." "Oh?" The emperor seemed to notice, for the first time, that Li Ziyue was clad in the official robe of the 13th Yamen's governor. He scrutinized him from head to toe and nodded slightly. "You do present yourself quite well. Your Majesty, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, for the tale grows ever more captivating." Without waiting for Li Ziyue's response, the emperor continued, "What are your thoughts on the 13th Yamen?" Li Ziyue pondered for a moment and replied, "Each department performs its duties, and everything is in order." The emperor raised an eyebrow. "That is quite a high appraisal." "Indeed, father, Zhang Su is truly an exceptional talent. I believe the 13th Yamen's efficient operation is largely due to his significant contributions," Li Ziyue asserted, advocating for his subordinate. "Is that even in question?" The emperor cast a fleeting glance at Li Ziyue and remarked, "Had it not been for the indispensable role this individual plays in the 13th Yamen, I would have long appointed him to the Ministry of Justice as deputy minister. He is still young. In time, he may even hold the title of minister." Li Ziyue was taken aback by the emperor's high regard for Zhang Su. "If you perform your duties well, Zhang Su is a capable man. With his assistance, if you still fail to rejuvenate the 13th Yamen, I shall hold you accountable," the emperor stated coldly. Li Ziyue inwardly regretted mentioning Zhang Su. Father, what should be done about the monks in the 13th Yamen's prison?" he inquired. "The secret collusion between the state religion temple and the Supreme Enlightenment sect is a treasonous crime that cannot be overlooked. It requires the emperor's directive." The emperor fixed his gaze on Li Ziyue for a moment before retracting it, responding in a calm tone, "Since they are in your 13th Yamen's custody, You may handle them as you see fit. Li Ziyue hesitated and began, Father, I believe. I do not wish to hear your thoughts. I only care for the final outcome, the emperor interjected. Rising from his seat, he walked to the bright window, slowly stating, I have entrusted the 13th Yamen to you. Do not disappoint me. Son shall obey your command, Li Ziyue replied. Chapter 55, The Inexplicable Pastry Exiting the Imperial Study, Li Ziyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Interacting with the emperor was undeniably burdensome. However, he had at last secured the authority to address the matter concerning the state religion temple independently. Moreover, the emperor's intentions align with the analysis of the Grand Tutor. There is no indication of reclaiming authority following the spring examination. We must not let him down. Li Ziyue blinked. Boldly, please send someone to the palace of Concubine Mu to inform her that the matter regarding young Master C has been resolved. Whenever he is prepared to attend his lessons, have someone notify me, and I shall escort him there. Li Ziyue stood at the threshold of the imperial study, instructing Li Lianen. Understood, my lord. Although Li Lianen was unaware of the specifics, he resolved to follow the second prince's directives. Li Ziyue nodded and proceeded towards the palace exit. Your Highness, how did it go? Haizi held the reins, awaiting Li Ziyue at the palace gate. The emperor has entrusted me with the oversight. He is only concerned with the final outcome. Li Ziyue mounted his steed and rode towards the royal residence. Let us return to the manor for a brief respite and lunch before heading to the Yamen this afternoon. Yes. Upon returning home, Haizi led the two horses back to the stable, while Li Ziyue made his way directly to the inner courtyard. Even though they had not returned all night, the household was unfazed. They had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Entering the room, he found Xiao bent over, dusting his writing desk. Li Ziyue's gaze lingered on Xiao's graceful form as she leaned down, stirring something within him. Your Highness, you have returned. Did you rest at the Yamen last night? Upon hearing footsteps, Xiao set down the towel, revealing her familiar smile. Li Ziyue nodded naturally, taking a couple of steps closer to Xiao and extending his arm toward her. Your Highness. Xiao shyly took 2 steps back, leaning against the wall, awaiting Li Ziyue's next move. Li Ziyue also stepped forward, nearly pressing against Xiao, his head gradually inclining towards her. Xiao fluttered her long eyelashes twice and slowly closed her eyes, observing her anxious demeanor. Li Ziyue couldn't help but smile as he leaned in to kiss her delicate lips, just as their lips were about to meet. Li Ziyue noticed the young girl's nose twitching suddenly, her large eyes flew open, and her crimson lips parted. Your Highness, weren't you sleeping in the Yamen last night? Why do you smell of that fox? Huh? Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled as he stepped back. Having spent the night mingling with Chun Gui at the Spring Return Pavilion, it was only natural that her scent lingered on his clothes. The fragrance of hibiscus was indeed quite pleasant. Humph. Xiao shot Li Ziyue a disapproving glance but chose not to elaborate. Instead, turning to pick up a towel and wipe the table, Li Ziyue chuckled softly. Last night. It was just that I finished my work at the Yamen too late and thought to unwind with Haizi at the Spring Return Pavilion. Your Highness need not explain to a servant like me, Xiao pouted defiantly. Just be cautious not to be caught by Miss Xiao. Your relationship with her remains ambiguous. And should she discover that you are spending your days with that fox, she may become furious, and you shall bear the consequences. TSK, Li Ziyue clicked his tongue, bemused by the girl's strangely sarcastic tone. However, she made a valid point. If Qing Yao were to discover the nature of his relationship with Ningji, given her temperament, it would undoubtedly lead to some upheaval. What else with the foxes? Young man, this maid of yours certainly holds a considerable grudge against our fox clan. Inside the pendant, Qingqiu began to express her sentiments once more. Li Ziyue was compelled to delve into the pendant. This young lady has harbored a significant disapproval of Ningji since childhood. It is not directed at you. Humph. It is only a matter of time before this young girl learns of the might of my 9-tailed fox lineage. Xiao, while dusting the table, suddenly recalled something and said, By the way, Your Highness, today 2 boxes of flaky pastries were delivered to the residence, purportedly sent by Chief Zhang from the 13th Division of the Ministry of Justice. Li Ziyue was somewhat puzzled. Why would Zhang Su send him a gift? And a box of pastries at that? Perplexed, he inquired. Did the messenger say anything else? Xiao pondered for a moment. The individual mentioned that Chief Zhang instructed him to inform you that if you enjoy them, there are plenty more at home. Madame Zhang's family has specifically arranged for a pastry chef to cater to her, capable of making all kinds of confections. Li Ziyue furrowed his brow. What does this imply? Am I such a glutton? Zhang Su, always indulging in dubious antics. Bring those pastries to me, I must ascertain what this is all about. Ah. Shower set down her cloth, turned, and retrieved a beautifully packaged box from the nearby dining table, then gently lifted the lid. As she beheld the appealing pastries, Li Ziyue found them increasingly familiar, and in his quest to uncover the source of this familiarity, he resolved to sample one. Li Ziyue picked up a flaky pastry and placed it in his mouth, the familiar taste enveloping him instantly, revealing the reason behind Zhang Su's gift of these 2 boxes of delicacies. Wasn't this the very box of pastries that had graced Zhang Su's table at Qianqiu Building yesterday? Did this fellow believe that, having devoured his treats, he was indulging in his appetite? Sigh. Li Ziyue felt his face flush with embarrassment, internally cursing the gluttony that plagued him. Xiao Er gazed at Li Ziyue, whose countenance shifted like the tides, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is something amiss? Is the taste displeasing? It's quite delectable. You should try some. Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively, his voice tinged with resignation. As long as he remained entangled with these ferocious beasts, he would never escape the personality flaws they imposed upon him, nor could he avoid the misunderstandings of others. With a deep sigh, he retreated to the small courtyard, reclined in his chair, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. He still needed to devise a plan regarding the Taiju sect, as he intended to discuss it thoroughly with Zhang Su and the others that afternoon. Not long into his contemplation, Qiao Si entered the courtyard. Your Highness, he greeted, his eyes narrowed in a customary smile. During the last encounter at the star-picking building, it was Qiao Si who had accompanied Wang Yin of the Daping Trading Company, leading to that globally renowned display of fireworks. What brings you here? Li Ziyue inquired. Qiao Si clasped his hands respectfully. Haizi informed me that you hold Wang Yin of the Daping Trading Company in high regard. I have maintained contact with him, and it appears he is eager to establish a connection with our Wang residents. Might I inquire when you would be available for another meeting with him? Li Ziyue pondered for a moment and said, Let us meet tonight at the Cypress Pavilion. I wish to have a conversation with him. Upon hearing this, Qiao Si furrowed his brows and inquired, Your Highness, do you intend to dine with him? What seems to be the issue? He continued. I thought it unnecessary for Your Highness to lower yourself to share a table with a mere merchant. Li Ziyue chuckled lightly. It matters not. I find Wang Yin to be quite intriguing. Moreover, I have some matters that could benefit from his perspective. Discussing them over dinner is perfectly acceptable. By the way, I have heard that he rose from humble beginnings to attain his current position. Is that true? Qiao Si nodded. That evening, I conversed with one of his subordinates, and it indeed appears to be the case. Li Ziyue, in deep thought, nodded in acknowledgement. If this individual is genuinely capable, then he could assist in executing some plans that had long been shelved. Very well, summon Haizi to the side courtyard. It has been a while since he last trained. Now is an opportune moment for him to stretch his limbs. Understood. Qiao Si replied respectfully before departing to find Haizi. Li Ziyue returned indoors, shedding his fitted official attire in favor of training pants, baring his torso as he made his way to the side courtyard. This space, a considerable expanse, served as the training ground for both Li Ziyue and the guards of the Wang residence. A few days ago, matters were rather numerous, and I found myself unable to engage in my cultivation. The chill in the air is quite palpable. Li Ziyue inhaled sharply. After all, it is only February, and though spring has just begun, the warmth is still some time away. The guards are training not far off. They are seasoned elite soldiers who have emerged from the royal court, renowned for their formidable strength and unwavering commitment to enhancing their prowess. Li Ziyue commenced with a few stretches before hoisting the enormous stone lock that lay on the ground, then began to jog around the courtyard. Undoubtedly, the space within the Shuang mansion is ample, particularly this side courtyard, which he has transformed into a training ground. Spacious enough to be over 3 times the size of his own quarters. After running until his body warmed slightly, Li Ziyue paused to catch his breath. Yet, he did not relinquish the stone lock. Instead, he continued to bear it on his shoulder while performing squats. Other martial artists can elevate their realms through breakthroughs in their vital energy, thus enhancing their strength. However, his path is distinctly different. He cultivates a method unlike that of ordinary practitioners, and indeed, unlike anything in the current era. He practices an ancient technique associated with the ferocious beasts of yore. With great effort, he must temper his body to a certain degree before his vital energy can circulate within him. Otherwise, the tumultuous and rampant energy could rupture his body, rendering him incapacitated. Fortunately, advancements in his realm correspondingly bolster the resilience of his physique. Otherwise, he would find himself laboring for an eternity to elevate his human constitution to that of a ferocious beast. The last incident involving the manifestation of Tao Tai occurred because his current physique could not withstand the overwhelming power of Tao Tai, resulting in damage to his muscles and meridians. In truth, given his physical prowess at that time, it would not have been impossible for him to withstand a punch from the monk Ximing, though the injury would have been considerably more severe. After completing squats with a stone lock, Li Ziyue's body had thoroughly warmed up, and beads of sweat began to form on his upper body. Yet, he continued undeterred, seizing a small stone lock with one hand and commencing to throw punches. Under the early spring sun, Li Ziyue, bare-chested, persisted against the biting cold wind. Throughout his life, he had never known any form of lethargy. That very night, it was in this stance that he had struck with such force that he shattered the monk Ximing's skull. At some point, Haizi had appeared by Li Ziyue's side, observing quietly. After a considerable time had passed, Li Ziyue finally set the stone lock down, panting heavily. "Your Highness's physical condition has improved once again," Haizi remarked with a smile. Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave. After so many days of neglecting practice, I feel as though my stamina has declined somewhat." Haizi smirked. "If your Highness had not visited Chang'e yesterday, I dare say you could have endured for another half an hour." Li Ziyue glared at him, prompting Haizi to quickly turn away, feigning ignorance. "Come, let us practice," Li Ziyue declared with enthusiasm. Haizi nodded, fully aware that Li Ziyue had summoned him as a sparring partner. The two took their positions on the training ground, each assuming their stances. The guards in the training arena ceased their own drills, stepping aside to watch the unfolding spectacle. Li Ziyue's boxing stance was a classic military style, exuding a formidable intensity. Yet, the stance of the black-clad fighter is somewhat perplexing, with one hand clenched into a fist and the other open palm. He stands in a position that is neither upright nor crouched, leaving onlookers bewildered, though he exudes an air of a seasoned expert. In the gentle spring breeze, the osmanthus trees sway lightly, while Li Ziyue brandishes his knife as a signal. Ah, what a blunder! Li Ziyue makes his move, stepping forward to launch the first strike with a broad, powerful punch aimed squarely at the black fighter's face. The black fighter slightly bends his front leg, deftly shifting to the side. With his left hand, he deflects Li Ziyue's punch, while his rear leg pushes off the ground, propelling his right fist towards Li Ziyue's abdomen. Li Ziyue, having exhausted his energy, struggles to change his trajectory, his body yielding to the force imparted by the black fighter's left palm. Narrowly evading the punch by shifting to the left, regaining his footing, Li Ziyue supports himself on his left leg and unleashes a side kick aimed at the black fighter's chest. The black fighter retreats a step, his left arm intercepting Li Ziyue's powerful kick, and with a swift turn, his right arm transforms into an elbow strike directed at his opponent's chest. Li Ziyue bends low to evade, retaliating with a punch aimed at the black fighter's lower abdomen. At this moment, the black fighter lightly taps the tips of his toes, launching himself into the air and executing a whiplash kick towards Li Ziyue. Li Ziyue raises both arms to protect his face. Yet the force of the black fighter's kick proves overwhelming, forcing him to retreat 2 steps to absorb the impact. Once more, Li Ziyue coughs lightly, invigorated by the challenge. Without hesitation, he charges at the black fighter once again, unleashing a straight punch that is incredibly swift, far more ferocious than his previous strike. Reaching the black fighter's face in the blink of an eye, the black fighter chuckles, opting not to evade but instead retaliating with a punch that is even faster than Li Ziyue's, bracing himself to absorb the blow. With a resounding thud, the force of the punch sent dust swirling into the air, creating a cloud that dispersed around them. Li Ziyue took 2 steps back, shaking his fist in pain, grimacing as he did so. Meanwhile, Haizi slowly retracted his right hand, placing it behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Frustration bubbled within Li Ziyue as he gazed at Haizi's unsightly visage, and once he regained his composure, he charged forward once more, raising his fist. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of blows, each punch landing with precision, demonstrating an unspoken understanding as neither employed any martial techniques, relying solely on their physical prowess. This was, in fact, a method of honing Li Ziyue's physicality. Enduring the strikes, he believed, would ultimately fortify him, although he could not match Haizi's strength. This sparring greatly enhanced his combat awareness. Despite being consistently overwhelmed, Li Ziyue found joy in the struggle, continuing until he was left breathless and fatigued. Marking the end of their bout. "No more. I'm utterly exhausted," he declared, waving his hand and assessing the various bruises on his body, feeling a dull ache that made his face twitch. Haizi, feigning indifference, turned away, knowing that Li Ziyue had initiated the fight and could not blame him for the injuries sustained. Li Ziyue then settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, focusing on his breathing as the surging energy coursed through his meridians, alleviating the soreness in his muscles. Before long, Shower arrived at the training grounds entrance, calling out, "Lunch is ready. Stop practicing. It's time to eat." "I'm coming," Li Ziyue replied, unbothered by the chill as he made his way to the courtyard entrance. The guards, too, gradually donned their attire, heading to the dining hall for their meal. Chapter 57. Official appointment. After finishing his lunch, Li Ziyue made his way back to the yamen. This time, he eschewed horseback riding in favor of the luxurious carriage belonging to his royal residence. On the broad streets of the capital, the distinctive dark golden seal proclaimed the identity of the carriage's owner. He Zi led 6 royal guards atop their majestic steeds, forming a protective entourage around the opulent vehicle. Passers-by, observing this procession that occupied half the street, hastily stepped aside, wary of disturbing the noble occupants within the carriage. The distance from the royal residence to the yamen was not great, and the carriage soon arrived at the imposing entrance of the 13 yamen. Clad in a golden-threaded governor's robe, with his hair fashioned high, Li Ziyue descended from the carriage with a solemn demeanor. Zhang Su, the chief official, and the captain Lu Luan stood beneath the grand archway, flanked by a throng of officials from the 13 yamen, ready to welcome their newly appointed leader. Yesterday, Li Ziyue's visit to the yamen had gone largely unnoticed, consisting merely of brief exchanges with Zhang Su and others. Today, however, marked the official commencement of Li Ziyue's tenure as the governor of the criminal department at the 13 yamen. On this day, a once mighty organization that had dominated the underworld for decades, following the passing of Lord Li over 10 years ago, welcomed its new master. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting its radiance upon the solemn and dignified gates. Standing before hundreds of officials clad in black, Zhang Su, the backbone of the 13 yamen, appeared illuminated. The darkness of his robe meticulously arranged. Positioned at the forefront, he clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and offered his respects. "Your Excellency, I have the honor of meeting you." Today, Lu Luan astonishingly donned the official robes, tidying his disheveled hair, and stood behind Zhang Su, then slowly proclaimed, "This humble official pays his respects to the governor." Following this, behind the two stood an immense throng of hundreds of spies, who simultaneously bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the governor." Their voices resonated loudly yet harmoniously, echoing like thunder across the expanse of the sky. Li Ziyue stood outside, observing this stirring spectacle with an unruffled demeanor. He understood that at this moment, he lacked the merit to command the salute of these elite spies. Their reverence was perhaps reserved solely for the governor's attire he wore and the token at his waist. Li Ziyue raised his hand and called out, "Please rise." In that profound silence, not a soul dared to utter a word, save for the rustle of garments as the officials stood in unison. "I am Li Ziyue, the newly appointed head of the 13th Division of the Ministry of Justice." Before the scrutinizing gazes of hundreds, Li Ziyue stepped forward, channeling his inner energy to ensure his voice reached each ear present. "Many of you may have heard of me and are aware of my identity. You might wonder why a prince, known merely for his poetic inclinations, has come to assume the role of governor of your 13th Division. Until yesterday, I too was intrigued by this very question. Yet today, as I stand here before you, beneath the entrance of the 13th Division of the Ministry of Justice, I have finally discovered the answer. I have come here to revive the illustrious reputation of the 13th office of the Ministry of Justice, to carry forth the will of Lord Li, and to reconstruct our esteemed office into a symbol of the great Ning dynasty within the vast realm of the martial world. In the near future, you shall witness an unprecedentedly powerful and renewed 13th office standing tall above the rivers and lakes. I aim to instill in the hearts of all martial practitioners the fear that the sight of our office's token will evoke, akin to the dread of a guillotine. My esteemed colleagues, let us strive together. Your words, my lord, have truly stirred the blood within me. I am tempted to draw my longsword this very moment and sever the heads of several rebellious members of the Taijiao sect. On the rooftop of the Eternal Autumn Pavilion, Li Ziyue stood upon the balcony, surveying the entirety of the office. Zhang Su stood beside him, fists clenched, his beard quivering with excitement as he fervently expressed his sentiments. Lu Luan maintained his calm demeanor, observing the silhouette of Li Ziyue. He was a man who valued integrity and preferred actions over grandiloquent speech. Nevertheless, He could empathize with the flushed and fervent expressions of the spies present. The 13th office had endured too much oppression for too long, and they yearned for a leader to guide them out of their plight and restore their former glory. Moreover, that leader was a prince of the 9th rank. Mere words were insufficient. A genuine victory was imperative to rekindle their self-assurance. Li Ziyue turned around and returned to the couch at the tea table, smiling as he said, "His Majesty has granted us the authority to handle the matter of the state religion temple independently. Now we can deliberate on our concrete plans." Zhang Su and Lu Luan clasped their hands towards Li Ziyue, their expressions becoming earnest. The incense burner beside the soft couch had been ignited with fragrant incense brought from the estate. Li Ziyue gestured for the two to take a seat and converse. "Are there ample channels for disseminating information from the Yamen?" he inquired. Zhang Su nodded. "Although our strength has waned, we maintain clandestine strongholds and numerous informants across various provinces, possessing formidable capabilities in collecting and relaying intelligence." Li Ziyue subtly acknowledged this, confident in the 13 Yamen's prowess in this domain. If we were to summon back the chief captains who do not bear critical missions, how long would it take for them to return to the capital? He asked again. Zhang Su contemplated the whereabouts of his colleagues and provided a cautious response. Approximately 2 months. It would take that long for the message to reach them and for them to return from their respective locales. Li Ziyue furrowed his brow. 2 months seemed rather protracted. Yet, this operation was under the purview of the 13 Yamen, tasked with ensnaring the Taiju sect, necessitating their involvement as the primary force. To ensure absolute certainty, he estimated that he would also need to summon experts from the Department of Law and the Golden Guard. Lu Luan appeared to discern Li Ziyue's concerns and spoke up. "If the esteemed lord is apprehensive about the time frame, such worries may be unwarranted. We still need to disseminate the tales of Master Huaining and Dong Ping, as well as the announcement regarding the execution of those rebel monks. It will take time for these messages to reach the ears of the Taiju sect. Thus, this back and forth would indeed consume nearly 2 months." Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue relaxed his brow. He had indeed been somewhat narrow-minded. "Thus, 2 months it shall be. Today, I shall issue a summons, calling all officials of the rank of silver-trimmed catcher and above back to the capital, except those with critical duties." Zhang Su clasped his hands together and inquired, "Your Highness, in what manner shall we disseminate the relationship between Master Huaining and Dong Ping? Establishments such as taverns, tea-houses, and brothels are the quickest conduits for information. We need to engage storytellers and rogue elements. I trust you are familiar with these tactics. Inform our informants to spread this tale swiftly and vividly, making it as poignant and stirring as possible. However, it is imperative to ensure their own safety. There is no need to fall victim to such affairs." Li Ziyue methodically outlined his plan. "Once the news has sufficiently circulated, we shall announce the execution time of the monks from the state minister's temple. Then, we shall wait for the fish to bite. Your Highness, as you have stated, this is an overt scheme. The Taiju sect will undoubtedly perceive our intentions. Will they truly come? For instance, might Dong Ping arrange a group of expendables to feign an attempt to rescue, thus saving face while courting death? This way, they can claim we sent individuals to save them, albeit unsuccessfully, thereby silencing public discourse." After deliberating on the general strategy, Zhang Su furrowed his brow in concern. Just as Li Ziyue was about to respond, Lu Luan interjected, "Dong Ping will come." Chapter 58. Yunxin and Yuehua. Li Ziyue cast a glance at Lu Luan. He is a formidable figure. If our plan unfolds successfully, he will undoubtedly make his appearance. Lu Luan remarked lightly, "Do not forget, he is the third in the realm, possessing his own pride. If he were to be schemed against yet remain silent, then Dong Ping would no longer be Dong Ping." Zhang Su paused, intending to voice something further, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Li Ziyue clapped his hands. "Very well, in the coming days, I shall dispatch a contingent of the Golden Guard to oversee the Zhao prison, to prevent the Taiju sect from orchestrating an early rescue. Our government is currently lacking in strength, and we must be thoroughly prepared. By the way, Your Highness, if Dong Ping does indeed surface on that day, how shall we contend with him?" Zhang Su continued to fill in the gaps. "Our 4 great captains are indeed formidable, but they have yet to reach the level necessary to contend with Dong Ping." Lu Luan nodded calmly. "If the 4 of us join forces, we may at best delay him for a while before being systematically overcome. He is fond of speaking the truth." Li Ziyue smiled. "Since I dare to propose this plan, I have a solution in mind. Rest assured, Dong Ping is not yet invincible." Zhang Su and Lu Luan exchanged glances. ultimately choosing to place their trust in Li Ziyue. Since the plan has been established, let us proceed accordingly. We have 2 months. In 2 months, I intend to extract a significant toll from the Taiju sect. Zhang Su and Lu Luan bowed in acceptance. Very well, go and make the arrangements. Yes, Governor. After the two departed, Li Ziyue remained seated on the soft couch, contemplating the matters at hand. The variables of this plan are exceedingly vast. He operates in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows, rendering it arduous to anticipate the adversary's subsequent maneuvers. All he can do is to continuously muster strength, ensuring that no disturbances arise prior to the execution of the plan. Alas, how difficult it is. Li Ziyue furrowed his brow in distress. Contemplating such matters now is futile. The chessboard has already been set, and all that remains is to respond to each move as it comes. The third in the realm. Li Ziyue brewed himself a pot of hot tea, lifting the cup to his lips, exhaling warmth upon the tranquil surface of the tea, a smile involuntarily gracing his features. This matter necessitates a visit to Qingyao. Perhaps tomorrow. It would be opportune to discuss this with her. It has been a while since he last visited Qiyun Mountain, and it is time to pay a visit to that esteemed individual. Li Ziyue shook his head, casting aside the image of that enchanting figure from his mind. Presently, he must prioritize his affairs. Lu Yang, take my token and retrieve all the files pertaining to the gold and silver-collared captains from the archives, Li Ziyue instructed. Lu Yang was the officer he had encountered during his initial visit to the 13 Yamen of the criminal department, being adept in clerical work. Li Ziyue retained him as a secretary. Yes, my lord, Lu Yang replied, accepting the token and promptly heading to the archives. Li Ziyue prepared to familiarize himself with the core personnel of the Yamen. To effectively govern this establishment, he must first become acquainted with those under his command. 20 years ago, the situation in the north was dire, as the northern barbarian forces advanced southward along 3 fronts, causing the defenses of the Great Ning's borders to teeter on the brink of collapse. Not long after his ascension to the throne, His Majesty led a formidable contingent of 100,000 elite guards into battle. The 12 military divisions across the realm hastened to support the defenses of the Northern Pass. Alongside the forces stationed at the Northern Pass, the Desert Protectorate, and the City of Barbarian Suppression, the total strength of the border troops nearly reached 1 million. Meanwhile, Her Majesty the Empress, with the authority of a regent, stabilized the court's internal affairs, adeptly managing the myriad matters of the realm and orchestrating the supply of provisions, thereby providing an exceedingly stable rear for the emperor at the front lines. At that moment, the capital's defense forces were unprecedentedly depleted, as the court's foremost experts had mostly accompanied the emperor to the front. The capital's vigilance had waned to less than 11. Consequently, the chief disciple of the northern barbarians' master, Wu Tong, stealthily infiltrated the capital over the course of 60 days, patiently awaiting an opportunity for the empress to exit the palace. In a sudden act of assassination on the imperial road, Wu Tong, already recognized as the most formidable young master of the northern barbarian court and lauded as a genius overshadowing his era, unleashed a devastating strike. His blade, honed through years of relentless practice, cut through the air from a distance of 100 meters, a singular, unstoppable strike that caught the Imperial Guards entirely off guard. The azure stone bricks of the Imperial Road were torn asunder, dust swirling in the air as the blade hurtled forward with the force of a tempest. Had this strike achieved its grim purpose, the Empress would have perished, the court would descend into chaos, and the front lines would find themselves bereft of steadfast support, inevitably undermining the morale of the troops. The ultimate outcome would have seen the emperor's return to the capital to restore order, while the border troops, overwhelmed, would have been forced to retreat from their beleaguered first line of defense, potentially leading to the loss of vast territories. Yet, this fateful strike, which nearly determined the destiny of the Great Ning, was thwarted by a gleaming silver sword. Draped in a flowing white robe and wielding a luminous long sword, she effortlessly repelled the formidable young figure of the Northern Dynasty in but 3 strikes. Yun Wuxin emerged like a spring breeze, as a weary bird returns home. With the first strike, as the dust settled, the moonlit blade remained poised before the Empress. The second strike saw the Taoist maiden take the initiative, directly countering the enemy's blade, transforming their assault into a desperate defense. Finally, with the third strike, her robe billowed as she leapt into the air, before the watchful eyes of thousands in the capital, deftly disarming her opponent and forcing a hasty retreat. These 3 strikes compelled the formidable Wu Tong to abandon his assassination plan, hastily fleeing the capital to evade encirclement by the Jinwu guards and the law enforcement officers. On that day, the name of the Taoist maiden resounded throughout the capital and reverberated across the entire Daning realm. Both the northern and southern dynasties became aware of this young Taoist who had valiantly protected the empress, reducing the northern dynasty's celebrated prodigy to a mere jest. Her white robe became the stuff of legend, cherished in the hearts of countless wandering heroes. 2 decades have passed, and the youthful Taoist is no longer so. The world now reveres her as the true person of Yunqin. She has set aside her sword. Yet the moonlit blade has found its way into the hands of a certain maiden clad in red. Although masters of Buddhism, Confucianism, and Taoism do not partake in martial evaluations, the true person of Yunqin remains a true pinnacle of skill in the realm, with profound swordsmanship and transcendent Taoist arts. Mastery of either would suffice to ascend the martial world, yet she possesses both. During her travels across the land, the true person of Yunqin discovered Zhao Qingyao, a prodigious talent raised in the north, and, recognizing his extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, took him as her disciple and brought him back to the capital. Due to her identity, Zhao Qingyao cannot truly join the Taoist sect, and thus cannot reside long-term within the temple. Instead, she resides at her grandfather's house, the residence of the Grand Tutor. Occasionally, she makes her way to Qiyun Mountain's Luyun Temple, where she receives the devoted guidance of Master Yunqin. This is the reason behind Zhao Qingyao's remarkable strength at such a young age. Beyond her exceptional talent, she also benefits from having an extraordinary mentor. It was Master Yunqin who brought Zhao Qingyao from Dingzhou back to the capital, fostering a childhood bond with Li Ziyue, where proximity nurtured their relationship. Chapter 59. The Imperial Prison in the Evening. Li Ziyue, after perusing the records of all the silver badge captains from the 13 Yamen, rubbed his weary brow. As the backbone of the Yamen, the silver-badged captains are numerous, dispersed throughout the realm, tackling intricate cases while striving to maintain stability within the martial world. The 13 Yamen of the Department of Justice indeed represent one of the most formidable forces of the court in bygone days. Each silver-badged captain possesses strength not inferior to the 7th rank, endowed with extensive experience in case handling, making them a crucial component of the Yamen. The gold-badged captains, on the other hand, have all attained the 8th rank, placing them among the upper echelons of the Yamen. It is not merely a falsehood that the 13 Yamen's power within the capital is somewhat diminished, due to the presence of the judicial officer ensuring stability. Many captains have departed the capital to attend to cases elsewhere. Across various provincial capitals, branches of the 13 Yamen still exist, with numerous senior captains stationed long-term, diligently fulfilling the responsibilities that once defined the 13 Yamen. Lu Yong poured a cup of steaming tea for Li Ziyue, the delicate vapor swirling upwards, invigorating him. Li Ziyue neatly stacked the documents, lifted the teacup, and took a sip. "Archive everything," he commanded. "Inform the archives personnel that these documents are classified as top secret. No one is permitted to view them without my authorization." "Understood," Lu Yong replied with a slight bow, cradling the substantial stack of documents as he made his way to the archives. Li Ziyue, having finished his cup of hot tea while seated on the soft couch, gazed through the window at the dimming sky before rising and stepping outside. "Governor," 2 sentinels stationed outside the room greeted him respectfully with a bow as he emerged. Li Ziyue nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "Take me to the prison. I wish to see Abbot Huining." "Yes," one of them replied with another bow, accepting the governor's token and turning to arrange the visit to the prison. The other spy accompanied Li Ziyue, slowly making their way toward the imposing jail located in the rear courtyard of the Yamen. The 13 Yamen of the Ministry of Justice's prison was divided into 2 sections: the ground floor, where common criminals were typically held, and the 3 subterranean levels, which housed notorious fugitives from all corners of the nation, ruthless bandits, infamous flower thieves, and cold-blooded murderers. Established after the founding of Daming, this prison was vast and formidable, with 4 levels in total, its security rivaling that of the notorious Celestial Prison of the Ministry of Punishments. Li Ziyue stood before the imposing iron gates, confronting the towering walls of the prison, feeling as insignificant as a mere insect before a ferocious beast with its gaping maw. The gate creaked open slightly, just enough for him to enter. A clandestine agent, holding a token, awaited him in silence. Stepping into the prison felt akin to entering a shadowy cavern. Despite the torches flickering throughout, the pervasive gloom remained unyielding. A sudden, intermittent cough reverberated through the depths of the dungeon, piercing the silence and causing Li Ziyue's nerves to tense instinctively. He turned sharply, only to find a stooped old man had mysteriously appeared beside him. In an instant, The two agents accompanying him unsheathed their swords, assuming a defensive stance. Observing the wary expression on Li Ziyue's face, the old man merely smiled gently, his wrinkles converging in a tapestry of age. "Ah, you must be the newly appointed governor," he said, his tone apologetic. "Forgive my rudeness. I have spent a lifetime within these prison walls and have not seen the light of day for many years. Regrettably, I could not come to greet you today. I beseech your pardon." As he spoke, the old man kept his hands clasped behind his back, maintaining that serene smile. "I trust one did not startle you," he added. Upon recognizing the old man's identity, the accompanying agents sheathed their weapons, and one of them introduced, albeit begrudgingly, "Governor, this is head prisoner Wu, who has overseen this prison for 30 years. Li Ziyue gazed deeply at the elderly man whose face was etched with deep lines, realizing that even with his own profound understanding, he had failed to perceive the old man's presence until he drew near. This alone spoke volumes about the depth of the 13 yamen of the Ministry of Justice. "Dear sir, please refrain from such tactics in the future. You nearly frightened me out of my wits, and I may hesitate to return," he remarked, smiling gently, as he was adept at engaging with senior figures. With the jailer coughed twice and waved his hand dismissively. "The old man did not intend to startle you. After many years of navigating this prison, such habits become ingrained. Have you never ventured outside?" Li Ziyue inquired with curiosity, recalling the old man's earlier words about being unable to see the light of day during his imprisonment. "In my youth, I would occasionally stroll through the streets, but now that I am older, I find little desire to leave," Wu replied. From somewhere, Wu produced a smoking pipe, igniting it and puffing contentedly. "The vastness of the world is merely a larger prison. Amidst the thronging masses, each person bears their own chains. What difference does it make whether one is inside or outside?" He mused, his face breaking into a grin that revealed a set of yellowed teeth. Li Ziyue blinked in surprise, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected wisdom he encountered in the confines of the prison. This transcendent state of being was something he, despite having lived 2 lives, could never hope to attain. "You seem to have spoken at length. Today, I believe you are here to meet with those bald-headed fellows. Am I correct? Allow me to escort you," Wu said, ready to lead the way. Wu Laotu remained hunched, one hand clutching a smoking pipe while the other hung idly behind him. He led Li Ziyue and 2 spies downward. The monks, a few of whom still seemed spirited, were rather boisterous, incessantly chanting scriptures throughout the day, which left me with an unbearable sensation upon my scalp. As they walked, Wu Laotu recounted the situation of the monks to Li Ziyue. "And those young monks, they are so frightened that they can scarcely eat, fearing that I might take them out to execute them. Am I really that fearsome?" By this time, they had descended to the first level of the dungeon. Li Ziyue glanced at the disheveled figure leading the way, as well as the prisoners in the iron cages who, upon spotting Wu Laotu, hastily retreated into the corners of their cells, holding their breath in fear of attracting attention. For a moment, he fell into silence. Li Ziyue wondered if this true master of the imperial prison, standing before the bloodied and mangled criminals with interrogation tools in hand, ever displayed that gentle smile. The dungeon was vast, and the corridor stretched long. The once clamorous first level fell into an eerie silence as Wu Laotu passed through. The flickering candlelight cast shadows, and Li Ziyue and his companions remained mute, following Wu Laotu in this tranquil atmosphere. "Sir, ahead lies the prison cells of those monks," Wu Laotu announced, halting his steps and raising a keyring in his hand. In the dimly lit dungeon, Li Ziyue observed the dark cells at the end of the corridor and nodded in acknowledgement. In such a tranquil environment, he discerned the faint sounds of sobbing, accompanied by the intermittent, suppressed recitation of scriptures. The few highly esteemed monks were confined separately in different cells, while the innocent young novices were crammed into 2 adjoining rooms. After all, the dungeons of the 13 yamen, no matter how expansive, were ultimately limited in space, and with no real threat posed by them. There was little concern about them concocting any nefarious schemes. Li Ziyue smacked his lips, feeling a wave of pity for these unfortunate souls. He opened the cell door of Master Huining. "Let us proceed," he instructed. The head guard Wu nodded and led Li Ziyue deeper into the dungeon. The cell was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering torchlight from the corridor, which offered a meager glow. With a rustling sound, head guard Wu, using the torchlight, discovered the key to Huining's cell among his ring of keys. With a flick, the hidden spy ignited a fire stick, casting light upon the surroundings. Wu gently pushed the cell door open and stepped inside. "You 2 remain outside to keep watch, old Wu, and I will enter," he commanded. "Understood," the 2 spies replied, bowing in acknowledgement. Li Ziyue took the fire stick from the spies and ventured into the cell. A thick layer of hay covered the floor, creaking under his weight as he stepped upon it. He directed the fire stick forward, and at last, he beheld the figure of Master Huining, whose eyes were tightly shut. The venerable monk appeared rather unwell, his wrist shackled with heavy iron chains, the other end secured to the wall. His gaunt face bore signs of desolation. Yet his parched lips continued to move, emitting the faint sound of scripture recitation. The monk's robe, immaculate and unblemished, radiated an aura reminiscent of ancient lamps and venerable Buddhas under the flickering flames. Wu Laotu accepted the torch from Li Ziyue and stepped aside. Master Huining's eyelids fluttered, yet he did not open his eyes. However, the chanting from his lips had ceased. He pressed his lips together and finally spoke. "Your Highness, you have arrived." Li Ziyue sighed. "Master, I have come to see you." Prior to this event, their relationship had been quite amicable. Huining finally opened his eyes, still as tranquil as an ancient well, gazing upon the noble figure before him, momentarily lost in thought. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to glimpse the visage of his late friend in his youth, equally gentle and graceful, equally composed. With a gentle smile, Huining remarked, "I am but a dying man. Your Highness, why should you concern yourself with me? Yet, seeing you vibrant and full of life reassures me that your injuries have healed, which brings me some solace." Li Ziyue stepped forward and sat down before Huining. "Master, you are a true monk, a person of genuine wisdom. Why must you entangle yourself in the quagmire of the Taiju sect?" he expressed with a hint of regret. Huining shook his head, his tone devoid of joy or sorrow. "The Dong family and our Guigua temple have been entwined by fate for 2 centuries. Dong Ping's father has been acquainted with me since childhood. When his only child sought my assistance, I could not refuse." Li Ziyue sighed deeply once more. "Though you are a monk, your profound emotions and sincerity render you a paradox." Master Huining's gaze became still, and he subsequently closed his eyes, murmuring a Buddhist chant. "May I request a favor from your Highness?" The elder monk, Huining, inquired. Li Ziyue pondered for a moment, seemingly discerning the nature of the request, and nodded in acquiescence. "Speak freely, Master. I humbly implore your Highness to forgive the young ones in the monastery. They are innocent, unaware of the circumstances that have ensnared them. All the blame rests solely upon my shoulders. Should they perish due to my transgressions, I would be utterly ashamed to face the Buddha in the Western paradise." Huining clasped his hands together, invoking the name of Amitabha Buddha. Li Ziyue regarded the venerable elder, who had devoted his life to honoring the Buddha, and nodded once more. "I shall grant your request. Your Highness's benevolence is deeply appreciated. I am profoundly grateful." The elder monk responded, "Before I embark on my journey to the Pure Land, I shall recite scriptures and offer prayers for your Highness daily. Wishing you untroubled blessings and longevity." Huining bowed once again before closing his eyes in reverence. Li Ziyue rose, joined his hands in a gesture of respect towards Huining, and solemnly returned the bow before departing the cell. The warden, Wu, relocked the heavy door and followed Li Ziyue closely. From this day forth, let us add dispersal medicine to the meals provided to Master Huining and the other monks, aiming to render them as ordinary individuals devoid of martial prowess within 2 months. Li Ziyue instructed, his expression unwavering as he exited the dungeon. Wu cast a glance at Li Ziyue and nodded in understanding. As the chief warden of the imperial prison, he was well aware of the impending plans set forth by the authorities. Let the little monks remain confined above ground. We shall devise further arrangements once the plan is executed. In a few days, I will summon a unit of the Golden Guard to oversee the prison day and night. No issues must arise before the operation commences. For now, this shall suffice. I shall return in a few days to share a drink with you." Li Ziyue gently patted the stooped shoulders of old Wu before turning to exit the gates of the prison. 2 spies inclined their heads respectfully to head prisoner Wu and followed him out. Wu remained rooted in place, watching Li Ziyue's receding figure, a grin spreading across his face, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. How does this lad know I enjoy a drink? The sensation of seeing the light of day once more was exhilarating, though dusk had already settled in. The atmosphere within the prison had been suffocating, a sentiment Li Ziyue loathed. He could not fathom how old Wu endured it. Contemplating, Li Ziyue turned to the nearby spy and inquired, "What is the background of that head prisoner Wu?" "My lord," one of them replied, furrowing his brow in recollection. "It is said that head prisoner Wu is a former servant of Lord Li, having followed him through numerous campaigns. It appears that he sustained an injury some years ago and subsequently retreated to a subordinate role, serving as the head of the prison until the present day. I see. Li Ziyue nodded, realizing this was yet another tale of the older generation. Nevertheless, Wu's three-decade tenure in the prison assured a degree of loyalty to the authority. For he was indeed a servant of Lord Li, and he would likely regard the power established by his master with utmost reverence. Does head prisoner Wu have any family? Li Ziyue then asked. The spy shook his head. Not to my knowledge. Li Ziyue mused, his lips pursing thoughtfully. The old man's background was indeed rather intricate. Engaged in conversation with his two subordinates, they soon arrived at the foot of Qianqiu Tower. Along the way, numerous officials bowed to him, and he acknowledged each with a nod. Li Ziyue glanced up at the setting sun in the west, recalling the dinner awaiting him at the Cedar residence that evening. Feeling that the time was drawing near, he decided against ascending the stairs. His carriage was already stationed below, with Heisey seated at the driver's position, patiently awaiting his master. What are your names, you two? Replying to your honor, I am called Yiziu. I am known as Bu Huai. Li Ziyue nodded expressionlessly. Fine names. The two spies exchanged glances and bowed to Li Ziyue. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. That will be all. You may return to your duties. I shall take my leave now. Li Ziyue waved farewell to the duo and turned to board the carriage. Next, he would head to the Cedar residence to witness the culinary offerings of the self-made proprietor of the Grand Pavilion. Happy New Year, brothers. Chapter 61. The restaurant's booming business. The Cedar residence has always enjoyed thriving business, and today was no exception. With the spring examination approaching, candidates from all corners of the realm gradually arrived in the capital. Whether from noble families or humble origins, they sought to settle in the city and patiently await the commencement of this year's spring examination. The influx of these scholars propelled the business at the Cedar residence to a new zenith. Self-proclaimed literati, they were eager to experience the renowned delicacies of the capital, as mentioned by the second prince, claiming them to be more exquisite than snow upon cedar, floating effortlessly without a trace. Cedar House offers more than just the refreshing dish of cool lotus root. It frequently unveils exquisite new culinary creations, each more delectable than the last. Consequently, Cedar House on Dong Street has transformed into a favored gathering spot for the talented elite. Wang Yin sat in the carriage, gazing at Xiao Si across from him, still in a state of bewilderment. Ever since that day of fireworks, Mr. Qiao had maintained correspondence with him. Wang Yin was acutely aware of what this connection entailed. He had successfully established ties with the Shu Wang mansion. Today, Mr. Qiao unexpectedly sought him out, conveying that a noble figure wished to meet him. The immense surprise struck his heart, leaving him unable to regain his composure. What could he possibly offer to merit such an audience? Since learning of the noble's desire to meet him, a sense of unease had lingered, preventing him from finding tranquility. Do not worry, Xiao Si said, squinting as if discerning Wang Yin's inner turmoil. My lord wishes to discuss a collaboration with you. You have met him. He is a gentle soul, and you need not be concerned. Wang Yi nodded, reminding himself that his efforts to connect with the Wang mansion were driven by his ambition for royal trade. And the opportunity to meet the second prince was indeed fortuitous. His apprehension, he reassured himself, was unwarranted. The carriage gradually came to a halt at Cedar House, and Wang Yin exhaled deeply, alighting from the carriage with Xiao Si closely following. In recent days, the exterior of the Cedar House has been exquisitely adorned, with a banner proclaiming a 20% discount for the scholars dining here. Wang Yin couldn't help but smile, finding the proprietor of Cedar House rather amusing. The two stood before the entrance, surveying the scene, when they were suddenly met with a cacophony of voices. Dear guests, I must regretfully inform you that we are entirely booked in our private rooms today. As you are aware, numerous scholars have flocked to our capital to partake of the delicacies our establishment offers, and our elegant chambers have been reserved well in advance. At the entrance, a young servant clad in blue was struggling to explain to a dapper gentleman draped in luxurious fur. From his demeanor, it was evident that the two had been entangled in this discussion for some time. Behind the gentleman stood two others, including an elderly companion. One was dressed in a scholarly robe, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor, while the other, whose features were obscured by a veil, possessed a delicate and graceful stature. Unmistakably a lady, this young woman was tall and donned a pristine white skirt accompanied by a light green jacket, which, despite concealing her face, emanated an aura of serene elegance. Xiao Si and Wang Yin exchanged glances at the group but chose not to linger, proceeding directly into the establishment. The bustling business naturally led to a shortage of seating, a commonplace occurrence. The blue-clad servant intended to halt the two but, upon recognizing Xiao Si's familiar visage, swallowed his words. Why are they allowed in when there are no seats available? The gentleman in fur exclaimed, clearly displeased. The young attendant, feigning helplessness, remarked, Dear guest, those two individuals made a reservation earlier this morning. They arrived punctually at our establishment, and naturally, we must honor their reservation. The young gentleman in luxurious robes furrowed his brow tightly, exclaiming, Reservation? When have I ever needed to make a reservation to dine here? What sort of absurd rules does this wretched establishment enforce? He spoke the truth, although the business at Zhusangju had been thriving. It had never reached such heights as to necessitate reservations, a practice only observed during festive seasons. This young man, known as Deng Jie, was the legitimate son of the current Duke of Courage and could barely be considered a nobleman. His family's title, granted by the founding emperor, was that of the Marquis of Courage, a recognition earned through countless acts of valor on the battlefield. Regrettably, this title was not hereditary, and after the demise of his father, he would only inherit a viscountcy. Deng, perhaps it would be best to let this go. We can always make a reservation for tomorrow, suggested the scholarly figure in blue standing behind him. The young lady in green merely nodded slightly at Deng Jie, remaining silent. Deng Jie gritted his teeth in frustration. The two individuals behind him were relatives from his maternal lineage, and they were of considerable standing. If he failed to entertain them properly today, he would undoubtedly face his father's wrath upon returning home. Renowned throughout the martial world, the Zhongyu Sword Manor boasted countless swordsmen and heroes. Its master, Lu Tingfeng, was a legendary swordsmith, rumored to be the creator of the blade wielded by the founding emperor during his uprising against the White Serpent. The two individuals accompanying Deng Jie were none other than the esteemed master's grandson and granddaughter. The young scholar in the azure robe arrived in the capital, eager to participate in this year's spring examination, accompanied by his spirited sister clad in a green jacket. The Zhongyu Sword Manor has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Wu family of Jiangnan. Their father, Lu Jingdi, the current governor of Jinling, shares a long-standing friendship with Wu Fuji, the vice minister of rights. The siblings had intended to stay at Wu's residence, but with Wu Fuji unexpectedly appointed as the chief examiner for the spring examination, they were compelled, to avoid any semblance of favoritism, to seek lodging at their cousin's residence, the Yongyi Marquis' estate. During lunch, they casually mentioned the renowned Zhusangju in the capital. Enchanted by the idea, Deng Jie volunteered to take them there that very evening to savor the city's finest delicacies, leading to the current situation. With a furrowed brow, Deng Jie waved his hand, dismissing the scholars' council. The die had been cast. If they could not even enjoy a meal, it would be a profound embarrassment. He called out to the two individuals who had just entered, Xiao Si and Wang Yin. Gentlemen, might I trouble you to pause for a moment? Xiao Si turned his head, confirming that he was indeed being addressed, and a characteristic squinting smile graced his face as he halted his steps. Are you calling for me, sir? He inquired humbly, dressed in the simple black attire of a steward from a wealthy household. Deng Jie naturally assumed that Wang Yin, standing beside Xiao Si, was the master of the moment, given his unmistakable air of a prosperous merchant. He paid no heed to Xiao Si, merely offering a polite gesture to the bewildered Wang Yin. I am Deng Jie from the Yongyi Marquis residence. Might I request that you vacate this private room for me today? I assure you, the terms are negotiable and will certainly be to your satisfaction. Let us consider this an opportunity to forge a friendship, shall we? Chapter 62. The young master bullying others. Here it comes. Xiao Si observed the unfolding scene with great interest. Despite Deng Jie's disregard, he felt no anger. After all, he was merely a servant of the Shu Wang residence, and such a level of indifference from someone like Deng Jie did not provoke him, though he held the nominal title of master of this renowned establishment. He found himself more intrigued by how Wang Yin would navigate this situation. Wang Yin glanced over and, noticing that Xiao Si had no intention of intervening, realized he would have to resolve this matter himself. Young Master Deng, I regret to inform you that I have a guest scheduled to meet here shortly. I must respectfully decline your request. Deng Jie's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily replied, Ah, my friend. How about you and your guest switch locations for your meal today? I shall cover all expenses. If you allow me to use this private room, rest assured, should you encounter any challenges in the capital, you may seek me at the Yongyi Marquis residence, and I will do my utmost to assist you. Wang Yin hesitated, a look of difficulty crossing his face. The sincerity with which this young Master Deng presented his offer was undeniable. Not only was he willing to cover the costs of the evening's meal, but he was also publicly extending a favor to Wang Yin. In bygone days, yielding this room would have been a trivial matter, as offending a nobleman was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, the demeanor of the nobleman before him was strikingly sincere. However, today, Wang Yin found himself utterly incapable of acquiescing to his request, for the room was not even booked by him. Thus, in response to Deng Jie's persistent entreaties, Wang Yin resolutely shook his head. Deng Jie's expression darkened instantly. As a privileged young man accustomed to a life of luxury, he believed he had demonstrated sufficient humility and sincerity. Yet, the blatant disregard shown by this corpulent merchant incited a flicker of indignation within him. Were it not for the advice imparted by his father to maintain a low profile since his grandfather's passing, he would have, in his former reckless disposition, seized this individual and given him a thorough thrashing. Was it truly necessary to grovel so for a mere room? As Qiao Si observed the growing ire simmering in Deng Jie's eyes, his previously narrowed gaze widened slightly. Was the moment finally upon them? The narrative that His Highness had long sought, of the ruffian exerting his influence and the protagonist delivering a resounding rebuke, was about to unfold, was it not? Your Highness, do come forth. As if responding to Qiao Si's unspoken call, just as Deng Jie was on the verge of losing his temper and unleashing a tirade, an opulent carriage adorned with a mountain insignia gracefully drew to a stop at the entrance of Shuesongju. The crowd before the door fell silent. Their conversations abruptly halted. Even the pedestrians by the roadside turned their gaze toward the newly arrived carriage. With the girl in the green cloak from Cong Yujian Zhuang wondering what was so captivating about this vehicle, she was just about to voice her inquiry to Deng Jie when she noticed his body subtly trembling. At that moment, a dark-skinned coachman descended from the opulent carriage. Having relinquished the reins, he cast a glance at the group before drawing back the curtain of the carriage. A handsome young man, enveloped in a black cloak, slowly emerged from the vehicle. He appeared somewhat overheated and raised his right hand to loosen the knot at the collar of his cloak, revealing the formal attire of a governor from the 13 Yamen. Qiao Si swiftly approached Li Ziyue and whispered, Your Highness, you have arrived too early. The performance has yet to commence. What is this? Li Ziyue looked at Qiao Si in confusion and asked, Why are you waiting here instead of going inside? Qiao Si shook his head, directing his gaze toward Deng Jie and the others. What is happening? Li Ziyue remained puzzled as he approached the entrance of the Cedar residence. There are beautiful women here. Before he could discern the situation, a voice from Qingxiu suddenly echoed in his mind, unsettling his thoughts. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the only lady present. She indeed possessed a flawless figure, with alluring curves and all the right attributes, though he could not ascertain her features. A sword hung elegantly at her waist, though it was unclear whether it was merely ornamental. Her demeanor was quite enchanting, reminiscent of the gentle mist of Jiangnan in May. Soft and elusive. He yearned to lift her veil and glimpse her visage. But wait. Li Ziyue abruptly regained his composure, summoning great resolve to divert his gaze from the lady in the green cloak to elsewhere. The vexatious Qingxiu. Li Ziyue gritted his teeth in frustration. After years of rigorous training, he had managed to suppress his body's cravings. However, it seemed that Qingxiu was acutely aware of this, persistently finding unpredictable opportunities to provoke him, which left him quite troubled. Li Ziyue directed his gaze towards Wang Yin, attempting to quell the surging desires within him by focusing on his plump visage. Wang Yin swallowed hard, feeling increasingly unnerved by the unsettling look in the prince's eyes. He shook his head and was about to step forward to pay his respects when someone else surprisingly beat him to it. Deng Jie, I have the honor of meeting His Highness the Second Prince. The young man clad in a brocade cloak bowed respectfully. Only then did Li Ziyue divert his attention from Wang Yin to Deng Jie, reassessing the scene before him. Wasn't Deng Jie the lad who had been relentlessly bullied by him and Li Luo in their youth? Ah, it is you. How is your father, Lord Deng, doing lately? Li Ziyue inquired politely after a moment's reflection. The Deng family had a long-standing military tradition. His grandfather had attained the rank of a third-grade Mingwei general, while his father currently served in the 12 Guards, holding the title of Earl of Courage. Deng Jie stood upright and replied earnestly, Your Highness, my father's health is well. Thank you for your concern. Li Ziyue chuckled and patted Deng Jie's shoulder, causing him to shudder involuntarily. We have known each other for so many years. There is no need for such formality. Are these two your friends? Please introduce me. The young scholar in a blue robe and the maiden in a green cloak finally comprehended that this gentle and carefree young man was none other than the second prince of the current Daning. Before Deng Jie could introduce him, the blue-robed scholar stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, I am Lu Yu, your highness. The green-cloaked maiden, whom Li Ziyue had been yearning for, also approached gracefully, offering a curtsy. "I am Lu Gusu, Your Highness. May Your Highness be in good health." Her voice flowed like the gentle waters of a spring night, imbued with the unique softness of Jiangnan's charm. Li Ziyue wondered if he had misinterpreted, for it seemed that the maiden named Lu Gusu had furtively cast a glance at him from behind her delicate veil. However, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that his own eccentricities had made him overly sensitive. It was only natural to feel somewhat unhinged. "Oh, judging by Lu Xiong's attire, are you here to participate in the upcoming spring examinations?" Li Ziyue inquired with a smile, bowing slightly to the pair. Liu nodded in affirmation. "Your Highness speaks correctly. My sister and I have traveled from Suzhou and are currently residing at Brother Deng's home, awaiting next month's spring examinations. Then allow me to extend my early wishes for Lu Xiong's success in the examinations." Li Ziyue replied cheerfully. "Your Highness is too kind." Lu Yu responded with a courteous smile and a slight bow. Observing the composed demeanor of this blue-robed scholar, Li Ziyue pondered their identities. Typically, upon encountering a prince, one would feel a surge of anxiety, yet this brother and sister duo appeared merely surprised at first. Liu engaged him in conversation with remarkable calmness and an even tone, suggesting they were no ordinary individuals. "Suzhou, the surname Lu?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziyue swiftly unearthed a clue that aligned with their identities. In the Rainsword Manor, belonging to the Lu family, he shifted his gaze towards the elderly man in black standing behind the pair of siblings, his eyes drawn to the sword sheathed at the man's waist. Indeed, the hilt bore the distinctive engravings unique to the Rainsword Manor's craftsmanship. Li Ziyue's smile blossomed once more, illuminating his face as he remarked, "Meeting his fate. Why not share a drink today?" He then inquired, "By the way, why do you linger at the entrance instead of entering?" Chapter 63, the well-known legend at this statement. Silence enveloped the gathering. "Your Highness, we have no reservation. The private rooms are fully booked," Deng Jia awkwardly explained. "Brother Lu has just arrived in the capital, and I wish to treat him to the delicacies of Shuesongju, but alas, there are no rooms available. I stopped this gentleman to discuss the possibility of securing a private room for us." "Oh, I see," Li Ziyue replied, casting a questioning glance at Xiao Si, who nodded and then shook his head, indicating that no conflict had arisen. Li Ziyue felt reassured, and with a friendly arm around Deng Jia's shoulder, he said, "It matters not. Today, I shall treat you. It has been a while since we last met, and it would be splendid for the three of us to indulge in a hearty drink together." Deng Jia, ever the model of honesty in Li Ziyue's presence, ventured, "Will this delay Your Highness's important matters?" His gaze shifted towards Wang Yin, realizing through the exchange between Xiao Si and Li Ziyue that the three were indeed companions. Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. This is the steward of my estate, here to report on the business affairs. Since fate has brought us together today, I can just as well hear the updates later." Wang Yin, with remarkable insight, spoke up, "Your Highness, I shall take my leave now." Li Ziyue nodded and patted Wang Yin on the shoulder, saying, "Please head to the residence. I shall return shortly." "Understood." Wang Yin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and followed Xiao Si as they turned to board the carriage. "Ha! Please, everyone," Li Ziyue called out as he stepped through the grand entrance, beckoning to the others. He moved with ease towards the staircase, ascending to the third floor. On this level, there lay a private chamber that was not open to the public. The view from this room was exquisite, spacious, and illuminated. Upon opening the windows, one could gaze down upon half the capital, with the silken ribbon of the Jade River visible in the distance. As Lu Yu and the others entered the room, their eyes widened in astonishment. They were not of ordinary background, and while it was common to reserve a lavish private room in an establishment like the Snowpine Pavilion, they were taken aback to discover that Li Ziyue had claimed a room occupying half of the third floor. The furnishings hinted at personal belongings, clearly indicating this was a private space. Though they harbored their speculations, they refrained from voicing them, respecting Li Ziyue's silence on the matter. "Come, everyone, please take a seat. What do you think of this room?" Li Ziyue said with a cheerful smile as he lifted the teapot. The staff had already prepared hot tea, and he began to pour it into cups one by one. Deng Jia and Lu Yu had initially taken their seats, but upon witnessing the esteemed second prince serving them tea, they hurriedly rose again, exclaiming their reluctance to accept such a gesture. At that moment, the graceful Lu Gusu stood up and approached Li Ziyue, saying, "Your Highness, allow me to assist." The young girl's voice was soft as she gracefully bowed to him, her skirt swaying gently and the delicate fabric fluttering lightly. causing Li Ziyue to momentarily lose his composure. Lu Gusu gently took the teapot from Li Ziyue's hands and skillfully poured the tea. Li Ziyue swore that he was not influenced by Qingqiu this time, nor was he seduced by desire. He found himself inexplicably entranced by Lu Gusu's unique charm. Upon seeing her, it felt as though he beheld the misty, blossoming rivers of the southern lands. He smiled at Lu Gusu, then sat down on the stool, somewhat annoyed with himself for his lack of resolve. How could he be so captivated, having not even seen her clearly? Lu Gusu poured the tea with grace, slowly placing the cup before Li Ziyue. Once again, he found himself drawn to the young girl's delicate hands. Her manner of pouring tea was aesthetically pleasing, each movement exuding an air of elegance. However, he refrained from indulging in further thoughts, as he was still grappling with his own burdens and lacked the energy to pursue the affections of other women. Lu brother, if I am not mistaken, you and your sister hail from the Sanyu Sword Manor in Gusu, correct? Li Ziyue inquired as he lifted the teacup and took a small sip. Lu Yu, seated across from him, nodded with composure. I know I cannot hide this from your highness. Before we left, my grandfather instructed us to avoid attracting too much attention. My brother and I did not intend to conceal our identities, and I ask for your highness's forgiveness. Haha, Lu brother, what are you saying? The Lu family of Gusu shares deep ties with the Li family. I am truly delighted to meet you. So how could I possibly hold any grievances? At that moment, the dishes had yet to be served. Li Ziyue lifted his teacup and subtly gestured to Lu Yu. I trust you are in good health, esteemed Elder Lu? My grandfather remains relatively robust, though he has not been able to indulge in wine for several years, Lu Yu sighed in response. Li Ziyue paused in surprise. Was the inability to drink a matter worthy of special mention? How profound was this old gentleman's fondness for liquor? Your Highness, when you spoke earlier of the connections between our Lu family and the Tian family, were you referring to that particular incident? Is it truly authentic? Lu Gusu interjected with youthful curiosity. It is widely circulated in the martial world that the founding emperor, in his youth, journeyed through the Jianghu and passed through Suzhou, where he encountered the novice swordsman Lu Tingfeng. The two instantly formed a deep bond, and Lu Tingfeng dedicated several months to crafting a legendary sword for the emperor. Later, during the uprising against the White Serpent, it is said that the emperor wielded the very sword forged by Lu Tingfeng. Deng Jie, his face aglow with intrigue, clearly recognized this legend as well. Li Yu smiled silently, casting a glance at the similarly amused Li Ziyue. The Lu family's master blacksmith is renowned throughout the realm. Naturally, I have heard of the tale involving the founding emperor and Master Lu. As a child, I was ever curious and asked the Empress Dowager whether there was any truth to it. Li Ziyue took another sip of tea, a playful smile suddenly crossing his face. My grandmother confirmed that it is indeed true. Once upon a time, two impoverished rogues, one aspiring to be a general of great renown, and the other yearning to become a celebrated swordsman, found common ground and thus became inseparable companions. At that time, Master Lu lacked the sword-making skills he possesses today. He borrowed the blacksmith's forge and managed to forge a crude iron bar. It took both men an extended period of labor to barely sharpen its edge. Despite being destitute, with little more than a pair of trousers to his name, Master Lu generously insisted on gifting this sword to your grandfather. Naturally, your grandfather cherished this bond of friendship. Later, during the uprising against the White Snake, although his forces had amassed considerable wealth and a plethora of sharp weapons, he still insisted on wielding that sword, which was as blunt as a saw, to strike down the creature time and again until it was finally vanquished. Upon hearing this evidently distorted tale, Deng Jie's once eager expression turned blank. Lu Gusu, veiled by her hat and thin gauze, obscured her features, making it impossible to discern her emotions. However, Li Ziyue noted her prolonged silence, suggesting she too was somewhat bewildered. Li Yu covered her face with her hand and chuckled helplessly, saying, Grandfather only recounted the first part to me. He indeed gifted an iron sword to Emperor Taizu, but immediately regretted it, unable to reclaim it due to pride, which caused him much heartache for years. As for the latter part, I had never heard before that Emperor Taizu used that sword to slay the White Snake. It is rather... She paused, shaking her head, unwilling to continue. Suddenly, Lu Gusu, who had remained silent until now, stifled a laugh, saying, I never expected that the founding emperor of our great Ning dynasty, a renowned figure in the martial world, had such a history. Chapter 64. Matai. Amidst laughter and jovial conversation, dishes were gradually served. Li Ziyue retrieved a bottle of his homemade high-proof liquor from the cabinet, eager for his guests to savor its unique flavor. Upon uncorking the bottle, a rich aroma of spirits enveloped the entire room, enticing even the elderly black-clad guardian of the Tsangyu Sword Manor stationed outside. Black Z, also on guard outside, playfully bowed to the elder, suggesting, "If you do not mind, esteemed senior, I could offer you a bottle when we depart." "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline," the elder replied with unwavering resolve, refusing Black Z's tempting invitation. Black Z chuckled, unfazed by the rejection. Inside the room, Lu Yu and Deng Jie gazed in astonishment at the white porcelain bottle in Li Ziyue's hand. Coming from prestigious families, exquisite wines were commonplace to them. Yet they had never encountered a spirit with such an overpowering fragrance. "Your Highness, forgive my ignorance, but what is the name of this remarkable wine, and where does it originate?" Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. Li Ziyue grinned. "I have named it Matai, produced in a small workshop of the Shuang mansion in the capital." "Ah?" Lu Yu exclaimed, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. "Are you suggesting that this wine is brewed by your Highness?" Li Ziyue beamed with pride. Indeed. Drawing upon his meager knowledge of winemaking from a past life, he had toiled tirelessly, conducting countless experiments to cultivate the yeast. The subsequent processes of steaming the ingredients, fermenting, and distilling followed in a series of intricate steps. Fortunately, he possessed both wealth and leisure, along with a group of companions to indulge with, which allowed him to concoct a potent spirit. Just as he was speaking, Li Ziyue did not afford Lu Gusu an opportunity to refuse. He took out 3 wine cups, filled them generously, and presented them before his guests. After a moment's thought, he politely inquired, "Miss Lu, do you partake in drink?" Li Ziyue had not anticipated a positive response, yet to his surprise, Lu Gusu nodded without hesitation. He then turned his gaze towards Li Yu, who, resembling a scholarly figure in his green robe, also nodded, albeit with a resigned expression, stating, "My sister can drink more than I." Remarkably, Li Ziyue retrieved another cup and kindly cautioned, "This liquor is exceedingly potent. One could easily become inebriated if not careful. I shall pour you a cup first. And should you feel the effects, there is no obligation to continue drinking." Lu Gusu nodded once more, neither affirming nor denying, simply expressing, "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Ziyue fell silent, realizing that this young lady was unaware of the formidable nature of the 53-degree Fatian Matai. He settled onto a stool and gestured towards the array of dishes that had been served, saying, "Well then, let us begin our meal." With that, Li Ziyue took the initiative to pick up a slice of cool lotus root and placed it into his mouth, nodding in approval, indicating that it was indeed delightful. Observing Lu Yu and Deng Jie beginning their meal, Li Ziyue's attention shifted once again to the young lady in the green cloak seated beside Lu Yu. Lu Gusu appeared somewhat bashful, softly murmuring an apology for her earlier demeanor, and then gradually extended her arm to remove her veil. At that moment, when Li Ziyue beheld her true visage, he was momentarily entranced. Aside from Zhao Qingyao and Ning Ji, he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. If Zhao Qingyao was a solitary wild goose soaring fearlessly through the tempestuous skies, then Lu Gusu was the ethereal landscape of the Jiangnan, softened by countless wisps of misty rain. Her elegant brows resembled the graceful willows by the banks of the Qinhuai River, while her alluring peach blossom eyes mirrored the enchanting Westlake of linen. Just a glimpse of her features evoked in Li Ziyue all the poetic verses that extol the essence of beauty. It was undeniably impolite to stare at a young lady for too long, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings, a fact Li Ziyue was acutely aware of. Thus, after a momentary lapse of focus, he swiftly averted his gaze, continually reminding himself of his marital status. Indeed, the brother and sister Lu are deserving of their reputation. One is a figure of elegance, while the other is a celestial beauty. Jiangnan truly is a nurturing haven, Li Ziyue remarked with a smile. Li Yu offered a wry smile and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Your Highness, you flatter us." Before our departure, our grandfather specifically cautioned Gusu that the capital is unlike other places, where one must exercise caution in all matters. He advised her to don a hood to obscure her visage, which would help avert many unnecessary troubles. Li Ziyue nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the capital is a melting pot of diverse characters, and while the Lu family is not easily intimidated by most factions, it is wise to mitigate potential inconveniences. However, there is no need for excessive concern at present. Our families have long been connected. Should you encounter any difficulties in the capital, Brother Lu, do not hesitate to seek me at the Wang residence. I shall not remain indifferent." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu could not help but silently lament, fearing that you might indeed be the greatest source of trouble, having cast several glances at my sister while assuming I was oblivious. However, on the surface, Lu Yu still wore a radiant smile as he raised his glass and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. With your words, I can finally feel a sense of relief. I toast to you." Before Li Ziyue could intervene, Lu Yu swiftly downed the contents of his cup in one go. A sharp, fiery sensation surged from his mouth to his stomach, prompting an involuntary cough. "Brother Lu, have some water." Li Ziyue hastily poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. "I should have warned you. This wine is unlike ordinary beverages. Its potency is remarkably high, and most people would struggle to endure it on their first sip." Lu Yu accepted the teacup and hurriedly took a few sips, managing to suppress the burning sensation. Just as he was about to speak, the rich aroma of the wine lingered in his mouth, and the warmth spread through his stomach, enveloping him in a delightful comfort. He opened his mouth, his eyes slightly reddened, and all his thoughts coalesced into a single exclamation. What a splendid wine! Li Ziyue's concerns were stifled. And in a state of bewilderment, he muttered, "Huh? Is it possible for the affinity for fine wine to be hereditary?" He then raised his own glass and, following suit, drank it all in one gulp. After all, if someone could handle such a strong drink on their first attempt, he felt he could not let the wine linger. "Brother Lu truly embodies generosity," Li Ziyue remarked, giving Lu Yu a thumbs up after setting his glass down. At this moment, Lu Gusu also lifted her wine cup, parting her crimson lips to take a small sip. Li Ziyue discreetly observed her and noted that, aside from her initial discomfort upon tasting, she exhibited no further reaction. Once Lu Yu regained her composure, Li Ziyue ventured to inquire, "What is your opinion, Brother Lu? Do you believe this wine could be profitable if introduced to the market?" In response, Lu Yu vigorously nodded, declaring, "Abundant profits await. I have never encountered a spirit more robust and rich than this Maotai." Lu Gusu, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Li Ziyue expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Currently, this is merely a plan. Our production is still quite limited. However, once our brewing techniques mature, we shall allow the world to witness what true fine wine entails." Lu Gusu, with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, inquired with curiosity, "I have long heard that Your Highness's poetic talent is unparalleled. I never imagined you would also take an interest in commerce. Alas, the funds provided by the palace are insufficient for my needs, so I must devise my own means to ensure I do not go hungry." Li Ziyue feigned a pitiable demeanor, eliciting a light laugh from Lu Gusu. "You say my poetry is unrivaled. Could it be that my works have gained fame even in Jiangnan?" Li Ziyue seized the opportunity to engage further. Chapter 65. What is Jianghu wherever there is well water? One can sing the verses of Xu. Lu Gusu's lovely eyes sparkled as if they contained countless stars. This is a phrase exceedingly popular in today's Jiangnan literary circles. Your Highness's verses are indeed highly esteemed in the South. Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback. This line of poetry, in his previous world, was originally meant to describe Lu Qi, yet now it had been attributed to him. It is known that the emperor's surname is avoided, and his royal title is used instead. Li Ziyue could not help but chuckle. "Is there no one who has criticized me?" Lu Gusu hesitated slightly, but eventually spoke. "Indeed, there are some who have said that Your Highness is skilled in composing lyrics, yet merely indulges in the mere embellishment of words, lacking true emotion. They also claim that Your Highness can only write lyrics and is incapable of poetry, with literary talent being rather mediocre. However, these opinions are held by a minority. The majority still praise Your Highness greatly." Li Ziyue, taken aback by Lu Gusu's articulate remarks, inquired, "Miss Lu, are you also passionate about poetry?" Lu Gusu's cheeks flushed crimson as she softly replied, "I merely have an affinity for it. But to say I could compose anything would be far from the truth." At that moment, Deng Jie interjected, "Miss Lu, it seems you truly admire His Highness's lyrics. To possess such understanding of the discourse among Jiangnan literati regarding His Highness's poetry, it is because His Highness's verses are widely circulated. I have only heard a few whispers about them," Lu Gusu said shyly, waving her hand dismissively. Lu Yu, observing his sister's increasingly animated conversation with Li Ziyue, felt a sense of alarm. He was fully aware of his sister's affection for Li Ziyue's poetry. Now, witnessing the encounter between a fan and her idol, he feared his sister might conflate her admiration for his verses with her feelings for the man himself. Just moments ago, she had been quietly contemplative. He had finally begun to relax, yet in this brief interlude, how had they found common ground? "Silly sister, Did you not see the dazzling fireworks that illuminated the night? Those were not for your enjoyment. Your Highness, I had not yet inquired about your official attire, which bears a striking resemblance to the uniforms of the 13 Yamen of the Ministry of Justice. Might it be that you are currently employed at the 13 Yamen? Lu Yu hastily redirected the conversation. Li Ziyue cast a sidelong glance at this oblivious individual, inwardly scoffing. Look at your eagerness. I have no genuine intention towards your sister. Indeed, just a few days prior, my father had chastised me for my idleness, bemoaning my lack of purpose, and consequently assigned me to the 13 Yamen, entrusting a mere dandy, who only knows the pleasures of theater and music, with the responsibility of overseeing the capital's defense during this year's imperial examinations and martial contests. It is truly vexing, Li Ziyue sighed, feigning a nonchalant demeanor, as the plan had yet to officially commence. He needed to maintain an air of frivolity in public to diminish the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, to his surprise, Lu Yu, taking his words seriously, shook his head earnestly and stated, Your Highness, you are far too modest. I have heard that at the tender age of 18, you have already achieved the remarkable feat of defeating a formidable opponent single-handedly. Such prowess is indeed astonishing. In my humble opinion, your leadership of the 13 Yamen is most fitting. With your talent, given time, you could undoubtedly become a great warrior like the Duke of Dingbei. With that, Lu Yu cast a meaningful glance at his sister. Lu Gusu, feigning ignorance, seemed oblivious to her brother's pointed mention of the Duke of Dingbei, and merely interjected. Your Highness is well versed in both literature and martial arts, far from the unlearned dandy you describe. Gusa grew up in the Zhongyu sword manor, having witnessed countless prodigies of the martial world, yet he had never encountered anyone as exceptionally gifted as His Highness. I implore you, Your Highness, do not underestimate yourself. You must dedicate yourself to your cultivation and shoulder the responsibilities of the general supervisor of the 13 Yamen, preserving the tranquility of our great Ning's martial realm. Li Ziyue initially intended his remark as a jest, but he was taken aback by the profound reaction it elicited from the two. Feeling somewhat awkward, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and said, The words of Brother Lu and Miss Gusu shall remain etched in my heart. Noticing the earnest gaze of the young lady, Li Ziyue felt a twinge of discomfort, turning his head to the silent Deng Jie and shifted the conversation. What have you been busy with lately? Deng Jie hesitated for a moment, scratching his head sheepishly, and replied, I've been idling at home these days. My father intends to send me to the Jinwu Guard for some training soon. To the Jinwu Guard? Li Ziyue frowned. Are you prepared for battle? At this, Deng Jie raised his eyebrows, brimming with confidence. Both my grandfather and father have earned military merits on horseback. Why should I not do the same? I must admit, I underestimated you. Li Ziyue raised his cup in acknowledgement, taking a hearty sip, a toast to his aspirations. Why not forego the Jinwu Guard and join me in the 13 Yamen instead? Li Ziyue extended the invitation. You haven't neglected your training, have you? Deng Jie replied. I would never dare to be lax in my cultivation. Though I cannot compare to His Highness, I have managed to advance to the 7th rank. Deng Jie's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. He certainly desired to join the 13 Yamen, for who truly wishes to fight desperately on the battlefield? He merely feared that his father, Duke Yongyi, might disapprove. Li Ziyue discerned Deng Jie's apprehension and waved his hand, saying, Return and inform Uncle Deng that it is I who requests his assistance. Inquire whether he is willing to oblige. Deng Jie responded with a wry smile and a cupped fist. At the dining table, the atmosphere was congenial as they engaged in lively conversation. The delectable dishes and fine wines elevated everyone's spirits. All present were martial artists, and after a bottle of Maotai, Li Ziyue opened 2 more from the cabinet. As the evening progressed and the sun vanished from sight, the inn's attendants had already entered the room to illuminate the space with bright candlesticks. Indeed, Lu Yu had not spoken falsely. The young lady Lu Gusu possessed remarkable stamina. After 2 glasses of potent liquor, her eyes remained bright, showing no signs of inebriation. Oh, Brother Lu, you are the young master of the Zhongyu sword manor. Might you enlighten me on a question? In the elegant chamber, Li Ziyue, seemingly intoxicated, leaned on Lu Yu's shoulder and inquired drowsily. Young master, I hardly qualify as such. Please, do not hesitate to ask your question, Your Highness. For many years, I have been deeply curious about the martial world. What is it truly like? Li Ziyue took another sip of wine, his gaze slightly unfocused as he posed the question. Lu Yu, feeling the effects of the alcohol, swayed his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The martial world. It simply is what it is, Your Highness. When you ask me, I find it hard to describe. It stands before us like a stage, where both prominent figures and common folk, be they leaders or tavern waiters, are merely performers in this grand play. Each of them meticulously unfolds their own narrative upon the stage. Regardless of whether the tale is grand or mundane, it remains theirs alone. These stories, interwoven with emotions, interests, or even animosities, are tightly bound together, creating an intricate tapestry that connects a lofty sect leader with a humble tavern keeper, ensuring that every individual possesses a tale to tell. Thus, the realm of Jianghu is born. Li Ziyue, with a foolish grin, affectionately clasped Lu Yu's shoulder. Brother Lu, your words elude my understanding. Your Highness, I too am perplexed. But my grandfather imparted this wisdom to me, stating that once I traversed the Jianghu a few times, clarity would follow. Lu Yu once again raised his cup, clinking it with Li Ziyue's. Your Highness, should you have the chance in the future, do venture into the Jianghu. Our world will surely be fascinating. As the banquet concluded, Lu Gusu supported the inebriated Lu Yu on their way home, while Deng Jie stumbled into the carriage to return to the Yongyi Duke's residence. Li Ziyue stood at the desolate entrance of the Xuesong residence, gazing in the direction of their departure, tightening his cloak around him. Today, they had consumed 3 bottles of Maotai, perhaps a bit too much, leaving him with a noticeable intoxication. Yet, the revelry had been delightful. Not only had he forged a connection with the young master of the Cangyu sword manor, but he had also gained a promising and well-acquainted subordinate. Deng Jie, hailing from a noble lineage, has always understood that the aristocracy's most essential ally throughout history has been the imperial authority. In his attempt to halt the decline of the Yongyi Marquisate, he must seize the opportunity to align himself with it. Moreover, he has encountered a rare beauty, a woman of extraordinary allure, who, to his delight, appears to be an admirer of his. Li Ziyue shook his head, striving to regain clarity. It had indeed been a considerable time since he had indulged in spirits of such high proof, leading to a certain emotional instability. Upon consuming alcohol, one often oscillates between joy and solitude. When engulfed by loneliness, a person seeks out those who can provide a sense of belonging and security. His thoughts turned to Qing Yao. Without hesitation, the inebriated Li Ziyue was ready to embark on an adventure. Just as he was about to take flight, Black Sea seized him, inquiring, "Where are you off to?" "To find Qing Yao," Li Ziyue replied with conviction. Black Sea, rubbing his forehead, cautioned, "Your Highness, it is quite late. Miss Zhao has likely retired for the evening." Li Ziyue lifted his gaze to the luminous moon and, in a daze, retorted, "Her resting has no bearing on my search for her. Your Highness, you are intoxicated." "I am not." "You are indeed drunk." "I have said I am not." "You are quite bothersome." With that, Li Ziyue ceased to argue with Black Zi, and with a light step, he leaped into the air, landing atop the adjacent building. Left with no choice, Black Zi summoned his strength to follow suit. Under the moonlight, 2 silhouettes danced upon the rooftops of the capital, rising and falling like ethereal shadows in the night. The curfew had just been enacted, and the patrolling guards had yet to commence their rounds. The residence of the Grand Tutor was in close proximity to the Snow Pine Inn, merely a street apart. Li Ziyue and Haizi swiftly arrived before the imposing gates of the Grand Tutor's estate. Gazing at the tightly shut entrance, Haizi shrugged and said, "Let us return, Your Highness. It is rather late to disturb them." Li Ziyue cast a curious glance at Haizi and replied, "Of course not. What purpose would there be in disturbing them at this hour?" Haizi, perplexed, inquired, "Then how do you intend to gain entry? Are you foolish? We shall sneak in." Li Ziyue responded, regarding Haizi as if he were lacking in intelligence. Unable to bear the condescending gaze of Li Ziyue, Haizi retorted, "What if we are discovered?" "Then we shall be discovered. What of it? We are soon to be wed. What harm is there in a late-night meeting?" Li Ziyue realized he was unable to comprehend Haizi's reasoning. Conversely, Haizi found it equally incomprehensible, exclaiming in disbelief, "If you had conspired to meet in secret, that would be one matter. But you are attempting to clandestinely infiltrate their private quarters. Such actions are those of a rogue, and if caught, your reputation will be irrevocably tarnished." "Enough of this chatter. I shall proceed," Li Ziyue said, dismissing Haizi with a wave of his hand. Sighing in frustration, Haizi's face contorted in a frown. He recognized that Li Ziyue was quite inebriated, yet felt powerless to halt his reckless escapade. Helplessly, he could only utter, "I will wait for you here. If you do not emerge within a quarter of an hour, I shall take my leave." "Very well, understood," came the reply. Li Ziyue stealthily scaled the wall of the Grand Tutor's residence, carefully surveying the terrain and devising an infiltration route, lest he be detected by the guards stationed there. The guards of the Grand Tutor were seasoned soldiers from the northern border, each having faced numerous battles, and they were exceedingly attuned to the slightest rustle or disturbance. At that moment, he found himself in a state of inebriated disorientation, unable to perfectly control his body or execute silent movements. As Li Ziyue crouched atop the wall, he contemplated for a moment, then sharply slapped his forehead. How foolish of me to be so inebriated. The back courtyard is deserted. Why not simply scale the wall there? Thus, he circled around the front gate of the Grand Tutor's residence and arrived at the wall of the back courtyard. He took a few steps back, gathered his strength for a running leap, and with a surge of inner energy, he soared into the air, lightly tapping the tips of his toes against the towering wall, heading straight for the balcony of the third floor of the small building in the courtyard. Thud. Perfect, he landed safely, standing on the exquisite terrace of the small building. Li Ziyue felt a surge of pride. The interior of the small building was shrouded in darkness, as it was evident that Zhao Qingyao had extinguished the candles and retired for the night, suppressing the erratic thumping of his heart. He cautiously pushed open the wooden door connecting the terrace to the room. Creak. The door swung open. He inhaled deeply, the room filled with the familiar fragrance he cherished. Li Ziyue gradually stepped into the room. Although he could not discern the arrangement of the space in the darkness, he navigated toward Zhao Qingyao's large bed, guided by memories from his childhood visits. The sound of a sword being drawn, shung, resonated in the air, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in from the balcony. He caught sight of the cold gleam on the blade. Goodness, my lady, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The story only gets more exciting. The appearance of the sword was so swift that it left him no time to react, aiming directly for his throat. Instinctively, Li Ziyue arched backward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Qingyao, it's me, he called out urgently as the sword continued its relentless advance towards him. Under the moonlight, the divine weapon that had once saved his mother's life hesitated just at his throat. Li Ziyue? Zhao Qingyao finally emerged from the shadows behind the door, clad in a simple garment, unadorned and without makeup, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. Upon recognizing Li Ziyue's face, she sighed in relief, retracting the sword while scolding him softly. What is wrong with you? Coming to find me at this hour, sneaking about. I thought you were some reckless thief. Li Ziyue responded with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. How did you catch me? You jumped onto my balcony with such a racket. I would have to be deaf not to hear it, Zhao Qingyao retorted disdainfully. She then wrinkled her brow, sniffed, and inquired, Li Ziyue, have you been drinking? Li Ziyue nodded earnestly. I have indeed drunk. Why did you come here instead of returning home to rest after drinking? Zhao Qingyao arched an eyebrow. I missed you. Li Ziyue maintained his silly grin, seemingly oblivious. You. Observing Li Ziyue's foolish demeanor, Zhao Qingyao could no longer maintain her sternness and could only sigh in resignation. Come in and have a cup of tea to rest for a while. All right, Li Ziyue said cheerfully, stepping further into the room. However, the chamber was exceedingly dark, and as the effects of the alcohol took hold, he stumbled and nearly fell. Oh, Li Ziyue felt himself plunge into a warm embrace, rendering him reluctant to rise again. Chapter 67. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Qingyao gazed with a complex expression at the inebriated Li Ziyue, who resembled a child, wholly surrendering himself in her arms. How could you drink so much? Zhao Qingyao gently wrapped her arms around Li Ziyue's waist, gradually guiding him to the edge of her bed. Li Ziyue obediently sat there, his head drooping, eyes closed, silent. Zhao Qingyao lit a candlestick and placed it on the bedside, finally illuminating the room with a soft glow. I'll fetch you a glass of water. Please remain quiet for now. Xiao Tan is downstairs. With the faint light to guide her, Zhao Qingyao picked up the teapot from the table, which still contained some tea, and filled a cup before offering it to Li Ziyue. He accepted the cup, feeling parched, and began to gulp it down eagerly. After consuming 3 cups of tea, he finally alleviated the burning sensation in his throat. You should rest for a while. Once you feel a bit better, I will take you home, Zhao Qingyao gently suggested as she sat beside Li Ziyue. I don't want to go back. Li Ziyue stubbornly shook his head, resembling a petulant child. Zhao Qingyao wrinkled her nose and replied, You may not wish to return, but this is my home. Do you truly believe it is appropriate for you to stay here? Li Ziyue lifted his gaze, locking his eyes onto Zhao Qingyao's. I just want to be with you. Confronted with such a brazen declaration, Zhao Qingyao took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. How did this rascal end up in such a state? Regardless of her rationality, hearing her beloved express such clear dependence upon her stirred something within her heart. With a sigh, Zhao Qingyao reached out, gently stroking Li Ziyue's head, soothingly saying, "Be good, let us return tonight. There will be plenty of time for us to be together in the future." As the effects of the alcohol mingled with drowsiness, Li Ziyue struggled to keep his eyes open, cherishing the few tender moments Zhao Qingyao offered. Gradually, he raised his arm, wrapping it around her waist, drawing her closer to him, burying his head in the strands of hair cascading down her neck. Zhao Qingyao made no resistance through his actions. She could sense the deep affection he held for her. Ah, let him indulge this once. Li Ziyue rubbed his face against her neck, lifting his head to gaze at the face that had captivated his heart for many years, slowly leaning in closer. Ultimately, their faces drew closer, with Li Ziyue's right cheek brushing against Zhao Qingyao's left, savoring her delicate softness. Li Ziyue gently pressed his lips together, shifting his face to seek the allure of her crimson lips. Zhao Qingyao's body tensed momentarily, instinctively recoiling her head. Sensing her reluctance, Li Ziyue firmly grasped her head with his right hand, finding her luscious lips. Their lips met, lingering in a profound embrace. As their bodies entwined tightly, Li Ziyue distinctly felt Zhao Qingyao's slight rigidity. His hand, resting upon her head, tenderly caressed her hair, easing her evident tension. Gradually, Zhao Qingyao's form relaxed, and Li Ziyue noticed this subtle shift, holding her fragrant presence close. His heart stirred with the desire to progress further. His hand began to wander restlessly. Zhao Qingyao's eyes widened suddenly, and she pushed Li Ziyue away. "Do not overstep your bounds." Li Ziyue, unexpectedly thrust aside, fell onto the bed, as if still lingering in the breathtaking moment of their brief contact. A fire ignited within him, blazing fervently. Just a bit longer. Li Ziyue rose, taking Zhao Qingyao's small hand in his own. Observing her silence and expressionless gaze fixed upon him, he could no longer restrain himself and leaned in once more. Zhao Qingyao's lips were once again silenced, and in the flickering candlelight, she slowly closed her eyes. Li Ziyue felt the heavy breaths of the lady in his arms, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Despite his own yearning to continue, he pretended to maintain an icy and reluctant demeanor. With one hand supporting Zhao Qingyao's back and the other caressing her delicate face, he exerted a gentle force, and they tumbled onto the bed in an embrace. You mustn't act recklessly," Zhao Qingyao protested, realizing Li Ziyue's hand was becoming increasingly eager. She struggled to free herself from his lips, panting heavily. Yet, Li Ziyue persisted, his hands brushing against her charming face. "I understand." The light laughter of Qingxiu echoed in his heart, igniting a fervor within him. Zhao Qingyao could naturally sense the shift in Li Ziyue's demeanor. Her cheeks flushed crimson, just as she attempted to exert her strength. She found him holding her down with even greater force, preventing her from moving. Simultaneously, that large hand grew increasingly restless. "Li Ziyue, move aside," she insisted, turning her face away to halt their advance. She gasped for breath, the prolonged kiss having left her slightly breathless. Li Ziyue's hand continued its tentative exploration. While her eyes displayed a mix of shyness and annoyance, she reiterated, "I'll say it once more, move aside." Zhao Qingyao's beautiful phoenix eyes locked onto his, seeking the awakened affection she desired. Instead, she found only burning desire and flames reflected in his gaze. Her expression turned cold, for reasons unknown. She felt an overwhelming aversion toward Li Ziyue in that moment. Within her body, the pure essence of Taoist energy flowed, dispelling the chaotic emotions that had taken hold of her. With her fingers poised like a blade, she thrust them forcefully into Li Ziyue's chest. In an instant, he became motionless, his entire being succumbing to a state of weakness. Zhao Qingyao rose swiftly, casting him aside. Gazing at the unconscious Li Ziyue, sprawled upon the bed, she sighed in resignation. It seemed that he would not be leaving tonight. She turned him over to ensure he lay on his back, not wanting him to suffocate through the night. With a weary sigh, Zhao Qingyao, clad in a single layer of clothing, leaned down to remove his boots, then propped him up to slowly strip away his official robe. Next, she lifted the cotton quilt, tucking the similarly clad Li Ziyue into the soft embrace of the bedding. Once these tasks were accomplished, she exhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at the face now lost in slumber. In all her years, when had Zhao Qingyao ever attended to a man in such a manner? That insufferable fellow. Observing the peacefully sleeping Li Ziyue, she suddenly pinched his nose between her fingers. Watching the little rogue's brows furrow tightly in response to the lack of air, she let out a soft laugh before releasing him. Serves you right for belittling me. After toying with him for a moment, Zhao Qingyao stepped back, contemplating the dilemma before her. He occupies the bed. Where shall I sleep? After a brief hesitation, she ultimately circled around to the opposite side of the large bed, carefully lifting the quilt and slipping beneath it. The young girl turned over, gazing sideways at her childhood companion, who lay in a deep slumber beside her. Her heart, which had just settled, began to race once more. When had she ever been this close to him, except on her own large bed? Zhao Qingyao blinked her enchanting eyes and gradually edged closer to the boy, admiring the familiar profile that was etched in her memory. A subtle smile graced her lips, curving into an exquisite arc. Good night, you rascal. Chapter 68. The second prince who cannot dress himself. In the early morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon the room. The candlestick at the bedside had long burnt out, its congealed wax tears seemingly recounting the events it had witnessed the previous night. Get up, or Xiao Tan will awaken soon. You must hurry and leave. The familiar voice reached Li Ziyue's ears, rousing him from his drowsiness as he rubbed his eyes and turned over, seeking the comfort of sleep once more. Was that Qingyao's voice? A jest, surely. Zhao Qingyao could not possibly be calling him to rise. She must still be dreaming. Get up quickly. Just as Li Ziyue nestled into the softness of his pillow, ready to drift back into slumber, Zhao Qingyao climbed onto the bed and firmly tugged at his ear. Ouch! The sudden pain jolted Li Ziyue awake, and he sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with astonishment. He surveyed the unfamiliar room, the familiar fragrance filling the air, and the undeniably real girl before him, leaving him in a daze. How did I end up in Qingyao's room? Li Ziyue, bewildered, reached out to touch Zhao Qingyao's delicate face, blinking in confusion as fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. On the balcony, bathed in moonlight, amidst tender kisses and soft whispers, the laughter from Qingqiu lingered. Li Ziyue hastily threw aside the covers and discovered he was still clad in his clothes. He then glanced up at Zhao Qingyao, who stood by the bedside, arms crossed, her face devoid of expression, exuding an aura of aloofness. Well, at least the fact that he was still alive was sufficient to confirm that nothing irrevocable had transpired between them the previous night. Zhao Qingyao observed as his expression shifted from confusion to shock, then to contemplation, ultimately culminating in a sigh. What does your sigh signify? She raised an eyebrow, her tone icy. Get dressed. Leave as you entered. Soon, Xiao Tan will wake up and come looking for me. Oh. Li Ziyue obediently rummaged through the nearby coat rack, retrieving his trousers and official robe, struggling somewhat clumsily to don them. Without shower around, putting on clothes felt rather cumbersome. Zhao Qingyao's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment, wondering if he truly was inept, having never dressed himself since childhood. She stood there, her gaze fixed coldly upon Li Ziyue, who fumbled awkwardly with the strings of his robe until she could no longer contain herself. Stepping forward, she swatted his hands away, seizing the strings. How can an adult be incapable of dressing themselves? Truly, you invite ridicule. With a tug on his collar, she adjusted the robe to fit snugly against him before she began to tie the left string. Li Ziyue, arms outstretched to facilitate her task, awkwardly retorted. This official robe was just issued a few days ago. I'm still not familiar with how to wear it. Zhao Qingyao pressed the left side of her garment tightly against the right, deftly pulling the ties to fashion a splendid bow that accentuated her upper body exquisitely. She then retrieved her belt from the table, bending slightly to cinch the somewhat billowy robe around her waist. Li Ziyue, observing Zhao Qingyao as she meticulously arranged his attire, felt his gaze soften, unable to resist the urge to smooth her hair with his hand. Zhao Qingyao paused momentarily, uttering no words, yet continued to flatten the wrinkles in the fabric with delicate care. All right, there's just the arm guards left. You can put them on yourself, she instructed. Li Ziyue nodded, picking up the patterned arm guards from the table and adorning his forearms. Thus, a strikingly gallant young man emerged before Zhao Qingyao. It was hard to fathom that this gentle, smiling, effortlessly charming youth was entirely unversed in the art of dressing himself. A fleeting smile graced Zhao Qingyao's lips at this thought, but it vanished almost as quickly. Enough, you should go now. Xiao Tan will be arriving soon, Zhao Qingyao urged. Li Ziyue donned his cloak, retrieved the sword he had discarded the previous night, and secured it at his waist before silently stepping onto the balcony. He rested his right foot on the railing, while his left remained grounded, turning back to catch a glimpse of Zhao Qingyao standing at the door. With a broad grin, he said, "See you in a bit." With that, the young man bent his form, exerted force through his right foot, and propelled himself off the balcony like an arrow released from a bow. He soared high into the air, clearing the tall walls of the Grand Tutor's residence, adjusting his posture mid-flight, channeling his inner energy, and finally descending gracefully to the ground. Standing on the street outside the residence, he cheerfully waved to Zhao Qingyao, who was observing him from the balcony, before making his way toward the grand entrance of the Tai Fu residence. Having arrived, it was in his nature to indulge in a hearty breakfast. Zhao Qingyao could not help but place a hand on his forehead and let out a long sigh. With the day already bright, he felt no further hesitation and confidently strode through the grand gates, calling out loudly in the courtyard, Zhao Li, is breakfast ready?" His voice startled the swallows nesting in the trees, causing them to flutter into the air, chirping inquisitively as if to question why this fellow, having taken a round, had returned once more. "I say, second brother, what is the rush at such an early hour?" A drowsy Zhao Li emerged from his small courtyard, yawning. "I am here to see Qingyao. We have matters to attend to today," Li Ziyue said with a smile. Zhao Li responded, somewhat perplexed. "Where are you two going?" Li Ziyue turned to face the direction of Qiyun Mountain and replied, "Out of the city, to visit the Ruyun Temple." "Very well." Zhao Li did not press further, instead summoning a couple of maidservants to prompt Zhao Qingyao and another to hasten the preparation of breakfast. He understood that Li Ziyue, now burdened with important responsibilities, was not merely visiting the Ruyun Temple for leisure, but rather to discuss matters with the esteemed Master Yunqin. Besides, even if it were a leisurely outing, it was of no concern to him. Soon enough, breakfast was ready. Seated in the dining hall, Li Ziyue needed not even glance with his eyes. A mere whiff of the aroma wafting from the freshly steamed buns told him they had just been prepared. "Are you going to meet the master?" At the dining table, 4 individuals were seated together, one holding a savory meat bun, with a steaming bowl of white porridge placed before him. After a brief interval of 15 minutes, Zhao Qingyao encountered Li Ziyue once more. Indeed, there were matters at the yamen that required the assistance of the esteemed Master Yunqin. Li Ziyue nodded with composure. The old tutor cast a sidelong glance at Li Ziyue, remaining silent. The necessity of Master Yunqin's intervention signified that this was no trivial affair. What scheme was this lad concocting in secret? Zhao Qingyao did not hesitate long, nodding in agreement. "Very well. When shall we depart?" "Let us finish our meal first. It is better to act sooner rather than later. If we return by afternoon, I must make a trip to the yamen," Li Ziyue replied. "Agreed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyao hastened his pace in eating. After swallowing his second bun, Li Ziyue suddenly recalled something, addressing the old tutor, "By the way, old man, my fourth brother may be coming to attend classes in a few days. You must prepare the necessary materials and refrain from withholding any knowledge." The old tutor, without even glancing at him, replied coolly, "That is not for you to say. I treat all the rascals from the Li family equally." "Very well, very well." Li Ziyue finished his scalding porridge in a swirling motion, wiped his mouth, and patted his distended belly. The fabric of his garment around his abdomen crinkled instantly from the motion. A piercing gaze shot his way, causing Li Ziyue to hastily rise and smooth out the creases, only for that cold stare to retreat thereafter. Chapter 69. Journey to Qiyun Mountain. Qiyun Mountain, located in the northwest of the capital, soars into the clouds, comprising 36 peaks. It is perpetually adorned with snow and shrouded in mist, presenting an unparalleled beauty. The height of Qiyun Mountain is beyond estimation. As a verse from a bygone era eloquently states, Qiyun stretches toward the heavens, its might surpassing the 5 great mountains, overshadowing the Red City. The climate within the mountain is peculiar. In winter, it exudes warmth akin to spring, with peonies blooming atop the ice and snow. In summer, it remains as cool as autumn, with waterfalls cascading from the heavens, offering an unmatched refreshment. Consequently, the affluent and powerful of the capital often construct villas within the mountain for respite from the cold and heat. At the foot of Qiyun Mountain rests an ancient Taoist temple, having withstood the ravages of time for decades. A mountain stream meanders down, merging into a crystal-clear brook that flows gently behind the temple. The soft chime of the temple bell resonates, carrying a faintly ethereal sound that drifts through the valley, startling a few birds into flight. Low-hanging clouds hover over the wilderness as several Taoist nuns, clad in pristine white robes, emerge from their chambers and make their way to the courtyard for morning prayers. Among them is a woman, similarly attired in a simple Taoist robe. her long hair elegantly tied up. She sits cross-legged on a mat in the courtyard. 20 years have swiftly passed, yet time has left no trace upon her visage. Her exquisite beauty exudes an air of purity that inspires reverence, deterring any thoughts of desire. With her eyes gently closed, her delicate hands rest naturally upon her lap as she forms intricate gestures, her crimson lips parting to softly chant incantations. She is the esteemed mistress of this ethereal temple. Venerated by the people of the world, known as the foremost female practitioner of Taoism in Daming Yunqin. 2 decades have elapsed since the fateful battle in the capital, after which the esteemed Master Yunqin embarked on a journey into the world, traversing the realm to vanquish evil and promote virtue, as well as to propagate the teachings of Tao. There are even those who proclaim that Master Yunqin is unparalleled in the Tao, invincible in swordplay, and stands as the foremost female warrior in the world. Due to the absence of the formidable contenders from the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects in martial evaluations, the exact measure of Master Yunqin's prowess remains a matter of speculation. Nevertheless, no one doubts that, had she participated in the martial rankings, she would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 5. This is particularly notable when considering that the northern barbarian prodigy, Wu Tong, whom she had once expelled from the city with 3 strokes of her sword, has since ascended to the position of Grand Commander of the Southern Conquest, commanding tens of thousands of fierce barbarian warriors, currently ranked 6th in the martial evaluations. However, in the opinion of Li Ziyue, to place Master Yunqin in the top 5 is an understatement. She deserves at least a position within the top 3. Outside the capital, a pair of youthful riders, a young man and woman, approach Qiyun Mountain atop their splendid steeds, swaying gently as they ride. The young man is clad in fitted attire, draped in a black cloak. One hand grips the reins while the other rests upon his stomach, having just released a hearty belch, a clear indication of having overindulged at breakfast. The young woman beside him, adorned in vibrant red with a fur coat over her attire, tugs at the reins with a hint of disdain, distancing herself slightly from him. Yet, the young man chuckles, pulling the reins to draw closer to the young woman clad in red. They traverse the well-maintained official road leading to Qiyun Mountain, where only a handful of horse-drawn carriages can be seen, presumably carrying scholars and young ladies on a spring excursion into the mountains. The distance from the capital to Qiyun Mountain is neither too far nor too close. As the saying goes, a horse runs itself to death looking at the mountain. And should one choose to travel by carriage, it would take at least half a day to reach their destination. Fortunately, both Li Ziyue and Zhao Qingyao preferred horseback riding over traveling by carriage, allowing them to move at a swifter pace. What prompted you to seek out the master so suddenly? Did something transpire in the yamen? Zhao Qingyao inquired after a moment's hesitation. She was aware that she ought not to pry into the clandestine plans of the 13th yamen, yet she felt compelled to gain prior insight. After all, no one knew that woman better than she did, and being forewarned about Li Ziyue's intentions would enable her to offer strategies from the sidelines. Li Ziyue, evidently cognizant of this rationale, did not hesitate to divulge his plan aimed at the Taiju sect. This scheme was meticulously crafted as a stratagem to ensnare the rebels attempting to rescue Hui Nong, thereby significantly diminishing the power of the Taiju sect. My sole concern at present is that if Dong Ping were to come in person, there are no formidable experts within the yamen capable of counterbalancing him. Thus, I am contemplating whether we might enlist the aid of Master Yunqin. He continued. Zhao Qingyao listened intently and, with a resigned expression, remarked, "Your audacity is truly beyond words. To lay such a crude trap for the 3rd most powerful force in the realm, and no one in your yamen raises an objection?" Li Ziyue shrugged. "It is precisely because of the myriad uncertainties within the plan that we require Master Yunqin to maintain order. Her presence will afford us the flexibility to respond to any eventuality." "Very well," Zhao Qingyao sighed. "I shall endeavor to persuade my master. She should not be overly difficult with you." "I appreciate your assistance, madam," he replied. Li Ziyue sat astride his horse, grinning broadly as he performed a slight bow. Zhao Qingyao, however, paid him no heed, pretending he had not heard a thing. Unperturbed by the silence, Li Ziyue tugged at the reins and urged his steed into a gallop, with Zhao Qingyao reluctantly following suit. The official road leading to Qiyun Mountain was scarcely populated by carriages. After half an hour's ride, they had only encountered a handful, thus alleviating any fears of inadvertently injuring pedestrians with their swift pace. In the distance, Li Ziyue spotted several small dark figures upon the road, prompting him to gradually slow his horse. As they drew nearer, he discerned that the small figures were, in fact, a procession of carriages. A group of burly men, resembling guards, surrounded two central carriages, while two elegantly dressed young gentlemen on horseback engaged in light-hearted banter. Could it be mere coincidence? Li Ziyue murmured to himself, recognizing the familiar silhouettes. Zhao Qingyao cast him a sidelong glance, inquiring, "Do you know them?" Li Ziyue nodded. "One is the son of the Duke of Yongyi, and the other is the legitimate grandson of the Tsangyu Sword Manor from Suzhou, who has come to the capital for the imperial examination. I spent last night drinking with them." Zhao Qingyao, recalling the previous evening, felt a surge of irritation and coldly remarked, "Fair weather friends. Are you not going to greet them? Shall we go together?" "I shall not. Do come." Unable to resist Li Ziyue's insistence, Zhao Qingyao, with a sullen expression, reluctantly fell in beside him. Their approach swiftly aroused the vigilance of the caravan's guards, who discreetly shifted closer to the carriages, their right hands instinctively resting near the hilts of their blades. The elderly man in black, seated at the front, turned his head to regard the unexpected visitors encroaching upon the caravan. Upon discerning the appearance of the approaching figure, the elderly man clad in black appeared momentarily taken aback. He turned slightly to murmur a few words within the carriage. The two young gentlemen at the forefront of the procession also sensed the commotion and glanced back, only to be met with a familiar visage. Deng Jie, stunned, opened his mouth in astonishment, poised to speak, but was halted by a subtle shake of the head from Li Ziyue, leading him to swallow the words "Your Highness." "Deng brother, Lu brother, what an unexpected coincidence," Li Ziyue greeted warmly. The two gentlemen tugged at their reins, preparing to dismount and pay their respects. However, Li Ziyue gestured dismissively, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary, realizing that Li Ziyue preferred to keep his identity concealed in this instance. Deng Jie and Lu Yu clasped their hands in salute from atop their horses and fell in line behind the carriage, engaging Li Ziyue in conversation. "Your Highness, it seems we are indeed fated to meet here," Lu Yu remarked with a smile, indulging in pleasantries. Li Ziyue returned the smile with a nod, inquiring, "Are you both headed to Qiyun Mountain for sightseeing? My mother insisted upon it yesterday, declaring that the scenery at Qiyun Mountain is unparalleled. It would be a pity for you two to visit the capital without experiencing its beauty. Alas, I was summoned by my mother before I had fully recovered from last night's revelries, and thus we set off in haste." Deng Jie sighed, rubbing his temples. Lu Yu maintained a gentle smile, though a spark of wariness flickered within her. Having parted ways just the night before, she found it curious that they would fortuitously encounter these two princes once more. Was it merely a coincidence? Was the prince also journeying to Qiyun Mountain for its vistas? Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at the strikingly beautiful woman in crimson who accompanied Li Ziyue, her sword glimmering at her waist, and in feigned curiosity, she posed a question. The Tsangyu Sword Manor is renowned as the sacred forge of swords in the realm of Jianghu. With his discerning eye, he could naturally discern that the sword in question was no ordinary weapon. However, without a view of the blade itself, it was indeed challenging to assess its true quality. Li Ziyue shook his head and remarked, "Qingyao has some matters to attend to at Ruyun Temple today, and she insists I accompany her." Sensing Zhao Qingyao's gaze transform into a cold and piercing glare, he hurriedly continued, "I have yet to introduce you. This is Zhao Qingyao from the Dingbei Marca residence, My. At this juncture, Li Ziyue found himself at a loss. How should he define their relationship? In this world, the concept of romantic involvement did not exist, only that of a private commitment for life. Fortunately, Lu Yu and Deng Jie did not prolong Li Ziyue's discomfort. Before he could conjure an appropriate term, they perceptibly bowed and said, "Deng Jie, Lu Yu, pays respects to Miss Zhao." Li Ziyue then addressed Zhao Qingyao. "These two are my friends whom I mentioned to you today." Zhao Qingyao, not wishing to leave Li Ziyue embarrassed, graciously returned the gesture with a slight bow. Embodying the spirit of a chivalrous woman of the Jianghu, Qingyao has the pleasure of meeting the two of you. I have grown up listening to the legends of the Dingbei Marquis and have long held them in admiration. It is truly an honor to encounter Miss Zhao today." Lu Yu once again performed a respectful bow, expressing his reverence for the Dingbei Marquis. At that moment, he finally comprehended that since this lady in red was indeed the illustrious daughter of the Marquis, the divine weapon at her waist must be the fabled Weihua. The identity of the disciple of Yunxin Jinren is widely known in the martial world, rumored to have already stepped into the 8th rank, though the specifics of her strength remain uncertain. With this thought in mind, Liu unconsciously cast a glance at the carriage ahead, both wielding swords. Could this young lady from the Marquis residence surpass Gusu? Are both my aunt and Miss Lu inside the carriage? Li Ziyue inquired. Deng Jie nodded slightly. They haven't seen each other in a long time and seemed to have endless topics to discuss, spending all their days together. The wife of the Marquis of Yongyi is the maternal aunt of Lu Yu and her brother, and it was her earnest wish that they be accommodated in the Yongyi Marquis residence. After a moment of hesitation, Deng Jie continued, "This morning I sought my father's approval, and he agreed to let me take a position at the 13th Yamen. He also mentioned planning to visit the royal residence to express gratitude for His Highness's hospitality. There's no need for such formality, Lord Deng. We have known each other since childhood. It is merely a trifling matter." "Very well, since Lord Deng has consented. You may report to the Yamen tomorrow. With your 7th rank cultivation, you ought to assume the role of silver-trimmed capturer. However, since I brought you into the Yamen, it would be prudent to start as a copper-trimmed capturer, gradually amassing merits and avoiding opportunities for others to gossip." Li Ziyue clapped Deng Jie on the shoulder, a warm smile gracing his face. Deng Jie took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. He was not foolish, understanding the implications of Li Ziyue's words. "All right, let us proceed as such. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Please convey my regards to my aunt and Miss Lu." Li Ziyue offered a respectful bow to Lu Yu, then pulled on the reins, steering alongside Zhao Qingyao as they maneuvered past the caravan. The sound of hooves echoed as the curtain of the foremost carriage in the convoy fluttered, revealing a face of exquisite beauty, radiating warmth and grace. Her eyes, glistening like dewdrops, were drawn to a spirited young man riding proudly on horseback, and then to the striking woman draped in a vibrant red fox fur behind him. Curiously, the dashing woman in red seemed to sense the gaze emanating from the carriage. She turned, locking eyes with the serene pools of the maiden's gaze. They exchanged a fleeting glance before each withdrew their sight. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its gentle rays upon the summit of Qiyun Mountain and enveloping every soul in proximity to its grandeur. The two rode swiftly, finally crossing into the domain of Qiyun Mountain at midday. The Yunyun Temple, nestled against the mountainside, soon came into view as they navigated the familiar stream flowing upward. They quickly arrived at the ancient temple. Upon reaching the mountain gate, they secured their steeds and strode through the stone archway. "Sister, what brings you back?" They were met with a young Taoist nun at the corner, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity as she regarded Zhao Qingyao and her companion. Zhao Qingyao studied the younger nun, recognizing her yet unable to recall her name, as she appeared significantly older. Their master had taken numerous disciples over the years, and Zhao's infrequent visits to the temple left her unfamiliar with many of their names. "I have been grappling with several questions regarding my practice recently. May I inquire if master is in the back hall?" Zhao Qingyao asked with a warm smile. The female disciple nodded gently. "Master has just finished lunch and is resting in the back hall." "Very well, I shall go find her," Zhao Qingyao replied, expressing her gratitude before leading Li Ziyue towards the rear of the Taoist temple. Although the Ruyun temple was steeped in antiquity, it exuded a distinct aura of Taoist authenticity amidst the blue stone bricks and tiles. Li Ziyue had long been curious about the origins of the esteemed Yunshin Junren. Could it be that she hailed from the ranks of rustic hermits? The two meandered along a narrow side path, circumventing the main hall and passing through several stone archways, before finally arriving at the tranquil rear courtyard where Yunshin Junren resided. The courtyard was a haven of serenity, adorned with a solitary pine tree, a clear pond, and a graceful pavilion. Zhao Qingyao strode a few steps to the front of the residence, gently rapping on the door. "Master, your disciple has returned," she announced, her somewhat cool voice resonating through the courtyard, momentarily captivating Li Ziyue in the temple's unique solemn ambience. He pondered that if Zhao Qingyao were to don a Taoist robe, coupled with her naturally aloof expression, she might resemble a Taoist even more than the Taoists themselves. He found himself yearning to see her hair elegantly styled and draped in such attire. Lost in thought, he could not help but chuckle quietly. Zhao Qingyao glanced back at him, her brow furrowing. One look at his expression told her he was up to no good. Chapter 71. The languid Yunshin noticing Zhao Qingyao's icy gaze upon him. Li Ziyue swiftly composed himself, suppressing his amusement. He turned his attention to the firmly closed door of Yunshin Junren's chamber and stepped forward, raising his voice. "Master, I have also arrived." A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, causing the verdant needles of the pine to sway slightly. Alas, a gentle sigh emanated from within the room, its tone imbued with a hint of languor and a touch of resignation. "Qingyao, do come in. Let that fellow wait outside," came the invitation. Zhao Qingyao cast a warning glance at Li Ziyue, signaling him not to engage in any frivolous antics. With that, she delicately pushed open the wooden door and entered the chamber. Humph, Li Ziyue scoffed, curling his lip, as if I were eager to go in. He surveyed the courtyard, but found nothing of interest, so he squatted by the clear pond, amusing himself by teasing the goldfish. There were few in this world who could compel him to obedience, and the occupant of that room was one such person. In his childhood, when his mother was still alive, she often took him to Qiyun Mountain for leisure, as she shared a profound bond with the esteemed Master Yunxin. Their friendship one of intimate confidences. After all, she had quite literally saved her life. Thus, it follows that Master Yunxin was also a benefactor to Li Ziyue. Had the Empress met her untimely demise back then, it would have meant that Li Ziyue's fate would have unfolded quite differently. 20 years ago, Li Ziyue counted on his fingers, recalling his mother's words. 20 years prior, when Master Yunxin rescued her before the Imperial Path, she had been merely 18. This meant that Master Yunxin was significantly younger than his mother, who would now be 46 had she lived. 18 plus 20 equals 38. 46 minus 38 equals. How much was that again? It equals 8. Master Yunxin is 8 years younger than his mother, making their age difference nearly a decade. How could they possibly find common ground? With nothing else to occupy his mind, Li Ziyue idly pondered these trivialities. In the room, an elegant window was slightly ajar, allowing the fragrant smoke from the purple gold incense burner to waft gently into the air. The Wang Wali tables and chairs were arranged in a casual manner, while layers of sheer curtains hung low beside the bed, exuding an air of delicate grace. Zhao Qingyao moved a stool for herself and casually picked up the lotus-patterned teapot from the table, pouring herself a cup of tea. She then turned her gaze toward the beautiful Taoist nun, who was lazily reclining against the bed, her image disregarded as she yawned broadly. Master, didn't you just finish your meal? How could you be on the bed so soon? Zhao Qingyao inquired, taking a gentle sip of the fragrant tea, her tone laced with a hint of exasperation. The Taoist nun lazily turned over, nestling her head against the soft pillow, and pouted, I'm tired, dear disciple. Rising early every day to teach your junior sisters their morning lessons and guiding them in their cultivation is no small feat. Just when I finally managed to catch a midday nap, you all come barging in, and I had just fallen asleep. Zhao Qingyao lightly huffed. After all these years, it seems you care little for the affairs of the Taoist temple and are only interested in sleeping. What do you know? Sleeping is the most comfortable thing in the world. Close your eyes, think of nothing, and freely wander in dreams. How delightful it is, the nun replied. Qingyao, let me impart one more lesson. As cultivators, what do we seek? What we cultivate is ultimately the principle of Wu Wei, non-action. This is a state of mind in Taoism, and with your current level of cultivation, you naturally cannot comprehend it, the esteemed Yunxin Jinren expounded. As she spoke, she turned over once more, her entire being nestled within the soft bedding, her arms resting on the edge of the bed, gently swaying, while soft, indistinct murmurs of comfort escaped her lips. Zhao Qingyao sighed. As the foremost disciple of Master Yunxin, she had long since grown accustomed to her mentor's whimsical demeanor. By the way, I haven't inquired yet. What brings the two of you here today? Yunxin supported herself on her arms, gradually sitting up. She was not clad in her Taoist robe, merely donning a thin garment that, having been tossed about on the bed moments earlier, appeared somewhat disheveled, failing to completely conceal her exquisite figure. Zhao Qingyao pondered for a moment before responding succinctly. Li Ziyue seeks your assistance to counter the master of Taijue. What? Master Yunxin blinked, momentarily taken aback. After Zhao Qingyao's thorough explanation, Master Yunxin finally grasped the situation and realized that the young man did not intend to initiate a decisive battle at this early stage. Just after surpassing 100,000 words, he wanted me to stall the potentially arriving Dong Ping, and if the opportunity arose, to encircle and eliminate him? Master Yunxin murmured. This young man truly possesses grand ambitions, seeking to lay an ambush for the third most powerful in the world right after assuming office. Zhao Qingyao shook her head helplessly. For this endeavor, he has called back most of the Jinxiang captains from their external missions, clearly intent on delivering a severe blow to Taijue. Such mobilization, should any misstep occur, could inflict a devastating blow to his prestige within the 13 Yamen. Zhao Qingyao continued with an impassive tone. Oh, hearing this, Master Yunxin, with an air of intrigue, gracefully descended from his bed, barefooted, and approached Zhao Qingyao. Leaning down, He fixed his gaze intently upon her eyes and remarked, "My dear girl, what stirs such concern for him? Have you come here as his advocate?" Zhao Qingyao averted her gaze, avoiding her master's penetrating stare. "He sought me early this morning at my residence. I could not refuse him, so I accompanied him here," she replied, a hint of defiance in her tone. With a light chuckle, Master Yunxin revealed a knowing smile upon his exquisite visage. "Very well, I understand. Take him to your courtyard. I shall speak with him personally shortly." Zhao Qingyao possessed a small courtyard at the Cloudy Cloud Temple, and it was prudent to keep Li Ziyue away from Yunxin's quarters during their discussion. She observed the inscrutable smile on her master's face, pondering his thoughts in silence. Raising her teacup, she drained it in one swift motion before pushing open the wooden door to exit the room. After all, she had conveyed all she needed to say. The matters that followed were solely between the two of them. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Li Ziyue squatting by the pond, engrossed in tracing patterns in the water with his fingers while muttering to himself, "How enviable you are." It's said that a fish's memory lasts merely 7 seconds, free from all worries. Here in this pond, there is no fear of being devoured, and every day, someone feeds you. How delightful. With a silent approach, Zhao Qingyao lightly kicked his rear with her toes. "Whoa!" Li Ziyue exclaimed, startled, as he spun around abruptly, losing his balance and tumbling towards the pond. With a resounding splash, the water erupted, startling the fish within the tranquil pond into a frenzy darting about. If they could voice their thoughts, they would surely exclaim in protest, "What on earth is that colossal creature? It nearly gave my father a fright." The pond was not particularly deep, yet Li Ziyue struggled to rise, his freshly donned official robe thoroughly drenched. Frustration surged within him as he brushed away the wet strands obstructing his vision and stepped out of the pond, exclaiming, "Zhao Qingyao, have you lost your mind? I merely intended to give you a gentle kick to rouse you, and who would have anticipated such an exaggerated response?" Zhao Qingyao regarded Li Ziyue, now resembling a drenched chicken, and though a twinge of guilt flickered within her, his outburst ignited her temper. "Who could have known you were so timid? I merely nudged you, and you frightened yourself into the pond. How dare you blame me?" Chapter 72, The Taoist Li Ziyue Limited Edition. Fine. Consider it my misfortune. Observing Zhao Qingyao's obstinate demeanor reignite, Li Ziyue chose not to prolong the argument. After all, her unreasonable nature had been a constant for many years. He shed the heavy cloak, now saturated and as burdensome as a stone. A brisk breeze swept through, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. "I must dry my clothes in my courtyard first." Zhao Qingyao could not help but feel a tinge of remorse at his pitiful state. To be frank, her earlier intention had been merely to startle him, yet this esteemed master of the 9th rank had unexpectedly plunged into the pond. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Li Ziyue, drenched and resembling a soaked fowl, nodded and made his way toward Zhao Qingyao's courtyard. As the esteemed senior sister of the cloud viewing sect, one naturally ought to possess a garden that befits her stature, however modest it may be. Trembling, Li Ziyue cautiously entered the bedroom within Zhao Qingyao's courtyard. Although the stove had yet to be kindled, it at least provided some respite from the early spring chill. He fumbled awkwardly, shedding the official attire that Zhao Qingyao had just dressed him in that morning, carelessly tossing it onto a stool, leaving himself clad only in pristine undergarments. Zhao Qingyao approached with a brazier, igniting it with a fire stick from within the room, gradually warming the space. Taking advantage of the growing warmth, Li Ziyue silently circulated his vital energy, dispelling the cold that lingered within him. Zhao Qingyao rose, rummaging through the cupboard to retrieve a loose-fitting Taoist robe, along with a clean towel, which she handed to Li Ziyue. "First, dry yourself off and change into these clothes. We mustn't let you catch a chill," she instructed before placing the robe aside and stepping out of the room. Despite having shared an intimate encounter the previous night, Zhao Qingyao found it impossible to witness him undress in his entirety. Li Ziyue stood there, momentarily taken aback by her attentive actions, fetching the brazier, offering a towel, and providing clothing. Was this girl becoming more considerate? Acknowledging that this predicament was his own doing, yet feeling too bashful to admit it, she opted to compensate through her gestures. Wasn't this simply a display of pure tsundere behavior? Li Ziyue chuckled quietly to himself, removing his light garment and taking the towel to dry his body. As he completed the task, he finally began to feel the warmth enveloping him. He picked up the robe prepared for him by Zhao Qingyao, yet he found himself in a quandary. The robe was ample enough for him to don, and the trousers were also loose, albeit wearable. However, the inner lining presented a challenge. After all, Due to years of martial arts training, his physique was quite robust. With no other choice, Li Ziyue reluctantly draped the robe over himself and ventured into the room to find a basin. He twisted the inner lining vigorously to expel the moisture and then set it upon the stove to dry, managing to render it somewhat bearable. If only I were truly a master of the 9th grade. As he donned his attire, he lamented silently. A 9th grade expert in the Sun realm could effortlessly expel their vital energy, instantly evaporating their garments with a surge of potent energy. The cloud observation realm could manage it to some extent, but the results would undoubtedly be less effective. Are you dressed yet? Came Zhao Qingyao's voice from outside the door. Yes, I am, he replied. Zhao Qingyao entered, holding a pair of clean socks and cloth shoes. I just spent quite some time searching for suitable shoes from the second senior sister in the temple. Li Ziyue accepted the socks and shoes, crossing his legs to put them on, as he was still barefoot. His feet were not particularly large, roughly a size 42 by the standards of his previous world. While he was busy putting on his shoes, Zhao Qingyao picked up the towel he had set aside and stood behind him, loosening her hair and beginning to dry his hair. Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback. Today, Zhao Qingyao had truly brought him an abundance of unexpected sensations. From dressing him in the morning to now drying his hair, her actions left him in a state of disbelief. Could it be the essence of enduring love? A classic line flashed through the mind of the Prince of Shu. Thus, when the esteemed Master Yunxin entered her eldest disciple's chamber, she was met with a most peculiar sight. Before a blazing brazier sat a young Taoist, his head covered by a towel, idly rubbed by his diligent disciple. Seemingly lost in thought, with both hands resting on the fire to warm himself, and an inexplicable, whimsical smile gracing his lips. What performance is this? Master Yunxin inquired, raising an eyebrow in bemusement. Upon noticing his master's arrival, Zhao Qingyao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, ceased his ministrations and tossed the towel to Li Ziyue. He fell into the pool earlier, and I fetched him a change of clothes, he explained. I wondered why there was such a large puddle in my courtyard. It turns out it was you, rascal. Master Yunxin smirked derisively, casting a glance of feigned concern toward Li Ziyue. Subsequently, she seized the great cloak that lay beside him and, channeling her energy, conjured a billowing cloud of steam. Li Ziyue, towel in one hand, widened his eyes in awe at this enchanting spectacle. Haven't you already mastered the art of cloud observation? Why are you conserving your vital energy enduring this chill? Master Yunxin resumed her ministrations, enveloping him in warmth once more. Li Ziyue, with a sheepish grin, replied, I have only recently ascended. My cultivation remains unstable. To dry these garments would require a significant expenditure of vital energy. He had now dried his hair and set the towel aside. Rising to offer a respectful bow to the esteemed Yunxin Jinren, Ziyue pays his respects to Yunxin Jinren. May the master be well. This small chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Yunxin Jinren, draped in a snow-white Taoist robe with a black outer garment. Her hair, elegantly styled in a wooden pin, exuded an ethereal grace that contrasted sharply with her previous languor in the boudoir. She inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement of the bow and replied with a hint of aloofness, I am well, but I am not your master. Refrain from calling me that. Li Ziyue playfully patted his robe and grinned. Do I not appear to be a proper Taoist? Yunxin casually moved a stool to sit, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, if you would be willing to forsake the riches and honors of your life and genuinely embrace a Taoist existence, I would gladly accept you as the first male disciple of Riyun Temple. What say you, Prince of Shu? Li Ziyue feigned deep contemplation, furrowing his brow before glancing at Zhao Qingyao, then earnestly inquired of Yunxin, is it permissible for fellow disciples to become Taoist partners? Not at all, Yunxin promptly rejected. Li Ziyue sighed. Very well, then I shall refrain from joining Riyun Temple. What a pretense, Zhao Qingyao remarked with a scrunched nose and a pout. Yunxin Jinren smiled once more. It seemed that these two youngsters had made significant progress of late. Now, let us address the matter at hand. I heard from Qingyao that you encountered Dongping. Li Ziyue shrugged and remarked, it is I who have unilaterally declared war. The third prince of the realm may very well disregard me entirely. If one were to place another upon the fiery stove, would they not pay attention? Yunxin, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Neither of these two mother and son could be considered a source of peace. Chapter 73. The point of no return inevitably. There shall be a confrontation between Dongping and myself. Whether sooner or later, it would be prudent to take the initiative. As the saying goes, Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Since the Taijua sect has firmly established itself in Shuzhou, it is imperative for Li Ziyue to devise a strategy against him. The thought of this matter made Li Ziyue feel somewhat troubled. While other princes are desperate to avoid being dispatched to the fief, fixated on their father's imperial throne, he, in contrast, harbors no desire for that throne whatsoever, dreaming instead of a distant place where he might revel in solitude, all while having to navigate the obstacles of being sent to a fief on his own. In this world, throughout history, has there ever been such a scenario? When do you plan to execute this scheme? Yunxin inquired. Li Ziyue tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table and replied earnestly. The government has already begun disseminating the tale of Master Huaining and Dong Ping, and the order to summon Captain Jinxiang is en route. Once the story has gained sufficient traction, we shall announce the execution date for that group of monks. The entire process will take approximately 2 months. Yunxin, furrowing her brow, contemplated quietly. At that moment, Zhao Qingyao unexpectedly interjected, "Time may not be as ample as you think." Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue turned sharply to Zhao Qingyao, asking, "What do you mean?" Upon hearing the tale of Huaining the abbot and Dong Ping, the Taiju sect may momentarily find themselves at a loss. However, once the execution time of the monks at Xianghua Temple is disclosed, they will undoubtedly discern your intentions. As you have articulated, this is a strategy of overt maneuvering. You need not fear their conjectures. At that juncture, be prepared for the Taiju sect's countermeasures. Zhao Qingyao reasoned with clarity. Yunxin nodded in acknowledgement. Your scheme is indeed grand, yet it is fraught with uncertainties. The overall framework is commendable, but the Taiju sect has concealed itself from the world for so many years, employing myriad covert tactics. Caution remains paramount. Li Ziyue sighed, I understand. But as long as those monks are not abducted before the execution, the initiative will remain firmly in our grasp. Observing his unwavering confidence, Yunxin refrained from further persuasion and stated, I promise to stabilize the situation on the day of the plan. Should Dong Ping take action, I shall intervene on your behalf. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Li Ziyue's face. With Yunxin's presence, he felt considerably more composed, regardless of any unforeseen events. I am most grateful, then. How many times must I reiterate? I am not your master, Yunxin retorted with a hint of disdain. The objective of this venture had been successfully achieved, leaving Li Ziyue in high spirits, and it was then that he became acutely aware of his hunger, his stomach beginning to rumble. Zhao Qingyao fetched the leftover lunch from the kitchen, and the two finally partook in their midday meal, albeit an hour late. After concluding their discussions, the esteemed Yunxin departed from Zhao Qingyao's humble abode, as she still had lessons to impart to her disciples for the day. At this moment, the hour had already passed halfway, and Li Ziyue had no time to change into his official attire. He hastily packed it away and, donning a cape over his Taoist robe, exchanged a brief greeting with Yunxin before departing with Zhao Qingyao from Riyun Temple. There was no other choice. If they lingered any longer, they would surely miss the appointed time and would not even be able to enter the city gates. The two hastily mounted their steeds and set forth on the road back to the capital. A nagging sensation that something was amiss lingered in Li Ziyue's mind. Along the way, he suddenly scratched his head, murmuring to himself. Zhao Qingyao, hearing his mutterings, rode closer and inquired, Is it a matter concerning the yamen? Li Ziyue furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It should not be. It's all due to yesterday's excessive drinking that I can't quite recall. He shrugged. Nonetheless, it must not be of great significance. When the time comes, I shall remember. After a period of deep contemplation, Li Ziyue ultimately relinquished his thoughts. He was never one to dwell on trivial matters. Moreover, there was no time for such indulgence now. Despite their hurried pace, the sun continued its swift descent towards the western horizon. He sorrowfully realized that it was likely they would not return today. As the last vestiges of twilight faded from the horizon, and with considerable distance still remaining to the capital, Zhao Qingyao sighed in resignation, slowing his mount. The city gates would undoubtedly have closed by now, rendering their frantic rush futile. What shall we do now? Zhao Qingyao's expression was devoid of emotion as he glanced at Li Ziyue. After a moment's reflection, Li Ziyue suggested, Let us find an inn near the outskirts of the capital to spend the night. We can return in the morning. They could indeed enter the capital tonight, at worst. They could request the guards at the city gate to lower a basket and hoist them up. However, such an approach felt decidedly undignified, and both of them instinctively disregarded this option. Suddenly, Li Ziyue inquired, By the way, do you have any silver with you? I do, Zhao Qingyao sighed again, lamenting how, following this unreliable fellow, she would endure hunger for 3 days. The moon gradually ascended, once more pouring its gentle radiance upon the world, casting the most exquisite light upon the earth. The two of them held the reins, their horses trotting slowly along the official road. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright enough tonight for them to discern the path ahead. The spring night was exceptionally tranquil, the starry sky twinkling brilliantly, adorning the boundless wilderness. Li Ziyue turned to gaze at the woman's stunning profile beside him, before glancing up at the moon. In that moment, the breeze seemed to pause. The stars expanded in their cosmic dance, silently igniting their final glimmers of life from a place in the universe light years away from this planet. What are you staring at? Zhao Qingyao likewise turned her head, meeting his gaze. I was just thinking, after all these years of knowing each other. This is our first time out alone without anyone else. Li Ziyue replied with a smile. Zhao Qingyao averted her gaze, murmuring an acknowledgement and nodding silently. For some reason, she felt that their current interaction was not as comfortable as it had once been. Perhaps it was due to the breaking of that delicate barrier between them. Zhao Qingyao's mind was in turmoil. She yearned for closeness yet desired distance. She longed to embrace him, but upon seeing his face, she felt an urge to slap him fiercely. She undoubtedly harbored affection for him, and despite his ardent confessions, why was she unable to voice her own feelings? She would rather allow him to demean himself as he did the previous night than utter a single truth from her heart. How could she bring herself to say it? She was not as brazen as he. Moreover, they still lacked any formal commitment. Lost in thought, Zhao Qingyao suddenly reached out and pinched Li Ziyue's waist hard. Watching him grimace in pain while cautiously assessing her expression, contemplating where he had erred to provoke her ire, Zhao Qingyao silently nodded. Indeed, her heart felt much lighter. He had always been like this, from childhood to the present. Whenever she exhibited even a hint of displeasure, he would first reflect on his own faults, perpetually prioritizing her feelings above all else. With such a beloved partner, what could she possibly find to be dissatisfied with? Zhao Qingyao pondered. Yet, as she observed him toil alone for their future, was she truly incapable of offering even a single sincere response? Chapter 74. The post station. Li Ziyue remained oblivious to Zhao Qingyao's intricate inner thoughts, still grimacing as he rubbed the soft flesh of his waist, secretly cursing her for being eccentric. As darkness enveloped the sky, the two had walked along the official road for another half-hour when they finally spotted flickering lights ahead. I told you there was a post station up ahead, Li Ziyue declared triumphantly, pointing at the courtyard in front of them. Zhao Qingyao cast a silent sidelong glance at him, perplexed by what there was to boast about. The two led their horses and strolled leisurely to the entrance of the inn. The grand door stood ajar, a brilliantly illuminated lantern hung at the threshold, casting a gentle glow into the night. Hearing their approach, a stable hand emerged from within, and upon seeing the two elegantly attired young individuals illuminated by the lantern's light, he promptly greeted them. Are you guests in need of rest? Li Ziyue nodded. Is there an available courtyard? Indeed, there is. Please, come inside. The stable hand eagerly ushered them in, calling out as he went, Old Lu, we have guests. Come out quickly. Soon, a burly man clad in fur emerged from within, sullenly taking the horses from Li Ziyue and Zhao Qingyao, offering them a rather unappealing grin before heading towards the stable in the backyard. The inn featured a dedicated stable, as one of its primary functions was to provide changing horses for traveling officials. Li Ziyue was not at all surprised by the stable hand's attentive demeanor. Although it was fundamentally a non-profit establishment created by the court with the responsibilities of delivering official documents and hosting officials, the current era was one of peace and prosperity, with flourishing commerce. It was entirely reasonable for them to offer lodging and meals to those willing to pay. Even the censors from the Board of Punishments would have little to say about it. The two chose not to reveal their identities, opting instead for a secluded courtyard and requesting a meal. Zhao Qingyao did not inquire about the cost, simply tossing 5 taels of silver to the stable hand, who was taken aback and filled with delight. Li Ziyue observed the delighted expression of the courier and chuckled, shaking his head thoughtfully. He mused whether the rebel leader, during his days as a courier, would have been equally astonished upon unexpectedly receiving 5 taels of silver. Perhaps a little financial gain might have deterred him from rebellion. The modest courtyard they requested was indeed somewhat rudimentary. However, for the sake of their safety, they had instructed the courier to arrange for this dwelling adjacent to the stable's side wall. In the event of danger, they could swiftly escape from here, serving as a layer of insurance in emergencies. Upon entering the main room, Li Ziyue held the candlestick and surveyed the surroundings. The place was surprisingly tidy, indicating that the courier had not been negligent in his duties. "We shall make do here for tonight," Li Ziyue remarked as he took in the room. Zhao Qingyao nodded in agreement, finding the simplicity of the space inconsequential. After all, her quarters at the Cloudy View Temple were even less accommodating, as long as cleanliness prevailed. She struck a match and ignited all the lamps in the room, which then illuminated the space warmly. With the comforting glow of the lights, both felt a sense of relief after a long day, finally having a place to rest. "I haven't sent any word home. I wonder how worried my grandfather must be." Zhao Qingyao sighed as she casually pulled up a stool to sit. Li Ziyue, on the other hand, immediately flopped onto the large bed, reclining comfortably while saying, "I reckon he thinks you've tarried at the Cloudy View Temple and will only return tomorrow. That old man has a knack for self-comfort." Zhao Qingyao huffed in annoyance as she unfastened her moonflower pendant and tossed it at Li Ziyue. "How can you say that? Accompanying you on this trip has worn me out. It has been a day full of tribulations. Follow me closely. The hardships are still ahead. So it's better to adapt early," Li Ziyue remarked with his usual playful demeanor, deftly evading the assault of the moonlight. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyao abruptly sealed her lips. Choosing silence, Li Ziyue had braced himself for a reprimand, yet after a prolonged pause, he lifted his gaze in curiosity towards Zhao Qingyao. "What troubles you?" "Nothing," Zhao Qingyao replied, shaking her head as she averted her eyes. "What is this situation?" Li Ziyue pondered, scratching his head. At that moment, a voice called from the courtyard, "Guest, your dinner has arrived." With a swift motion, Li Ziyue leapt from his bed and strode towards the entrance, accepting the meal box from the courier. "Dinner is served." Entering the room, he cheerfully lifted the lid, unveiling a sumptuous spread of dishes. It seemed that Zhao Qingyao's silver had made a difference, as the station's evening fare was lavish, for dishes and a soup, accompanied by several steamed buns, ample enough to satisfy both their appetites. Feeling a pang of hunger, she reached for her chopsticks, but suddenly, as if recalling something, she gazed at Li Ziyue with concern. "This food isn't poisoned, is it?" Li Ziyue, taken aback, replied with exasperation, "What kind of poison would it take to bring you down?" "Perhaps something potent enough for the realm of Guanyin," Zhao Qingyao stated with utmost seriousness, having cultivated the orthodox Taoist techniques imparted by Master Yunqin. Her pure qi naturally countered toxins, rendering ordinary poisons ineffective against her. "Then what are you worried about? What family would dare to poison a frail-looking young master or young lady with lethal concoctions?" Li Ziyue helplessly rubbed his forehead and said, "All right." Zhao Qingyao, upon hearing this, found some merit in his words and finally began to eat. As she savored her meal, she glanced at Li Ziyue and inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" "You go ahead. Ensure that it truly isn't poisoned before I partake," Li Ziyue replied with a cheerful smile. "You scoundrel!" Zhao Qingyao exclaimed, placing her chopsticks down and once again lunging at Li Ziyue in a fit of anger. As the chapter is yet unfinished, please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Li Ziyue evaded Zhao Qingyao's advances, pleading, my mistake, I will eat. Is that satisfactory?" "Humph." Amidst their banter, the two swiftly concluded their dinner. There was certainly no poison in the food. They had not descended to the misfortune of being poisoned even while staying at an inn. After their meal, they rested for a while and then requested a bucket of hot water from the innkeeper for a brief cleansing. "Ah, how delightful," Li Ziyue exclaimed as he sat on the edge of the bed, comfortably submerging his feet into the basin filled with warm water, unable to suppress a groan of satisfaction. Since embarking on their journey that morning, he had spent the majority of the day on horseback, and soaking his tired feet in the hot water was an exquisite relief. Turning his gaze toward Zhao Qingyao, who was seated cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed in meditation, he asked, "You've had a tiring day as well. Would you like to soak your feet too?" Zhao Qingyao slowly opened her eyes, glanced at Li Ziyue's reddened feet in the warm water, and shook her head. Li Ziyue persisted, "Just try it. It truly is very comfortable." "Not a chance." Zhao Qingyao resolutely refused once more. "Nonsense. Can you casually gaze upon a young girl's feet? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your intentions?" As expected, Li Ziyue remained undeterred, his tone taking on a sarcastic edge. "Are you afraid your feet might smell? What if the scent escapes once you remove your socks?" "Li Ziyue, do you seek your own demise?" Zhao Qingyao's expression turned icy, the energy she had just gathered coalescing at her fingertips. "My apologies, I misspoke," Li Ziyue quickly amended, sensing Zhao Qingyao's rising ire. Chapter 75. The most cliché plot. Ultimately, Zhao Qingyao took the water bucket to the side chamber. Naturally, the young girl valued cleanliness and required no further persuasion from that fellow. Watching Zhao Qingyao's retreating figure with the bucket, Li Ziyue sighed in resignation. What is the big deal about washing one's feet in front of others? Why must one feel so bashful? The detrimental effects of feudal remnants are indeed profound, mused a beneficiary of such a system. After some time, a refreshed Zhao Qingyao returned to the room, casting a glance at Li Ziyue, who feigned deep concentration in his cultivation. You may leave now. I wish to rest. Pardon? Li Ziyue thought he had misheard, his eyes widening in surprise. Where am I to go? To the side chamber, of course, Zhao Qingyao replied matter-of-factly. Li Ziyue immediately protested, indignant. Why must I sleep in the side chamber? Why not you? That room is too small, and I dislike it, she retorted. I shall not go either, Zhao Qingyao declared. Li Ziyue's eyes shifted mischievously as he suggested. How about we share a room for the night? Zhao Qingyao shot him a fierce glare, crossing her arms and stepping back, retorting, You rogue, what are you plotting? Li Ziyue sighed. We ventured out without a single guard, and being in this desolate wilderness, I merely fear the dangers that may arise. If we share a room, we can look out for one another should anything occur. What are you thinking? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qingyao replied, Then you can sleep on the floor. Absolutely not. Li Ziyue firmly rejected her suggestion. See, you've revealed your true intentions. You're scheming against me. Zhao Qingyao's eyes flashed with indignation as she gritted her teeth. No, my dear lady, it is early spring and the weather is frigid. If I sleep on the ground, you would be condemning me to a frozen demise. Li Ziyue spread his hands in an earnest attempt to explain. He leaped off the bed, gently placing his hands on Zhao Qingyao's shoulders and guiding her to sit at the edge of the bed. I assure you, I will do nothing tonight, but simply lie down and sleep. Is that agreeable? A soft chuckle echoed in his mind, the pendant around his neck glowing faintly with a crimson light. Do not disrupt me. I am occupied with serious matters, he urged, channeling his spirit energy into the pendant. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qingyao considered his words. Although she suspected his intentions were far from noble, he did have a point. Sharing a room would indeed provide greater safety. In the treacherous world of the martial arts, it was wise to remain cautious, she reminded herself. Thus, she reluctantly nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, sharing the bed is acceptable, but if you dare to touch me, I shall sever your hand. Rest assured. Li Ziyue completely disregarded her final display of modesty, shedding his robe and burrowing into the covers. Zhao Qingyao raised an eyebrow at the sight, inquiring, Why are you undressing? Li Ziyue was taken aback. Do you not remove your clothes to sleep? I certainly do not. I have no idea whether these blankets are clean. Zhao Qingyao patted the pristine white cotton quilt on the bed, pushed it aside, and retrieved the fox fur coat hanging on the rack. I shall use this tonight. With that, she climbed onto the bed, reclined against the headboard, unfurled the vibrant red fur coat, and draped it over herself before gradually lying down. Li Ziyue contemplated for a moment, summoned his energy, and with a swift motion, extinguished the candle on the dining table with a gust of wind. The room was instantly enveloped in darkness, save for the solitary candlestick burning brightly on the bedside table beside Zhao Qingyao. She said nothing, merely closed her eyes gently. Are you feeling sleepy? Li Ziyue turned his body to face Zhao Qingyao, striving to make conversation. Lying so close to his childhood friend, he felt as though his heart were being clawed by a restless feline. After so many years of acquaintance, this was his first experience sharing a bed with Zhao Qingyao. Last night may have been similar, but he had been unconscious and felt nothing, so it did not count. Zhao Qingyao, gazing upward, remained silent, only responding with a soft hum through her nose. Li Ziyue inhaled the sweet fragrance of the girl's hair, instinctively drawing closer to her beneath the covers. He mused to himself that he had indeed indulged a bit too much the previous night. Be quiet. Nothing happened last night. There is no need to elaborate. Zhao Qingyao interjected, interrupting him. Naturally, Li Ziyue was unwilling to let Zhao Qingyao dismiss the events of the previous evening so casually. He began to reminisce. No. I remember it clearly. I suddenly barged into your room, and then we. Li Ziyue. Zhao Qingyao suddenly turned to face him, her gaze locked onto his. In the dim glow of the candlelight, he noticed a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Could it be that Qingyao is shy? Li Ziyue marveled, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, scrutinizing the delicate features of the girl before him. Throughout the years of their acquaintance, Zhao Qingyao had rarely revealed such a demeanor in his presence. Especially in recent years, under his unabashed advances, she had cultivated a demeanor of serene composure. This sudden display of emotion from her left him feeling somewhat disoriented. The flickering flame danced gently, casting shadows in the dimly lit room as their gazes intertwined, each attuned to the rhythm of the other's breath. The night had deepened, with a gentle breeze whispering through the courtyard. Yet the chilling air could not penetrate the warmth of the room. On the grand bed, two pairs of bright eyes met, both sensing the unspoken sentiments swirling within the depths of each other's gaze. Well, since I forgot how it felt after drinking too much last night, shall we experience it again today? Li Ziyue suggested softly. Zhao Qingyao blinked her eyes and said, "Didn't you promise not to do anything tonight? It's just a kiss. It's not like we did anything significant," Li Ziyue retorted, unabashed. Zhao Qingyao, unsure if she understood, fell silent. Her captivating phoenix eyes fixed on the young man before her. Li Ziyue swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable flutter of nerves within him. His heart raced with fervor, a stark contrast to the muddled drunkenness of the previous night. He stealthily lifted his cheek, leaning closer to her delicate face. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qingyao's eyes had closed, her long lashes fluttering gently, her breath growing deeper. Closer, closer. A soft sound echoed from the courtyard outside, reminiscent of a heavy object gently touching the ground. Someone had intruded. Zhao Qingyao abruptly opened her eyes, alertly rising to peer outside. What the hell? Li Ziyue's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the most cliché scenario from novels and dramas would unfold before him. So close. Damn it, I'll kill him. In a fit of rage, Li Ziyue leaped from the bed, barefoot, grabbing the standard long knife of the 13 yamen from the table, and charged outside. Hey! Zhao Qingyao waved at Li Ziyue. But seeing him run out without a glance back, she could only helplessly draw her moonlight blade and follow him outside. Chapter 76. Hanzi was a thief. However, he was no ordinary thief. He was one with a rich legacy. A year ago, he bid farewell to his master and resolutely embarked on a journey through the martial world, ready to commence his grandiose life as a master thief. As an ambitious thief, he never set his sights on trivial targets. He believed that there exists a code even among thieves. If one is to steal, let it be something grand. Thus, he chose his first objective to be the illustrious Sangyu Sword Manor, renowned as the sacred ground for sword forging. It was said that the manor housed countless treasured blades, and he resolved to pilfer one to elevate his own reputation. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, he scaled the tall walls of the manor and approached the sword vault of the venerable Master Lu. However, he encountered his first setback in life. At the moment he laid eyes on Master Lu, who was clandestinely drinking within the vault instead of sleeping, both were startled, each thinking they had been caught in the act of thievery. This encounter was the reason why Hanzi still drew breath. Master Lu, believing the intruder to be one of his own household members, instinctively turned to conceal his wine, inadvertently granting Hanzi a fleeting chance to escape. Of course, the ensuing chase by the now alert Master Lu was fraught with peril, a tale for another time. In any case, having narrowly evaded death, Hanzi journeyed northward, during which he engaged in a few acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor. Eventually, he arrived in Yenzhou. Speaking of Yenzhou inevitably brings to mind a certain family, one that has produced a phoenix, the Xia family. It was said that the Xia family in Yenzhou was steeped in literary tradition and martial prowess. Their patriarch was a formidable figure in the chaotic world, and his son, the current head of the family, was a master well regarded in martial evaluations. This ignited Hanzi's interest once more. Such a family with a profound scholarly heritage must possess esteemed martial arts manuals, and thus, Hanzi prepared to make his move again. Once again, on a moonless night filled with gusty winds, he stealthily infiltrated the grand residence of the Xia family. It was then that he encountered Xia Chan, the current head of the Xia clan and a prince of the Daming dynasty, who was practicing beneath the moonlight. To this day, he cannot forget the emotionless gaze of Xia Chan. A mere cold glance was enough to render him immobilized, leaving him standing there in a daze. Only when Xia Chan averted his eyes, dismissing this insignificant wanderer of the martial world, did he flee from the Xia residence in utter haste. From that moment on, Hanzi finally adopted a more prudent demeanor, ceasing his ambitions towards the prominent families, relinquishing his dreams of sudden fame. Instead, he resorted to pilfering from the unscrupulous landlords he encountered on the roads, ensuring that after satisfying his own hunger, he would distribute the remaining silver to impoverished families, thus earning a reputation of benevolence. He spent an aimless year in this manner until one day, upon entering the capital, he heard the rumor that all the monks of Xianghua Temple had been imprisoned. This news stirred his interest anew. Might the temple harbor Buddhist scriptures left behind by esteemed monks? And so, on yet another moonless night, filled with gusty winds, he infiltrated the grand Xianghua Temple. This time, however, fortune did not favor him, and he could not escape. He later learned that the commander on duty that day was named Wu Wei, the youngest general of the Jinwu Guard, known for his valor and numerous accolades. His own pride in his lightness of foot had indeed afforded him a chance at escape. But the general shattered 3 walls with a single fist, leaving him with no avenue for evasion, ultimately ensnared by the encirclement of the Jinwu Guard. He was taken to the prison, but fortunately, it was not the celestial prison of the law enforcement officials nor the dreaded Zhaoyuan of the 13 Yamen, but rather a standard cell within the Jingyao prefecture. Perhaps General Wu never truly regarded him as a threat, merely perceiving him as an ordinary thief. This oversight afforded him an opportunity for escape. Today, Hanzi finally seized a chance, stealthily picking the lock of the unremarkable cell door at the Jingzhou prefecture prison, thereby liberating himself and slipping out of the capital before the city gates closed. Along the way, he casually relieved someone of 2 taels of silver and took refuge in a secluded courtyard of an inn by the main road. Soon, he noticed a pair of elegantly dressed young men and women taking residence next door. They appeared to be inexperienced novices, likely the scions of some affluent family, venturing out to experience life, complete with swords and daggers as if they were seasoned wanderers. Humph, today the master thief shall impart a lesson to you, Hanzi thought to himself, considering that he needed funds for his journey, so he resolved to borrow some from this evidently wealthy couple. He had been perched on the wall for a while, apprehensive about interrupting the young couple should they be engaged in a more intimate exchange, which would have been quite awkward. After a short while, hearing no inappropriate sounds, he leaped down from the wall and entered their courtyard. It was another dark night, rife with potential for mischief. Hanzi possessed remarkable agility. Otherwise, he would not have managed to escape from those formidable masters repeatedly. However, he sensed that the young couple inside held no exceptional skills, thus he did not temper the sound of his footsteps. Suddenly, a young man clad only in a white tunic burst forth from the house, brandishing a long knife with an air of fury. His eyes seemed to blaze with an infinite wrath. You dare to ruin my plans? Let us see if I can't deal with you today. Startled, Hanzi instinctively took a step back. His initial reaction was to believe he had been ambushed, yet upon discerning the words of the youth, he felt it might not be the case. What? Are you trying to ruin my good fortune? No, what have I done to you? Hanzi pondered in confusion, retreating another 2 steps. Having been discovered, he had no intention of pressing on. He was a thief, not a robber. The youth seemed to sense his intentions, drawing his blade with a menacing glare and a cruel smile, exclaiming, thinking of fleeing? With that, he charged towards Hanzi with reckless abandon. Left with no choice, Hanzi unsheathed the dagger at his waist, bracing for confrontation. At that moment, an extraordinarily beautiful girl emerged from within the room, calling out to the youth, "Don't kill him." Understood, the youth replied without glancing back, his gaze still fixated on Hanzi, akin to a hunter observing its prey. You truly have no regard for me, the saint of thieves, Hanzi scoffed, incensed by the disdainful attitude of the young duo. After all, he was a dignified 8th-tier master. Handling these 2 youngsters should be effortless. Abandoning thoughts of escape, he gripped his knife firmly and charged directly at the youth. It's time for you to witness the vastness of the world, lad. Hanzi moved with the swiftness of a wisp of smoke, vanishing from the youth's sight in an instant. To your left, a languid voice echoed in the youth's ear. Obediently, the youth slightly bent his front leg to halt his momentum, abruptly pivoting with his right hand wielding the knife, fiercely slashing towards the air on his left. With a clang, Hanzi's figure indeed materialized on the youth's left side, parrying the incoming strike with his dagger. Startled, Hanzi thought, wasn't I the one ambushing you? The youth did not grant Hanzi much time for contemplation, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. With a light tap of his toes, Hanzi's figure vanished like a wraith. Behind him, Qingqiu continued to offer reminders. The youth twisted his form, shifting his right foot, and swung his blade once more behind him. Clang! The dagger once again intercepted the force of the strike. The blow was powerful and resonant, causing Hanzi's grip on the dagger to tingle painfully, forcing him to retreat a couple of steps. In astonishment, He raised his head to gaze at the youth who remained steadfast in his position. Once could be mere coincidence, but a second time could hardly be dismissed as serendipity. Chapter 77. The Thief's Gate. He could not fathom why, despite being a master of stealth and agility, capable of eluding even the venerable Master Lu a year prior, this youth could so effortlessly decipher his movements. Li Ziyue gripped his sword firmly, having quelled his emotions, and kept a vigilant watch on the uninvited intruder in the courtyard. Through their previous exchanges, he had gauged the depth of the opponent's skill. Though their agility was exquisite, their strength was lacking. With Qingqiu present, handling the situation would not pose much of a challenge. Need assistance? Zhao Qingyao inquired from the doorway, her sword, Moonlight, already unsheathed. She had been observing the recent skirmish. And the masked thief's movements were indeed bewildering, even beyond her comprehension. Clearly, this adversary was not one to be easily vanquished. No need, you rest. Li Ziyue replied without turning his head. Han Zi cast a glance at Zhao Qingyao, who held the Moonlight blade. The sword, though its brilliance was restrained, emanated an unmistakable aura of sword energy. Another formidable opponent, Han Zi thought, gritting his teeth in frustration at his ill fortune this night. It seemed that escaping from this predicament would require considerable effort. Li Ziyue, noticing that the rogue remained stationary, understood that he was preparing to adopt a defensive stance, seeking an opening to inflict a grievous wound. Thus, he took the initiative to launch an attack. With a decisive step forward, he exerted force through his right leg, leveraging the advantage of his formidable physique. He raised his blade horizontally and struck fiercely. The sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated as the steel, honed to perfection in the 13 Yamen style, approached Han Zi at a remarkable speed, exuding an overwhelming momentum aimed directly at his head. Just as the blade was about to cleave through his visage, Han Zi instinctively crouched low, narrowly evading the lethal strike. With a powerful push from his rear leg, he gripped his dagger and darted into the opening left by Li Ziyue's swing, aiming for his opponent's chest. The dagger glinted ominously, its blade tinged with a hint of purple, clearly imbued with poison. However, Li Ziyue remained unfazed. The moment he received a warning from Qingqiu, he deftly shifted his position. Harnessing the momentum of his swing, he executed a swift rotation, and with his right arm bent at the elbow, he delivered a forceful blow to Han Zi's head. The impact resounded with a thud. Han Zi felt a dizzying wave wash over him, his body becoming weightless, as if soaring through the skies. In an instant, he crashed violently against the wall of the courtyard. Li Ziyue did not grant him a moment's respite, swiftly appearing before him and delivering a direct kick to his abdomen. With a gasp, Han Zi coughed up blood, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground. Li Ziyue kicked the dagger from his grasp, then seized his throat, pinning him firmly against the wall. Did he truly believe that when I said I would end your life, it was merely jest? Through Han Zi's blurred vision, he beheld the youth's grotesque smile. Within the depths of those obsidian eyes, he envisioned a fox, its 9 colossal tails swaying amidst an endless sea of blood. Wearing a sanguinary grin, Zhao Qingyao approached, gently tapping the arm that gripped Han Zi's neck. Only then did Li Ziyue emit a soft grunt, releasing his hold. Han Zi slid down the wall to the floor, clutching his throat and coughing violently. Who are you? Li Ziyue squatted down, ripping away Han Zi's mask and coldly inquiring. Beneath the mask was a young man of striking appearance, making it difficult to reconcile him with the elusive thief from moments ago. Regaining his breath, Han Zi inhaled deeply, observing the indifferent youth before him and the young woman beside him, sword poised against his neck. He realized he was utterly ensnared. My name is Han Zi. I am but an ordinary wanderer of the Jianghu. He raised his hands, indicating his lack of intent to resist further. Li Ziyue shook his head and turned to Zhao Qingyao, instructing, "Go inside and fetch my token." Zhao Qingyao nodded slightly and turned to enter the room. An ordinary wanderer of the rivers and lakes possessing such agility. Surely, this cannot be the truth. What is your true identity? Who sent you? And what are your intentions? Where are your accomplices? It would be best if you could divulge everything in detail. Li Ziyue received the token that Zhao Qingyao brought from the room, waving it before Han Zi, allowing him to clearly see the 4 prominent characters of the 13 Yamen inscribed on the front. If you remain silent at this moment, upon returning to the capital tomorrow and entering the imperial prison, you shall endure considerable suffering. Upon recognizing the token, Han Zi's expression turned desolate. A young man of such formidable prowess must undoubtedly be a significant figure within the 13 Yamen. How exceedingly unfortunate, he felt. He had just emerged from the prison of Jingzhou Prefecture and had no desire to return to incarceration, especially considering that the imperial prison of the 13 Yamen was tenfold more formidable than that of Jingzhou. Once inside, escape would be nearly impossible. I am truly just an ordinary wanderer of the rivers and lakes, Han Zi painstakingly explained. My agility was taught to me by my master. But now I have ventured into the world independently, detached from any sect. My presence here is merely a coincidence. Since you are from the 13 Yamen, perhaps you have heard about the thief who infiltrated Xianghua Temple and was apprehended by the Jinwu guards a few days ago? That was indeed me. I just managed to escape today, hoping to pilfer some travel expenses, and then I unexpectedly encountered you. It is the truth. Li Ziyue pondered for a moment. He indeed had some recollection of the thief who slipped into Xianghua Temple. He remembered the thief being caught red-handed by the Jinwu guards and imprisoned in the Jingzhou jail. Could it be him? If it were, then escaping from the prison was certainly within the realm of possibility. After all, confining a mere petty thief and scoundrel in a prison meant for serious criminals is but a fanciful notion. Yet, how fortuitous it is that they happen to encounter each other at this very moment. Li Ziyue furrowed his brow, contemplating the authenticity of the situation and the possibilities lurking behind it. Who is your master, and what is the name of your sect? He inquired once more. Han Zi stammered for a moment before finally confessing. Our sect is called the Thief Sect, and my master is Qiwanhua. Upon hearing the name of the sect, Zhao Qingyao's eyes widened in surprise, and when she heard Qiwanhua's name, realization dawned upon her. It was indeed the Thief Sect. The name Qiwanhua was well known to both her and Li Ziyue, a legendary figure in the martial world, renowned as the contemporary master of thievery, celebrated for his unparalleled mastery of techniques and agility. Li Ziyue scrutinized Han Zi's appearance, finding no trace of a disciple of such a famed master. His agility was somewhat commendable, however. So this is merely a coincidence. You sought to procure some silver and happened to wander into our courtyard? He mused. Precisely. Han Zi nodded eagerly. Li Ziyue glanced at Zhao Qingyao, who blinked in response, unable to discern any glaring inconsistencies in the thief's words. Chapter 78. Returning to the capital regardless of the truth in your claims, you cannot leave here today, Li Ziyue declared cautiously, procuring a length of rope to securely bind the thief's hands. Han Zi struggled, pleading, Please, my lord, our chance meeting is fate. We are both navigating the same world. Kindly grant me some leniency. Zhao Qingyao chuckled softly, amused by the audacity of this man's demeanor, which rivaled that of Li Ziyue. Li Ziyue struck Han Zi sharply on the head, retorting, Who said we share any fate? When I step out to find lodging, it is young ladies who pay. How dare you attempt to pilfer from me? It is truly detestable. My lord, you must admit my keen eye, Han Zi exclaimed. A mere glance at your attire and bearing reveals you as gentlemen of high standing from the capital. I merely sought to borrow a bit from you, never anticipating your formidable capabilities. Li Ziyue dragged him into a side chamber, coolly remarking, Indeed, were we not possessed of certain skills, would we not have been entirely robbed of both wealth and dignity? Upon hearing this, Han Zi protested vehemently. Such words do me a great disservice. I, Han Zi, have traversed the Jianghu without ever engaging in heinous deeds. My journey from my sect to the capital has been one of redistributing wealth from the rich to the poor. I am guiltless, and to suggest otherwise is an affront to my honor. Ah, Li Ziyue laughed, binding him to the bedside. So you consider yourself a principled thief? Absolutely, Han Zi declared, brimming with bravado. There exists a code among thieves. The art of thievery is intricate, and becoming a renowned bandit is even more so. It is a discourse far too profound for you to grasp. Enough boasting, Li Ziyue interrupted. When we arrive at the jail tomorrow, you may regale Chief Wu with your lofty ideals. I am certain he will find your theories quite entertaining. Li Ziyue secured his hands firmly to the large bed, while Zhao Qingyao approached and pressed several points on Han Zi's body, rendering him incapable of movement. You shall rest well for the night. Tomorrow morning, we shall escort you back to Beijing, he declared with a smile. With that, Li Ziyue delivered a swift strike, rendering Han Zi unconscious. This fellow is quite intriguing, he mused, casting one last glance at Han Zi before closing the door to the side chamber. Zhao Qingyao shook her head in resignation. Today has been far from peaceful. Indeed, Li Ziyue replied as they entered the main room, placing their weapons on the bedside before reclining back onto the large bed. I told you there would be danger tonight, he remarked, interlacing his fingers behind his head, his gaze fixed on the beams above, boasting with a grin. Yes, you are quite formidable, Zhao Qingyao retorted, ignoring him as she wrapped herself in fox fur and shut her eyes. The image of Li Ziyue, his face twisted with ferocity as he grasped Han Zi's neck, replayed vividly in her mind. She was no stranger to Li Ziyue's lethal capabilities. They had encountered numerous perilous situations throughout their lives, often taking matters into their own hands. Yet, a disconcerting feeling settled within her, stirred by the bloodthirsty desire reflected in Li Ziyue's expression, a sight that seemed foreign to her, more akin to a beast yearning for slaughter. Turning away, she faced the wall, distancing herself from the youth beside her. "What is it?" Li Ziyue inquired softly, sensing her unease. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Qingyao finally spoke. "Are you truly Li Ziyue?" The moment the words escaped her lips, Li Ziyue's heart raced violently, as if the most profound secret had been unmasked. Upon reflection, Zhao Qingyao realized that she had known him since childhood. Before the original self vanished, they had never met, which eased her troubled mind. Yet, what did she mean by that? If he was indeed the one with whom she shared so many ties since childhood, what was she alluding to? Am I still myself? Li Ziyue found it somewhat amusing. "What are you saying?" "Of course, I am Li Ziyue." Zhao Qingyao sighed softly, closed her eyes, and fell silent. Suddenly, she felt a broad arm securely enveloping her from behind, pulling her into an embrace. The warm breath against her neck gradually calmed her uneasy heart. "In your presence, no matter what transpires, I will always remain myself." Li Ziyue's voice whispered softly in her ear, allowing her to feel that the gentle youth she knew had returned to her side. "Sleep now," Zhao Qingyao responded in kind. Li Ziyue inhaled the scent of her hair and closed his eyes. A night passed in silence. At dawn, Li Ziyue, donned in his official attire, once again exuded the aura of the world's greatest detective, stepping out of the room with vigor. Sleeping beside Qin Yao was comforting. Missing a kiss was inconsequential. For a night spent in each other's arms was not a loss. Heaven knows how fulfilled he felt upon awakening to find Zhao Qingyao nestled in his embrace. He summoned the innkeeper for breakfast and warm water, instructing them to let Zhao Qingyao eat first while he ventured into the adjoining room to check if the little thief from the previous night was still there. Upon opening the door, Li Ziyue was met with Han Zi, who stared at him with wide, unblinking eyes. "Hurry, I can barely hold it in." Upon encountering Li Ziyue, Han Zi spoke with urgency. The courtyard was equipped with a toilet, and Li Ziyue, with a resigned expression, untied the rope from his hands, standing guard outside the facility. Once Han Zi emerged, looking refreshed after his relief, he remarked, "There's no need to bind me. That girl from last night sealed all my meridians. Even if I wished to flee, I could not." Li Ziyue, upon hearing this, refrained from further action. He led Han Zi into the main house, where Zhao Qingyao, noticing the absence of the rope on his hands, said nothing, merely wiping her mouth and cautiously touching him in a few places for assurance. After finishing their breakfast, the two sought out the postmaster to retrieve the two magnificent steeds, resuming their journey back to the capital. Zhao Qingyao rode one horse, while Li Ziyue and Han Zi shared the other. They had not traveled far when they arrived at the city gates. The moment Li Ziyue laid eyes on the guards at the gate, he finally felt a sense of relief. Although the journey from the post station to the capital was short, he was eager to avoid any further complications. Zhao Qingyao returned home, having been away for a day and a night without a single message, leaving her family in deep concern. Li Ziyue did not return to his residence, but instead took Han Zi directly to the 13th Yamen. "Governor," as they entered the imposing gates of the Yamen, the officers clad in black robes respectfully clasped their hands in greeting. Li Ziyue nodded in acknowledgement as he made his way toward Qianxiu building. Upon reaching the top floor, he found Lu Yang, who was busy organizing a stack of documents beside his tea table. "Governor, you have returned," Lu Yang remarked. Li Ziyue nodded, acknowledging the diligence of this clerk. "Yesterday, I had some matters to attend to outside the city. I trust the Yamen has been operating smoothly in my absence?" Lu Yang approached, lifting the teapot, and replied, "Nothing much. It was just Zhang Zhushi who came looking for you. When he saw you were not here, he left." "Very well. Please summon Zhang Su. I have matters to discuss with him." "Understood." After Lu Yang departed, Han Zi fixed his gaze upon Li Ziyue, incredulous. "You are the governor of the 13th Yamen?" Li Ziyue, comfortably seated on the plush couch of Qianxiu Tower's top floor, took a gentle sip of the fragrant tea Lu Yang had just brewed, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. "What, does it not seem so?" Chapter 79. Self-discipline, how could you possibly be so young? Han Zi murmured. By the time Li Ziyue assumed the governorship of the 13th Yamen, Hanzi had already been imprisoned, thus he had not heard of the new leadership. Hanzi scrutinized Li Ziyue's features once more. He appeared to be no older than 20. Observing his pretentious manner of sipping tea, it was evident that he was a privileged child of nobility. Of course, without a powerful background, how could one attain such a high rank at such a tender age? Indeed, this is a second-rank position. A second-rank position. Hanzi felt a jolt, as if a revelation had struck him. What kind of distinguished family could elevate their youthful scion to such a prestigious post? Moreover, one that oversees significant matters of the underworld. In all likelihood, there exists but one such family in the realm. Before he could inquire further, "Might I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" Hanzi clasped his hands and asked with trepidation. "My name is Li Ziyue." The young man replied with a smile, reclining against the soft couch. Hanzi took a deep breath. Li Ziyue observed with keen interest the ever-changing expression of Hanzi. Given his inquiry, it was evident that he had surmised Ziyue's identity. "Stealing to the extent of drawing my attention, do you comprehend the gravity of your transgression? Soon, you shall report to the prison, and you shall find that your time therein is not without merit." Hanzi let out a despondent sigh and nodded. His charge, when magnified, could be construed as an illicit intrusion into the royal residence with ulterior motives. Regardless of your initial intentions, the question remains, did you wield a blade against the second prince? Should this individual truly wish to pursue the matter, losing one's head would merely be a matter of utterance. It was unexpected that such a remarkable young man of the martial world would meet his demise so soon. Alas, Li Ziyue paid no heed to Hanzi's self-pitying lamentations, instead lowering his gaze to peruse the documents sent by Liu Yang. Most pertained to troublesome cases arising in the capital region, which local authorities could not resolve, necessitating the dispatch of a head constable from the 13th Bureau to investigate such trivialities. He also discovered beneath the pile a financial report from the previous year, revealing that the salaries for the numerous personnel in the 13th Bureau, along with expenses for case handling, informants, and maintenance of weapons such as sabers and crossbows, collectively exceeded 100,000 taels. Li Ziyue rubbed his temples in exasperation. He had previously deemed the 13th Bureau's uniform unappealing and had contemplated the introduction of the flying fish attire, yet it appeared this matter would have to be postponed. While lost in thought, he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. Soon, Zhang Su's long beard came into view before Li Ziyue. "You have arrived. Please, take a seat," Li Ziyue greeted with a warm smile. "Governor." Zhang Su cupped his hands in salute to Li Ziyue, showing no hesitation as he seated himself beside the tea table. Li Ziyue lifted the teapot and graciously poured a cup of tea for Zhang Su, who promptly rose to accept it. "How have matters progressed?" Zhang Su inquired. "The news has already been dispatched, and I believe results will emerge within a fortnight." Zhang Su glanced at Hanzi, who stood dejectedly to the side. Li Ziyue had not introduced him, leaving Zhang Su uncertain of his background. He dared not speak too candidly in the presence of this individual. Indeed, Li Ziyue nodded before continuing, "I visited Qiyun Mountain yesterday." Upon hearing this, Zhang Su was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the implications. Who resides at Qiyun Mountain? He recalled that Li Ziyue had previously mentioned addressing the issue of countering Dongping. If that person from Qiyun Mountain were to intervene, the problem could be resolved in an instant. Zhang Su's face lit up with excitement as he looked expectantly at his governor. Li Ziyue smiled and nodded in affirmation. Thus, the situation could be set in motion. Zhang Su, exhilarated, struck his palm with his fist. Li Ziyue took a delicate sip from his teacup, adding, "However, we must remain vigilant. Once they catch wind of our plans, they will undoubtedly implement countermeasures. The imperial examination commences in 7 days, and it is imperative that no disturbances arise in the capital during this interval." "I understand," Zhang Su replied, once more cupping his hands in respect. "By the way, this individual named Han Zi claims to be the direct descendant of the thief saint. He infiltrated my lodgings at the outpost yesterday, but I apprehended him. Please send someone to deliver him to head prisoner Wu, and inform him that this fellow possesses a wealth of information. He should be thoroughly interrogated." Zhang Su, with a look of astonishment, carefully scrutinized Han Zi, the disciple of the master thief, a rare find indeed. "My lord, I assure you, every word I utter is the truth. I am not deceiving you," Han Zi replied, a sense of helplessness etched on his face. Li Ziyue chuckled. "I find myself in a predicament. Last night's events were too coincidental. I cannot proceed without a thorough investigation. If you genuinely possess no hidden identity or ulterior motives, then it would be in your best interest to divulge valuable information to head Wu, perhaps even earning a chance at redemption. Having said this, Li Ziyue clapped his hands and added, well then, there's nothing more to discuss. Zhang Su, take him away. Understood. Zhang Su produced a length of rope specifically for binding and secured Han Zi's hands. As they were about to descend the stairs, Li Ziyue cast a glance at Han Zi and nodded at Zhang Su. The latter understood the unspoken message, blinking in acknowledgement. It appeared that this young man was indeed talented, as even the governor was reluctant to employ harsh interrogation methods on him. Perhaps old Wu could intimidate him sufficiently to see if he could be of use to the office. To be a thief was truly a waste of potential. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Zhang Su thought to himself. As the day wore on without incident in the office, and as dusk approached, Li Ziyue mounted his horse, swaying slightly as he embarked on his journey home. After all, holding back for too long is detrimental. He now found even the horse beneath him remarkably handsome. Standing at the crossroads leading to Yuhei and the return to the manor, Li Ziyue found himself in a profound quandary. To venture to Chungue Lu would mean embracing yet another extraordinarily delightful evening, while returning home implied enduring a night wrapped in the embrace of a beautiful maid. The thought of shower as pure, innocent gaze made it difficult for Li Ziyue to act against her. What am I contemplating? If I wish to seek that little fox, then I should simply do so, he mused, feeling the urge from Qingqiu stirring within him. Yet, no, Li Ziyue resolutely gritted his teeth, making a firm decision to head back to the manor. He could not allow himself to be led by Qingqiu any longer. Rarely stealing his heart, he returned home to attend to his own affairs. He recalled that he had forgotten something crucial on his journey back to the capital yesterday. The proprietor Wang from the Dapeng Trading Company was still awaiting him. This was a significant territory for him to manage his influence, and he could not afford any delays. Upon returning to the manor, he was greeted by an atmosphere of tranquility. Tossing the horse he had acquired from the Grand Tutor's residence to the servants, he made his way directly to the back courtyard. Your Highness, you have returned? As dusk approached, Shower was lighting the candles in the room. Upon seeing Li Ziyue enter, her face lit up with surprise. The newly self-disciplined Li Ziyue naturally wrapped his arms around Shower's soft form and affectionately inquired, Did you miss me? I have meticulously reviewed the opinions expressed in the book review section. Once I complete this segment of heightened tension, I shall initiate a dedicated chapter to engage in a meaningful dialogue with my companions regarding the narrative and character development of this work, as well as to address some of your inquiries. I am grateful for the support you have shown during this period. I assure you that the long sword will not disappoint. For now, I shall leave it at that and look forward to our next conversation. In Chapter 80, the finest wine in the world, Shower shyly nestled in Li Ziyue's embrace, her large eyes fluttering. Where have you been these past 2 days, Your Highness? She inquired with curiosity as she tilted her head upwards. Li Ziyue gently caressed her cheek and playfully pinched her delicate nose, saying, You have yet to answer my question. Shower's cheeks flushed slightly as she imperceptibly nodded and whispered, I have thought about it. Li Ziyue smiled with satisfaction before addressing her question. I visited Qiyun Mountain with Qin Yao to discuss certain matters with Master Yunqing. Oh, Shower responded, her inquiry devoid of ulterior motives. She was merely curious about his prolonged absence. The fact that he was willing to share the events of the past 2 days brought her great joy. After exchanging affectionate words, Li Ziyue finally removed his heavy cloak and sat down to rest. By the way, where is Xiao Si? Is he in the residence? Shower placed the candle holder down and turned to the door, saying, He should be here. I will go fetch him. Before long, the squint-eyed Xiao Si entered the room. Your Highness, did you summon me? Li Ziyue nodded and said, The night before last, I instructed Wang Yin to return to the residence and wait for me. Unfortunately, I had some matters to attend to and could not return that evening. Do you know Wang Yin's whereabouts? Please send someone to summon him, as I have yet to discuss the matters with him. Xiao Si, maintaining his composure, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, Your Highness, since that day, Manager Wang has not left. I took the liberty of allowing him to stay in my courtyard these past 2 days, awaiting your return. Ah, splendid, Li Ziyue remarked, momentarily taken aback, then continued, Then it is perfect. Please invite him over. Dinner will soon be ready, and we can share a drink together. Certainly, Xiao Si smiled, turning to call for Wang Yin in the courtyard. Li Ziyue then turned to Xiao Er, instructing, Send someone to the wine cellar to fetch 2 bottles of Maotai. Ah, 2 bottles? Xiao Er's eyes widened in surprise. Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively, assuring her, I know my limits. Now hurry along. And also urge the kitchen for the dishes. Understood. Once all instructions were duly given, Li Ziyue removed his snug official attire, donning a simple garment and then draping a loose white robe over it, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. It feels so much more comfortable in this robe, he mused. The Taoist robe of Qing Yao was also quite pleasant, but regrettably, she took it with her, and I could not retrieve it. Before long, Xiao Si returned, accompanied by Wang Yin. Wang Yin, a stout and prosperous merchant, respectfully bowed upon seeing the second prince. Manager Wang, please rise, Li Ziyue said playfully. Since you have resided in the Wang residence, you are now akin to family. There is no need for such formality in the future. He gestured with both hands, a smile playing on his lips. Wang Yin wore a reserved smile, hurriedly saying, I dare not. I dare not. I have taken the liberty of staying overnight without first seeking your pardon, Your Highness. Li Ziyue waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. No matter. With Xiao Si vouching for you, should anything go awry, his head will be the first to roll. Xiao Si stood calmly to the side, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The ostensible leader of the Wang household was Li Ziyue. The true authority lay with Xiao Si. Enough of standing. Please take a seat. Li Ziyue gestured towards the chairs, inviting them to sit at their leisure. Wang Yin, feeling a twinge of anxiety, sat down at the table, inwardly berating himself for his own weakness. This precious opportunity had been hard-won, yet here he was, consumed by trepidation at the crucial moment. He endeavored to suppress his restless emotions. Despite the meteoric rise of the Doping Trading Company in recent years, he ultimately lacked a solid backing. Before the grandeur of the Wang residence, he remained but a morsel, easily devoured. Coming to this mansion was a gamble. Should he win, he would forge a connection with this prince, becoming a man of royal stature. Should he lose, he and the Doping Trading Company would be reduced to mere sustenance for this grand estate. Not everyone is deemed worthy to become such sustenance, and he had steeled himself for the considerable sacrifices that might be required. Delicate evening fare was soon brought forth by the maidservants, and Shower approached the table, carrying 2 white porcelain wine bottles. As she deftly uncorked the bottles, a rich aroma wafted through the air, ensnaring everyone's senses. After filling the cups, Li Ziyue raised one and placed it before Wang Yin. Wang Yin's expression was one of astonishment as he hastily rose and exclaimed, Your Highness, this cannot be. Such exquisite wine is far beyond the humble pleasures of a merchant like me. He had never encountered a beverage so rich in aroma. Could this be the fabled imperial cellar wine? Sit down, Li Ziyue said with a smile, gesturing towards the wine glass before Wang Yin. Do taste it. Wang Yin, eyes wide in disbelief, obediently returned to his seat, lifting the full goblet of nectar to his lips and taking a delicate sip. Li Ziyue picked up his chopsticks and sampled a dish. Seeing Wang Yin lost in reverie as he savored the wine, he chuckled. How does it taste? It is a flavor that could only exist in heaven, Wang Yin sighed, gazing contentedly at the liquid in his glass. As if that single sip made his entire life worthwhile. Li Ziyue exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Si and raised his glass for a taste. Since you enjoy it so much, it shall belong to you from now on. Belong to me? Wang Yin stared blankly at the unopened bottle of wine, hesitating. Your Highness, I am unworthy of such a gift. No, you misunderstand my intent. What I mean is, the production and sales of this wine will henceforth be entrusted to you, and you shall have full authority over it. Li Ziyue swirled the wine in his glass, tapping the rim gently with his fingers. The clear, crisp sound seemed to resonate within Wang Yin's heart, momentarily disorienting him. You mean to say, this wine can be mass-produced, and you wish to grant me the rights to sell it? Li Ziyue nodded, affirming, Indeed, not only will I grant you the rights to sell, but I shall also impart to you the intricacies of its brewing process, so that you may commence production. How you choose to market it, or the methods you employ, are of no concern to me. I am solely interested in the final profit share. As his words echoed in the now silent room, he observed Wang Yin, who had suddenly bowed his head in contemplation and felt a sense of understanding. After all, the situation had arisen unexpectedly, and a prudent businessman must meticulously weigh the pros and cons. In Li Ziyue's eyes, this was undeniably a lucrative venture. He recognized that he could not step into the role of a merchant himself and would need to rely on established sales channels, seeking a trustworthy representative. With the beverage he had named Mao Tai, he would not only generate profit, but also cultivate his own commercial influence, achieving multiple objectives in one stroke. After a lengthy pause, Wang Yin lifted his gaze, earnestly addressing Li Ziyue. Your Highness, you mentioned that I am a member of the Wang family. I can indeed assist you in this matter. The Dapeng Trading Company is prepared to produce and sell this wine at no cost to your esteemed household. Li Ziyue raised his hand, expressing his displeasure. I have stated that it is a profit-sharing arrangement. The Dapeng Trading Company is not solely yours. Your Highness, allow me to assure you that under the auspices of the Dapeng Trading Company, this wine will undoubtedly become the finest in the realm. Furthermore, with our company handling its sales, our reputation will surely spread far and wide. In this regard, it would seem that I stand to gain as well. Chapter 81. Wang Yin's Windfall. A quality product can indeed elevate a brand, a truth that Li Ziyue was well aware of. Nevertheless, he resolutely declined Wang Yin's proposal. The Dapeng commercial house possesses its own industry. Once Mutai emerges, it will inevitably encroach upon its various shops and sales channels, swiftly becoming the flagship product of the establishment. If the Dapeng commercial house cannot derive profit from this, what purpose does their endeavor serve? In business, collaboration and mutual benefit are paramount. I propose a division of profits at 50-50. We shall each take half. Li Ziyue waved his hand with great extravagance. Xiao Xi's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Xiao, standing nearby, momentarily held her breath. Wang Yin was so startled that he fell from his stool, nearly prostrating himself before Li Ziyue. Your Highness, I understand you are considering my interests, but you cannot frighten me like this. Business does not operate in such a manner, Wang Yin said with a wry smile. What merit do I possess to claim such a share of the profits? Li Ziyue frowned, feigning curiosity as he inquired. What do you propose then? Wang Yin swallowed hard and cautiously replied, in my humble opinion, your estate should take 95%. And the Dapeng commercial house would be sufficiently compensated with a mere 5%. Wang Yin, have you come to dinner merely to mock me? Li Ziyue exclaimed, throwing down his chopsticks, his brow furrowing like a lion whose dignity has been provoked, glaring fiercely at Wang Yin, on the verge of losing his temper. Wang Yin fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. Your Highness, I assure you, I have only just tasted a sip and can already envision the magnificent prospects should it commence sales. Even a mere 5% constitutes a substantial fortune. I would find even that too burdensome. This wine is indeed brewed by your Highness. I merely handle its sale. I truly cannot accept any more than this. So I kindly ask for your Highness's understanding. Xiao Xi coughed softly and nodded towards Li Ziyue, indicating his agreement with Wang Yin's sentiment. As your Highness mentioned earlier, I am to be considered a member of the household from now on, which means that the money I earn will ultimately belong to your Highness. The generous distribution you have granted me is merely a transfer of funds within the household, and such an arrangement seems unnecessary, your Highness. Wang Yin knelt on the ground and continued speaking. Before meeting Li Ziyue, he had envisioned countless scenarios, yet he never anticipated being presented with such an extraordinary opportunity. However, this remarkable boon was offered by a prince. Should he accept it or decline? Wang Yin resolved to transform his 300 pounds of flesh into an even larger opportunity to throw back. What he had just stated was indeed the truth. The market potential of this particular Maodai product is immeasurable. If all goes smoothly, the profits it could yield would be astonishing. Regardless of whether your Highness's offer of a 50% profit is sincere or feigned, he simply cannot acquiesce to such terms. It is foolish to engage in jovial discussions about cooperation now, only to face the prospect of substantial profits later, risking a change of heart. Would his own life be in jeopardy? Moreover, he is no fool. If someone offers you something, do you truly take it at face value? Therefore, it is far better to clarify the terms and establish a firm stance now. Regardless of the circumstances, I am wholly yours. All the earnings are yours. My wealth is your wealth. I have devoted my life to you. It is for you to manage. Isn't this precisely what one desires? Very well, rise quickly. Li Ziyue, with a headache, rubbed his brow. A distribution of 19-1. You take 1 while I take 9. Let us speak no further on this matter. Consider that portion as a contribution to the development of the business. There will be even greater opportunities in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Yin finally rose from the ground and returned to his seat. Thus, the matter was settled for now. You shall discuss the specifics with Xiao Xi and have him take you to the workshop in the city tomorrow to learn the brewing process. My workshop is quite small, and for true mass production, you will need to devise a strategy later. Understood. I shall comply, Wang Yin replied respectfully. Satisfied, Li Ziyue nodded and raised his wine cup. Come, let us drink. That night, Li Ziyue indulged to the point of oblivion. As the evening progressed, 2 gin of liquor proved insufficient. Li Ziyue insisted on pulling Xiao Er to fetch another bottle. After opening it, he hardly took a sip before discarding it. The primary reason was that it was Wang Yin's first experience with strong liquor. He could barely manage a few ounces before succumbing. Ultimately, it was Li Ziyue who engaged in a contest with Xiao Si, who quickly fell to Li Ziyue's prowess and succumbed to sleep upon the table. They summoned attendants to assist them back, and in a drunken stupor, Li Ziyue was supported by Xiao Er to bed, where he fell into a deep slumber almost immediately. This was indeed Li Ziyue's intention for consuming so much alcohol that night. Excessive drinking led to sleep, leaving Qingqiu powerless to cause mischief. He slept soundly until the sun climbed high in the sky, awakening groggily only then. Leaning against the headboard, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. He clutched his throbbing head, gasping for cool air. Shower! Shower! Li Ziyue called weakly. Coming, coming. What is it, Your Highness? Shower hurriedly entered. Donned in a deep indigo dress complemented by a delicate white jacket, exuding both purity and charm. Quickly, I feel as though my head is about to split. Please think of a remedy, Li Ziyue pleaded, his expression one of profound anguish. Xiao nodded, her response hurried, and dashed out of the room. Before long, she returned with a bowl of hangover soup. Drink this, Your Highness. It contains herbs that will alleviate your pain. She then took a cup, filling it halfway with steaming hot water and the other half with cool water, creating a pleasantly warm mixture. Li Ziyue grimaced as he drank the hangover soup, then swiftly finished the cup of water, feeling significantly better afterward. I shall never drink again, he lamented, rubbing his temples in distress. Shower let out a gentle hum. You say that every time. Come here and give me a massage, Li Ziyue said, casting a discontented glance at Shower for her teasing. With a sigh, she removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Kneeling beside him, she carefully lifted his head onto her lap and began to gently press her soft fingers against his temples. Li Ziyue lay comfortably against her knee, feeling the pain dissipate from the areas her cool hands had touched. With his eyes closed, he indulged in the moment, feeling the throbbing headache gradually diminish. It was then that Li Ziyue inquired, What time is it now? It is nearly noon. Someone from the 13th Yamen came looking for you, mentioning a document addressed to you. His name appears to be Lu Yang. Knowing you had indulged in too much drink last night, he opted not to wake you and is currently waiting in the tea hall. Xiao gently dabbed a drop of cold tea on her fingertip and pressed it lightly against Li Ziyue's brow. Lu Yang, it seems some matter has arisen at the Yamen. Li Ziyue mused, struggling to sit upright as he sighed. Serving in office is no easy task. Bring me my official robes. I must change. Chapter 82. News from Han Capital. In the tea hall of the Shu Wangfu, Lu Yang sat quietly on a stool, clad in the standard black robe of the 13th Yamen. At the entrance of the tea hall stood a charming maid from the Wangfu, poised to attend to the guests' needs at any moment. Lu Yang lifted his teacup, using the act of sipping tea as an opportunity to survey the surroundings of the hall. The exquisite folding screens, the rare Nanmu wood, the precious calligraphy and paintings, along with the refined tea set that evidently hailed from a renowned kiln, all left him in silent admiration. This is indeed the Wangfu. As Lu Yang savored the fragrant tea, its rich and clear essence almost seemed to overflow from the cup, reminiscent of the misty tea aroma from linen. He touched the official attire he wore, aware that without it, he would have never set foot in this grand residence. Reflecting on the experiences of the past few days, Lu Yang felt as though he were still ensnared in a dream. In a county surrounding the capital, a young lad, having undergone rigorous physical training and diligently studied the laws, persevered through great hardships to pass the examinations of the 13 Yamen of the Ministry of Justice, thereby earning the esteemed position of a clerk within the ministry. He had resigned himself to a life of monotony, anticipating a future spent amidst tedious documentation, merely drifting through the days. However, on that fateful afternoon, he halted a youth at the entrance of the Yamen, and the wheels of destiny began to turn silently. That single encounter elevated him to the role of the new governor's personal clerk, instantly bestowing upon him a position of considerable authority. It was precisely due to this fortuitous turn of events that he now found himself seated in the tea hall of the royal residence, savoring the specially supplied tea from linen and enjoying the privileges afforded to esteemed guests. How capricious fate can be, he mused, shaking his head in wonder. Just as he set down his teacup, he heard the familiar sound of footsteps approaching from outside the tea hall. Lu Yang immediately rose to greet his superior. I have the honor to greet you, my lord, he said. Upon entering, Li Ziyue, spotted his diligent secretary offering a respectful salutation. He smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Lu Yong need not be overly formal. Please sit. You've been waiting here for quite some time, haven't you? Lu Yong, upon seeing Li Ziyue take a seat, settled back down and shook his head, replying, Not at all. I haven't been here long. Li Ziyue chose not to dwell on this matter. Taking a seat beside Lu Yong, accepting the tea offered by the maid, he gestured toward Lu Yong and instructed, in the future, when he comes to the residence, have him go directly to the back courtyard to find me. There is no need for him to wait here. The servant has taken note, she replied. The maid, Ying, performed a courtesy and withdrew. Lu Yong, however, remained momentarily stunned. He understood that the governor's arrangement was a manifestation of trust in him. Yet he had rather enjoyed sitting here sipping tea. What transpired at the yamen? Li Ziyue turned to Lu Yong and inquired. Lu Yong promptly collected his thoughts and replied earnestly, Sir, the interrogation results from Chief Wu are in. Through the testimony of Han Zi, we have uncovered some noteworthy details. Pray, elaborate, Li Ziyue urged. Lu Yong organized his thoughts and, in a measured tone, continued, as per Chief Zhang's suggestion. Chief Wu had him suspended in the interrogation room for an entire night. He did not employ extreme measures against Han Zi, but merely intimidated him and conducted the questioning in a conventional manner. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue raised his hand to interrupt and cautiously asked, Are we to understand that our yamen's standard interrogation methods imply minor physical coercion without lasting consequences? Lu Yong replied with an impassive demeanor. Li Ziyue blinked in resignation and said, Very well, please proceed. Indeed, according to Chief Wu, he believes that Han Zi is not lying. His encounter with His Highness at the relay station was purely coincidental and not orchestrated. Li Ziyue nodded, finding this well within his expectations. Lu Yong continued. After confirming that Han Zi bore no suspicious traits, Wu Laotu began to inquire into his personal history. The young man, aside from being reticent about the location of his sect, was otherwise quite forthcoming. I perused the records and found that his trajectory since entering the martial world aligned with the dates and locations of several thefts reported to the capital. Notably, both Sangyu Sword Manor and the Xia family of Yanzhou had sent representatives to the authorities, seeking our assistance in locating the intruders who had breached their estates. Li Ziyue, incredulous, interjected, Wait, he even pilfered from Sangyu Sword Manor and my grandfather's home? Lu Yong nodded, yet each time, he fled without taking anything, showcasing his remarkable skill in evasion. His survival until now is truly a testament to his abilities. Li Ziyue shook his head in admiration. Finally, Lu Yong mentioned a matter that I deemed worthy of attention. Pausing for a moment, he noted the inquisitive look in Li Ziyue's eyes and continued. Han Zi claimed that prior to his incursion into Taiju Temple, he had wandered through a black market in the capital. Due to being pursued by Sangyu Sword Manor, he is particularly sensitive to matters concerning the Lu family. According to him, he observed individuals in the black market seeking information about Lu Yu and Lu Gusu from Sangyu Sword Manor. Seeking news about the Lu siblings? Li Ziyue furrowed his brow, instantly conjuring the image of Lu Gusu's gentle and exquisite visage. Without further hesitation, he rose and declared, Let us return to the office. Lu Yong, taken aback by Li Ziyue's urgency regarding the matter, promptly stood and followed him towards the door. Li Ziyue, without the chance to call out to Haizi, mounted his horse and swiftly made his way with Lu Yong towards the yamen. Along the journey, they encountered no peril and soon arrived at the foot of Qinxiu Tower. You go and fetch Han Zi from the prison. I must interrogate him thoroughly regarding this matter. Understood, Lu Yong replied hurriedly, making his way to the imperial prison. Li Ziyue handed his horse to the guards at the base of Qinxiu Tower and was about to enter when a familiar voice reached his ears. Your Highness, Your Highness. Turning around, he saw Dang Jie standing behind him, his demeanor respectful and his smile courteous. Ah, you have arrived. Dang Jie stepped forward, clasping his hands. As per Your Highness's instructions, I have come to report to the yamen today. Very well, come with me. Li Ziyue contemplated briefly, thinking it an opportune moment to inquire about the recent circumstances of the Lu siblings. Entering Qinxiu Tower, the officials were still bustling about. Li Ziyue casually seized one of them and said, Go summon Zhang Su and Lu Luan. Tell them to meet me on the top floor. Yes, the individual, upon recognizing Li Ziyue's countenance, immediately quelled his impolite words and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. Once arrangements were made, Li Ziyue ascended to the top floor with Deng Jie. How did you find your time at Qiyun Mountain these past few days? he inquired, gesturing to a seat beside him at the exquisitely crafted tea table. Deng Jie obediently sat down and responded, "The scenery of Qiyun Mountain is indeed breathtaking, and the charm of springtime adds a unique allure. We spent 2 delightful days on the mountain and only returned yesterday evening. From the looks of Suzhou, it is evident that we were left wanting for more." She was reluctant to leave, yet she could no longer linger upon the mountain. The spring examination was fast approaching, and it was imperative for Brother Lu to devote several days to diligent study at home. Li Ziyue remarked with a smile. Chapter 83, Preparations before the Spring Examination. Indeed, having been in the capital for so many days, it was only in the days leading up to the examination that Brother Lu finally exhibited a sense of urgency. Just yesterday, upon returning home, he had plunged into his study, declaring his intent to seclude himself for focused revision. Deng Jie seemed to recall Lu Yu's expression from the previous day and chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Is that so?" Li Ziyue nodded slightly, adding, "If Brother Lu remains indoors, then the miss from Suzhou must also be cooped up at home these days?" "Not at all," Deng Jie replied. "My mother took Miss Suzhou out of the city today for a spring outing, insisting that since they had made the arduous journey to the capital, they ought to explore and enjoy it fully." Li Ziyue raised his brows slightly, but then let them fall, choosing not to pursue the topic of the Lu siblings any further. Instead, he nodded and continued, "After you commence your duties today, you shall be immediately engaged in work, and you may find yourself too occupied to attend to the Lu siblings' hospitality. You must prepare yourself." "Understood," Deng Jie responded, his expression turning serious. Last night, his father, Duke Yongyi, had shared many thoughts with him, including numerous unspoken taboos. The invitation extended by the second prince represented for Deng Jie and the Duke's household not merely a simple job opportunity, but a pivotal choice of allegiance, a matter of positioning. This stance encompassed various implications, especially regarding the eyes of certain individuals concerning succession disputes. The seasoned warrior, who had fought valiantly on the battlefield for half his life, utilized the wisdom garnered over the years to elucidate the merits and demerits of the situation through concrete examples for his son. On this moonlit night, with the flickering candlelight casting shadows, the valiant uncle ultimately entrusted the final decision to Deng Jie, the heir of this noble house. After a night of contemplation, Deng Jie resolved to visit the magistracy today, standing before Li Ziyue. In the end, he yearned to forge the future of the Deng family through his own efforts. Li Ziyue and Deng Jie engaged in conversation, while Zhang Su and Lu Luan ascended to the top floor. Having not seen one another for several days, Lu Luan appeared as disheveled as ever, trailing behind Zhang Su and bowing respectfully to Li Ziyue. "I have matters to discuss with you." Li Ziyue beckoned the two to take a seat. Deng Jie, displaying keen insight, stepped forward to pour 2 cups of tea. Upon encountering unfamiliar faces, Zhang Su recognized them as individuals brought by Li Ziyue and accepted the tea with a curious glance towards him. "This is Deng Jie, a 7th-rank martial artist. Hailing from a family with a long military tradition and a solid foundation," Li Ziyue introduced with a smile. "I intend to have him work at our magistracy. I wonder how you both feel about this." Zhang Su paused momentarily, casting another glance at Deng Jie before hastily responding. "Since he is a talent chosen by you, my lord, and comes from a lineage of loyalty, we would certainly welcome a young man willing to contribute to the 13th magistracy." Stealing furtive glances at Li Ziyue's expression, he inwardly sighed, realizing that this master had not yet fully placed his trust in him and was poised to install his own confidant within the magistracy. However, he could comprehend that, after all, the individual in question was a prince who must find ways to fully seize this power for himself. Clearly, the most expedient route would be to place trusted allies within the government office. As for himself, a veteran who had sustained the operations of the office for a decade, despite demonstrating ample loyalty and support during these days, it was evident that he had yet to earn the prince's complete trust. Introducing a few capable new faces would not be a detrimental affair. One could only hope that the waters of the office would not become muddied as a result. Thus, Zhang Su pondered. Li Ziyue, beneath his disheveled hair, cast a glance at him, remaining as taciturn as ever. With merely 5 days until the commencement of the spring imperial examination, it was imperative that, since His Majesty had entrusted the 13th Division with the responsibility of ensuring security during this event, they approached the matter with due seriousness. Following the examination, a month would pass before the martial examination, during which numerous young talents from various factions would flood into the capital. inevitably leading to a mingling of both virtuous and nefarious individuals, and disturbances were to be expected. Li Ziyue lightly tapped the table and inquired, Zhang, do we have sufficient personnel in our office? Indeed, we have over 100 individuals on standby each day, Zhang Su responded, regaining his focus upon hearing Li Ziyue's question. Very well. From today onward, let us assign 3 officers from our office to each open city gate in the capital, led by a chief with brass inlay. Their duty will be to meticulously record the information of every individual entering and exiting the city during these days, particularly those visiting for the martial examination. It is essential that we scrutinize them thoroughly, who they are, which faction they belong to, and the purpose of their visit must be documented with utmost clarity. He instructed someone to request the roster of all personnel participating in the martial examination from the Ministry of Rights. Upon discovering their arrival in the capital, immediate surveillance would be initiated. The Legal Affairs Department should also follow up on this matter. We must not be negligent. The office must dispatch personnel to the Ministry of Rights Examination Hall for round-the-clock monitoring, as this is the site of the spring imperial examination, where diligence is paramount. A thorough search of all nearby residences must be conducted to ensure no suspicious individuals are concealed. In the coming days, our office will also deploy nighttime patrols, coordinating with the Imperial Guard to enforce a strict curfew, as it is imperative that no disturbances occur during this time. Li Ziyue meticulously outlined the arrangements. Understood, Zhang Su responded, bowing in acknowledgement. Li Ziyue then turned to Deng Jie, hesitating for a moment before saying, shortly, I will have Chief Zhang assign you a team led by a copper-clad captain. Accompany them to the city gate for the next few days to familiarize yourself with the office's operations. As a 7th-rank martial artist, we will discuss your official duties once you have acclimated to the workings of the office. Deng Jie nodded and respectfully bowed to Zhang Su, who promptly returned the gesture. Li Ziyue found the interaction amusing, a smirk playing on his lips. At that moment, a clattering sound echoed from the staircase, reminiscent of a prisoner dragging shackles. My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. Indeed, Lu Yang entered, accompanied by a weary-looking Han Zi. My lord, Han Zi has been brought in. Very well. Li Ziyue gestured towards Deng Jie and said to Lu Yang, this is Deng Jie, who will also be a member of our office in the future. Please take him to collect a set of official attire and show him around the premises. Understood. Lu Yang, who had just ascended, smiled at Deng Jie and led him downstairs, leaving behind Han Zi, clad in tattered prisoner garb, with disheveled hair. After enduring a night of torment at the hands of Wu Laotu, he no longer bore the demeanor of the legendary thief. His ragged attire and dulled eyes exhibited nothing but despair. A gentle breeze wafted through the window as Han Zi lowered his head, inadvertently revealing his wrist, where the bindings had drawn blood. Enough of the pretense. I know you suffered little last night, so why feign such wretchedness? Li Ziyue scrutinized him mercilessly. Upon hearing this, Han Zi pitifully raised his head. My lord, I am wronged. That old man insisted I was a spy from the northern barbarians, infiltrating the capital to assassinate you. I denied it, yet he threatened to whip me, to extract my nails with pliers, and to make me sit on that wooden donkey. I was truly terrified. Recalling the wooden donkey that the hunchbacked old man had pushed before him the previous night, Han Zi trembled at the thought, unable to contain his tears. Please release me. My lord, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. On that day, I truly did not realize that it was your yard, my lord. You may command me to do anything, as long as I am spared from encountering that old man again. I genuinely beseech you, my lord. Chapter 84. The Great Wood Casino. Ah, do not weep. Do not weep. What you spoke of did not truly affect you, did it? Why cry so bitterly? Li Ziyue, puzzled, glanced at Zhang Su, then leaned closer to whisper. Is it true that there is such a donkey in our office? Zhang Su nodded solemnly. Li Ziyue blinked, swallowed hard, and cast a sympathetic glance at Han Zi. Suspecting that the child had indeed been frightfully shaken the previous night. Do not cry just yet. Did I not tell you beforehand? If you can provide any useful information, the office may show leniency towards you. Dry your tears. I have questions for you. Upon hearing this, Han Zi managed to pull himself from the tormenting memories of the previous night. His hands were shackled, rendering him unable to wipe away his tears. So he allowed the streaks to dry upon his face. According to your testimony, you mentioned hearing in the black market about someone seeking information regarding the Lu siblings from the Cangyu Sword Manor. Is this true? Li Ziyue inquired directly. Han Zi nodded earnestly, Indeed, there is such a matter. I have been pursued by the Liu family, hence my heightened awareness of this information. It cannot be mistaken. Zhang Su turned to the contemplative Li Ziyue and asked, My lord, do you believe this matter warrants attention? That Sanyu Sword Manor has always maintained a close relationship with the imperial court. Master Liu has ties with our founding emperor. Since I have become aware of this, I cannot turn a blind eye. Today, Liu Yu arrived in Beijing as the direct grandson of the esteemed Master Liu, participating in this year's imperial examination. I encountered him a few days ago, and he indeed embodies the youthful brilliance of our great Ning. Should any misfortune befall him, it would be difficult for me to account to his majesty. Li Ziyue furrowed his brow as he explained this to Zhang Su. Thus, ensuring the safety of the candidates is also a duty of our office. It is imperative that we thoroughly investigate this matter. Zhang Su readily agreed. Li Ziyue nodded and turned to Han Zi, inquiring, Do you recall the appearance of the individual who gathered intelligence? Han Zi shook his head, stating, The person wore a felt hat and concealed his face, so I could not discern his features. TSK, Li Ziyue clicked his tongue, sensing that this issue was becoming increasingly complicated. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, Where is the black market located? In the Grandwood Casino in the West Market. Its underground level is vast, attracting individuals from all walks of life who seek to gather information. Upon hearing Li Ziyue's keen interest, Han Zi felt a surge of opportunity and eagerly divulged details. At that moment, Lu Wan, who had remained silent, suddenly turned to Li Ziyue and remarked, The Grandwood Casino is owned by a fellow named Wang Mu, who has also established a gang. For years, he has been engaged in unsavory enterprises, including the management of this black market. Li Ziyue was taken aback by Lu Luan's extensive knowledge and curiously asked, Do you know this Wang Mu? Lu Luan shook his head, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. What is he? Merely a lowly thug. I am acquainted with him, primarily due to the substantial growth of the black market he operates. He is solely focused on profit without any thought of moderation, and my subordinates discovered him early on, keeping him under our vigilant observation. Since we have identified him, why not proceed with an investigation and seizure? Li Ziyue inquired with a hint of confusion. Lu Luan patiently elucidated to his novice superior. The existence of the black market is persistent and unyielding. Seizing one today will only lead to the emergence of another tomorrow. It is far more prudent to allow a few to flourish under our scrutiny, thus ensuring that everything remains within our control. Were it not for this rationale, Wang Mu's head would have long since rolled. Did he truly believe that the monthly payments to the Jingzhou prefecture would grant him peace of mind? I see. Li Ziyue murmured after absorbing Lu Luan's explanation. He realized how significantly he lagged behind the seasoned detectives. Han Zi, too, began to perspire, understanding that everything lay firmly within their grasp. These officials were indeed exceedingly cunning. Very well, since the informant was last seen at the Dama Casino, let us pay a visit. Perhaps he is still there. If not, we can apprehend the casino owner. Wang Mu, was it? And extract information regarding the informant from him. Li Ziyue decisively stated. Lu Wan nodded in agreement. Han Zi quickly offered, I can lead the way. Should we encounter that individual, I can identify him for you. However, Zhang Su furrowed his brow, expressing concern. My lord, is it wise for you to go in person? Do not worry. You may remain at the official residence while I am accompanied by Lu Wan. There will be no mishaps, yet I still wish to see things for myself. Li Ziyue remarked with a smile as he rose. Zhang Su, with no other option, nodded in acquiescence. He ordered for the shackles to be removed and for the man to be dressed appropriately for their outing. Upon hearing this, Han Zi looked at Li Ziyue with delight, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. No need for thanks. I have not yet agreed to set you free, Li Ziyue replied, continuing to dangle the prospect of freedom before him. Your future conduct will determine that. Outside the city, by the banks of the Yu River, Qianan City lies in the central plains, where the gentle embrace of spring has begun to warm the air. The grass sprouts anew, and the willow branches along the riverbank are starting to bud. Under the gentle caress of the sun, the spring breeze stirs the Yu River, which flows softly through the capital, creating delicate ripples. A young lady, her face veiled yet exuding an air of grace, stands at the river's edge, playfully twirling a willow branch between her fair fingers. Nearby, numerous young gentlemen and ladies have ventured out to enjoy the spring day, forming small groups and casting occasional glances at the enchanting figure. Though her features remain obscured, her remarkable poise captivates them. The gentlemen, enchanted, find themselves pondering fervently how best to capture her attention, for as the saying goes, a graceful lady is a worthy companion for a gentleman. If Li Ziyue were present, he would effortlessly recite a verse as graceful as a startled swan and as elegant as a wandering dragon, adorned with the splendor of autumn chrysanthemums and the lushness of spring pines. Following this, he would humbly express, "I apologize for my abruptness. Your exquisite demeanor has inspired this thought to surface in my mind, which I wish to share with you, dear lady. I hope you do not take offense." Lost in her thoughts, the young lady suddenly broke into a smile, releasing her grip on the willow branches. "What is it, Gusso? Have you recalled something amusing?" inquired a robust woman who approached her from behind, her demeanor warm and inviting. Lu Gusso turned to face the courageous Lady Yongyi and shook her head gently. "I merely recalled some amusing anecdotes from a meal shared with my two elder brothers at Shuesong residence the other day. Nothing of significance." "I see," Lady Yongyi said, moving closer to Lu Gusso with a smile. "What do you think of the scenery along the Jade River? The spring breeze is gentle, and the landscape is truly picturesque." Lu Gusso replied, delicately lifting her veil with slender fingers, allowing her eyes to fully appreciate the view. Although she hailed from the water towns of Jiang'an and had seen countless riverbank scenes since childhood, the sensations here were distinctly different. She felt compelled to linger longer. For a visit to the capital was a rare opportunity, and she wished to savor every moment, leaving no regrets behind. "Then I must thank you, dear aunt," Lu Gusso said, her face aglow with a smile. Chapter 85, The Black Market. As evening descended upon the West Market, three shadowy figures materialized at the entrance of a large gambling house, clad in the attire of the underworld, dressed in black cloth and wide-brimmed hats. They were unmistakably there to gather intelligence as wandering rogues. At this moment, dusk is settling, and the bustling West Market remains thronged with people, many of whom are newcomers to the capital, seeking to procure various goods. Among them are naturally those from the martial world, their attire reminiscent of each other. The West Market is a mosaic of characters, teeming with martial arts schools and factions. If one has acquaintances from the martial realm, they are likely to pay a visit here. In contrast, the East Market caters to the affluent and powerful, a lavish locale where, save for the scions of renowned martial families, most newcomers would refrain from wandering. What purpose would they serve there? The items are often beyond their means, and encountering arrogant young heirs would only lead to feelings of humiliation. The West Market, on the other hand, is far more appealing, populated by common folk. With numerous taverns and inns, one might even catch sight of striking Western maidens with golden hair and azure eyes, exuding an irresistible allure. Thus, the West Market in Qianan City is a favored gathering spot for many in the martial world. With a multitude of unruly individuals, the potential for conflict escalates, leading to an increase in illicit activities. Travelers from all corners of the land arrive in the capital, each harboring varied intentions, necessitating a venue for trade. Hence, the underground black market of the Great Wood Casino came into existence. Here, one can procure anything from the adornments of noble courtiers to the discarded crossbows of the Imperial Guards, as well as an assortment of potions and powders. For those of the martial world, intelligence gathering is vital, and it is evident that the black market of the Great Wood Casino also caters to this need. The casino comprises 3 levels, and as one stands at the entrance, a cacophony of noise envelopes them, the frenzied shouts of gamblers piercing the air. Li Ziyue glanced at Hanzi beside him and said, "Let us enter." The Korean gentleman nodded and was the first to step through the entrance of the casino. "Well, would you like to play, esteemed guests?" A short man greeted them with a broad smile upon their entry. The Korean waved his hand dismissively, suggesting a leisurely exploration. The man maintained his cheerful demeanor, sizing up the trio before stepping aside and saying, "Please, go ahead." Inside the casino, the cacophony was overwhelming. The three, guided by the Korean, navigated past the red-eyed gamblers in the bustling hall, making their way toward the staircase at the back door. 2 burly men clad in coarse garments stood guard at the entrance, but upon noticing the trio's familiarity, they silently permitted them passage. The descending staircase was somewhat dimly lit, and as this was Li Ziyue's first visit to such an establishment, he could not help but curiously observe his surroundings. The passageway appeared to be hewn from solid rock by human hands, evoking a sensation akin to entering a cellar. "It seems to have some age," Li Ziyue murmured. Lu Luan nodded in agreement, brushing his fingers against the stone walls. It is said that this underground structure was excavated during the spring and autumn period, serving as an armory for a noble family with a history spanning several centuries. Li Ziyue slightly inclined his head, choosing not to respond further. The staircase was not lengthy, and soon the trio arrived before a grand door. The Korean glanced back at Li Ziyue before stepping forward to push open the wooden door. Behold, the treasured blade of the Korean duke, a remarkable weapon, sharp enough to slice through hair effortlessly. Brother, look at this crossbow I acquired from the Kale division. It can penetrate with 3 centimeters deep from 50 meters away. Quite formidable indeed. My friend, your remarkable physique suggests you are a prodigious martial talent. I happen to possess a manual on the thunderclap fist, a technique mastered by the second prince. It is the very same martial arts tome that recently enabled one to shatter a monk's skull with a single blow. Additionally, I have a mesmerizing powder, colorless and tasteless, which can effortlessly lead your beloved heroine back to the inn but a second. Completely trustworthy, I assure you. The cacophony of vendors and the glaring lights transported Li Ziyue back to the bustling marketplace. This spacious area was adorned with wooden panels along the stone walls, and the stalls were meticulously arranged, resembling the humble vendors outside. Li Ziyue gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, his mouth slightly agape. Did you not say this was a black market? It is indeed a black market. Nothing sold here is sanctioned by the laws of Daming. Lu Luan replied coldly, before striding toward a nearby stall. Li Ziyue and Han Zi curiously followed in tow. How much for that blade? Li Ziyue inquired, eyeing the long sword in Lu Luan's grasp, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. The weapon was a classic Daming broadsword, with a matte black hilt and a 3-foot blade. Crafted from resilient material and possessing an unparalleled sharpness, a truly exceptional sword. However, that was not the sole reason for their interest. My good fellow, you possess a discerning eye. This blade is none other than the ceremonial weapon of the 13 Yamen, a privilege reserved for those of the rank of copper embossed captains. In the martial world, it is a coveted treasure sought after by many, the diminutive vendor exclaimed as soon as he noticed potential customers approaching. I perceive that these 3 brothers are not ordinary individuals. I shall dispense with trivialities. 100 taels, and you may take this sword away. How does that sound? Li Ziyue seized the broadsword from Han Zi's grasp, wielding it lightly with a couple of swings, inhaling deeply. It is indeed genuine. Li Ziyue exchanged a glance with Lu Luan, both recognizing the suppressed fury reflected in each other's eyes. He lowered his gaze to inspect the junction where the blade meets the hilt, seeking to discern the number inscribed upon it. Each broadsword issued to the captains by the 13 Yamen bears a unique identification number, meticulously recorded in documents to ensure the rightful owner can be traced in the event of death or loss. Lu Luan shook his head at Li Ziyue, indicating that he too could not recall to which captain this number belonged. Li Ziyue furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Why would a standard broadsword from the 13 Yamen be found here? Was it lost, or was it a matter of demise? Who is number 83? Han Zi, initially perplexed and standing to the side, suddenly grasped the significance of the stall owner's remarks and feigned astonishment, inquiring, this is the real deal. Where did you acquire it? The stall owner shook his head, replying, Brother, I cannot divulge that information. Dealing in government property can lead to severe consequences. Han Zi frowned, saying, Hey, you know this is government property. We are genuinely interested in purchasing this sword, yet you refuse to disclose its origin. How can we justify spending 100 taels on something that might be tainted or dangerous? The stall owner hesitated momentarily and replied, Primarily, I am not quite sure. I am merely a vendor. Someone entrusted me with this knife to sell, but its origin is beyond my knowledge. Han Zi was about to say something, but was interrupted by Li Ziyue. 100 taels is far too exorbitant. I shall offer you 20 taels instead. This knife certainly does not possess a reputable background, and keeping it here would be perilous. You would feel more at ease if we took it off your hands. Without waiting for the owner to respond, Li Ziyue pulled out 20 silver ingots from his pocket, placed them on the table, seized the knife, and turned to leave. Chapter 86. The contract of the casino girl. The stall owner feigned an attempt to stop them, waving his hands a couple of times. Observing that the 3 did not look back, he sat down again. At last, the transaction was made. Purchasing a knife from the 13 Yamen for 20 taels, what a fool. One may procure it with life, but what use is it without life? The stall owner chuckled and shook his head, weighing the 20 taels of silver in his hand, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Are you aware of the back door to the black market? Li Ziyue inquired of Lu Luan. Lu Luan nodded, comprehending the governor's intent. I know, I will keep watch. Li Ziyue took a deep breath and cautioned, ensure you closely follow that individual. It is imperative to ascertain the origins of this knife. Understood. Lu Luan nodded slightly and melted into the crowd, departing silently. Once Lu Luan had vanished, Li Ziyue endeavored to calm his emotions and turned to Han Zi, asking, Have you located the person who gathered information that day? The individual named Han, who had been scanning the surroundings, reluctantly shook his head. No, I distinctly remember that person's physique. I would recognize him at a glance. Li Ziyue pondered for a moment and said, "Let us cease this fruitless search and directly inquire with the proprietor of this black market to ascertain if he possesses any knowledge of that person's whereabouts." He was eager to return and delve into the case files, unwilling to squander more time here. "Do you know where Wang Mu is?" Han inquired. "He typically resides on the 3rd floor of the casino, where he has a tea room," he added after a brief contemplation. Without further ado, Li Ziyue turned and strode away, brandishing the newly acquired official blade as he made his way up the staircase. Navigating through the dimly lit stairs, the two arrived at the main hall of the casino on the 1st floor. The two burly guards stationed at the staircase noticed Li Ziyue, who had just descended moments ago, emerging with a blade in hand, and one of them jested, "Have you struck gold?" "Indeed, a fine acquisition," Li Ziyue replied with a smile, turning to ascend the staircase once more. "The stakes are considerably higher on the 2nd floor. Do you have sufficient silver in your pocket?" one of the guards cautioned. Li Ziyue tapped the blade in his hand and grinned. "Do you see this? It cost me 100 taels. Good heavens." The guard remarked upon witnessing the lavish expenditure of the figure adorned with a bamboo hat, thus refraining from further comment. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the atmosphere was starkly different from the chaotic layout of tables and boisterous gamblers below. Instead, it was characterized by a series of private rooms, each door firmly shut. Li Ziyue maintained his focus, proceeding directly to the 3rd floor. This time, however, he was met with an obstruction. "What is your business here?" At the entrance of the staircase, two fierce-looking men stood guard, their countenances suggesting they were seasoned ruffians of the underworld. As Han Zi was about to step forward to negotiate, Li Ziyue pulled him back with a swift gesture. "I seek your leader for a matter of importance. Kindly clear the way." The two thugs, noticing the menacing manner in which Li Ziyue wielded his curved sword, cautiously unsheathed their cleavers from behind their waists. One of them stepped forward and said, "Since you are a friend from the streets, you ought to reveal your name." Li Ziyue shook his head, weighing the 83 model sword in his hand, and softly replied, "You are not worthy." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the two brawny men shifted dramatically. Realizing that this individual was indeed seeking trouble, one of them raised his cleaver, thinking that since the newcomer meant ill, it would be prudent to incapacitate him first. Li Ziyue, however, had no intention of wasting time. He advanced a step, effortlessly parrying the descending cleaver with his sword and delivering a powerful kick that sent the assailant flying. With a resounding thud, the man crashed onto the ascending staircase, emitting a dull thump. Without allowing the other thug a moment to react, Li Ziyue sidestepped and brought down his unsheathed sword with a sharp crack against the man's neck. The thug's eyes failed to catch Li Ziyue's swift movements, and he collapsed, unconscious. The entire confrontation transpired in a flash, aside from the sound of the man crashing onto the stairs. No one in the vicinity noticed the unfolding events. "Let us proceed," Li Ziyue remarked, indifferent to the two incapacitated figures, as he strode confidently up the stairs. The Korean investors, wary of being discovered, hurriedly dragged a staggering behemoth along with them. They ventured to the 3rd floor of the Dama Casino. In a serene tea room, fragrant incense wafted through the air, where a man dressed like a merchant sat at a table, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he observed a trembling young girl standing nearby. Beside him, a diminutive man chuckled. "Everything has unfolded as the boss anticipated. That fellow named Lu San has squandered his entire fortune yet insists on gambling once more. Now, he has even pawned his daughter, eager to see if he can recoup his losses this time. Where's the contract of sale?" The merchant rose and approached the shivering girl, lifting her chin with his chubby fingers to scrutinize her delicate features. The girl attempted to evade his gaze, but he seized her face, rendering her immobile. The smaller man hastily produced a piece of paper from his pocket, clearly inscribed with the girl's name, age, and her father's signature. "Here it is, boss." The merchant then released his grip on the girl, accepted the contract, and nodded in approval after confirming its authenticity. "This transaction has been executed admirably. Acquired for merely 5 taels of silver, such a pretty asset shall be refined and sold to the Red Smoke House." "Understood, boss." The smaller man grinned as he tucked the contract into his coat, accustomed to such dealings. After all, those in the gambling business must find ways to thoroughly exploit their patrons. Transforming Lu San, the honest laborer, into a gambling-obsessed lunatic required no small amount of cunning. The girl he acquired for 5 taels of silver was swiftly resold for 30 taels to a brothel, akin to finding money for nothing. However, The Chungue Lu did not accept girls of dubious origins. During his inaugural venture into this trade, he had taken in a girl as a debt settlement, believing that with the bustling business of Chungue Lu, he would surely profit. To his dismay, the brothel showed no mercy upon learning of the girl's background. A group of burly men descended upon him, leaving him severely beaten and seizing both the girl and her contract. Afterward, his superior, Wang Mu, learned of the incident and dared not confront Chungue Lu, swallowing his indignation. He resolved that he would simply refrain from selling girls to them in the future. Meanwhile, the girl, upon hearing of her impending sale to a brothel, was engulfed in despair, her youthful face marred by fear, trembling uncontrollably. "No. Please don't sell me to a brothel. I am capable. I fear neither arduous nor unpleasant tasks. I beg you," she pleaded, casting a desperate gaze toward the frail man approaching her. "This is beyond your control. Blame your fortunate father." The frail man retorted dismissively as he reached for the girl's arm. Just then, a dull thud echoed from below, reminiscent of a heavy object colliding. Chapter 87. What the hell? The merchant cleared his throat and instructed the frail man, "Go investigate the commotion." "Understood," the frail man replied obediently, departing the tea room and making his way to the staircase. Before he could descend the first step, the frail man noticed two figures clad in black cloaks steadily approaching, with one of them dragging along two burly men from behind. Strangely, those two imposing figures, who had seemingly used the staircase as a means of facial massage, appeared increasingly familiar. "Who are you? What have you done to them?" The frail man, filled with dread, took 2 steps back, distancing himself from these evidently formidable individuals. "Are you Wang Mu?" Li Ziyue inquired, observing the sharp-featured man before him. The frail man immediately shook his head vigorously. "No, I am not." Upon hearing this denial, Li Ziyue chose to disregard him and continued onward. The frail man swallowed hard, recalling that his boss was listening just behind the door, and he gritted his teeth, positioning himself in front of Li Ziyue. "Hey, stop. If you take another step, I will call for help." Sighing, Li Ziyue swiftly raised his right hand, seizing the man's throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound, and proceeded to drag him forward. The frail man struggled to breathe, his face turning an alarming shade of blue, his legs flailing, and his hands desperately attempting to pry away the constricting grip on his neck, but to no avail. Soon, Li Ziyue entered the tea room, carelessly tossing the man onto the floor. The frail man gasped for air as if granted a reprieve from a dire fate. Wang Mu had just overheard the conversation at the staircase and was about to step out to investigate when he witnessed his subordinate being unceremoniously thrown inside. "Are you Wang Mu?" Gazing at the robust figure before him, clad in merchant attire yet exuding an incongruous air, Li Ziyue once again posed his inquiry. Before Wang Mu could respond, 2 more hulking men, resembling mud in their disheveled state, were unceremoniously thrown into the room. Wang Mu's eyes narrowed as he beheld the 3 fallen subordinates. He instinctively took a step back, reaching for the long knife on his table. "Choosing silence? Then I shall take that as a concession," Li Ziyue remarked, lightly tapping the scabbard of his blade as he advanced 2 steps closer. "May I inquire as to your identity and the purpose of your visit?" With a weapon in hand, Wang Mu felt a surge of confidence. The ability to discreetly eliminate 2 of his men below suggested that this individual possessed considerable skill. While the extent of his martial prowess remained uncertain, caution was warranted. "Nothing of great consequence. I merely seek information about an individual," Li Ziyue replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Wang Mu tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. After all, he was a leader in Qianan City, and this was his territory. His temper flared, and he coldly retorted, "Is this how you inquire about information? I ask you a question, and you should respond directly. Should you refuse, I shall compel you to speak. It is that simple." Li Ziyue pressed his lips together and stepped forward once more. "Demanding respect from me? Who do you think you are?" At that moment, Hanzi entered the tea house and immediately spotted a young girl cowering in the corner, her face a portrait of confusion. He blinked and remarked, "There is also a young lady present." Li Ziyue, too, noticed her. The girl was dressed modestly and appeared flustered, clearly a girl from a respectable family, though the reason for her presence in such a place was a mystery. "It seems that you are not particularly admirable." Observing the terror in the girl's eyes, Li Ziyue swiftly deduced the situation with remarkable accuracy. Wang Mu, witnessing Li Ziyue unsheathing his blade with a swift motion and the shadowy figure of Hanzi blocking the tea room door, realized that this matter was bound to end poorly. "Do you not adhere to any form of decorum?" Wang Mu raised the long knife that had accompanied him from a mere thug to the leader of a faction in the capital, pointing its tip at Li Ziyue. "I presume this is your first visit to the capital, and you are unfamiliar with its customs. Let us clarify our dialogue, for there may yet be room for negotiation. Why are you so verbose? Li Ziyue casually flicked his sword, annoyance evident as he clicked his tongue. The sight of his own precinct's constable's blade surfacing in the black market had already ignited a simmering rage within him. Now, upon discovering that there were still incidents of young girls being trafficked in the capital, he had completely lost interest in conversing with this man. What he desired was to press his blade against Wang Mu's rotund neck and extract information regarding the Liu family. Humph! Witnessing Li Ziyue's audacity, Wang Mu ceased his chatter, gripping his knife with both hands as he charged toward Li Ziyue. His robust physique lunged forward like a beast, after all. He had built his fortune from nothing and possessed a certain martial prowess. The muscles in his arm, elevated from raising the long knife, resembled hardened stone. And as the blade sliced through the air, it produced a thunderous crack. A faint, pale glow unexpectedly appeared along the edge of the blade. A blade aura? Li Ziyue raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. He truly did not anticipate that this seemingly insignificant casino boss was, in fact, a master capable of wielding the formidable knife aura. It is well known that the essence of knife aura lies in the practitioner's inner energy being externally projected and enveloping the weapon, causing the blade's force to overflow and manifest as a lethal aura, resulting in augmented destructive power. To condense the knife aura, one must at least attain a realm of the 6th rank or higher, coupled with proficient mastery over the weapon to achieve such an effect. Faced with the overwhelming force of the descending strike, Li Ziyue reined in his earlier frivolity, pressing his back foot against the ground and wielding his blade upward in response. The slender horizontal blade lacked the heft and gravity of Wang Mu's longsword, and Li Ziyue's physique was far from the robust stature of Wang Mu. Resembling a fragile skiff perilously adrift amidst a tumultuous sea, the frail man lying on the ground, still gasping for breath, fixed his gaze upon the two with a glimmer of wicked delight in his eyes, as if he could already envision his leader cleaving the individual who had gripped his throat in two. However, at the very moment the horizontal blade was about to meet Wang Mu's longsword, a shadowy crimson glow flickered upon the blade's surface. This glow was profound and enchanting, akin to blood dripping from the fangs of a ferocious beast, rich and intoxicating. Knife aura, who does not possess it? A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Ziyue's mouth as he forcefully thrust the horizontal blade to meet the incoming longsword. Wang Mu's eyes narrowed. Upon perceiving the knife aura, an immediate sense of foreboding enveloped him, but it was too late to withdraw his strength. Gritting his teeth, he could only summon all his might to bring the longsword crashing down. With a resounding clash, as two blades met, Wang Mu experienced a profound shock that reverberated through his entire being, causing him to stagger 3 steps backward. A tingling numbness coursed through his arm, and the grip of his hand around the hilt of his sword began to painfully tear at his flesh, nearly causing him to relinquish his weapon. A glance at the long sword in his grasp revealed a gash carved into its blade. How could this be? Wang Mu gazed in astonishment at the figure clad in black, struggling to comprehend how such immense strength could reside within that seemingly frail form. Li Ziyue casually weighed the sword in his hand, denying Wang Mu any respite as he strolled towards him with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 88. My brother-in-law is the chief of Jingzhou Prefecture. Meanwhile, the emaciated man sprawled on the ground, sensing the dire situation, attempted to rise and call for help. However, Han Zi, stationed at the entrance, would not permit such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he lifted the frail man as one would a chick, only to unceremoniously toss him back down. If you dare to run again, I shall break your legs. The frail man complied, settling down to observe the battle unfolding before him. Wang Mu, undeterred by the blood oozing from his injured hand, maintained a firm grip on the hilt of his sword. His gaze locked onto the advancing Li Ziyue. Who are you truly? Li Ziyue, of course, offered no response to his query. With a mere tap of his toes against the ground, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Wang Mu in the blink of an eye. The blade, like a wraith, lunged from the left, compelling Wang Mu to swiftly raise his weapon in defense. Clang! In that instant, Wang Mu's sword was driven into the ground, leaving a deep indentation. Without granting him a moment to breathe, Li Ziyue raised his sword high, unleashing a relentless torrent of strikes upon him. Wang Mu gritted his teeth, straining to fend off the onslaught. Clang, 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 in the tea room. Only the sound of clashing steel echoed, reminiscent of a blacksmith's forge. Despite the perilous nature of each blow he received, an unseen force continued to reverberate through Wang Mu's body. After enduring 10 strikes, he found himself with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The relentless assault finally ceased, granting him a moment to wipe the blood away with the back of his hand as he gasped for air. This sudden intake of breath proved detrimental, disrupting his circulation and causing pain to radiate throughout his limbs. With wide eyes, Wang Mu realized that although he had seemingly withstood the attack, the latent energy transmitted through the strikes had pervaded his entire being, injuring every fiber of his muscles. Li Ziyue stood coldly before Wang Mu, raising his blade once more. With great effort, Wang Mu attempted to parry the strike, but this time he was unable to withstand it. An eerie red light enveloped the blade, slicing through Wang Mu's longsword as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Cleaving it in two, the immense force sent Wang Mu crashing to the ground, dazedly gazing at the broken weapon in his hands. Do you still wish to inquire about news? The approaching footsteps jolted Wang Mu back to reality. He looked up to see the figure in black standing before him, and from his vantage point below, he could faintly discern the youthful visage. You cannot harm me. My brother-in-law is the governor of Jingzhou. As Wang Mu beheld the shimmering blade, he couldn't help but shiver, stammering in fear. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue inhaled deeply, adding yet another worry to his already burdened mind. However, he was unfazed. His method of dealing with troublesome matters had always been direct and forceful. Bang! Li Ziyue delivered a powerful kick, striking Wang Mu squarely in the chest, propelling his 200-pound frame onto the tea table. You, the prefect of Jingzhou, how dare you? With relentless ferocity, Li Ziyue continued to rain blows upon Wang Mu's already battered body, causing blood to spurt from his mouth as if it were of no consequence. Wang Mu instinctively shielded his vital areas with his hands, utterly perplexed by the sheer audacity of his assailant, despite having exposed his connections. Why did this individual seem to relish the confrontation even more? The incident had revealed his patron's identity. Surely, that should have tempered the aggression. Chen Dong's brother-in-law. Quite formidable indeed, having the backing of a third-rank official. No wonder you dare to engage in such reckless behavior. Li Ziyue seized Wang Mu by the collar and tossed him onto the tea table, deriding, which of Chen Dong's concubines is your sister? Wang Mu's bloodshot eyes were filled with confusion, unable to fathom why this man spoke of his brother-in-law with such disdain. How could he be so audacious? Observing the impending escalation, Han Zi hurriedly interjected, Stop. We have more pressing matters at hand. Only when Li Ziyue lowered his fist did Han Zi exhale in relief, anxious to ensure that the man remained alive long enough to answer questions. Gazing up at the darkening sky, Li Ziyue let out a cold snort, positioning his weapon menacingly against Wang Mu's neck. I will ask, and you will answer. Do you understand? Yes, Wang Mu hastily nodded, acutely aware that this fearless young man was a force to be reckoned with. Better to prioritize his own survival for the moment. Do you know the Lu family from Suzhou? Li Ziyue inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Mu's eyes. Upon the emergence of this inquiry, Wang Mu's expression immediately transformed into a complex tapestry of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. I am indeed aware of the illustrious Songyu sword manor, renowned throughout the martial world. Li Ziyue perceptively noted the flicker of complexity in Wang Mu's demeanor. He furrowed his brows and remarked, a few days ago, someone from the Lu family came to the capital and divulged everything you know about them. All I know is that the Lu family's direct descendant, Lu Yu, along with the swordsmanship prodigy Lu Gusu, arrived in the capital about 10 days ago and are currently residing at the residence of the Duke Yangyi. Recently, there have been inquiries in the black market involving substantial sums to uncover information about them, which is why I have been paying particular attention. Do you happen to know what that person looks like? I do not. The individuals who came over the past 2 days were all different and wore felt hats, obscuring their features. TSK, Li Ziyue clicked his tongue, finding that thus far, the details Wang Mu provided aligned closely with his own knowledge. Do you know their whereabouts? Wang Mu pondered for a moment and recollected. That individual instructed me to continue gathering information on the Lu siblings in the black market, and it seems he provided me with an address where I was to deliver the findings. Where was it? Let me think. Noticing Wang Mu's eyes darting about, Li Ziyue's expression turned icy as he pressed the blade against Wang Mu's plump neck. Confess, and I shall spare your life today. I remember now. It was at the easternmost courtyard on Shihui Street, in Yanlifeng. That is precisely how the person directed me. Wang Mu cautiously extended his hand to grasp the blade, tentatively shifting it outward while wearing a forced smile. Had you mentioned that you were inquiring about this matter earlier, I would have informed you right away that everything is negotiable, he remarked with a huff. Li Ziyue chose to ignore him, sheathing his sword and rising to his feet, directing his gaze towards Han Zi, who remained steadfast at the doorway. How shall we proceed? Han Zi gestured towards a pitiable young girl standing nearby. Li Ziyue furrowed his brows, glancing back at Wang Mu and the frail man beside him. His cold gaze swept over them, causing the frail man to flinch in fear as he hastily produced a crumpled contract of servitude. We haven't done anything wrong. It was her father who sold her to us. I swear I know nothing. Han Zi took the contract from him and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Ziyue before stepping forward with remarkable decisiveness, delivering a swift strike to both Wang Mu and the frail man, rendering them unconscious. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ziyue approached the young girl, lifting his hat to reveal his countenance, softening his voice as much as possible. What is your name? The girl instinctively retreated a couple of steps against the wall as Li Ziyue drew near, but upon realizing that the fierce man bore such a gentle visage, she hesitated and stood still. After a moment's reflection, recalling that he had just vanquished the villain intent on selling her into a brothel, she finally spoke softly. My name is Lu Ji. Very well, Lu Ji. How old are you? 10. 13. Li Ziyue pondered for a moment before inquiring, You have seen it yourself. Your father has gambled you away to the casino. Now that you are free, do you still wish to seek him out? Lu Ji recalled the overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair she had just experienced, trembling slightly as she shook her head. What about your mother? Many years ago, my father gambled away everything in our home, no matter how hard my mother tried to stop him. She was beaten down by him until she fell ill and had no money for treatment. She passed away last year. Han Zi inhaled sharply. As a devoted disciple of the noble bandit, he could hardly bear to witness such tragedies. He could scarcely fathom how a young girl managed to uphold a household under the weight of a bedridden mother and a father consumed by his gambling addiction. Then how about this? We are actually officials. As you can see, we are good people, dedicated to capturing the villains who run these gambling dens. If you truly have nowhere else to go, would you consider coming with us? Li Ziyue gestured for Han Zi to remove his hat, revealing his handsome features. Lu Ji glanced left and right, blinking in contemplation. These two older brothers, with their appearance, surely could not be bad people. After all, they had just rescued me. Should I go with them? Lu Ji hesitated for a moment before speaking. I cannot fight. I can only work. Would I be of any use to you? Or would I merely be a burden? Han Zi clicked his tongue, thinking what a fine young lady she was. I assure you, our precinct has rooms available for your accommodation. You may assist with chores, such as cleaning and tidying up, or even lend a hand in the kitchen if you wish to learn the culinary arts. Should you desire to study martial arts, we are fortunate to have many experts who would be more than willing to teach you, Li Ziyue remarked with a smile. Lu Ji pressed against the wall, took a couple of deep breaths, clenched her sleeves tightly, and, with a flutter of her eyelashes, gently stepped forward to say, Then, I shall accompany you. Hearing the young girl's agreement, Han Zi finally exhaled in relief. Although their interactions had been limited, he could discern that Li Ziyue was a person worthy of trust. The young girl's arrival at the 13th precinct would provide her with a genuine foundation, no matter her future endeavors. Very well. You should escort Lu Ji back to the precinct. I shall visit Yin Lafang. Li Ziyue instructed as he unfastened his token from his waist and tossed it to Han Zi. Have Jiangsu dispatch someone immediately to raid this gambling den. Every last individual associated with the black market is to be apprehended. Understood, Han Zi replied hesitantly as he accepted the token, still inquiring. Aren't you concerned that I might flee? The noble Han Daoda is known for his gallantry and integrity. You would not leave without ensuring this young girl is safely settled in the precinct, would you? Li Ziyue patted Han Zi on the shoulder with a smile. Han Zi shook his head and sighed. Very well, just take care of yourself. Noted. As they exited the gambling den, night had fully descended. The curfew had yet to commence, and a few pedestrians still wandered the streets. Li Ziyue stepped out of the casino, mounted his horse, and adjusted his conical hat to obscure his features before setting his course towards Yanlefang. Swaying gently atop his steed, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. The Cangyu Sword Manor, established by the venerable Lu Tingfeng during the tumultuous wars decades ago, emerged as a formidable force in the martial world. In an era rife with strife, where numerous factions rose and the central plains were engulfed in flames, the elder Lu single-handedly wielded his sword to shield the citizens of Suzhou from calamity, once achieving the remarkable feat of challenging 1,000 riders with but a single stroke, ultimately awaiting the arrival of the founding emperor of the current dynasty. To this day, the Cangyu Sword Manor has evolved into a revered sanctuary for swordsmiths, boasting countless disciples. While the elder Lu has ascended to the status of a revered grandmaster within the martial realm, yet does such a prestigious establishment as the Cangyu Sword Manor in such a distinguished family as the Liu's harbor enemies? Beneath the night sky, Li Ziyue pondered as he navigated through the throngs of people, making his way towards Yanlifeng. Regardless of the motives driving those who sought information about the Liu siblings in the black market, he deemed it imperative to investigate thoroughly. Before long, Li Ziyue arrived at Yanlifeng. He casually inquired about the location of Shihui Street from a passerby, and then urged his horse forward, reaching the easternmost end. This must be the place. Dismounting, Li Ziyue surveyed the modest structure before him, which appeared rather dilapidated, barely resembling a small courtyard. Pressing his ear against the door, he detected no signs of life. Observing the low courtyard wall, he took a breath, lightly poised his toes, and leapt over. A barely audible thud echoed in the courtyard. Yet it stirred no response. Surely, there can't be no one here. Li Ziyue smacked his lips and surveyed the surroundings. The scene was chaotic and disordered, devoid of any signs of habitation. Should he fail to uncover anyone during this visit, he would have no choice but to return and advise Liu Yu to exercise caution, thus fulfilling his duty as a friend. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to approach the main house. The wooden door was unlocked and swung open with a gentle push, creaking ominously as it revealed the interior. Bathed in the feeble moonlight, Li Ziyue examined the room's furnishings, dust-covered tables and chairs, dilapidated window frames, and an aged screen. He glanced around before stepping inside, his boots scraping against the floor, feeling the texture of the settled dust. The atmosphere was thick with an uncomfortable, acrid dustiness. Could it truly be deserted? Li Ziyue furrowed his brow. The house bore no signs of occupancy. He navigated around the table and took 2 steps to the right. Directing his gaze towards the large bed positioned nearby, the sole place that could conceal a person, a layer of dusty drapery obscured the view, rendering the interior indistinct. Li Ziyue cautiously approached the bed, raising his blade to gently part the curtains. To his dismay, no one was hiding within, only a thick quilt, carelessly left unmade. The sight of the bedding made Li Ziyue's eyes narrow. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air from behind, aimed directly at his head. In a moment of panic, he realized the imminent danger. Instinctively, he stepped to the right, narrowly evading the unexpected attack. He slightly crouched his hind legs to steady himself before focusing his gaze on the assailant. It was a dagger, its blade deeply embedded in the bedpost, penetrating 3 inches into the wood, a testament to the force behind it. Why didn't you warn me? Li Ziyue, his soul force sinking into the pendant, demanded angrily of Qingqiu. Should I rely on you to alert me to every unforeseen event from now on? Qingqiu's voice remained as languid as ever, seemingly indifferent to Li Ziyue's fury. Your combat instincts are woefully inadequate. A 7th-tier assassin preparing to strike, you merely employed a few techniques to conceal his presence. Yet you were as oblivious as a blind man, only reacting at the moment of his attack. And you dare question why I didn't forewarn you? Chapter 90. The sealed building. What if I hadn't reacted in time and had been killed? Qingqiu emitted a barely perceptible sigh. If such a minor ambush could take your life, it merely proves your inadequacy. We 7 can expect nothing from you in the future. Li Ziyue fell into silence. Your current meager soul force is of no use. Only through enduring life and death battles can your combat awareness truly be honed. What benefit is there in having the guards of your estate train with you? It is only through countless brushes with death that one can become a true warrior. My boy. Qingqiu's emotionally detached voice echoed in Li Ziyue's mind, causing him to tighten his grip on the hilt. A soft sound resonated from above, and a small figure emerged from the shadows of the ceiling beams. He seemed taken aback that the recent strike had been deftly evaded by the intruder, momentarily at a loss until he finally grasped the situation and turned to flee. The figure, with an uncanny agility, clung to the beams of the house, swiftly making his way towards the adjacent window. Having discerned the identity of his adversary, a foe who had nearly claimed his life, Li Ziyue was not about to let him escape so easily. It was the perfect opportunity to vent the frustrations he had endured at Qingqiu's hands. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword, and before the thief could descend from the beams, Li Ziyue had already materialized like a wraith before the window. The blade, glowing with an ominous red light, glinted as he propelled himself into the air, the tip of his sword aimed directly at the thief perched above. The wooden beam was severed as though it were mere parchment, but the thief executed an acrobatic maneuver, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike, yet losing his balance and plummeting to the ground. Exhibiting remarkable agility, he quickly steadied himself with one hand on the floor, producing a dagger from who knows where with his other hand, ready to meet Li Ziyue's descending blade. The clash rang out as the thief's wrist went numb from the overwhelming force, causing him to lose his grip on the dagger, which clattered to the ground. Before he could retrieve it, the sword was pressed against his throat. "I ask, and you answer. Do you understand?" Came a chilling voice, laced with an undeniable authority. The man inhaled deeply, feeling the coldness of the blade, and raised his hands in a gesture of submission. "Who are you, and where are your accomplices?" Li Ziyue inquired. The man pondered for a moment, seemingly unfazed by the situation, and slowly replied, "Have you heard of Fengxing Lu?" Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue furrowed his brow. He never anticipated that this matter would be linked to the Fengxing Building. The Fengxing Building is an exceedingly renowned and enigmatic organization within the martial world, known for its mercenary dealings, devoid of any allegiance. The members of this organization possess formidable skills, adept in various assassination techniques, and are categorized into 5 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Sun, Moon, and Star. The operations of the Fengxing Building are shrouded in secrecy. When they strike, they do so with lethal intent, boasting a success rate exceeding 90% in assassinations over the years. Consequently, their fees for engaging in such endeavors are exorbitantly high. "Are you an assassin from the Fengxing Building?" Li Ziyue fixated his gaze upon the individual before him. The person's eyes displayed no flicker of emotion, seemingly indifferent to their precarious situation, merely nodding slightly. "Are you pretending?" Li Ziyue delivered a resounding slap to the assassin's face, the force rendering the individual momentarily dazed. "I am the one posing questions now, and a mere pawn from a martial organization should not feign ignorance." With a firm grip, Li Ziyue seized the assassin's cheek, his right hand poised to strike the jaw. A dark tooth was expelled from the assassin's mouth, accompanied by several others of a more typical hue. It was the first time extracting a poisonous tooth, lacking experience. Clearing his throat, Li Ziyue brandished the sword he held before the assassin, menacingly inquiring, "Are you familiar with the blade of the 13 Yamen?" The assassin appeared momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion before nodding again. "With a poisoned tooth gone, you can no longer seek death. If you do not speak the truth, you shall find no mercy in the prison of edicts. You ought to be more aware of that than I." At that moment, the assassin lowered his head and pondered for a while before slowly responding, "You may inquire. Why are you alone here? Where are your companions?" "This location serves merely as a stronghold for our current mission and a point of contact with the outside world, which I am tasked to guard. They typically do not reside here." "What is the nature of your mission?" Li Ziyue's tone grew more intense as he fixated on the assassin's eyes. This time, the man before him fell silent. After what seemed like a fierce internal struggle, he finally spoke again. "A significant sum has been offered for the life of Lu Gusu from the Zhongyu Sword Manor, prompting us to arrive in the capital ahead of schedule to prepare." Li Ziyue was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Is it solely Lu Gusu?" The assassin nodded. "What is the reasoning behind this?" Li Ziyue questioned, somewhat perplexed, as he had assumed that the enemies of the Lu siblings were behind this. Yet this individual claimed the target was only Lu Gusu. "You must be aware of the consequences of deceit. The interrogation chambers of the 13 Yamen will extract the truth from every criminal." "I speak only the truth," the assassin replied earnestly. Li Ziyue nodded, deciding to address this matter later, and continued, "When do you intend to act?" The assassin hesitated for a moment, glanced at Li Ziyue, then averted his gaze, and softly replied, "We have already commenced our actions." Suddenly, Li Ziyue sprang to his feet, grasping the assassin by his collar, his expression twisted with rage. "Then what in the world are you doing here?" "I am not particularly powerful. My role is merely to gather intelligence." "You should have mentioned it sooner," he muttered. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. "You didn't inquire either," he remarked. Li Ziyue, gripping the assassin, dashed outside, kicking open the courtyard gate as he walked and inquired, "Where have they gone?" It was said that this afternoon, Lady Lu and Lady Yongyi ventured outside the city to enjoy the scenic beauty of Yuha, planning an ambush on their return journey to the city. They might have already taken action by now. Damn it, Li Ziyue decided against further conversation, striking the man with a swift blow to render him unconscious. He then mounted his horse, tossed the man onto the front of his steed, and pulled the reins towards the southern city gate. Fortunately, as dusk settled, the main road was sparsely populated, allowing Li Ziyue to hasten his pace. Soon, Yong'an Gate came into view. It was not yet time for the city gate to close, and the guards at the gate stood in small groups, lighting torches and idly chatting. The sound of hurried hoofbeats suddenly alerted them. They looked up to see a man, clad in a heavy cloak and wearing a wide-brimmed hat, riding a tall steed, seemingly carrying a reclining figure. Li Ziyue halted his horse before the city gate and removed his hat. "My lord?" Among the guards at the gate, three stood out, dressed in distinct black garments that conveyed an air of solemnity. Upon closer inspection, Li Ziyue recognized them as members of his own office, stationed at Yongning Gate for duty. The efficiency of their office was commendable. Orders issued that morning were already being executed by afternoon. Li Ziyue spotted a familiar face among the trio. It was Deng Jia, who had just begun his duties on the first day. To his surprise, he had been assigned to Yongning Gate. With no time for explanations, Li Ziyue hurled the unconscious assassin towards the three, who caught him deftly. Gusu is in peril. Dispatch reinforcements immediately to the banks of the river for a rescue, he instructed. With that, Li Ziyue grasped the reins once more and galloped towards the city gates. He had no authority to mobilize the gatekeepers. No matter how dire the circumstances, he could only summon aid through his own office. Damn it, next time I must devise a signal like the 13 Yaman's fire, so I can ignite it at the first sign of trouble. Gritting his teeth, he finally spared no effort in urging his horse forward at full speed towards the river. Chapter 91. An unexpected assassination at dusk by the river. As the setting sun gradually sank below the horizon, retracting the hues it had cast across the sky, the onlookers began to disperse. Lu Gusu, still savoring the view, reluctantly withdrew his gaze. "Aunt, the time to close the city gates is approaching. Shall we return?" The lady of the Yongning Marquis nodded, wrapping Lu Gusu in a thick fox fur coat. The capital is not like Jiangnan. Once night falls, the air turns bitterly cold. You must dress warmly. Thank you, Aunt. Lu Gusu replied softly, adjusting the fur as he boarded the carriage alongside the lady of the Yongning Marquis. The young gentlemen and ladies by the river had long since departed, leaving only the carriage of the Yongning Marquis's household behind. "Miss, madam, shall we set off now?" The elderly figure clad in black from the Lu family sat at the front of the carriage, firmly grasping the reins. Soon, the voice of Lu Gusu resonated from within the carriage. "Let us proceed, Zheng Bo, and do so with haste. We must not miss the closing of the city gates." Zheng Bo, the elder in black, remained silent, tugging at the reins to guide the carriage along the official road. Meanwhile, the guards from the Yongning Marquis' residence gathered closely, ensuring the safety of the carriage. Zheng Bo, a master from the Tsangyu sword manor, showcased not only his profound expertise but also his adeptness in driving the carriage. Despite the swift pace of the horses, the interior remained remarkably stable, devoid of any jostling. Lu Gusu lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the crimson glow in the sky, soon to be engulfed by darkness. The cold wind swept through the curtain into the carriage, causing the flames in the stove to flicker. "Gusu, what troubles you?" inquired the lady of the Yongning Marquis, cradling a hand warmer and observing the young girl who appeared somewhat perturbed. The carriage was quite warm. Both were draped in layers of mink fur, with the stove continuously radiating heat. Lu Gusu lowered the curtain and shook her head with a smile. "It is nothing. I merely feel that the outside world is unusually quiet. We have returned a bit late. The city gates are about to close. It is not uncommon for the official road to be devoid of travelers at this hour," the lady of the Yongning Marquis reassured her. Lu Gusu pursed her lips and nodded, yet an inexplicable unease lingered in her heart. Soon, the last rays of the sun vanished beyond the horizon, and an infinite darkness enveloped the world. Suddenly, the guards beside the carriage ignited oil lamps and torches, illuminating the path ahead. As the night descended, a chilling wind swept through the air, and on the solitary road leading to Qianan City, a lone carriage advanced. 6 guards held aloft their torches, the flames flickering gently, as if the world had been reduced to the sound of the wheels rolling and the rhythmic clatter of hooves. Suddenly, a deep, resonant thud echoed through the expanse, shaking the surrounding atmosphere and disrupting the fabric of time and space. This was swiftly followed by a sharp, piercing sound. An arrow, entirely dark and with a deep purple tip, shot forth from behind the willows on the west side of the road. With relentless determination, it pierced through the carriage wall, striking precisely where Lu Gusu sat, and emerged from the opposite side. The immense force propelled the arrow further, penetrating the body of a guard from the Yongning Bo's residence, leaving a spray of blood before vanishing into the vast darkness. "Miss." The expression of Zheng Bo, the elderly driver cloaked in black, changed dramatically. Instantly, his sword was drawn from its sheath, and he leaped from the carriage, his voice rising in inquiry as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. 1 guard had fallen immediately, while the remaining 5, after a moment of disarray, regained their composure and drew their weapons to form a protective circle around the carriage. "We are unharmed," came the gentle voice of Lu Gusu from within the carriage, offering a measure of reassurance to Zheng Bo and the guards. Just as he was about to respond, the scene before him caused his heart to plummet once more. From the dimly lit woods on the west side of the road, 5 shadowy figures emerged. Armed with various weapons and shrouded in black veils, their identities concealed, they swiftly approached the carriage. One of them, armed with a longbow, was drawing an arrow from behind and knocking it onto the string. His piercing gaze fixed intently in this direction. "Miss, the approaching party bears ill intentions. You and the lady should ride away first. I shall hold them off," urged Lord Zhang, gripping his sword in one hand while leading the reins of the horse to the carriage door, his tone urgent. As the carriage curtain was lifted, Lady Lu jumped down and turned to assist the visibly anxious Lady Yoni. Observing the 5 black-clad figures steadily advancing towards them, Lady Lu calmly shook her head and declared, "There is no time, miss." Lady Lu uttered no further words but instead turned to a familiar guard from the Yoni household and instructed, "They are coming for me. You must take my aunt and leave. They are unlikely to pursue you." Gusu. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she clutched Lady Lu's wrist tightly, pleading, "I am your mother's twin sister. How could I allow you to fall into peril while I flee?" Sighing, Lady Lu shook her head helplessly, prying the woman's hand from her wrist as she gazed at the guard, saying, "Go." "Understood." The guard, disregarding his mistress's cries and struggles, forcibly lifted her onto the same horse. With a swift tug on the reins, they galloped towards the capital. Indeed, the 5 assassins approaching paid no heed to the retreating Lady Yoni, seemingly convinced that this location was far from the city. Even if the two managed to summon reinforcements, they believed they would have already completed their mission and retreated by that time. Lu Gusu cast her gaze upon the remaining 4 guards, taking a lingering look at the unfortunate comrade sprawled lifelessly on the ground. With a sigh, she softly remarked, "You may all leave. It is not worth sacrificing your lives here." The guards, after all, were in the employ of the Yoni Marquise estate and had no ties to her, Lu Gusu. Moreover, these individuals likely lacked the capability to withstand even a couple of strikes from the approaching foes. "Miss, your benevolence shall be etched in our hearts for eternity." Upon uttering these words, the guards hoisted their fallen companion and mounted their steeds, departing without a backward glance. At this moment, the 5 assassins had advanced within a mere 10 meters of Lu Gusu. Is this the esteemed Miss Lu of the Sangyu Sword Manor? Truly, she embodies the noble essence of old Master Lu, prioritizing righteousness. One among them stepped forward, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his tone dripping with derision. "Chui Lu, spare us the chatter. Let us conclude this swiftly." A robust man swiftly drew a Kangol staff from his waist, his voice cold and resolute. Chui Lu merely grunted in acknowledgement, shrugged his shoulders, and drew forth 2 daggers. The others remained silent, each brandishing their weapons as they closed in on Lu Gusu and her companion. "Who sent you?" Lu Gusu's expression remained unchanged, her gentle voice strikingly incongruous in the tense atmosphere. "We are merely here to fulfill our contract. Miss Lu, do not take it personally." With that, the burly leader forcefully stomped the ground, initiating the assault. The Kangol staff was raised high, propelled by an overwhelming momentum, as it was swung mercilessly toward Lu Gusu's head. Chapter 92. The sword name of Taihu. Lu Gusu remained motionless, a long sword poised before the formidable Konglong hammer. "To slay a member of the Lu family, you must first seek my consent," he declared. Zheng Bo, with a single hand gripping his sword, stood resolutely in front of Lu Gusu, his gaunt frame a steadfast barrier. "Chui Lu, you 3, advance." The burly man sensed the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the frail elder before him, realizing he was confronted by a formidable adversary, one not easily vanquished. "Understood, you old rascal," Chui Lu replied with a cheeky grin, twirling the dagger in his hand as he charged towards Lu Gusu, accompanied by his 2 companions. The archer, however, remained stationary and arrow-nocked, poised to unleash a deadly strike. In the realm of Fengxing Tower, assassins were classified into 5 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Sun, Moon, and Star. The skilled practitioners of the Heaven and Earth tiers were designated by the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Among them, the Heaven tier assassins were categorized as Jia, Yi, Bing, and Ding, while the Earth tier assassins were identified as Zi, Cho, Yin, and Mao, with the 6th-ranked assassin being Di Cho, a novice at the 9th tier of the Guanyun realm. As Chui Lu and his companions bypassed him, charging towards Lu Gusu, Zheng Bo's sword gleamed brightly as he deflected Di Chao's Konglong hammer with a sweeping motion, swiftly redirecting his blade towards Chui Lu. At that moment, the archer released his bowstring. Whoosh, an arrow hurtled through the air, aimed directly at the chest of the elder clad in black. In desperation, Zheng Bo was compelled to parry the incoming projectile with his sword. The force behind the arrow was formidable. He could only guess at the archer's strength. As the impact sent a tremor through his grip, seizing the opportunity, Di Cho swung his hammer down with unrelenting force. Zheng Bo, still reeling from the previous attack, barely managed to raise his sword in defense once more. In the midst of the unfolding drama, the archer, with a cold snort, drew his bow once more. Di Mao, ranked 8th among the assassins of the Fengxing Tower, possessed formidable prowess at the peak of the 8th tier. With the added strength of his powerful bow, his arrow soared with the might of the 9th tier. Under the immense pressure from the 6th and 8th masters of Fengxing Tower, Zheng Bo found himself unable to protect Lu Gusu any longer, resorting to a desperate defense with his sword. I regret, Miss Lu. It seems you and your loyal servant may meet your demise here. Cui Lu chuckled sinisterly, akin to an elusive shadow, as he lunged towards Lu Gusu's heart. The other two assailants, one wielding a knife and the other a sword, launched their attacks from the east and west, respectively. 3 8th-tier masters executed simultaneous assaults from different directions, all aiming for vital points, as if sealing their fate in a deadly trap. A fierce wind swept through, lifting Lu Gusu's veil slightly, illuminated by the flickering flames to reveal a visage of extraordinary beauty, her gentle eyes reflecting the ethereal essence of the Jiang and Misty Lakes. It is said that the late Master Lu of the Cangyu Sword Manor forged countless swords in his lifetime, yet he only took pride in 4 masterpieces. One was the founding sword of the Daming Dynasty, the imperial sword known as Qi Shao, wielded by the founding emperor during the White Snake Rebellion. Another was Lu Tingfeng's personal sword, named Luo Yun, with which he once stood valiantly at the gates of Suzhou, a lone figure against 1,000 riders. A third sword, gifted to another in his earlier years, was called Jiutian, belonging to a master who became renowned in the martial world. The final sword, however, remained concealed within the Lu family's armory, uncelebrated and unbloodied. According to knowledgeable sources, this sword is called Taihu. Beneath the heavy canopy of the sky, in the depths of the black night, a resplendent beam of sword light burst forth from Lu Gusu's hand. This sword light shone brighter and clearer than the Milky Way, seemingly carrying the vast waters of Taihu Lake, cascading toward the 3 assailants. Just a single strike, yet it compelled the 3 killers, approaching from different directions, to halt their assault, raising their weapons to fend off the deluge of sword light. Cui Lu was forced back 2 paces by the sword's aura, regaining his footing while touching the fabric of his torn garment. The pinnacle of the 8th rank. Fresh blood seeped from his wound, causing Cui Lu to grit his teeth. The overwhelming sword energy also drew the attention of 3 others engaged in a separate battle, as Di Cho and Di Mao exchanged incredulous glances at Lu Gusu. According to the intelligence they had gathered, there indeed existed a prodigy of the sword at Cangyu Sword Manor, who, at such a young age, had already attained the 8th rank, regarded by the elder Lu as the future of the manor. They had also learned through various channels that this individual was none other than Lu Tingfeng's direct granddaughter, Lu Gusu. Yet who could have anticipated that she had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank? One cannot help but feel disheartened when comparing oneself to others. Cui Lu tightened his grip on his dagger, taking a deep breath. Can't the 3 of you, all at the 8th rank, defeat a mere young girl?